I know that these guys are in ad purgatory. Tingy with the 82 months. Appreciate you, Tingy.
Cat dance.
Our Streamlabs is working today. I guess that's good. I don't have to do my custom. I'm running less than the Twitch recommended amount of ads. Believe it or not, I've changed it a few times. I lowered it as well. The recommended amount is they like when you go onto the Twitch's like ad section.
Alex H.
They recommend that you run 10 minutes and 30 seconds of ads for every hour you stream.
Nice to meet you.
That's they literally have a little like a little blop that
Alex
says
H.
recommended. I lowered it to like 7 minutes a long time ago. But that is the recommended amount. So I'm running like half of the recommended amount. Well, sorry, not half. Half of the scale. So a high amount would be considered 22 minutes and 30 seconds of ads. That's on the high scale. Recommended's 10 minutes. So we're running about 7 minutes. I mean, I could lower it if people still feel some type of way, but I know that people had issues with it before. I lowered it. To be fair, like ads are kind of. I feel like Twitch is kind of in a bit of a shit show with ads at the moment. I feel like there's less sponsorship for ads, or maybe we just get less CPM. Recommended amount of debated wham stuck in your radio reunion. Okay. Great. Awesome. Chrissy with the 76 months. Appreciate you. Abigail with the 21 months. Overlord Mize, 66 months. That resub came in clutch a couple days ago. Thank you, Mize. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. Hello, mildly attractive streamer. Okay. What's IEM? IEM is the Dallas tournament that's currently going on with Counter-Strike. It's the Intel Extremes Intel Extreme Masters. Just the name of the I guess whatever you want to call it. So it's the what they call it, I guess, for this particular series. It's been around for a while. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna tune in. We're gonna watch the finals, watch some CS, watch two really good teams play a best of 3, best of 5. I'm not sure what today is. I assume it's best of 5, but I'm reading here that it's best of 3. Either way, we'll figure it out. Doesn't really matter. Vitality gonna win anyways? Possibly, yeah. Vitality's on like a legendary run right now. They've won like 29 of their best ofs like in a row, which is actually crazy because previous to that was Liquid, I think with 2025 or something like that. I forget what it was. But they beat NIP's record. They have not beat NIP's record. NIP's record is like 80 something. No, they beat Team Liquid's record. Did your invitation to IEM get lost in the mail? Yeah, I got lost in the mail. It's stuffed in my mailbox. I haven't taken it out yet. What's up, Tactical? How you doing? Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. I think it's starting in a. I was looking at their restream. I think they have like. It seems like they allow restreaming, so hopefully we don't get blasted for restream. So I guess we'll see. All right. Oh, I'm definitely not finishing my Minecraft zoo tonight. It's a glorious zoo, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. What am I looking at here? Hold on. Hold up. What's this?
Putting everything on Vitality. Vitality for the win all the way.
Got some
Pretty fair,
cosplayers.
actually. Pretty fair. Y'all feeling the same or what?
Yeah, Vitality with a win streak like that, how can you doubt them?
29, right?
It's a lot. All they can do is win. But hey, I appreciate you. I won't take up too much y'all's time. Like your outfits. Just a little bit more, though. You. What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm having a great day here at IEM Dallas. This is awesome.
Man, you sound a little different than us. Where are you from?
I am from the land down under where Sponge J represents Aussie.
Where's that at?
He loves being called Sponge J. Hey, speaking of calling things, call this game for me today. We have a grand final. It's all come down to this.
According
Val's
to
Vitality,
wait, what is this?
I'm a big
According
fan of the win
to
streaks with Vitality.
Lion
Like,
K Vitality,
there's
just
no way
beaten
they can't
NIPs.
lose
What?
this. They can't because we haven't had a win streak this long
Oh
since
gosh,
I
what
think
is
it was
this,
who
dude?
did the long win streak? Nip. We're going with Vitality for today. Absolutely, man.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you. And be careful out here. I know it's hot in Australia, but it's
Is
definitely
it
hot
is it
outside.
just
Hey,
based on
every day is like
on
this. We got
games
it.
or matches,
Every
or how
day,
does this
just
work?
like this, the Intel Extreme Masters Grand
29
Finals.
wins in a row. If we don't count best of ones, Vitality have surpassed NIP's 28. Okay, so
Good morning, Spanks. So you guys playing football this morning? Who's the best at football in
okay,
Mons?
I'm so confused by that.
Between the players only, I think it's me.
Yeah?
Play
So it
base.
says a lot.
You know the next question I'm
I don't
going to
understand
ask.
when people
Playing
ask questions like
against
this.
your
I'm just
former
wondering,
team.
do they
What's
just
going through
expect me
your
to
mind?
like I'm gonna
Yeah.
jump up
Well, there's a bit
into
of
the
many
fucking
times.
air? I'm gonna
Actually,
leap
I'm really
up. I'm
confident
gonna
about today.
run
I
back
don't know why,
there,
but
grab the
lately
bass
when I'm
guitar,
confident
and then
we
I'm gonna
were
set up
losing,
an
so we are
amp,
going to get- we are
plug
going to
into the
get crushed,
PC,
3-0 for
and I'm
them.
just gonna
Opposite
rip
is going
it.
to bully us, and yeah, that's it.
Which, by the way, during
Do they
that
look like
time,
an A
this
game
person's
right
probably gonna
now,
leave
or
anyway.
do they look beatable?
I don't know if this is like
Definitely
Yes.
beatable. I think,
like I just
so
I don't know.
far
I
this tournament,
I
they
picture
didn't
like
show
a
their best
like a
like they
hamster on
did
a wheel
before.
typing comments like
And,
that, like
it's
from
of
an
course understandable
RNG
if they're
board or
long,
something.
streak, but they're not on their A game yet. And I think also Falcons
Just I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna
and,
run over.
Mongols
Yeah,
said,
man. Hell
were
yeah,
really
bro.
close to beat them, so,
You just
yeah.
made that
I'll let you go anyway,
suggestion.
Spanks. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna
Good
do
luck.
it right now. Rip.
Good morning,
Dice.
Saru.
That's
So you have one
exactly
AirPod
what
in.
I
What are you
meant.
listening to this
That's
morning?
not what I'm. No, I'm not.
Listen to rap music like always.
Never
I
mind,
never
man.
changed
Anyways.
my habits, so I keep listening to this.
In terms of yesterday,
So they're
finished
so
playing at
this is making
7:30,
the claim
grand final,
that
2 p.m. today. What's kind of the
if you
the
don't
turnaround
count
for
any of
Vitality?
the
What did
best
you guys
of
get up to in
ones,
the
then
evening
they
and then this
beat
morning?
NIP's
I
record.
think it was mostly for the staff, like trying to prepare the game because they didn't have enough.
So if you
for
only
them
count
enough
their
time to
best
prepare,
of
like,
threes
really
and
good.
best of
So it
fives,
was
they
mostly
beat
to
NIP's record.
Be prepared for them.
However,
mentally and for us to
NIP
be
has
prepared,
won
like,
in best
to-
of ones
to be ready
by
to play
over
a game at
30
because it's
games.
really rare to play that early for a final. So for us, we just thinking about this way. We are not even thinking.
They've
about
won
what we
87
playing right now.
maps
We
in a
just
row.
Need to good mood, good vitality. If you play our A game, I think we have a good chance to win.
I mean,
Okay,
if
so
history's
they
anything
beat
to
their
go by,
best
it's
of
looking
3,
good for
best
you
of
guys.
5
Mouse,
streak.
how
That's
strong
that's
are
the
they looking
claim.
right now because they haven't dropped a map so far here in Dallas.
I
Honestly,
mean,
they look really strong, but for us, we doesn't matter. I mean,
That's fair.
we are mostly looking about ourselves for now.
Yeah, I do
doesn't
agree
play
that like the level of
CS, I would say, for now,
competition
but
compared to like
we know if
how
we
it
play
was
our game,
back in the
we
day
play like
is
we do
vastly
for
different, right?
the last 4
Also,
months.
Dumplings, how you doing?
I
Thank you
think
for
we're gonna
45
beat
months.
them, so
Abigail with the 21
just
months.
really focus
As well,
on
appreciate
ourselves
you guys. Thanks for the
Anything you want to say
resubs.
to the crowd? They had
Appreciate
quite a
y'all.
lot to say to you yesterday. in that Falcons
Been
game.
keeping up with the CS esports
Actually,
scene or just
I
watching the
don't
finals?
wanna-
I
I'm
watched
gonna
the
fuck you guys a
last
lot, so hopefully
series.
like
I
you
forget
guys
what they were
because
called.
We are making fun of that, so keep saying fuck
It
you
wasn't
FX
last
and
Sunday,
gonna-
right? It was the
we're gonna
previous
love it.
Sunday.
I love the energy.
I forget which series it was. I watched I watched like Vitality play, watched Falcons play.
Well, here we go,
I caught
the
up today
grand
on
final
the
Sunday.
highlights
Rematch
from
Lisbon in March. Inferno,
yesterday's
a
game.
non-starter in that grand final. 13-0 smash burger
Anyways, it's
served up by
semifinals.
the ever in
Sorry.
contention
But
Vitality.
today's
And
the
after all
final, so
5
we're gonna see how it goes, man.
Vitality's
Vitality's doing
won.
real good,
And
really
again,
good team.
and again,
House is doing good too.
and again.
It should be an interesting
Because
best
this
of
Vitality
5.
server,
Although I would
we're
say
all just
the
living in
semifinals from yesterday are probably
this is a
I
completely
think
different
more
final to what Dallas has seen the
like
last
more
3
hype,
times,
right,
Ever
due to the
since we came
teams.
back post-COVID, there's always a Cinderella run. There's always an
But
underdog
yeah,
who comes out on
we will
top, who has a
be
sort
there
of a
when all ends.
miraculous
It's gonna be
run,
cinema. It's
capping
gonna be
it
such a
off
banger
last
and
year
privilege
with
for the team who
2-2K
gets to end
actually
their
getting
streak.
to lift the trophy. But this time, a completely
Yeah, very
different
surprising
script.
that it
2
wasn't
of the best teams in the world. With Vitality,
already ended.
we're witnessing
Yeah, the
history
caliber
in
of
the
players
making.
nowadays
You know,
is
no
kind of
one since
insane too,
NIP,
right?
at the start of CSGO was able to do what they're doing
Was there an
right
update
now,
on the
and no
Valorant
one
drama?
will
There
break
was,
that
there
record.
was.
Not
Sean
even
Garris put out a
Vitality. That's
video.
like the Wilt
We're gonna
Chamberlain
watch that
100-point game.
later
It's not
today
gonna
as well.
happen in today's Counter-Strike, but
Miz
just the fact
with the
that they
4
won
months.
5
Appreciate you.
tournaments
Thank
in
you
a
so
row,
much.
that they haven't lost in
Thank
over
you for that sub.
120 days tells you how
How
insane
cringe
it
would a
is
knobs
what
for
Vitality
life
is
sign
doing at the
be
moment.
if it showed up on
a
stream?
great job overall. Obviously, so far
Probably
this
wouldn't be
tournament
that
haven't really
cringe
played up to
because
the A
I
game.
mean, as
They
you can
came
see,
in a little
people's
bit
sub
rusty, said they
icons
didn't
are still
practice leading
relevant.
into it, and I
We
think
still
that's
rocking
part
the
of the story
knobs.
as well. Just for this specific final,
Different
every time Vitalia
hues
has been
of
at a
it.
tournament so far in
Made by
25,
yours
we've been
truly,
seeing them
of
firing
course.
on all cylinders. We've been speaking about
But,
the A game.
yeah.
We've been speaking about them being obviously the best team in
Well,
the world.
I should say the colors
so far,
were,
Dallas,
not the
I
actual
don't think
design.
they played an
I
A
forget who
game
made the
yet,
actual
yet they're
design.
still in the final.
I saw people talking about deleted
if Mouse is
VODs
any
live
good for
stream.
it,
I
if
got
they
a
can continue down the trend that
non-monetized
we've seen
channel
so
with
far, I
3
think we need to
terabytes
see
of VODs
Cyber
at
and the
Alex
boys
VOD,
today play that
in
A
case
game.
people
They
missed
wanna
it in
win.
Discord.
Yeah, Josh,
There
we've
you go.
seen these guys play several games.
Yeah, they're
A game
officially
is
starting to
just,
remove
you know,
dots. To
formality
be
at
fair,
this
I already
point. So
had to
let's talk
remove
about some of
them
these times here,
last month when they
in
made the
terms of
announcement.
them
I already
head-to-head.
backed them up, the ones that I wanted to like
obviously
edit.
Vitality have the clear
Like most of last year, right? But there's, I mean, obviously there's like hundreds and hundreds of roleplay VODs that are probably going to be lost to time, unfortunately. There's a few people that kept them. I wish I did a better job with the roleplay VODs. Honestly, when I started roleplay, I didn't think I would be that into roleplay.
Vitality,
But,
the scoring line
that's why
gets
I
a little
never,
bit closer. They get
you
some
know,
more rounds. They get some
I
maps
never
going
kept
in
them.
it, and not included here is obviously
or never
another
like
three losses.
I
These are the
actually
grand
edited
final
some
losses
roleplay
that they've had
VODs.
in the
To be
head-to-head.
fair,
So
I
this
did
is the
have
third time that they're
an
going
editor
at it
for a little
just in
bit,
the last couple of
but
months
people
here.
just really
And
weren't
Mouse,
interested in roleplay at the
they
time.
do
That was
look a
during
lot
like
sharper
GTA
this event.
2.0.
So that is one
When I
thing
had
going
like
for them.
Sergey and I had
Vitality,
like
as
the start
Jake
of
pointed
Bob.
out,
I
have
probably
looked
should have
like they haven't been
kept
completely on
those
their
going
A game.
because
But, I
eventually
mean,
people
we
really
also have to
did
take
get
into
engaged
consideration
with
that
the
other times
with the
Vitality
roleplay
have played
streams
where
and
they have
enjoyed
won
the lore
either
and stuff.
entire tournaments or have
Ever
won
been to an
against
esports event?
other teams. There have been times where they've been up
Nothing
against
really
the ropes
major.
and
I've
they
been
just
to like
hung in
the
there. The other
Overwatch
team wasn't able to close it
arena
out. And
several
it's-
times because I was
it's
pretty
all a
local
matter
to
of,
LA.
is Mao's going to be able to push it over the line this time and get once they have
yeah.
Vitality
Anyways,
on the
so
ropes,
they beat
close it
their
out,
best
which
of
is what
streak.
other teams
Again, that's very
have been failing
impressive
to do. It's not
because the
like
caliber of
Vitality's blowing
players
everyone out
nowadays. I'm not going to say
13-0
that
every
people
thing,
were
they
shit
played
back
plenty
then
of times
because
against each
to be
other.
fair,
This
during
ain't
the
a
NIP era, there were
rivalry,
good players, but
Vitality beats
the
their
access
ass
to
every single
esports was
time.
fairly
At the best of
limited.
5 final,
Unlike now,
the
where it's
3-2
like very
wasn't close
open
because on
and
3
there's
maps,
tons and tons of
13-7,
people that are
13-0,
competing for like those
Just because you won 2 maps,
spots on
13-11
those tier
doesn't
1
make it for a close final.
organizations.
The team that is
So I would say the
pushed
caliber of
Vitality the
player has
most
definitely
was the Falcons,
skyrocketed
right? And Bao sort of
since the
fell out of
NIP
contention
streak
in the
days.
last month, dropped,
Again, not to say that
2 games
the
to
players
Falcons
back
in the
then
playoffs,
were
didn't even get
bad
to
by
face
any stretch of the
Vitality. So
imagination because
now
there was obviously
it's
very good players
about
back then.
getting back to that
It's kind of
stage
like
where
comparing,
didn't have
oh,
too much
well,
fun this year.
LeBron
Let me
is
ask the
better
question
than
to
Michael
Dallas.
Jordan because the caliber of player that Michael
what do you say
Jordan
to
was playing
Apex in
against
this
wasn't
moment,
as good
Dallas?
as the caliber of players now. Like, that's sort of the argument that I think people are making with the NIP 87-0 streak versus Vitality's current 29-0 best of series run. I think both are impressive in their own like weighted categories, right? I would just not try to compare them directly. I would just try to take them as they are, right? NIP was the greatest of its time, and I think we're currently watching the greatest of our time here, or the greatest of current generation, current day Counter-Strike
What do you get up to
in the form of
They
Vitality.
take some time off. He goes with the coach and the assistant coach to be reviewing the games. It takes him about an hour and a half to do that. Then we come into this morning, 10:15. It's time for an hour team walk. Get your steps in, get some fresh air in your lungs, then have a little bit of lunch,
This is
go over the
Dallas,
notes,
by the way.
and arrive here at the venue for the grand final.
For all the Texas friends.
Pretty quick turnaround time is the least amount you could say about that.
When you're looking at a team like this that kind of has everything going for them, the thing that they're looking at is just what Zaiwu said earlier, right? It's about just being mentally and physically prepared for the game, not so much about this heavy,
I mean, the arena's pretty full,
and set
I'll
up
be honest.
a complete game plan where we counter-strat them and everything. Not much has probably changed of the side of Maus from the last time these guys played against each other, and they're no strangers to each other, so not a huge amount of effort needs to go into just sitting there breaking down every round by round.
And I think this is where it gets interesting, right? You look at the playoffs performance this year for Maus, the top-rated players are Torji and Exertion, right? No surprises for Vitality. Zaiwu has been lights out this year, without a doubt the best player in the world. Robs has been, you know, that game changer for them. But then once you move on to the grand final performances, it doesn't change for Zaiwu, actually the exact same rating, which is crazy. Rob steps up in the finals. Apex is their third best player. But you look over to the side of Maus, this is where you have a significant drop-off in the sides of Exertion and Torji. It's Pinks who's their best player. Actually, Jimmy does a little bit better in grand finals, but that has been the problem for Maus. We know they're a great team, they have great teamwork, you know, they have good openings, good protocols, everything, but once you get to the biggest stage, once you go up actually against Vitality, this is where they tend to fall off. This is where the stage becomes too big for them. They stop playing their own game, and Vitality just puts them in their pocket.
And that is a good point to bring up, because one of the massive win conditions for Maus so far in this tournament has been the fact that Torsi is the highest rated player, has been the fact that he's been playing lights out. You know, he's been playing with confidence, he's been addictive on the server, he's been all over the place almost with the AWP. Now, we have seen the tendency in grand finals and in playoff of him dropping off a little bit, but if he can continue what he's been doing so far this tournament, that's something that can come in and screw the picture. Yes, I agree with you, Yanko.
There was just
the 3-2 grand final where Maus won 2 maps, 13-11. On paper, it looks close. It wasn't really that close, but if you have Torsi playing at his absolute best at a tournament where we already established that Zaiwu is only at a 1.19 rating, where Vitality is maybe playing their B game, their C game, that could be enough for Maus to make this super, super competitive. That's one of the things I'm looking at, actually, is that Spinks and Torsi are two of the the highest rated players at the event so far, and historically against this head-to-head matchup, these two players are going to be relied upon heavily. So if they're having a good performance so far at this event, and then they're coming into this grand finals in this type of form, and Zaiwu is also having a muted event compared to his normal like 1.3, 1.4 rating type of events. If he's not here,
that's how I got into CS, man.
Then that is a concoction, right?
Back in the day.
Suddenly Maus could do an upset. Vitality had this struggle last year as well. Zaiwu there,
I would say
when they got upset by G-Stu, also didn't have a great performance in that grand final. So maybe we're seeing kind of all the same stars aligning at this present moment.
Well, at least for Spinks, you know, in this sort of an environment, he can't see or hear Apex getting up and screaming at him, so maybe that will help him perform a little bit better in the final. But I think considering how Vitality has been playing and that no one is popping off, if Maus doesn't beat them now, they're never beating them. Like this is poised for them to win. They've had a great run. They haven't dropped a map in the tournament. Your individuals are playing really well. Vitality is struggling. They're looking mortal. They sort of don't feel as the most confident because they didn't practice as much as they usually do coming into this tournament. So it's going to be pretty damning if they just sweep you again here.
And then plus you might be saving strats for the major, but we're not going to do all that. Anyway, speaking of strats and strategery, I know y'all like that one out here in Texas. We're going to hear from Brolin. Let's do it.
Back in the grand finals, of course, Brolin, you go up against a team currently on a 29-series streak. This is their 6th consecutive grand final. As an in-game leader, what goes through your head when you know you've got such a beast on the other side of the server?
I learned a lot, actually, from watching
I think it's just a pure mental game. I think one of the
way that Get Right
of course, I'm playing a really insane CS, but I think it's just pure mental. I think Messi said it as well, that when we play them, it's based on the mental game, but
which is sort of what I ended up
see how it goes, but we are really prepared and we are really hungry to win this.
Reading the teams
obviously, you're very familiar with them as opponents. I want to throw it back to the last time you faced them in a grand final. Obviously, it was at Lisbon, went all 5 maps. You even up 2-1 at one point after getting 13-0'd on that first map. Can you tell me the biggest takeaways you had from that final versus Vitality?
Just try to get, I mean, of course, I had the hunger of all maps. I mean, of course, it's going to be a really long day, and hopefully it's going to be a 3-0 for us, of course. But yeah, we just need to keep up the pace, keep up the hunger to win the game, and have the, like, of course, just try to always want it more than them, basically.
Since that point in time, where's the biggest area that you've improved as an in-game leader since that Lisbon matchup?
Windows 11, please, brother. What is all running? Do I have a bunch of shit running? I make sure I turn off everything that can bottleneck my PC right now before I die.
Believe me, the club scene. Nah, believe me. You don't believe me?
It is his music playing, but it's not streaming. It's not streaming to the stream.
We ha! Make a high for you. Black in the road with it. All of the pussy that come with it.
You hear the music? My favorite clips, dude.
Getting hard to find a holla back.
It's like prime. This is like prime NACS, man. Miss those days, dude.
Okay. Hot day moo.
Good stuff, man. All right. And they're just doing some pre-show stuff, showing off some clips.
To say that they're dominating so far, but they're looking good.
Yeah, but you look at you look at Vitality. They play against the same two teams, Mongols and Falcons, who actually push them 13-11 final map. They lose map 2, right? But Mouse plays the exact same two teams. Sure, you might say 13-11 it's too close, 11 round comeback to win 16-12 in overtime against Falcons. That it's not good enough, but it's still a 2-0. So
thank you, man.
There's something to look at. There's resiliency. There's some sort of thing to push on the edge. Whereas Vitality,
it's not that it's not good enough. It's more so that it's not dominating your opponents.
But Mouse
sharding farts are not
in the group stages and Mongols in the playoffs, which was the opposite for the side of Vitality. So they got them when they're weak, while Vitality had to play them where they're strong.
Baby
I think that takes that
Mime.
into account. And listen, here
There's
I
a
think
positive
it's going to
message
have
at
to
the
be.
end
We're
of it
almost
to see
talking
if,
about
like,
the
you
mental.
roast
It
my,
basically means the players need to have
just
the
watch to
mental
say thank you for
strength to
all the
play
laughs and content. We're watching you for ages. So glad to see you're still streaming some
or
other
even
I
in other
appreciate
playoff
that.
games in this
Thank
grand
you, first time
final.
message.
It's
Thank
going
you
to
very
come
much.
down. Your protocols, your strategies are not going to save you from Vitality. You have to be able to take risks as an individual, to take space, to react.
This is going to be like kind of
make the game chaotic. You know, Apex at times
this completely
when you take some
relies
risks,
on
whether you're going to
Vitality.
stack bomb sites,
Because Vitality has been like locked in, and Mouse, I don't think. I feel like Team Falcons was a lot closer towards getting that W, right? Towards ripping that dub.
You have to keep going for it. You have to keep playing active
good
Counter-Strike. And sometimes for Mouse, you know, they get into their shell.
Oh,
if they
nice.
get
What's your score prediction?
Or if they start winning,
I'm heavily for Team Vitality here on this one. I mean, it's just kind of, you know, the numbers are against them. They've already put that Mouse has lost 0-4 so far against these guys, right, in terms of series.
When you play normally and you have that confidence to go
they're a
and do
good
these
team, man.
pushes all
They're
over
not
the
a bad
place
team.
and it works out for you, then
I just don't think
all like smooth sailing.
That,
But as soon as
I
it
feel like
doesn't work
Vitality
one or two
basically
times,
needs to
that's when it's
grow
like you
in
have
this
to be able to
context.
fall back to something else, because
Hey,
you
both
can't just be
these
like,
teams, but
okay,
Mouse
this
is
didn't
so
work, so I'm not going to do
unlikable.
it anymore, because
How
at that
come?
point you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And
I don't know
if
what
you
the I don't know
how
what
to
like
play
the
that
team
style
metas are.
as
I thought
well,
the
if
Team
you haven't
Falcons guys were
developed
doing
that part
pretty
of your
good.
play style, then
I've been
now
I've
you're
been liking
completely
their
off kilter,
comp.
and that's when things start to
I like
spiral out of
that,
control. So you need to keep doing the same confident plays. But
like the
we've seen
Monzi
that
guy.
From these guys
New dude
recently,
they
where
brought in.
can make these plays.
Nico,
and,
kind of a legend,
keep
right?
That confidence. I guess it does.
So I've been rooting for them
matter
low-key,
how
but
their start
I mean,
goes,
I'm
but
not
as
really
Brolin was
familiar with
talking
all the
about,
teams
you know, one
that
of
they have
these,
lined up, right?
Head-to-head matchups
Like
that
the
they've
FaZe
had
roster
was
looks
kind of when Brolin just took over the in-game
eerily
leading role,
similar,
and
but like
maybe he wasn't good at
eerily
helping the
familiar,
team
but at the same
reset
time
after
not.
a bad
Strange.
round loss, and now he's more equipped, and maybe everyone's more equipped now that Spinks has had more
Thank
time
you,
in this
Bo.
roster.
But let's be
Thank you,
completely
boy.
honest,
Thank
right?
you so
The
much for the
reason why
26 months
Vitality
with
have
the
been
Prime.
beating Mouse
Appreciate you.
all these times is because individually they are the better players, they are the
I was
better
hoping
team.
Falcons make it to the
I think
finals.
that has
Mouse
changed a
is
little bit
just
throughout
loud
this
and
tournament. When
cocky,
you have
kinda,
Torsi
I don't
playing
know.
at that level, when you have Spinks playing at a
Is
high
Mouse
level,
a Danish
then your point
team?
is excellent, right? We need to see them do that in a grand
I'm actually
final. We
not
need to
sure.
see them do that in the playoff.
But I think in this specific game right now, with Vitality lack of practice, with ZywOo not having a great tournament, the individual playing field is evened out a little bit more now, which gives me more confidence in the Mouse actually pulling up the upset.
I don't think it has changed. I just think
it's also crazy to see these guys here,
like the announcers and such. Still the two best players, and it is players on the server, and it is guys like Exertion and Torji that every event is another chance for them to
some of these guys used to play.
They
were pro players
They are the next generation of
your
Exertion is the next generation of your Nico and your space taking rifles.
He's a very smart player. I never really watched him play too much, but he was like a very he was considered a very like
and I'll just put this one out there too, because obviously there's a lot of
game sense. He had a very good read of the game in general.
Spinks did used to don that Vitality jersey, so now you're going up against them in this grand final, and what is the final boss currently in Counter-Strike? We can call Vitality that.
It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, he's been having a tough time in playoffs so far on the side of Mouse. We can see that he did perform a little bit better in groups when he was on the side of Vitality. In the grand finals, it fell off a little bit.
German
but
international.
Here, he hasn't really found his footing. But
German
this
based,
event,
but international. Yeah, it actually makes sense.
Like
I think I don't know who I was thinking of then.
Is really good, and that's kind of giving me hope.
Is there still a scene in Denmark?
Is the start of the game.
I know that Denmark used to kind of pop off a bit, right?
Maps like where's Inferno gonna fall?
EU in general
the last time they went in the best of five, Inferno was the first map.
I don't want to just be like all of EU.
Sorry,
like it's more interesting to me when we talk about like
13-9 or 13-7,
Russia
but the time before that was 13-0. So getting a little bit better every time. It's all about where that map is going to lie, because that's been the weak point for Mouse, and it's been exploited here as well at this event so far.
Yeah, Jacob, you can't get much lower than 13-0.
There's only a few Danes in the main team.
That kind of sucks too.
Let's
be completely honest, but
I wonder why this split up kind of happened. I mean, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for just one country to have one team, right?
There's one map that
it's sort of how like even the US has like players that they bring in from from other countries for league. Like obviously Asia has a big League of Legends scene, and a lot of those players transfer different countries all the time. That's
to remain competitive and continue that win streak. Now,
I guess because the game is so big now, and because of the
maps in here that you look at Vitality,
the allowance of players to go international,
I don't think that's going to change today. We've seen Mouse struggle on the map. They haven't really had time to practice enough on it leading into the major. But you have Dust 2, you have Nuke. Those are maps that should be able to be competitive enough for Mouse to believe that that's our golden ticket. You win Mirage and you win one of the other two, and then you're part of the game.
To be jumping
Speaking
into
of the game in hand,
pro play.
Let's talk about the maps. We know permavantage, we know how that's going to look, but in the best of 5 in terms of sequencing, tell me how this works.
I don't think it matters really all that much. I think for Mouse, if
they're going to win this finals, it has to be
3-0 or 3-1. I think if it gets into another long 5-mapper, that's where the experience from Vitality kicks in.
Thank
if
God.
They can just hang
Thank
in
God
there,
the finals teams have the same mental as me.
Big train after how it went yesterday for them against
Nuke
Falcons.
or Dust.
Probably going to stick to Inferno with how comfortable that has been.
They've always liked Nuke. These older teams have always liked Nuke.
I think it matters
for the older
Mouse to get off
players.
to a good start.
I think because the map is so old.
The first couple of maps are getting into a 1-1
but since they had like the reshuffling, because it used to be actually, I think it was more fun to watch when it was like extremely CT favored. But then they obviously changed things around. When are you going to go pro, OG?
I actually agree with Jacob here. For
it would have been
once maybe
10 years ago.
I feel like usually like when you look at the decider match, it's usually like the last map of a BO3 or the last map of a BO5. I think Inferno is going to be the decider map here, not in terms of where it falls in the sequence here, but it's that if Mouse is able to pick that map up,
this is not
I feel like that is the turning point. If Mouse get that map, they can win
glad
the
I saw
series.
your
Without
streaming.
that map,
Yeah, I
I don't
figured
think
I'd stream it.
it's
People asked me about the last
series,
and I was like, oh, you know, it was fun to watch, but I figured I'd watch this with y'all.
Control of the game, you dictate.
Never too late to go pro. Yes, it is. Absolutely.
But,
actually, you know what? No, you're right, Crip. You know, this does remind me of the movie The Rookie,
like we've been talking about, ZywOo hasn't,
in which is exactly this current case scenario. You know,
Flamesy and Messi.
Yes.
Like this is just crazy. They have two of the most overqualified support players in the world.
Gesture maxing rather than being an esports pro SMH. Both really have their downsides, right? The downside of being a jester is your longevity lasts as long as you remain funny, whereas being an esports pro, it lasts as long as you remain good at the game.
Has had a resurgence with
the fall-offs are similar. Apex is playing in finals right now, and he's also 32. He's been playing a long time now.
That have sort of
he's been
made
playing a long
for
time.
a little bit of a drop-off from
Apex has been around for quite a bit, which is why it's cool to see him too. Cool to see him, cool to see Nico. Like I said, cool to see Simple.
Vitality once again back in the grand finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. Mezzi, we've been talking a lot about you guys as a team, but I just want to poke a question in terms of your individual
That's nice though, man.
How close to peak Mezzi have we seen so far here in Dallas?
In terms of, you know,
I think there's still a long way to go. I think I'm showing more consistent form, a much better like floor level in this year so far. But I think peak, I think I've still got a lot more to show for sure. I think I can be much better individually for sure.
Rob's had a really nice interview quote where he said he feels like you guys are mentally a step ahead of every other team. Has there been anything that you guys have been doing, you know, behind the scenes, outside the server, to make sure your mental is always super sharp?
I watched Apex.
I mean, nothing special. I mean, all the talks, I think we're super open as a team and not afraid of conflict. I think it's important to be able to say what is needed, and if anyone feels uncomfortable, and just to say whatever they feel. And I think everyone in the team is really comfortable in doing that. And also the staff behind the team, Jack, our performance coach, is doing a great job on make sure that we're ready for these type of games. And
it's funny
of course,
how
when you're winning.
How like so PR trained these guys are now
always plays a mental aspect in terms of when you go up against a team that you've beaten multiple times already.
I mean, I watched Apex do it the other day. It feels kind of weird now. It feels a little bit forced now to see
that mental strength as well.
Got a hell of a lot of experience under your belt. When you come off a semi-final that finishes, what, 7:30, 8 o'clock last night, what's
gonna give it our best.
happening with the Vitality camp, right? I heard from Apex, he goes straight into the server, he's reviewing the demos. What about you? What's your routine prior to coming into a grand finals?
They're dog shit.
Maybe a little bit earlier than we're used to, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they'd be like, all right, guys, let's see you go at it.
Trying to get as much time in the game as
just hear them screaming whenever they get one kill. It was funny. I mean, I can see why they don't want that anymore.
Yeah.
Just because of the sponsorship opportunities
get some
and stuff like that. Makes sense,
also important to get a good rest, good sleep.
It is funny to see, like,
I think it's a best of 5, so it's always going to be. You never know how long you can last. It's going to be. It could be all 5 maps, and we've got to be ready for that. So make sure we're well rested and mentally strong for this game, because it can always be.
I'm not really sure who. I mean, it'd be cool to see Vitality get the 30-0
here. Get the timing in the game, but also
for sure in the series.
But
it'd still be interesting,
nonetheless,
to see Mouse take it. Again, I think Mouse is definitely the underdog right now for this finals.
Just hopefully we can win in front of them as well.
And like I said, I would have liked to have seen Falcons going to the finals, because the semifinals yesterday
as well, and enjoy it in
pretty
front of this crowd
hyped
as well.
So just
a big shout out to them for all the support.
I'm kind of rooting for these Falcons guys.
To you as well, Mezzi. Best of luck in the game.
They're fun to watch.
Well, I told y'all he was a married fellow, and that's because he can barely keep that smile off his face. But if you're Vitality, it makes sense. You do happen to be winning just about everything. We just covered them.
Anyways, this ZywOo guy is cracked, I guess.
And guess what? They have
He's
the chance
he kind of pops off a bit.
You know what I like about this whole Vitality entering Dallas with no practice, no lead up, you know, taking a vacation leading into the tournament? They're also treating the tournament a little bit more chill, and I feel like you sense that in all the interviews, you sense that in everything they're saying. Obviously, they had to win. Obviously, they had to compete. When you're in a grand final, you're going to give you a 100%, but Messi bringing the family, making sure that it's a nice and lenient way getting into the major. It does feel like Vitality are treating this as a bit of a warm-up, you know, where you're chilling a little bit more.
You can see the NIP, and you can see that they beat Liquid. They beat Liquid last series, which was like 2 weeks ago.
Which should give a little bit more of that eager and more of that motivation heading into the Austin Major. Yet we're still seeing Vitality in the grand final.
I think I probably stopped watching around Astralis time period, the Astralis era.
They were doing the exact
so 2018, 2019. Probably closer to 2018 is probably around the time I stopped.
When they were showing up for the majors, that's when they were giving their 100%.
That is true, but at the same time, it's like if they actually win here, if they take this one seriously, it would be a chance for them to win 2 ESL Grand Slams within one, just in 2025 alone. And the same thing happened last year where they choked out the finals and then they weren't able to you know, it took them a while. It took them longer to be able to get there at the end. But one of the things that Mezzi was saying was the brotherhood situation with the team, just being able to talk to everyone and not really have an issue with, you know, conflict and being open with each other. I think that's something that both these teams have going, actually, because Mouse is the other team that everyone talks about how close they are out of the server, how they're able to get along. And it's really important these days for kind of all 5 people to be on the same wavelength in that regard. And the other thing on top of it is just how the best of 5 is. It's going to be exhausting. It's going to be an endurance race, and how do people kind of manage their energy throughout that entire portion? It seems like Vitality are pretty good with how they manage their sleep and manage their exercise.
With each Vitality game from here on out, we're witnessing history in the making.
No, I didn't
and
see
history
this series
overnight,
last year.
Right? Like the core of this team has been together for 2 years now, and it started by bringing in Flamesy after you won a major to replace Dupree, the 5-time major champion. That took some guts, you know, to do that, and they were struggling for results, but behind the scenes they were putting in the work. They were creating that chemistry. They were building a team. You know, you're bringing in Mez, you're like, Is he like, you know, you sure about that? But that's a guy who's one of the most versatile players out there, who had to in-game lead, who had to do a lot of different things, and just his demeanor was exactly what the team needed. They won 2-3 tournaments immediately after they added him, and then last year was a little bit rough. Internal stripes, Pinks is unhappy, you know, you only have the Cologne win to show for it, which is a massive win, by the way. And then the last piece of the puzzle, right? Rops, also for free, by the way, just like Flamesy, comes in, and to get a player of that caliber on a free transfer, you could immediately see the impact he had the first map of the grand final against Spirit, where he was the best performer. It also frees up ZywOo. He doesn't have all this pressure on his shoulder every single time. It's like, I have to be out of this world for us to win and for us to play well. Like, it allows him to just play the game that's in front of him, and everyone has stepped up. Apex somehow plays better than when he was a star player. He's their third highest rated player in the grand finals. Definitely had maps where he carried his team over the finish line, and that's why they're always going to be tough to play against, and the most difficulty you will have is in the final.
I'm glad you put a bit of spotlight to that, because we often, you know, talk about mismanaging organizations. You know, certain players should have been re-signed, certain players should have been kicked, but Vitality have done a tremendous job. But part of that is also the fact that you have ZywOo.
Who is the best looking skins?
And Europe,
probably the oldest players.
Out, you want to join that team, right? It's the law of attraction.
The 30-year-olds that are pro players and have been pro players for 10 years probably have crazy inventories.
I guess so.
Between gifted stuff, between old series stickers, between like crates, between sponsorships, like I'm sure the guys that have been around for a while probably have the craziest.
Counter-Strike, is that right? But are you really ready?
Craziest inventories.
Are you really ready? That's the biggest question I'm going to have for you today. Also, we go to a quick break. We come back on the other side of it. We get this bad boy started. Let me get a yeehaw!
Texas, brother, Texas. Home of the brave. All right, so we're about to start soon. Good stuff, man. Let's see, is Mouse looking confident? I feel like they're looking a little nervous. Yo, Pigster, think of the 2 months. Vitality 30. Apex hates chickens. What's that as a sign? This was a good crowd before. All I see is bots again. What the fuck happened to your chat? Yeah, is there only bots in here?
Glory and the glint of silver. The trophy lift on the stage. These are the moments that every Counter-Strike player dreams of. This is what they yearn for when they set foot on this stage. But it's not always the victories that stick with you, but the memories of defeat, the moments where you were so close to this trophy, yet let it slip. One of the teams about to take this stage knows the feeling of defeat here in Dallas, Texas, all too well. And though they've done a lot of winning since, to wash that memory away, one moment still needs correction in their minds. On the other hand, Maus have spent the moment watching Vitality stride towards that trophy far too many times for their own liking. And every time that's occurred, you know it's added just that little bit of fuel to the fire. A fire now so bright that it might just burn this final obstacle.
How much is the prize?
In their path. It's been a hell of a week here in Dallas, Texas. We've
had
some amazing games on this stage, but now I need to ask you one more time at this Intel Extreme Masters, Dallas, who's it gonna
125 for the winners and 160,000 in additional club rewards. So winner gets about 200 something, 300 something. $125 each? No, 125 for the team. That's the prize money, and then there's additional
to show strength,
additional money.
Stamina, agility, precision.
So far, so good.
Or after taxes, I don't know. Before, I assume.
Endurance.
And we have to go again. The never-ending war.
Pace.
Fakes it out. It's the shot. Has to isolate the jury. Not a see you beast.
Take a leap of faith
I'm impressed these, like, I wonder how quickly these guys can get these edits out.
The final stretch to build your dynasty. Frontmans with Texas.
Nice.
A peerless streak that may never know its like, but their work's not done. Put your hands together for Team Vitality!
It's pretty funny, to be honest. Every interviews, people say that they will beat us. It doesn't happen yet. And we know we're not perfect here. We didn't have the best preparation, but we're still in final, so we know that we have the hurt, and that's the most important for me here. As I said, I think we're going to lose at some point. Huh? It's normal, and we can't win all the time. We're not thinking we are the big guy around there, and we're just giving our best at each game once again and try to win as much as we can. We just expect close game against them. They're a great team. They play great counter-strike, so we're going to be sure we're going to give our best, no matter what.
To be honest, I haven't understood a single thing about this so far. I'm just here to support Alex. Okay, so this is called the finals. It's where two teams play against each other to see who the best team is in the series. And so right now, there's one team called Vitality versus another team called Mouse. All right. So far, so good. So far, easy to understand. This is the finals, meaning that they already had the series run up, and these were the two teams that have won their brackets, independent brackets. And today is the last day where the winners of those two brackets go against each other. Mouse, the team in red and white, is the underdog. Vitality, the team in yellow, is favored to win, and they're on an insane win streak. It's currently in the history books. Going against the greatest win streak of all time, which is NIP, but there's like some numbers and whatever that I guess people are saying they technically have already broken the record for the best of 3, best of 5 series, but NIP has a lot more best of 1 series won. But in the context of today's day and age, the teams are better and so on and so forth. So people are arguing that this is in fact where you're watching the best team of all time that has ever played. And again, I gave the analogy earlier of like Michael Jordan versus LeBron James. In the context of NIP, who was the best team for their time period, this is currently the best team for, I think, its time period. Just given their win record and history and performance so far in all of their series, they've done incredibly well in. So now we're watching just little hype footage, little highlight reels of them showing how good these guys are. Fun stuff to watch though, man. Thanks for the breakdown. No problem. I got you. 4th meeting since Spin X's departure from Vitality. Mouse are yet to win versus Vitality since. Mouse upset would be nuts. It would be pretty nuts. Because, like, I thought Falcons would eventually beat their streak, but it would be crazy to see Team Mouse win. Who's Alex rooting for? So I root for the opposite. I'm rooting for you, Simon. I'm rooting for you to do well. Dart World Championship had a better, more hype walkout. All right, relax. Yeah, it's crazy to see how far Apex has gone.
It was really weird to see the crowd started booing us when we entered, but also Dallas just cheered for the Mongols, and they're not even playing today, so who knows? And away we go. Imagine that. Grand final right here, right now. Yanko, let's kick it into your wheelhouse, buddy. Let's start talking about Dust 2 just a little bit.
Yeah, I think for Mouse, they're going to have a good start, but they picked to start on the CT side, so it's going to be to Vitality to dictate the pace of the game. Mouse has to start aggressive. They have to be really fast with their reactions. They have to show Vitality that this time it's going to be different.
Swedish flag.
This time is going to be different, and the man that can make that difference is none other than Torsi, the highest-rated player so far in this tournament. He's been shown to be very assertive, very aggressive, and has involved
the Asian teams any good in CS? I have not seen like Asian teams really outperform other regions so far.
1.19 rating, I believe, and
not
that's
to say that they
don't
have good players, but
look,
it's
just has a chip on their shoulder. They want to beat Vitality so bad because
I'm sure there's like
them in the
FPS games in China that they're obviously very good
they're
at.
just like, it's just another tournament that we're in the grand finals of, and we're probably going to win it
did pretty
again.
well against
They're
Vitality, but still lost. Okay, so that's
chilling,
like a team that's doing decent.
And that could actually play in their favor a lot. But if they don't
I know
take
NA is
seriously
just
and realize how badly Mouse
down horrendous.
They might not be ready for Mouse to come out swinging, and I'd love to see them do
I tried to turn off ads
too,
so hopefully we don't get.
And be aggressive, get in their face.
Hopefully we don't get ads.
Honest, right? One of the only things we haven't spoken about just yet is the in-game leader duel between Apex and Brolan. And people may forget, because Brolan is off to such a good start for Mouse, that he's done a good job, but he's experienced, and he's experienced in losing grand finals. He hasn't really won too many within the Mouse camp, and I think for Apex, that's something he's going to feast on.
They have fallen off. Vitality was here last year, losing to G2, but Exertion and Torji were both here 2 years ago when that Mouse lineup lost to Ents. One of the two will lift the trophy today. Is Mouse going to be able to step up and break the streak of Team Vitality?
Well, all I do know, Yanko, Steel, Pimp, is thank you very much for that. And I know that it's time to get this grand final underway. Dallas,
it's our anniversary pledge.
Anya, thank you for 44 months. Appreciate you.
Let's play some Counter-Strike, shall we? Mouse Vitality.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Big game. Oh, I don't like how the music just cuts.
Dallas Grand Finals.
All right, there we go.
Once more into
chicken
the
jockey. Someone has a chicken jockey poster.
To stand up against the demons they have been unable to beat
all
year.
Why not?
5 straight series wins for Vitality in this head-to-head. 2 of them in
Zaiwu Masterclass incoming. Dude, it must be so rough to like expect to like. I mean, I get like the just finals in general is like a lot of pressure, but to keep the win streak going as well. Like to just like be healthy, you know what I mean? That's like the biggest thing for these like, you know, players is to, because like you fly across like regions, like you know, what's to stop allergies from fucking you up, you know what I mean? Like in Texas right now, it's allergy season. I know Art's been out of commission for like 2 weeks, you know? I couldn't imagine just like you wake up for the finals and your nose is all fucking stuffy. Does that make sense? You're like, oh shit, I gotta win against the best team in the world today or whatever, the second best team in the world who's trying to take our win streak. Fuck, better clear things up. Just to be healthy for that long seems crazy. I feel like gamers get pretty sick very easily.
Live into the pistol round. Mouse defending on the CT side. Spinks is going to get a little bit frisky.
All right,
He's
here we
already
go.
pushed towards Xbox, and you've got
Dust
Vitality grouped up into the B tunnels, all 5 players.
That is a best of 5, it looks like.
That's going to be Jimmy they're attacking into, and it looks like they're wasting no time.
Red West, thank you. We're going for the rush B.
A little bit of pressure, even more so now that his teammate is gone down. Spinks to step up, and the impact, good damage.
Looks like Mouse is on CT side. Okay. Okay, we had a little bit of a CT pop-off. Good hold. One for Mouse.
He is rising
Good
up.
pistol
He's
run for
becoming
them.
a star. And perhaps in Dallas, it will be enough to topple Vitality.
He's a favorite for the
DHL one for Mouse.
MVP after this as well. #1 player rated at the event so far. A good message to send if you're Torji to your team, to your opponents.
Look at it, I got you.
The last time these 2 teams met in the grand final, it opened up with a 13-0 loss for Mouse. Vitality just absolutely
bonus round win, hopefully.
They've already avoided that fate.
I mean,
Mouse gets a chance
Apex
at a
got a
hot
lot of
start.
tricks, man. This is
against
an
just the Glocks of
OG map,
Vitality.
dude. There's the chant. They're screaming, "Fuck you, Apex."
Apex getting a little bit of love as he's been all week.
Okay. Okay.
Spinks gooshed up. Oh my lord, you've lost that duel to a Glock.
That's crazy.
All right, a little bit weird. That's Spinks taken down by his former teammate in embarrassing fashion.
Lower tons flank, but this is really good for them.
Oh, this is way too uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is really good for Vitality already. Can they grab a gun out of lower? No? They're just going up cat immediately?
Look, they try and clean up. He's the player with health. And he's the player with a kill on
Headshot.
Zaiwu. Now
No
Apex
eco
makes his play
armor.
out A long.
Nice nade.
Rob's winning it short. Brolin
Can he win this?
Oh,
close.
And Brolin needs to unravel this, and he's done so.
And I'm surprised they didn't go for the guns. There was an M4 through double doors.
But I mean, if you're Mouse, considering how much you've played Vitality, how much you've lost to them as well,
that round had to be so
scary.
He's gonna look behind him right now.
You cannot let that
because they know Long is open.
No investment from Vitality.
He's still not looking. They know Long is open. Why is he not looking? Did you think he saw mid?
Oh, now aware and should have no issues.
Yep, no issues. Brolin saves the day
Unlucky.
for Mouse. And they've already done better than their opening
he wasn't
the
holding
last time
long.
they played in a best-of-5 grand final. They got 13-0.
That was really good. That was a really good opener for them too. Good eco round too. Not a bad eco
Still
round.
went to all 5 maps. But Mal's hoping they can get a strong start into this final.
Killed 2 players.
To play with, something to build with early, rather than playing from behind.
Headphones are noise canceling. Yeah, the headphones like. I think they are specifically made to cancel,
Round 3 underway.
noise.
Bang! Cyril, right
Nice
out of
shot,
the gate.
dude.
First time with an first shot, and Jimmy's down.
Great work from the
I feel like you
Zawu
could tag through
AWP.
double doors so much
Here
more
come
often now.
Vitality
I
at
don't
the
know
B
why.
side. No one's there. No one's home.
I don't know if the
They've
dust
got the
sticks
site, and
helped at
right now,
all.
unless Spinks can do something about this in the tunnels, it might
guess
just end
theoretically
up being an
should've.
early safe call, especially with that kill from Apex. They bail out. They can't get back into this round. It is going to be a comfortable start in terms of the gun rounds here for
this is a win
Vitality.
for them. That's crazy. They took that site that
That's
quick.
a nice easy one. Not even really
They
having to
killed
think
mid,
about
and
it.
they killed the
Zawu
guy.
gets
He wasn't
pick. You know
holding
it's
it?
going to be a weakened B bomb site. Test the waters, and you've got access. Exertion can't
guess
put
they
a stop
pushed
or slow
they
anything
pushed the
after
B really
that.
quickly.
So 2-1, Vitality on the board, and back-to-back rounds that have got to be oh my
Damn.
lord, they're getting deleted. Apex and
looking good.
Flamesy.
Not looking good already. Jake from the state. Thank you for
What
the
a
prime.
rough feeling that you
Appreciate
call a safe call so early. You have 3 weapons still up.
They're hunting
and all
him
of those
too.
weapons get taken out of your
Oh,
hands.
because they know he has an op.
trying to hang on to his. They're not coming towards him. They're going to long, and he hides in short.
I like the conversation on the desk too, because normally you'd come into this and you'd mention all the pressure. We could talk with Vitality, all the things they have riding on this between the ESL Grand Slam for a second.
That was really bad.
That
was really bad
All the
B-hold.
various things they have weighing on their shoulders and weighing on their minds. But they've actually mopped the floor with Mouse a number of times throughout this year. We mentioned 5 series.
I mean, this guy here is like just an insane player too. He's considered one of the best
5 series,
in the
12
world.
won by Vitality. It's only the 3 of Mouse.
See why?
So I mean, if you're Vitality coming into this, you're just saying.
Mention who you want to win or you don't care. I don't particularly have a horse in the race. I mean, I'm gonna cheer for the underdog anyway. Just for the sake of it will be interesting, because Mouse really is like not favored to win.
Boosted
I just learned about Vitality not too long ago, so I'm not like hyped on Vitality. I think Apex is cool. He's a player that used to be around a long time ago as well, so it's good to see him doing well.
Out towards long behind the double doors. Torji in support with the AWP.
I've been liking what the Falcons guys have been doing. I've been liking their lineup. Their players seem cool. I was hoping to see them in the finals, but like I said yesterday, I think they played semifinals, and there were some really good games there. Definitely worth watching that.
To activate him, and he will. That's the low HP AWPer, but
people were chanting "fuck Apex." Was it for one guy or the game? It was just for one guy. They're screaming "fuck Apex" because Apex is the Vitality in-game leader.
Exertion with the flash, landing in front of Flames' face.
And there's no smokes on the defense or Molotovs for Catwalk, so this hit just has freedom to begin whenever Vitality choose. Mouse can only lie in wait,
best of 13,
knowing exactly what's coming, and the AWP is out of position. Torji might be trying to hide it over at the B bomb site.
Smokes are up and Flames on the charge in. It's going to be Exertion's
we got the Deagle hold on ramp. Okay, nice. Do it again.
Shot in the end and eventually taken down by Mezzi.
He's baiting, good bait.
Can he do enough on the MP9? You better believe he can. Chiming in with
he's there though. Ooh, Rob's came out long.
Vitality still in this fight because of that. And it's the Zawu
very
Rob show,
unlucky.
the 2 best players in the server today. Look at it close out.
This is such a cringe retake too, from like CT. The second they smoke it out, it becomes like impossible. That's why they're going all the way up cat. They're holding a player in CT though still.
AWP to contend with at Car.
Spinx of the FAMAS.
No kits on the Mouse side.
He's waiting for them.
Pairing have been winning rounds all
He's just
season long.
there.
Pulling
Smokes
Vitality
down,
closer and closer to victories. And here's another shot from Zawu. Ready for the next fight,
peek.
but it comes from CT, and so Rob
good trade.
And Mouse come back into it.
Wait, that was good. Wait, good stuff, guys.
And it'll be a 3-1 lead for Mouse.
That's a really sick sequence on the retake as well. The peak from CT.
Robs is the other superstar in the team. He was playing for FaZe before. Yeah, I figured that name seems familiar.
So an easy cleanup. And Mouse keep the lead.
That was good. That was a really good retake. I thought that would be not in their favor there.
Too often, but Torji coming over have an impact with the low HP.
Nice, dude. Good job. That was not a good.
Look at what it means to him as well. Torji, highest rated player at the event.
That was not a good situation for them.
Chasing down this trophy.
I thought it was a 3 versus 3, not a 3 versus 2 at the end there.
He's got the long spawn, so he gets to bring the AWP out.
Apex moans when he wipes. That was a sign.
And just about misses out on taking Torzi down. The AWP worked.
Interesting trade. He wanted the long peak trade.
Both teams really labored in terms of their money, so this round has massive implications moving forward of what they're going to be able to bring to the fight in the next couple rounds. Winner of this can go on a little bit of a streak.
Okay, so Mouse is playing very like default, very
Apex
safe.
and Flamesy taking control of Catwalk.
Brolin's kind of getting a little.
Line away.
He's getting a little tricky over on long side. It looks like.
Takes the shot.
Nice shot.
As Apex starts rattling off a couple of his own. Torzi knows to pull the trigger.
Being used.
Good response from Flames.
Even better shot.
Here all half long.
Yeah, Mal's trying to fool him, trying to put up a little different weapon in the defense after they spotted the all, but
he's pushing out of tons.
Prepared. He was sharp yesterday with
good timing too.
Starting out Dust 2 that way as well.
Rob's just looked away. Good timing. He's sneaking into lower.
So and Spinks coming in for a flank, cutting the map off, shrinking it for this defense. And Mouse is going to start to.
And Brolin's also pushing out too, out of long.
Torzi coming away with Flames, no problem.
This is really good for them.
Oh, it's going to get spotted. It's going to get unraveled.
This is really good for them.
Drops for the kill down into the lower tunnels. 40
Never mind,
seconds
he backed
left.
off.
Vitality think about leaving short and dropping back into middle. Impact will be the man tasked with dealing with this, spotting this.
Yeah, I like that he got away though, because that was an award position that he was.
That was very awkward, yeah.
Now he can follow.
But they're all going back tunnels. He's gonna hear him from Car. Yeah, he hears him Car. Good fallback.
Behind Car.
He's gonna call it though. What's going on mid?
He knows he's got the support of Torzi watching that mid lurk, so he can focus fully on the tunnels
fight. Mid? Are they coming out mid?
Here they come. It's Mezzy up first. Rops comes in that mid plate, and just Torzi left. Rops is just baiting him out, and eventually the final shot rings.
That was really awkward. That guy that held mid actually won the game there. That was insane.
Look how fast it can come crumbling down. Mao's at one point with an advantage in terms of manpower, with all the information on the map, knowing exactly what execute they were facing. Rops gets one kill.
There's like a meme where Apex peeked out at double doors and he was looking at 4 ops. I forget which game that was. That was a long time ago.
His team back to the B bomb site for an easy waltz-in victory.
That was before the map changes too, like old version of Dust.
Unfortunately for Mao's, it's them who have the economic, the money problems. Pistols, an MP9,
yeah,
and a
they're just rushing out along.
And a fast long take from Vitality.
They're feeling it. They're feeling
They just don't have the resources to fight back.
Yeah, very fast. And Rops gets down into the pit, no problem.
They fell back though and went back into pit after getting aggressive. What is going on here?
Spotting the push from Yimpat.
What?
They lost tunnels control.
I've never seen somebody take that fight from T spawn.
Don't have the weapons to fight at that kind of range.
What
They're
in
gonna
the
have
world?
to sit back, allow Vitality to come to them. Oh. Rolling with some
interesting
head
smoke.
skills.
That's a huge block.
That's kind of big.
That's actually
They're gonna
everything
just walk
for Mouse
up?
at the moment. Complete vision. It's going to get re-smoked, but now
just
the
walking
flashbang's
up.
set up.
Flashing him out. Good luck, boys. Oh my god.
Rops to come out
Oh
on
my
top.
God.
Roland only getting one. With
Not
55
with the
seconds,
scout.
that bomb
I
site
mean,
is
maybe.
taken
No,
by
they have armor.
Vitality.
Yeah,
Of course, he
unlucky.
can't do much about the outcome. So a tie game we have here, 3-3.
Vitality seems so composed
they know
and
he's
so
cat.
calm so far in this game. It's been a very cool look.
Don't
and
know
a
where,
very cool conversation considering, I mean, the eye test for Vitality, and everyone kind of feels like this event more so than any other they've played, and they've looked the most mortal, but still nobody able to beat them. And
They're
that's
saving.
a scary prospect when you think,
Save the
we heard
5-7,
Apex talk
save the
about,
scout.
We're not as well prepared. We took a little bit of a break. We needed a couple extra days before we go
I mean,
on
you
a
gotta do
crazy
what you gotta
grind.
do
So
sometimes.
They didn't. It wasn't as
inflation
hardcore
and all
coming
that.
into Dallas, but they're still handling everyone that comes up against them. Which is just so
Close so
intimidating
far. I haven't really
for
seen
other
like anyone
teams.
pull too far ahead.
Yeah,
Although
it's
it
not
seems like the
surprising to see
rounds
them
that Mouse
compose, though.
won
This
were
is their
kind of,
sixth
I don't want to say
championship
lucky
Sunday where they'll be
rounds,
playing
but
in the grand finals.
well,
And
actually,
when we talk about
their
Vitality, one of the
their
things that
third
always comes
round,
up
their
is
last
about the
round they won
mentality
was
they've
really
got.
was really
And that
difficult for them.
The big conversation between both of the in-game leaders
Good
today
answer,
coming
Miguel, I
into
had
the
armor.
event,
Yeah,
right,
it's smart.
This final is all about mentality. Brolin
I mean,
was
they're not
saying
gonna
that
retake
every
it,
day
right?
they're beatable. Every game, Vitality
4
are
versus
beatable,
2
but
and they
it
have
comes down to
nothing.
the mentality in these grand finals.
Might as well just
and
save
Messi
some
was saying
money.
that that's the advantage that Vitality have over every other team right now.
It's the advantage you get when every game is high pressure throughout this 29-match win streak, looking for 30 today.
Not going to be too much resistance in the next round either here for Mouse. They don't have a whole lot going into it.
Which is great, because Dallas, I wanted to have a chat with you guys.
Flames got that
I usually try to
Mac
get a
10.
sense during the walk-ins of which way you're leaning, but it was a little bit confusing today.
He didn't actually buy head
in the
armor,
crowd,
right?
Are you guys rooting for
Or
Mouse
did
to
he? I
win this
can't tell. I
championship?
can't tell based off of this UI. No, he didn't. He just bought regular armor. No, he didn't even buy armor, did he?
Right. What about
He's just
Vitality?
purely saving. Maybe he bought util? No, he bought nothing. What am I looking at? Okay.
There's an equal number of cheers and boos both ways, and I'm very confused.
What about Apex?
Okay, so they're just saving for next.
All right, well, Rupture through mid. It's going to be Torzy going down.
Not the swing out of
And
door.
the opening fight here for Vitality is won. There's not going to be too much to get through at this point. Exertion and Yibak
Flames'
pushing
eco is
into the tunnel,
interesting
so
though
give it a
too. I
good
guess
go.
he's died a few
But
times.
Vitality about to grab the lead here on Dust 2.
Job Apex. Oh, close. Almost. Would have been
Up next,
sick if he hit that.
Mirage. Miles' pick into the best of 5.
Yeah, this will be Vitality's first lead of the game as well, but they're starting to build up quite nicely. Look like they're not having any issues moving around the map. Changing things up when
They're being really
encounter
aggressive on long
difficulty.
too.
It's going to be 4 of the last
They
5
stuffed
in
B site. I
Vitality's
think they
favor.
overcompensated for B site, and then they just decided to run out long.
I mentioned the map score.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vitality, the one thing I noticed about them is that they can switch up tempo very easily, and that's such like a.
13-11 back in that Lisbon Grand
I mean,
Final.
in terms of like getting into your enemy team's head, like that's such a huge thing to be able to do. So naturally, like they can just rush out long, they can slow pace down, push through B, they can just hold mid. Like being able to do that so often and read your like opponents is such like a huge asset to have. I assume it's because of like how much game knowledge Apex has too, right? He's been in the scene for such a long time. He's probably played against the best teams in the world. I'm sure at this point,
the rifle's coming out for Mouse.
This is him, by the way. I'm sure at this point is, and obviously if you have a player like Zywoo on your team, it's so easy to be able to pull off these feats.
They're gonna have to fight it back and maybe pry it out of Zywoo's hands.
Okay. So we're faking B smoke.
Across the double doors. Zywoo is gonna take an early
That kind of landed weird though.
Site.
And they're just stacking tunnels. At least they got 2 tunnels and they're holding long doors.
Nice shot from Zywoo.
They know he's lower. I'm sorry, upper.
Does force a piece of utility out
they
early,
smoke
which
double
is a nice
doors.
thing for
They don't
Apex.
think they're cat. They're flashing out double doors.
As he works this round, he knows the late B. They're gonna be missing a smoke.
They're
now utility to look like they want to take
Cat,
that
Cat
one.
is free right now.
Though, and he's
like
just
unironically, Cat is so free.
Cat a number of times in this half. This time they're passive with it.
Hard to read that though. No, they know. They just know naturally that Cat is free, just based off of everything. Oh, they're flashing through double doors.
Down mid we go. Double doors smoked off just as Vitality gets 4 players in
smoke.
position.
They know they're mid.
The idea that
what
they
is going
wanted
on
to
long
take now
doors,
denied
though?
them by the utility. So time burns
They're letting
off
them
the
have
clock
as
as Vitality wait this out.
This is
Break
really
the smoke
interesting.
To check for information.
Do they go Cat? I mean, Cat would be good here for them too. But Torzy's actually playing this really smart. Yeah, this is such a smart play. All right, so they gave him mid. There's smoke.
Trickling the smoke out mid and now accelerating into the B split.
Okay. They're going for B.
Spinks waits behind car, pops his head up,
Wow.
and gets it popped off. So Impact, the
Oh
only
my
player
gosh.
left, he's gone, and these
Wait, and they
rounds
smoked the
just
guys in
feel
CT. I didn't
too
even see
easy
that.
For Vitality.
Oh, there's no
Wow.
disruption at the moment. This is a very passive round for Maus. They sit far back and they kind of have 2 players parked at long, 2 players parked inside B, no one with eyes on mid. So, I mean, Vitality had so much freedom at all times.
Yeah, I mean, they gave it to them, but I
work
think
that
they were
map. Even
gambling
when
on them
even when
going
their,
long
like,
A
ideas are
initially.
denied, there's no
But they
one
completely
actually
gave them
pushing
all
into
of
Trying to
mid.
find a kill, trying to do
They just
damage,
defaulted to B site,
gathering
gave up mid for
information. So
free.
Vitality got a relatively easy
Vitality,
round
I guess,
without a
was
whole lot
able
of
to read
pressure.
that.
And Brolin is found out at the end of the day.
Well, the problem is right now
Smart.
for Mouse, these rounds are so easy for Vitality, and they win
My
them so
grandma
quickly.
loves
They
you,
have enough
Apex.
time and enough money to hunt them down. So you're not even getting to see Mouse hold on to these 3 weapons, which you so often see on Dust 2. So if you call off the B retake opportunity, you at least have 3 safe weapons. You can get another buyout, but there's no mercy from Vitality right now, and so these rounds just keep getting easier.
That was a really good
It's
shot.
gotta feel really rough for Maus. I would imagine we're gonna get a timeout in the next gun round, but I mean,
the way
coming
they
into this
swing out
after
is
the
just
group
crazy,
stage they
too.
had and how good they looked, how cohesive they looked individually, how strong everyone was. You come into another grand finals on the big stage.
We're stacking
and open up
long.
with
We're
a flat
eco again.
performance, and you're just sitting there
It has
as those
not
players,
been
you're
good
like,
for
"Not
Mouse,
again."
man. This has
How
not
can we
been.
not get over this?
This has not been favorable for them. It's been
They've
really
got to
tough.
show Vitality that's a different Mouse. They haven't done it yet.
I just don't feel like they're playing super confidently, man. I don't know. I mean, obviously, they're going against a really good team. Torzy's popping off, though. Torzy's doing good. But overall,
once again,
what are we
Mouse
doing here? See, Mouse just Vitality just slowed down.
Jiggle peek. Damage is done, sees 2 more, kills them all.
Wow. I mean, it's an eco round, right? I like how they, like I said, they're just able to swing the tempo around wherever way they want. Right now they're playing really slow, but they're playing methodically. Like a surgeon, you know?
Can be deadly. And Spinks shows us why. Robs to respond from short.
Got one. Got my one.
Once again, alone in a 1v4. He's all the way back on B with a scout.
This is also Vitality's map pick, which would mean they're more confident on this
so Vitality up 6-3 now at this point.
Yeah, I just mean Dust has been around forever, though, too, you know?
A very convincing 6-3 as well. Only losing 4 players in the last 3 rounds. Infat's going to fall away with the scout. Shouldn't be able to save it, but next gun round is everything for Mouse. Next gun round is where you can still recover this. I'm assuming there's going to be a timeout from Cyclone, and that'll be the conversation to inject some energy into the team. And then you're going to look towards your individuals who have been playing so well for you.
KQLY style and Dust 2?
The number 1 rated player of the event so far. Well, Spinks is number 2, and Yimfat is number 7.
The letter combination seems familiar, but I don't know what that means.
Get it out early here for Mouse because they've fallen flat.
Take a
5
timeout.
rounds in a row here for Vitality.
Oh, the jump shot. Oh, the jump shot on from like beneath the plant. I think so.
Well,
but he was a cheater.
That's
true too, right? He wants to be a cheater as well. Is that the guy that got backbanned live game or no?
Incredible performances we got in the group stage from Spinks. Down at 3 kills. Exertion, a huge piece of this Mouse puzzle. 2 kills.
What's the point
Very important
anymore?
Players having quite starts to Dust 2.
ESL
That's
rip.
what this timeout is here to resolve. Cyclone trying to calm everyone down.
What is this? What am I looking at? Oh, he's getting something?
Trying to keep his team composed.
Oh, shit. This guy actually got something? Wait, what? Wait, that was kind of cool. Wait, they give him skins? Like the fans?
A 3-round lead going to be challenged in round 10.
That's dope.
The buy is back. It's going to be Brolin coming out long just for utility and narrowly.
All right.
A narrow glimpse of the arm that Apex misses.
Yeah, second time he's had the opportunity.
Again, like I said, Vitality's playing really slow and methodical.
Give the all back to Zywoo immediately. They throw it down on the ground. They've got so much money. Zywoo is going to be over at
they're just kind of cutting through what Mouse is doing. You see like Apex and Mezzy playing in the back of T. They're kind of watching for that long push. I guess Mouse is known to be
far more aggressive than what we've seen previously. Exertion was just playing close up on Catwalk, throwing utility. He's backed off, but you have Spinks close double doors. You got Torji deep.
So their announcers are saying they're playing aggressive.
So
but I think it's a matter of Vitality just playing slow.
Listen to sound cues and to activate with flashbangs when you feel the moment is right.
There's a fight for mid. I think this is smart. I think Mouse should be fighting for mid. Last time Vitality took mid, it was not a good look. Brolin once again pushing out double doors, but they're reading him, man. Mezzy's reading that double doors long play. I guess they know that Mouse likes to push out.
Up Catwalk we go. Flamesy leading the way.
But not from upper tunnels
up with him.
For some reason. They don't care about B site.
Torji's up, nowhere to be found. It's on the B bomb site, away from the action.
Rops has found the gap in mid.
Yeah, so they're taking Cat.
In towards CT, a risk from
again,
Rops.
Smart read by Vitality again. What is this though? What am I looking at here?
25 seconds.
Oh my god. What?
Eventually, it has to be the push forward from Vitality. Spinks very aware, but how long can he hold this? How long can he think about this? He'll call it off now and go back to short, allow Impact to deal with the potential of Rops. As Spinks tries to stop that bomb from getting to the site. 10 seconds for Vitality. They're now just arriving.
Sheesh.
And the shutdown comes in. 6 seconds for Mezzy. No bomb in his back. Round's done. Mouse will go up to 4. Finally ending the streak.
Nice.
Vitality's round wins here on Dust.
Good job.
And they just
good job, guys. Yeah, Torji's popping
off. It
off.
has to be a perfect finish, and it just isn't.
Torji's actually cooking.
Yeah, I mean, that's good job from Mouse out of the timeout as well. The words from Cyclone really helped out, obviously, with this 4th win.
I lost track of everything that just took place there. I'll be honest with you.
I feel like a lot of that comes down to having Spinks close towards double doors.
They had like a good CT hold. Brolin came out. I guess he came back from long. He shut down Cat.
And they're able to deploy enough delay utility on Catwalk to make that a
yeah,
very
Brolin kind of clutched up there. That was good.
Now we have a fast long play. Aggression at the corner. Mezzy's going to wrap around.
We're already out again. They're just out. They're just running out of long,
backs
dude.
away from the defense. They want nothing to do with the fight. So long controlled by Vitality.
They want long.
Rops lurking on the other side of the map.
Brolin's been the long warrior. Oh no, what is this? What is going on here? Wait, no, go back, go back, go back.
Rops.
Oh my gosh.
Trying to stop Impact from taking one step
towards he's
further.
falling back. Maybe he thinks they're all upper. Yeah, okay,
Both
smart.
sides happy to take the stalemate there.
Okay, fair enough.
But for Vitality, that kind of gives you notice that they're starting to get frisky after that long take, that they know what you've done. You've parked 4 players out there, so they bring 3 back.
Right, they somehow took long? Oh, they put a player long in pit, and they're falling back mid.
The
way they play is so smart, dude.
Mezzi has a chance in
They
this grand final
put this guy into pit after they show falling back, so he just gets a free kill here.
Is good. Couldn't get the second though.
I mean, it trades a trade, but they're going to run back up cat. I guess because they think there's 2 on A site.
4v4 as Vitality go for a finish up cat again.
They push out a long.
This
No
time
way
they'll have
Apex
Apex coming out long way. Perhaps that'll be the difference.
Yeah, the follow-up.
Okay, they're going to wait. They're going to try to pinch him.
Really smart from Apex.
Yeah, this is really smart.
Xerxin steps out in the open. He's got no cover.
Wow.
He's got no life.
Oh.
Spinks deals with Apex and long, but all
good job,
the A
Spinks.
defenses have fallen.
He held it. Now they got to play for retake.
An empty site.
Yeah, good heads up from Spinks. I thought Apex might play that a little bit slower once his teammates got the kill on the bomb site, but keeping things even at a 3-on-3 and controlling.
Yeah, that was really smart by Spinks. If Apex took that, this round would be over, unironically.
Flasher on the corner, Robs looks into the corner to dodge it,
retake.
comes back, there's a quick headshot from Robs. And is there a second? Well, it looks like Torzi is not going to get away with it. 2 players pushing down short, and once again, Miles lose everything. They cannot build any momentum. They're just not good enough to string them together. They won round one and round 2.
Oh,
That's the
dude,
only
come
2
on,
rounds
man.
they put back and forth together.
Rude, bro.
This has been so dominant from Vitality after the pistol.
But if you somehow win this last round, due to the start that Miles had, you know, you have a nice buffer, a nice foundation built up. Even though this hasn't been a great half by any means in terms of the gun rounds, because you had 3 rounds early on, if you can win this last round, 7-5 is not a bad scenario.
Yeah, scoreboard-wise, it
Again,
wouldn't
their
look
plays
bad.
are just
Obviously,
crazy. The
seen
fact they
game
parked
play
the guy
out.
into
Vitality's
pit
been
to
so
like try to set up
dominant
another
once the
or just another
became
A
a
take
factor.
is just insane.
The rifles were brought out.
Got to give yourself a shot for the second half, though, Miles. Can they squeeze a 5th round out here? They've got the weaker buy.
What's the sign mean? It was just Vitality's logo of like bees and wasps versus like stinging the hell out of Torzi, who's a mouse. It just showed all of them stinging him.
Doubled up in middle, Spinks and Exertion, a new look for the defense. Now doubled up on Catwalk, Brolin, and Torji.
He's like, fuck that guy.
Very mid-centric setup for Mouse.
Okay, what do we got here?
If Exertion and Spinks can slow them down,
they've been fighting for double doors here for a bit.
Off Catwalk. Here comes Flames through the doors. Exertion, no problem. Execution.
I thought that was his last bullet. I was like, nice, good hold, guys. Good hold. Oh my gosh, he missed that. But he's in lower too. Lower. Oh no. No, dude. Oh my gosh.
We knew it would be inevitable. Eventually, they would have a round together.
Yeah, we got a little too crazy there, boys. We got a little too crazy there. That was way too crazy, man.
2 into a 2-on-2. Mouse has got to be stunned.
And how many times do they do this? Robson, Zywoo.
But they're already there.
Deadly duo on Counter-Strike right now.
Spinix and Jip are both there.
Hearts at the end of the first half of the grand finals.
They're holding CT. They're just waiting for the plants. They're smoking off cats. They're just parking.
You have no kits if you're Mouse. You have no utility.
I mean, what do you do here? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you have util? We got 0 util. We have a dream, and you got Zywoo with an op. This is kind of scuffed, dude. You lose this round, your next one's gonna be terrible. Oh, nice. 1v2.
What if half he has had? 16
check it.
And 6.
Jump check it. Nice. Nice.
In the face
good job.
He just can't do it. He can't keep it clean.
Good job, guys.
Robs denied at the end of the half, and a 5th round picked up for Mal to keep this going. Not a close half by any means.
Unlucky though. Did not get the defuse. Is that what happened? Okay, they didn't get the defuse. Damn. Oh, they didn't get the bomb down. Wait, they won that. They won that half. Okay. Wait, right? Or am I cooked? I'm actually not sure what just happened. They said no defuse. Did they win the round or what? 5-7, 6-3. It should be 7-3. 7-4. 7-5. Okay, so Mouse did win it. Okay, so they did win it. All right. I was like confused. I was like, did they not defuse it? They pinned over to Vitality and they were winning, but they were just celebrating their half. Fair enough. Okay. I was actually, my brain was actually fried. That was a really good round by them. That was a really good retake. I think what happened was when he jump peeked, because he jumped the other, like he jumped with his head like facing towards plant, because I think that he was in corner. But since he started shooting him, he just didn't predict where his head would land afterwards because he crouched, right? It was just a really awkward like jump peek to like reset his aim. I thought Zai was planting bomb. Maybe he was. Maybe they just had enough time. I mean, it didn't seem like a very long amount of time. They just didn't show the defuse or something. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But either way, they took that round. 7-5. Not bad. Not bad to go over. I'm not sure how good Vitality is on CT side. I mean, I'm sure they're good on all sides, but you know, every team is like very strong in one direction, very weak in the other. Or just players. Sometimes players are better on T sides versus CT sides. It's like harder to op, you know, for one side of the map versus the other sometimes. It really just depends, but we'll see. Mouse did well. I would say they were kind of down eco for a bit. And they did clutch up a few rounds that they needed to that were very important. So we'll see how it plays out. Vitality obviously just showing a lot of confidence, showing a lot of domination so far. And the rounds that they've lost have been, I want to say, like almost a result of like a throw. You know, something didn't go quite their way. Like Zaiwu didn't hit a shot. I mean, that last round in particular, that was theirs to win, really. Just because of what happened with Rops out of lower. Turned it into a 2v2 4T side, where the CTs had to retake it, and they still managed to... I feel like Zaiwu got a little aggressive with the op. I'm not gonna lie. Peeking CT like that seemed like a little crazy to me personally. You know? He just jumped onto the site. I think he was checking the elevator to see if somebody was there, but... I mean, 2v2 like that's pretty scary. Vitality's been a powerhouse and hard to beat. Yeah, I mean, they're on a crazy win streak. This series could be their 30-0, which is just insane to think about, especially in the context of like modern day CS, right? Insane achievement either way. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of liking FaZe a little bit. You know, now that they get Simple on there, it's pretty funny, man. They got some cool guys on FaZe. I'm gonna have to keep up, especially with the majors. I'm gonna have to watch the majors too.
16 kills to lead the way and have
Zaiwu 25 over Simple. What did that say?
Lead into the second half. Team switch side, Vitality to defend.
What's the point anymore?
The question everyone's got
oh, you got the gloves.
Now, where's the Mouse we've seen all of that?
Nice, dude.
When are they going to arrive? When are those individuals going to
start
punching back?
Wait, is it just a picture of gloves or what? Oh, I thought they got real gloves in game, dude. I was going to be hyped.
Get back into the second half.
Man, I would have been hyped. They got a picture of gloves. I guess those gloves are expensive. I feel like those productions have big budgets, though, man. Okay. What the hell? I'd feel scammed. You got caution gloves. You didn't even get like good rare as a picture. I think those were real. They got real gloves? Oh, okay. Oh, they got like real life gloves and a picture of gloves? Maybe I'm confused. If they got real life gloves, that's pretty sick. I thought it was just like a PNG picture of gloves and like, here you go. It's like, thanks for the JPEG. Scarab Cult with the 7 months. Appreciate you.
Accelerating Brolin.
Oh, they got a code. Oh, that's really dope. Okay. Ooh, okay. He's taking it. Oh, they're just getting pushed in though. They're gonna get really aggressive with their bomb plant.
Arrives in the tunnel. Spinks in the meantime is given a small chance to find the doors.
Oh, they're pinched. Oh man. NT boys, NT.
Pistol round for Vitality to kick off this second half. Actually, Mezzi does a spectacular job in that pistol round. You got to give him credit. You sit in that B bomb site and do nothing, you're just going to get split and taken down. So Mezzi gets aggressive and he says, I got maybe like 10 seconds before I die. I'm going to try and grab one on the way out. He does just that.
Yeah.
And keeps a lot of space for Vitality to rotate over and get involved in the fight. Beautiful.
Yeah, Mezzi taking one there was pretty big. Rops got aggressive.
Just filthy.
Ooh. Dude, those USP headshots are so satisfying. I don't know why.
So Mao's buy up into the second round with that bomb plant. Running out of opportunities to get into this opening map
with the dig. He's feeling it.
Both teams kind of feeling out how the game is going to be played in the early stages of this best-of-5 grand final.
Kind of, yeah. I mean...
And Vitality's come on top of mostly everything, 8-5.
Yeah, Vitality's been very, like I said, very surgical with their performance.
Vitality understand that Miles have a force buy. Got that early information from the mid poke, just seeing that towards he had the scout towards top middle. We'll give this round
somebody
the
along,
they're
pushing through Cat.
They're already up catwalk though, Mouse. They can actually pop on this pretty hard.
The smoke actually
start shifting, but Brolin wants to peek at this timing. ZywOo over at the rail. Galil gets M4.
Ooh.
And it's ZywOo to come out on top.
Ooh.
Nice and clean. Inside of mid, it's Messi
mow down. Unlucky.
Topple another. We're looking at Impact Exertion, the final two members here of Mouse's force spy.
You got that, Galil. Nick with the 22 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man.
Make it 2. He's got an opening to the B-bomb side all of a sudden off of that. He's not sure about it, but
hell yeah, man.
He's going to try and make his way through middle. Next up is ZywOo. Okay, Impact.
Is this doable?
That's exactly what they need. We needed a heroic performance from somebody.
He has bomb.
Somebody who can reignite.
Wait a minute.
Impact with these 3 kills has a
what do we got,
chance
Jim?
Flamesy on low HP. Timing is everything. It gets a good clean fight against the low HP player. He can do this.
Oh, nice. Okay, okay.
Impact down to the 1v1 up against Apex. A 1v5.
No, no.
Impact gives him the chippy jab. And that is a huge round for Mouse.
Let's go, dude. Good shit, man. Okay. Yeah, they're pissed, dude.
Surely back at home, his all-star
Apex is fucking pissed, dude. Yeah, they threw that, man. What happened? Crazy.
Out of nowhere.
4v1.
No business winning the round, but Mouse.
Insane, dude.
So much.
Oh, if you're giving that one away.
Yeah, it was crazy. That was a crazy watch.
And look what it's done as well. Introduce the first piece of stress into the Vitality team. Apex furious in the moment of losing a 5-on-1.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It should never happen, but now they got to pay the price.
Yeah, it should never happen. Absolutely.
2 scouts, a deagle, and 2 5-7s for Vitality.
Good shit, though, dude. Good job. It's a crazy play by Jim. Absolutely crazy play.
Exertion.
But we're talking like $200,000, $300,000 on the line, man. You know, that's a lot. We're talking a brand new house on the line for this series, right?
Impact and Exertion are both going to be easy
new house.
cleanups for the pistols. So you're not out of this just yet, despite taking down Mezzi.
Some places, I should say.
Mal's going to move slowly towards middle with the cover of smokes. Vitality have no clue what's happening on the map. No clue where Mouse is headed. They have stacked 3 players at the B bomb site. That's looking like the right call at the end of the day.
A new house where, see, this is why I knew the Canadians would start chiming in, brother. Not in fucking Canada. How about that? Not anywhere in fucking Canada.
Ooh. Big shot from ZywOo. Next fight goes the way of Space.
ZywOo not joking around.
It's on a nice edge. Impact 1 HP, Exertion down to 30. Still a shot at this for Vitality.
You can tell how tense and nervous Mal's in, but now they have their final
Rob's just having an insane game, though. He's 18-8 during that first or second round of the half. Third round of the
half. Corner, they go into the 5-7s. They need to build off of Jimmy's success.
Oh, dude.
Exertion's there to save it.
I mean, good job, Xertion, but like, man, Robs was popping off.
That got weird.
Robs was popping off.
Vitality with the diminished weaponry are still able to put up quite
okay, dude, they're bringing it back. They're bringing it back. Good awareness by Xertion to come out.
Nothing is easy for Mouse in this game, and it's the problem of playing against Vitality as the best team in the world.
Yeah, bro, it's not going to be an easy game. Mouse has to like be like uber locked in.
Find a way to work themselves over and figure out what you're doing.
Yeah, get locked in, boys. Get locked in, man. You're not even close to being out of it yet. Not even close. Look at that Xertion popped off. Nice.
And for the first time in this game, Mouse gets to play with momentum.
Oh, Robs is pushing it to lowers. Okay, there's like 3 smokes and double doors.
And here they'll add another round on it.
Flames coming out, running out. They're still on eco, though. Keep that in mind. Spinning to the Galil.
As we talked about at the start of this year, Yimpat's performances haven't been as good as they were last season. It's been a step up
died for info.
Squad. You know, Spinks coming into the team's getting
Brolin died for info.
Last year we were talking about Yimpat perhaps even becoming the star of the team.
Right, boys. Here's where it gets really rough, man.
Hasn't necessarily been able to keep that up into 2025.
Here's where it gets really rough. Think of those eyebrows. Here's where it gets really rough, brother.
The way.
Yeah, he certainly had maybe a quiet start, but he
took a timeout. Vitality took a timeout. I think necessary. This guy used to be a player, right?
PGL Cluj-Napoca. With the rest of Mouse, that was Brolin's
Mouse's coach. He seems familiar. I don't know which team. I don't know which team he used to play for.
The stage, if you're Brolin,
but I recognize him.
walk the very same path as you. One time a rifler, a player for your team, just another role player. Switching into the role, Apex did it in 2020, and we all scratched our heads and wondered why. Now,
that was
5 years down
Zypex?
the road,
Oh, really?
Apex is considered the best leader in the scene.
Wow, okay.
Brolin following in those footsteps.
Mouse coach is Pasha Biceps. It's not. It's not. Pasha looks very different.
He's found a way to tie up
That's
this opening
Chrome?
map at 8-8 in these grand finals.
It's not Zypex. Okay, I don't remember what Zypex
Vitality
looks like.
back to a buy. Torzi will not be rivaled in the AWP department in this round, so I
Pasha looks hella different. Pasha looks giga fit though. I still follow him on Instagram. He looks insane. His physique's like absolutely insane.
Shouldn't be set up to go up on the Xbox and climb into short.
Pasha as a coach would be sick though. I would love to see a team with Pasha as like coach or something, but I don't think he's as active anymore.
Can Vitality slow
He's
this
living
momentum
life.
from Mouse? Can they get
he's
it
living
back?
life, that guy. Very cool dude though. I used to watch his streams. A lot of
now
fun.
is their first attempt. Apex.
All right, big round here. Big round for Mouse. They gotta win this round, or it's gonna be it's gonna be terrible for them the next 2 and 3. Vitality's in a buy, although I will say they're on like a buy with some nades. They don't have that much util. Meanwhile, Mouse has full util, full buy. Also, they have no head armor. Now I think about it. Yeah, Vitality has 0 head armor. I mean, I guess it's AKs. Who gives a shit? Well, actually, no. Brolin on the Galil still. He's building his eco up. If they lose this round, though, they're gonna be fucking broke, boy. They're gonna be brokies. Kind of an even buy,
Full of Flames. Who
I
comes
guess.
out on top? It's going to be Flames as he tucks it behind, drops some utility, and actually Brolin got beyond it, and eventually we'll trade that out.
Brolin swinging out. Nice.
You can't go long, you can't go catwalk. You're boxed in, and you've got to fight.
What's going on here? Good trade, Specs. Good trade.
He gets a lot of damage
Good job,
out of the
guys.
second player as well. Spinks going to continue to move
Is he just
forward.
walking out,
to
though?
track him, but he's getting caught by utility.
Full blind.
Blinded by
He's
flashes.
in the smoke. I think it's a
But
little
15
obvious.
seconds left in the round. That bomb finally going down.
Does Brolin see the barrel?
A nice pick out here from Rops. Is
Nice.
going to free Mazzy up.
Oh.
And then Brolin flips
Oh my
back to
god,
Mouse.
dude. What a swing.
Brilliant from Brolin. And that's
That was a
Mouse into the lead
crazy
all of a
reaction
sudden.
swing. Insane, dude.
It took
Brolin
him
actually
13
popped off
rounds
there.
to fight back, but now the gun round's going in Mouse's favor, and now you can see that confidence beneath them swelling.
Yeah,
no longer
I think
afraid,
Mouse
no
is
longer
feeling it.
tentative.
And they took a timeout.
The script has flipped.
Money's gone.
Running a trade on
and it's
Apex.
all off the back of that Jimmy 1v5. It's
Okay.
broken them.
Well, it gives
Okay,
energy
so
to you,
is
and we
Mouse
saw exactly
feeling
what
it,
did to
man?
Vitality.
That was a
Apex
big
looking down the
round
line
for
as soon
Mouse.
as that round's
Huge
completed,
round for Mouse.
Wondering how exactly they lost to
Absolute
5-on-1.
insanity.
A massive
Okay.
miscue from Vitality
In terms of a buy, in terms of
and their
eco,
lead disappears.
in terms of
It's Mouse
memento,
regaining it for the first time since round 5.
yeah, for sure. Big favor for Mouse. Big favor. And Brolin here popped off. Brolin popped off. Insanely. Jim popped off 1 versus 5. Probably the craziest round so far. Maybe of the tournament. I don't know. I haven't watched that many highlights, unfortunately. But that was an insane round. That's going to be in the reel for sure.
Now's looking to be the first team to reach
I thought
double
Torzi was
digits
having a
on the
good game though, but
scoreboard.
Jim,
It's
they're all
pistols and
popping
MP9s
off.
for
Not gonna lie. Apex might be sleeping a little bit. Very tough games. I mean, when you have these many players popping off on enemy teams, it's very difficult. Exertion with a wide swing on Flames. Zywo getting a headshot, but getting traded by Spinex. What are your thoughts on Simple and FaZe right now? I think it's fun. I like it. Ooh!
Oh, just
what is the crab walk? What is this crab walk meta? What the fuck is this game? What is the movement in this game?
10 rounds for
I'm so confused. I've been watching people analyze like peak swings and stuff. It makes 0 sense. You just crab walk out of double doors and get the kill. I guess because you would see them at a lower altitude than they see you, so they would have to snap to you, but since you're already coming out, you see them before they see you.
Vitality. If there's a Dust 2 fight to be had,
I mean, there's a world where that makes sense to some degree, but like...
They've been buried in these past few rounds. Mouse
Sorry, I started ranting. I missed this round.
For the Mouse attack.
Look at this.
Showing no signs of slowing down, but a lot of those have been
He only got headshotted because he stood up.
Weakened economy, weakened money for Team Vitality.
Okay,
now
that was a big
for the
round.
first time in a long time, they've got everything they could possibly
Yes,
want.
Vitality is now on full buy. It is quite literally an even buy outside of... Mouse has a bit more util, but they're T-sided.
At the A site.
Vitality needs to win this. They need to win this.
Mouse grouped up elsewhere. They've left Yimfat in a lurking position alone in T-spawn just to look for long pushes.
Zywo up as well, no head armor.
This three-man group is going to be packed
To be fair,
up.
the Flames and Apex
Looking
don't
to
have head
open up
armor
the
either.
round.
I mean, this is as good of a buy as they're going to get, though, either way, right? Zywo checking double doors with his op. Okay.
ZywOo not able to connect on his first opportunity.
Opportunity, I like that. Rob's being very patient. Torzy snipes him anyway. Apex gets a trade on Xerxon, not a trade, but gets a pick on Xerxon.
Yeah, there's no window.
They're running bomb to B. They smoked out B tunnels. Good job on Mezzi.
He waited patiently in upper tunnels. As soon as Mal started using catwalk utility and mid utility, that's when he takes his peek because he knows Rops' reaction is to look for information.
Right.
They're slowed down by the defensive smoke, but Vitality haven't shifted anyone to help out towards Mezzi.
Mezzi's setting up.
He's
they still don't know.
On an island with no utility.
Who's lurking right now? Jimpat?
Very committed in the position.
Jimpat just showing on Cat.
And look how far away
I think it's fake showing now.
Merriman needs to go massive. It's going to be the first
dropped.
Going down.
Nice. Good trade. Good smokes.
Right off, and they're into the site.
Good smokes, good trades. They're still clearing B site. They still have time to rotate.
Now it's important
ZywOo checking long.
If you can find the lurker,
we do have a lurker on Cat.
Go for this. It'll give you a man advantage, and they have. They do. He finds him.
And now the open window is set up again.
Big round here for Vitality. They have to take this site. They have to win this round.
Shut that window in their face. They're gathering up. They're getting ready to go. There's one piece of utility left, and it's on the back of Apex.
And where do you put it? Okay, big box, so not the right place. Torzi's got safety.
Yeah, Torzy waits
back. Nice shot, Torzy. 2 more. Get these 2.
Now as ZywOo comes in on the shot, it leaves Torzy
nice.
at the back of the site.
Timing.
First headshot needed for the
Does he get it?
But it's ZywOo to grab it at the end.
No time.
For ZywOo. There's no hope for Vitality. And Torzy will celebrate a round victory.
Wow.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit worried after he takes that peek, but either way, great shot to the back
no
of the
time.
The first 2 players.
He had no time.
And Mouse.
What an insane round.
Out of nowhere, grabbed control. Now
what an absolutely insane round.
11. It's a 3-round lead.
No kid. They had no money. ZywOo didn't even have money for a helmet. They had no money.
And the shots from Torzy to close out the round.
Are people chanting USA?
Everything we saw from Mouse in the group
USA. USA.
6 rounds
what are we? What's going on? What guys? What are you talking about?
It's their turn to talk things over in desperation. Xtaz.
That was a USA play. Is that why? No kit USA.
On ZywOo. And when that op is in his hands, there's always a chance.
No kit, no way. This is USA.
The conversation before this game is all around mentality.
Is there a single USA player in this game? I don't know, probably one of the casters. Maybe one of the cameramen, since they're in Dallas.
Coming up with 4 MP9s and AWP for ZywOo.
All right, ZywOo, they're buying him the op.
Mouse have to make it happen. They have to take it now.
What do you do though? I mean, this still could be a wild card round. If this is a wild card round for them, which is possible, it's not favor for Vitality right now. They're at a low buy advantage here, but anything could happen. Those MP9s are a little broken.
Slow pace.
They're a little busted. You got ZywOo on up.
Catwalk as they take control for Vitality with the AWP.
It's possible. It's doable.
It's a 3-man stack in the B bomb site.
They were not happy with Apex. All right, we're smoking out CT. What are we doing? Anything with it? Mezzi jump peeking window. Missed the timing.
Got 3 players positioned in the site.
Okay, weird timing, crazy timing.
Yeah, but I think with Xerxon investigating like this, there's almost a world where he's just like, there's no one here. Like, I have complete control with no counter nades or anything. I mean, there's a world in which Mouse could just go contact.
They could, but they're still playing for default here. I think they know they're low buy,
like they'll bring a 3rd player
and
back
I think they're waiting for them to peek out, which is smart. To be fair,
Apex and Flames to defend,
Vitality did stack B site.
Incredibly hard to see a world in which they get past this unless ZywOo steps up with the AWP on his own. The bomb is waiting just outside of the longhouse as it now starts to come towards him. ZywOo is their only hope.
ZywOo gets a pick.
They'll chime in on Brolin. They know they're going against the AWP. They know that's the most dangerous weapon on the server still.
ZywOo on AWP is crazy.
ZywOo's got a second.
Yeah, your heart sinks as his AWP rings out
exactly ZywOo on AWP is just not fair.
Yeah, they have no time. There's ZywOo shutting them down. They walk right into ZywOo. He stops them from getting up long.
Oh, that's such a weak way for this streak to end, though. It's so deflating. Not even a fight in it. Not even a chance or a look at the bomb site.
They just misread things, man. They misread. They gambit on them pushing. They didn't get the pushes, so they decided to go for the long take, and it was unlucky that they're one up player. If they had the MP9 over here by car instead of ZywOo on op, then they probably would have taken the site without any problem. But they gambit it. They also didn't know that ZywOo hit op too. That's the other unfortunate part of this.
Is that the moment where Mao's break?
All right, Torji misses his shot on the jump across.
That was a really big round for Vitality, though, too. Really big round for Vitality. They need more of that.
That's all right. He won a 1v5. We'll give him a break.
Ooh. Stuff the smoke. Unlucky happens to us.
Smokes and Molotovs to prevent any catwalk peaks and aggression, and now Brolin starts making his move.
What is Brolin doing, though? We can't slow play this, guys. We cannot slow play this round. Again, Zywoo's got the op, and they have a better buy this round than they did last round. Torzi versus Zywoo. Nice, good boost over smoke.
Opening kill for Vitality.
Vitality using those tricks. Mezzy, Zywoo.
Here's that mental strength from Vitality. You lose a 5-on-1, you lose 6 rounds straight off the back of it, and eventually you get that one stop you needed, and you're back in business.
Yeah, I mean,
teaching Mao's a
brother,
lesson.
you're in the finals against the best team in the world.
How many times have we watched Mao, some of the players?
NT, oh my God, wait, what?
On the stage. How many
I didn't even see him adjust.
Back in Rio in the grand finals versus Na'Vi just in October last
year.
This
guy hacking?
There's just no energy in these past 2 rounds. The last round fell flat because they get timed out. 2 kills from Zywoo when they try and execute with 24 seconds. And now this round as well is just like walking into your death and then nothing you can possibly do to recover the round. And look how hungry Apex is. He wants this final AK-47
That's because I feel like Vitality didn't give up the aggression. Vitality didn't give up the pressure, and Mouse did. I feel like Mouse gave up a little bit too much pressure that they had on Vitality going in the last 3 rounds.
Got a shot. But he's taking one to the head.
Never mind. That shot was back for sure.
I bet you guys enjoyed that though, didn't you?
That was crazy.
Yeah, you're all
Poor
sick.
Apex. They're just screaming, fuck you, Apex.
Fair enough. Sphinx, been to the corner after the time. Don't die now. Oh, he's gone down. He's got $800. He has got $800 left.
That's unlucky, dude.
And we are looking at 10 to 11. Miles with a 1-round lead, but money's in the bin.
Stuffing his buy.
Vitality have a shot at tying up this game. Not only that, but a chance to grab map point and steal it away from Mouse.
They got these tricks, man. Vitality's got these tricks they're busting out.
Smoke, Zywoo peeking aggressively. They've gotten their swagger
Reminds me of the Olafmeister days, brother. You know, you gotta do some tricky boosts, some tricky smokes, some one ways.
We still had a streak going with some momentum.
Apex just ran out of mid. What the hell just happened? I'm so confused. We missed the guy running up cat. What?
They wanted to ride Jimmy's wave all the way to victory.
What happened?
But disrupted by 1 round where they walked.
The guy ran up mid and then ran back up cat.
And it gives Vitality enough room.
I guess because they know their eco, so he wasn't scared.
11 to 11. We're gonna have 1 round.
Would have been a big kill though. They could have got the M4, but you got Zywoo watching double doors. So
Flames, he's like, I know it's Glocks, but
no
I'm making the
smokes,
smart
no
decision.
nothing.
I'm just backing
plant.
away entirely, calling for reinforcements. Vitality making sure they don't make any mistakes to close out this
guys,
map.
I think this is a Sukobliat moment for sure. Guys, I think we walk out, we go to B, and we just run out of B. They've already used their util.
Shooting gallery for Zywoo. He's going to miss the first.
Oh, okay. That was pretty wild.
No problem on the second time of asking.
I mean, why are we checking double doors again? It's a slaughter fest. It's been a slaughter fest, double doors. Like 3 to 4 rounds in a row, man.
We know what Mals are wishing for.
I mean, I get it's an eco. You're not going to do anything, but still. Like, you got the guy on with an op mid. You got Zywoo on op mid. What do we do? You go long or you go...
Yeah, well, if you're Miles and your Cyclone,
you go long, you go long A, you go long B.
We've been looking to gain this mental edge. We've been looking to gain this edge in closing out games. When we get deep into it on the big stages, this is what we've talked about. This is what we've planned for. This is what we've discussed we need to improve. And this is the chance to show to ourselves and to everyone who doesn't believe that we've made the improvements necessary to close out this map.
I mean, yeah.
And a new energy
these are
coming into round
intense.
23.
These are intense rounds,
back to
dude.
The bravado. Back to activating exertion for
the thing is, Mouse has been doing well, but they've been like, they had to 1v5 one of the rounds. They had a crazy retake.
One team will take an advantage.
Like, Vitality is just purely confident. Whereas, like, Mouse has to secure, like, 1vs. You know what I mean? It's very difficult for them.
A couple of players. A sign of how weak their economy is in comparison to that of Vitality.
I mean, Jim popped off, but like, is Jim gonna continue his streak here, right? Brolin did good CT side, but we're gonna see him much on T side. Torzi did very good at the beginning of CT side as well, but 1v's what? Just 1v's whatever, 1vx.
Catwalk we go, Brolin and Torji.
Are we making a cat play?
Yimfat watching the flank from behind. Bullets exchange over towards
they
the
somehow
double doors,
took Cat,
and
though, despite all of it. They know he's in lower.
Sees the
they saw
trajectory
the
of the utility, calling it out. Information that Catwalk is taken.
I mean, could it be taken? You just threw a molly. Not necessarily that it's taken. But they could take it. They could take it. No, Brolin. Zywoo's falling back. Oh my god. Cat hair in my mouth. Zywoo's falling back to Car. He's watching Cat. Dude, he had a moment in time where they could have taken A-site.
Defense, and they're going to have a lot coming at him.
Oh, we're running the clock, though, boys. We're just running the clock too much.
No flash, and that's the bomb going first.
Why?
Upon this play.
Zertian with the bomb first.
Upon finding success in
the flash.
Flash going through. Apex force back. Mezzi.
Nice.
Mighty with one, but
good
not
smoke.
Enough to make Vitality feel super comfortable here. 35 seconds left.
They know the bomb was there. They heard the bomb. They got to kill Rops here. They have to kill Rops. Rops could either make it or break it here.
Looking to build upon it.
Oh.
They commit to B. It's his site, his domain, but it's just one kill.
Oh, Apex was there on the trade, and they took window.
Apex with another.
Wow.
Down low in HP with
the rotate was just too quick. They rotated way too quick.
As they collapse at the end.
Unlucky.
They let Vitality back in again.
Unlucky.
And when you let the greatest team in the world have a chance, they are going to take it.
Yeah, this might be just heartbreaking for Mouse. It's going to be 11-12. They've got they got a good amount of money with the losing bonus built up, but it's not pretty.
Wow.
Torgy's going to be stuck on this Galil.
Wow. It's heartbreaking, man.
To figure out what they can do to get past this defense. They had it figured out for 6 rounds straight.
They didn't, though. They really didn't. They didn't have it figured out. They were winning trades. They were playing confidently. Then they just slowed down and started running clock. They should have never slowed down and ran clock. They needed to press their advantage there, man. They had him on the ropes and they gave him way too much breathing room. The rounds that Mouse was winning were not straightforward rounds. They weren't rounds.
Maybe not feeling that things are exactly perfect
they weren't rounds that were easily in their favor.
3 of the last 4
I mean, they were rounds out of like clutch
Mouse,
situations, or they just got lucky timings, or they won like a 1v2 or 1v3, or had like a really good retake on CT side. The T side has been pretty good though at the start of it, but they just slowed their momentum way too much. Vitality doesn't slow their momentum; they just play methodically.
Overtime for Mouse or a map 1 victory
Yo,
for
Monkey,
Vitality.
thank you so much for the 78 months. Appreciate you.
Zywoo in middle, smoked out for the time.
They're scared of Zywoo up, but they keep contesting it.
They go up short.
Zywoo's showing his op mid, and they keep contesting
it. Mob go into short.
You might be looking to hit a timing as well that they wouldn't expect versus an actual smart round played out.
Okay, this is interesting.
Weddy and Goose.
Damn.
They're going to have to go through the fire. Brolin's already ahead, severed off from his teammates. He's so far ahead on his own.
Unlucky.
Brought down by Apex.
3v4, it's still doable. They don't know yet.
Grenade landing on Torzy, selfing him up, and look how disjointed.
Torzy could do something here.
They're going to try and get away, and they run right into Long, but Flames is already there. Just waiting for them.
I mean, why would they not be there?
Complete collapse for Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, why would he think that he's not there?
The Jimmy clutch catalyst to pull back the comeback, but Vitality stabilized just in time, and it's heartbreaking for Mouse, but it is collapse.
NT boys. It was a good fight, man. It was a good fight, but like we gotta lock it in, man. We gotta lock it in, Mouse. You gotta lock it in. Our first map goes to Vitality. It was their pick. Dust was their pick, and it was close. I'm not gonna say that it wasn't close. It was very close. Mouse had some really good rounds, but like again, they're playing against the best team in the world, dude. They're gonna do some tricky shit. They're gonna do some boosts, right? They're gonna do some weird peaks. They're gonna hold some angles that we maybe otherwise not think that they're holding. This was a good round by Jim. That was an insane round. They needed that round. They needed this round. But see what I mean? Like every round, I mean this round with Torzy versus Zywoo, they only won that because of bomb. Like because Zywoo didn't have a kit. You know what I mean? The rounds that they're winning are very close rounds, whereas the rounds that Vitality are winning seem to be very decisive, right?
We have a mole.
That's what I think the difference is. Like you got these super decisive Vitality rounds that are like, yep, they got smoked. And then the rounds that Mouse wins are like, oh, that was really close. Or Jip 1 versus 5, right? Oh, they barely got the defuse there. Or oh, they barely got Zywoo right before he didn't have a kit or whatever, right? Or they wasted Zywoo's time enough for him not to have a kit.
Who did this?
But yeah, man. I think Vital just maybe has better players, right? I don't want to say that though. I mean, Jip had a really good half, whereas he had a decent half, I think. Brolin had a good shutdown or two, I think, on CT side. Crazy to see Apex still playing in the Pro League. Yeah,
well, no one said that it would be easy, but no one either said that it was going to be this damn hard for Vitality to put the first map of this series away. Dust 2 in the books, and we get all the rounds that you could possibly ask for.
I hope Mouse keeps the pressure, man. Just keep the pressure up, guys. Keep that pressure up, man.
And
you know what I mean? Want to see more of this.
Vitality.
There's a lot to digest.
Head out now, have fun with the rest of the series.
Up winning, but it could have gone either way throughout that game. I think there's a lot of rounds that we're going to have to go through. A lot
Not
of
bad on Dust, on Vitality's.
At the end of the day, I want to say Mouse had all opportunities in order to get up to a good start in this matchup. Torsey firing on all cylinders. You have a 1v5. You have some clutches going your way, yet you still don't win.
It could not have gone either way. It could have only gone one way, right? If Mouse couldn't close out this game, they're never beating Vitality. It's as simple as that. You had one of the craziest rounds, one of the biggest throws I've ever seen in that gym pad 1v5 that they won. That also happened.
Yeah.
Apex was fuming. He was tilt of the face of the earth, and that's not enough for Mouse to close out the game. I don't know what it is.
To be fair, like even with that 1v5, yeah, it was a pretty bad round. It was questionable at best, but there were a couple of rounds that Mouse had in the bag that they kind of just
look at this.
Gave
What
away.
is Robs doing? What is Robs fighting?
I don't know. They all want to peek one at a time.
Come out. Hey, hello. Here's one more kill.
Who's next? Who's next? And then Flamesy. Yeah, cool. But before this happened, Mouse gave away 2 rounds.
The same map he played again?
So it's like
no.
This doesn't make up for it.
No, they banned Ancient. They banned
exchange right there.
Anubis. So now they're playing
I don't care about that
Mirage next, then they got 3 other maps after that. If it goes to best of 5. What is going on my internet?
We'll get into rounds later. They win 7 rounds in a row and then they lose the round on time. Like you can talk.
Let me shut down some windows.
This game out, they would have been 1-0 up, and maybe we could talk here about, ooh, is it going to end the streak? It's not ending. It's not ending today.
The talk is because they're trying to psych themselves up.
They did. I think. What did y'all do to my man here? Leave Yanko alone.
It's not ending.
But Mouse is trying to psych themselves up because they know that they're not going to be confident. They know that they start shaking. They have to, like, put out this persona to the audience. Oh, we're getting interviewed. We can't say like, oh yeah, we get
Office
nervous.
and Pro League.
They need to use stronger methods.
Office is too much of a meme map.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
I miss Cash though. I'm glad they're bringing Cash back.
Agree,
but also shelving Mirage and bringing Cash back?
Getting off to a good
what are we doing? What do you mean you're shelving Mirage?
Show up.
That's like,
you then mix in a 1v5. You mix in. There was even this 5v2 round as well where they had a 5v2 that didn't make it a 2v2
like Cash
and
a
then
lot.
Still win it. So
like
all these rounds that were supposed to go the way of Mouse, all these win conditions that were supposed to happen for them to win this map chase, it played out, but they still couldn't get it done.
Gentlemen, let's look and examine in deeper footage
like
here.
In that red suit, where they don't call him Pimp for nothing.
Made some mistakes. Let's start with round 5, right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate. Okay, so basically, we're all talking here about this Jimmy 1v5. That's not going to get everyone's confidence up. It's going to get Jimmy's confidence up, and maybe there's a sigh of relief for Mouse. But here, look at earlier in the game, right? Opening kill for Torsey. What does Exertion need to go for another kill for? He even got spotted. He has full nades, but he goes for another one. Doesn't matter, because Torsey's going to get another kill. But look at Spinks and Lower. He has all the info. Oh, they're grouped up. They want to go A. Torsey's getting that info, but instead of just sitting there with his positioning and chilling, no, he needs to go and flank in a 4 versus 3. Torsey's got 2 kills. They know it's going to be A. Jimmy's like outside of B doors. They're completely set, but no, they need more. It's not good enough for them. And these opportunities given away where it's like, okay, now we're killing our own momentum. Now we're going to be on eco. These are more questionable than, I guess, the Vitality just peeking one by one to kill Jimmy.
It's because they have to sort of psych themselves up that they are not afraid, right? And then they do it when the opportunity isn't there. Yeah. Like they're just doing it for sake. And we've seen this with Mouse before. We've seen Exertion on Inferno push through their own bottom banana smoke against Pistols in the second round to sort of prove that he's not scared and not afraid. That's what they're doing here. Oh, I'm going to trust my instincts. I'm going to push lower. No one's going to be waiting for me. If they are, I'll kill them. And all of a sudden you're dead and the reset round is done and you're back into the hole.
But wait, There's more. Let's go ahead and load up that next one. I believe it's going to be round number 8 that we jump into. Same sort of ideas here. Just a fumble, if you will.
Yeah, it just didn't really make sense to me because Spinks actually goes out middle here, throws his smoke at mid doors, and comes back to B. But instead of just hiding here in closet, waiting for them to actually come through the choke, no, he's got to peek up earlier. And it's the only spot Vitality has to look. But if they come through the doors or come through the window, they have to clear like 20 different spots. He peeks up, bad timing, bad setup. They knew that the B hit was coming. Spinks wastes his smoke instead of isolating outside the site or tunnels. No, they just sit there and let them get conversion.
Eating bananas, get the potassium up, get the energy up, boys.
The guy's falling from the skies. He has to use more bullets.
How many games do they play? It's a best of 5
to get that kill, and then he gets traded only 1-for-1. But Spinks, like, what are you doing? Just save the smoke, use it somewhere else. Talk about the setup and. What are you doing? Just hide.
Well, that's where we can start to connect the dots, because had we not had that round we just played before that, probably would have played it differently. They became too passive, became too scared, maybe realized that they were overdoing it a little bit and then took a step back. I agree with you, you know, the essence of that round in isolation, way too passive setup for Mouse. Utility uses as well, not too well, but I bet you, had the round that we just showed before that not happened, they wouldn't have played it so passive and so scared.
And I think also Vitality did a good job. They were putting a lot of emphasis on B in terms of setting ZywOo tunnels a lot, to put pressure with the AWP, to bait out some of those smokes earlier than maybe Mouse would have liked, right? And that makes B splits later on easier, but not just that, makes the B defenders more paranoid about the
I mean those rounds were definitely close, like
send someone down CT spawn.
As the commentators are putting it, it's just been the rounds that Mouse is taking were just very close rounds in the favor of their like clutch conditions.
6 rounds in a row, right? And this is
but like you put ZywOo on an op and this guy's just he's smoking and rolling them, you know what I mean? I would just play anti-ZywOo at this point. Like we gotta change up. We gotta change up our strats. If the guy's playing double doors for 10 rounds in a row, why do we keep trying to push Cat? We keep trying to push lower out of mid. Like I get that they're not trying to be afraid of him, but it's not a matter of like I think being afraid of somebody, right? But if somebody's playing consistently well with an op, I think we gotta like rethink our strategy about how we fight the guy with the op that's consistently doing well.
After those 2 rounds, because of that extra hit to the economy,
I mean, he went 21 and 12, and that's not even counting the fact that Rops had a good game too. Rops had a really good game, and so it's like, what do you do in that situation when you know ZywOo's going to pop off on op, but then all of a sudden you have Rops just popping on B side, especially on TT side. I think he did good on T side though too, from what I recall, right? Because he went into their CT side already having like 18 kills or
something. That right there is why they're not going to win this matchup, right?
Yeah, Rops had a really good game as well.
You know you're up against a couple of MP9s. You know there's no utility whatsoever on their Vitality side. You're still playing scared. You're still not using your own utility.
Thank you so much,
with 2 flashes and
appreciate you giving us up.
Not used at all. If you're not going to use that to your advantage, that you have all the utility, that you're facing against a team with nothing to show for, you're not going to win.
We're going to do a coach check-in. That's what we're going to do. I'm getting the news right now in real time. You actually hear me getting this news. We're going to hear from Xtaz. Let's do it.
News real time. What do we got?
Yeah, we tried a new game plan, a new prep, sorry.
Had a chance to be catching up with Xtaz after the first map of Dust 2. First of all, pose the question, after that Jimmy round went down, did he see any kind of change in the team?
Monkey gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much,
next
Monkey.
5 rounds after that round.
Very generous of
you. He said
you.
yes, it was an unacceptable mistake. Took them a while to kind of get out of their own heads. When they did, he felt like it was a well-deserved victory in that Dust 2. He said they were a way better team. Moving on to Mirage, I posed the question, the last 2 times you faced Mouse on this particular map, they've managed to get the better of you. What is going to change this time around? He chose to keep his cards close to his chest and said, you'll see as we move on to map number 2.
Okay.
Now, we were almost in a situation where the last time
we got
Vitality
info.
lost map one of a series was the Falcons back in April.
What's the groundbreaking info?
Event.
We'll
they went
see.
on to lose the first map of another series there versus Mouse. So it is possible, but that's not what we happened today.
I think Vitality feels invulnerable at this point. I mean, they gave up a 1v5, one of the dumbest 1v5s I've seen, and they still managed
that 1v5
to
was insane. Like, Mouse should have won that just from that 1v5.
They didn't even go
right?
to OT.
But
ZywOo and Rops are playing great. They haven't been playing that well this whole tournament. I don't see how Mouse comes back into this series.
I mean, this is a better map for Mouse on Mirage, and one of the things that we got to see that game actually was
so Mouse is pretty much lost
kind of back in form. We
on every map to Vitality
so
except for one Dust
this
win.
Event where he seems like his
they got a 1 Dust
bit,
win against
gives
Vitality.
The team a little bit of a backbone. We've seen him. I mean, that 1 versus 5, yeah, it's diabolical from the side of Vitality, but if if Jimmy's able to come back here and be able to close
it's very
out
unfortunate for
guys,
Mouse, man. I don't think they're favored to win this finals. I think it might still be a 3-0 Vitality if that's their current conditions. But having said that, I'm hoping they get a little fire in them from the last map. I think if I was them and it was that close, I'd be like, dude, we can do this, you know? Like, we're that team. I think it showed that on Mirage, they're 2-1 versus Vitality. Okay, I thought it was 2-0 on like everything except
knowing
like
that your
3 or
worst map
4-1
in this
on
map
Dust.
pool, Inferno
They took a Mirage map, I mean, it's still doable, right? But like two map wins does not mean that the team is like,
but they have to step it up right now.
Maybe they have a
exclusively better, but obviously
yeah, maybe.
they haven't won a map, so
maybe we should go see them as well.
I just don't feel like
that if
two
you're not
wins
here
necessarily
watching in
means
Dallas,
that they're
there's
going to
truly
like win.
one other better way to watch it. You guys know where I'm going with this? Can you pick up on Landon?
Exactly where you're going.
Face it, watch.
I haven't said that though.
That's right. Face it, watch. Go ahead and check them out.
So far, historically, they've lost to Vitality.
Playing up there on that stage right now, actively in real time. For us, we do go to a break. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We have Mirage in front of us, a Vitality
we also
CT-sided
were peaking,
start,
and now
and a
they're
Vitality
unlucky with
looking
losing
to
so
keep
many,
their
perhaps
streak
even
alive.
cursed.
Quite a few maps under their belt, but only
next
2
map,
more to
Mirage,
go.
picked
Grab the
by
title
Mouse.
in Dallas.
Yeah, the statistics are interesting for sure, the statistical breakdowns, but at the end of the day, I think it's just a matter of Vitality needs to underperform and Mouse needs to overperform, right?
He's won the round on his own.
Yeah, I like this guy.
Yeah, he's gonna try.
This Moundsy guy, I think he's definitely like coming up to be one of the greatest for sure. He's a young dude, and he's like in a tier 1 competition. I think he's definitely got like a very good, a very promising career at him. Jody won number 2 player of the year last year. Yeah, he definitely, like, from his performance, he's a very consistently good player. So I'd like to see more out of him. You know? Reminds me of Simple a bit, which is funny again because Simple got something. You know, Simple got traded to FaZe recently, so he's still playing the pro circuit. Like that. He's doing well too from some of the highlights I saw.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on
About Donk, I've seen Donk play.
That's right. Switch it up with the POV
He's with Spirit,
selector.
right?
4 angles, your choice.
I've seen.
From the main
I think I
broadcast to
saw
your
like
favourite
last
player's
tournament,
view.
Vitality
And it's
versus
available
Spirit.
on the Face It app and Chromecast.
And those were good games,
there's more.
but
Keep watching, keep
to be
winning.
fair,
That's how we
Vitality
roll.
looked like
Watch
they did
IEM
better
Dallas while
against
having the
Spirit
chance to get
there
skins
than they
and
did
Face It
against
boys.
Mouse.
Look at this beauty. Change the
He
channel
seems to be a
and
really good
control how
young
you
player though
watch.
too. I don't know. Maybe I haven't seen enough of Team Spirit to definitively say whether or not like the team is good or whether he carries a team. Does that make sense? Like I wonder if Donk on like a different team would be better or not for him. But again, I didn't really see that much of Spirit play other than like some highlight reels, some games that they've had.
So, how do we get to this?
Hey, I'm fine.
Oh,
and
is this
I'm
the
here
Stewie
at
thing?
IEM Dallas. We're gonna take a look behind the scenes to see what tech makes this tournament tick.
Why can't you just give your uninformed opinion like the rest of us? I don't have enough info, man.
And that's why I've got the second best JW in esports, Jackson Wolf. What's good and what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, Fi? Yeah, I'm Jackson. I'm the IEM Dallas product manager for this event. What that means for everyone is I kind of work behind the scenes, connect all the different departments, but I also get to do some other fun things like integrating the new Acer Predator Orion 7000 PC. So you want to go take a look?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Neat.
Jackson, what's going on here?
Yeah, so this is the group stage tournament booth. So the referees that you will see standing behind the players, the people running
The setup for this
servers,
must be like a
they're also
real
in charge
pain
of
in the
all
ass.
equipment.
Not gonna lie.
So the Acer
I would
Predator,
not.
it's the Orion 7000. It's powered by the Intel
I would
Core
not be
Ultra
happy-
processor with a built-in NPU, combined with the RTX
Wait, get these stats.
5080
Write these
with the
stats down,
Cyclone
guys.
X 360 cooling. We're trying to make sure that it's elite for these players. So this is the player lounge at our tournament. Hospitality is huge for us. Players travel.
Yeah, I would
all
not
the
look
time,
forward
so
to
we
setting
wanna
up
look
this
out for 'em,
tournament
but
at all.
essentially, this is where the players come to hang out in between their games and the PC testing.
Currently #1 player in the world from HLTV.
That's a lot of screens.
Yeah,
So
again,
we're
team
at the
play is
center
like
of
so much
everything.
different
The
than
captain's chair,
like solo
driving the
climb,
ship.
right?
red, green, and blue plus?
So those are all replay operators. Each color represents something different. So blue will represent all in-game highlights. Green will represent face cameras. And then we have red that's kind of combines them two. It makes like a big highlight package.
It's super cool, super complicated, but it is quite beautiful. Behind me, it looks like this is where the Counter-Strike is happening, Jackson. What's up with this?
Yeah, so this is the observer station. Over here on the left, we have the context observer. So think frag movies, cinematics, anything third person that can give a little bit extra context to what's going on in the round. Over here, you have the main observer to capture all the kills and get all the action. This is the in-game director. Whatever they choose to see is what actually goes back to the technical director and is what's on the show.
That's cool.
We've learned a lot about how Acer Predator and Intel power events like this one here at IEM Dallas. From the hundreds of buttons in the control room to the esports area and player competition. We've seen what goes into
the setup for this stuff is really insane to me.
As the official tournament PC of future IEM. Now let's get back to Counter-Strike, Dallas.
Like the productions that I've done over the years have been very small scale, and even those are like a pain in the ass. So I can't imagine doing like a full scale production like this, where you got so many different components, so many different elements all working together. That's just crazy. Especially now that they do like offsite interviews and stuff, where they like follow the players like out of the arena to like talk to them and cut back to them, and then like replays, and then they have like different media that they have to showcase. Like just switching from one camera to the other is like whatever. Like this is kind of straightforward, but then like in-game footage, third-person footage, then cut to the audience, then cut to the players, then cut back to like the highlight that just happened, like the replay. Somebody had to clip the replay. Then like put in this media, the countdown.
That they can beat the best teams in the world.
Holy smokes, dude!
That they're improving, they're getting better, and they're overcoming their stage woes. But Vitality just gave them one more reminder. There's still
the production value is definitely high, so it's very much appreciated, I think, especially by everyone watching. Like how many people are watching this?
They head into Mirage, map 2 in this series, needing a victory. One of the few maps they've had success on.
81,000? Yeah, that's crazy.
But dropping down 0-2 would make this an impossible task to come back in the grand finals in Dallas. So Mirage must be a MOUZ victory.
We said it's all about mentality in this game. It's all the mental game in this best of 5. Have MOUZ just collapsed? Have Vitality just destroyed them? We're gonna find out here on Mirage.
Mirage.
Mirage for MOUZ, a 13-9 victory back at Blast Rivals. A 13-11 victory back at Blast Lisbon.
Somebody
can they repeat that success here in Dallas
watching.
To tie up this grand final series? Pistol round is live. Smoke Molotov onto Brolin.
Ew, that charm.
Dualies on Zywoo and a smoke flash on Mezzi for the defense. And MOUZ lined up looking like this is going to be attacked into the B-bomb site. They got 2 players in underpass, so they can change that quickly.
Not Apex enjoyers. I mean, honestly, dude, at some point in time, I feel like if every round the audience is chanting your name, ooh.
Okay, Rops is just going to continue where
Rops is feeling it, dude.
Rops looking clean on the opener.
Rops is feeling this series.
So I was going to find the follow-ups.
MOUZ's map pick it is.
Already finding himself in the window room, and it's a little bit of a surprise for Mezzi, but he's happy to get away with that one. And now he's stuck in the corner. He's pinned in the corner. There's a Palace push coming in as well, so Mezzi decides to go into connector and fight, and he found the bomb. And the rest of his teammates taking kills between them. Zywoo and Robs combined, putting it all on Yimpat. Another 1v5. And he's got the first headshot. It's going to be Mezzi to go down. Is there a second offering?
Surely
they don't give him another chance here.
They're thinking about it right now. They're just like, all right, guys.
Oh, we learned. And so Rob's going to cling with it. Win the pistol here for Vitality to kick off Mirage.
And again, I think too, it's like some of this passive setups from Vitality that ruined him on Dust 2, ruined him here in this pistol round as well. I feel like MOUZ is probably thinking, normally when we run these tactics, we've encountered somebody. Somebody's gotten in a fight. Somebody's gotten a kill. We've got a gap we can exploit somewhere, but none of that available in this pistol round. Even Mezzi just feels the fact that he's surrounded.
That was crazy.
And just decides to
that was a crazy POV.
So, I mean, exertion. That's not
that?
a great look. That's almost like the, we don't have it right now.
Well, they don't. They absolutely don't right now. There's no follow-up force buy. They can even get close to a bomb plant, so no extra cash. Comfortable 2-0 should be coming up here for Vitality. Zywoo going to ensure that it is. Oh, yeah, Zywoo keeping it clean, running out of bullets, and Rob's coming in to help him. Yeah. 2-0 lead. At least it's quick. And Mal's get into the bye.
We gotta do something, boys. Let's run our rat strats. Let's run the rattiest strats we got.
And this will be something they need to worry about because Rob's had
like
that
slow
huge
walk Palace,
to start to finish,
slow walk
strongest
apps,
player inside the server, the most impact felt from
3
his
fakes.
Rifles.
What do we got, man?
Map 2 started underway. Mouse has got to be very cautious about how they approach taking mid control.
Yeah, Robson and Zywoo are definitely locked in.
Comes Flame sprinting up into the underpass, right into space. Pretty loud about it. And still nearly wins the fight, which would have been a little bit ridiculous. Spink's going to hold on, but there's a second wave. And as Rob's coming this time, Spinks realizes that's a possibility and keeps it going as he looked for the B aggression. He does indeed, and Mezzi, he's still going to go for it. He's going to go right into Spinks, and eventually...
Those like swings, brother. Those wide swings are disgusting
but now
in this
look
game.
At this. A little bit of pressure going to come over from
you
Palace.
Expect them, and then they still like outpeak you. It's just crazy.
A little bit of time for Brolin and Exertion to get back, but they're already staged up and ready to hit into this A bomb site. I like that round from Spinks. I think he noticed how aggressive the MP9 was.
No, they're literally doing what I said. Just slow walk Palace. Be rats.
Very aware of the situation.
Show yourselves apps, which they did.
At the end of round 3.
See, they're all shifting over now. They all shifted to B. A site is completely free for them.
Bomb site concede A.
They're gambling.
Should be the first round for Mouse because Apex isn't going to fight.
This is a big gamble for them. This is big for you guys. We got smokes. We got 1 smoke. Nice. We're smoking. Nice.
And Apex gets caught anyway in the jungle. So safe goal for Vitality. They'll wrap it up, and Mal's finally getting one on the board here.
Good stuff, guys. Good shit.
Be great if they
yes, this is what we need, man.
Into the gun round, start building some
Vitality's
momentum
way
into
too
this map.
confident right now.
It will be for
I mean, they're naturally confident, I guess. They are the best team in the world, right?
Some of the personal aspects of it as well. You look over at Spinks, the 1 player dead for Mouse in this round with that nice double kill to start things off. But
yeah, Spinks, good shit,
last year, a lot of the conversation that we've heard from Vitality from Apex has been his indecision of staying in the team, when he wants to leave the team, where he wants to be. It prevented them from lifting more trophies last year. Spinks kind of was one of those guys, thought the grass was a little bit greener. So now he's looking for that indication. He's searching for it. He's had Vitality. His former teammates beat them 5 times this year, all while he's looking to prove that he's made the right decision.
I think the Spinks move to Mouse is a little unexpected, and we wondered how's it going to go. You've lost Shuey. How is Brolin going to fare as an in-game leader? Everything about Brolin's character that we've seen outside of the server, you know, kind of timid in interviews, quiet, soft-spoken guy. We didn't think he was going to make it as an in-game leader, but Mouse have got better and better. They've won a title this year. They're in another grand final on the stage. And Spinks has been a part of that.
Congratulations, Brolin. All that IGL success you've had throughout the year leads you to this, trying to figure out a way to beat the best team in the world at the moment. Round 4. Exertion and Brolin for mid-control. Robson, Zywoo, and Apex to defend against it. Deep smoke, and that's a good little spam. Rops gets out of danger.
Zywoo staying committed in mid. Gonna have the support of the grenade of Robs going up in behind.
Okay.
Zywoo down to very low HP. Mid health to be exact. Spinks applying pressure, solo B again. The smoke at Palace is going to stop Torji and Impact from moving forward and applying pressure to Flames.
Interesting seeing back-to-back rounds of Yimfad and Torji kind of grouped up over in Palace. Normally a position where you just see one more player there.
This time they're at the bomb. That's the key difference as well. Bomb with him.
Just applying pressure.
Split being set up with Spinks' lurk at B.
Spinks is applying pressure. Okay, Flames.
Oh, and it's not the perfect time to Palace. It's Flames just eradicating their chances, and they've got to fight their way out of it. Sure, great double.
What can we do after,
but they still got to go back and get that bomb at Palace.
Yeah, bombs in Palace.
Which means walking into the waiting arms
they
of
know
Zywoo,
bomb is down. We got 50.
Spawn.
Yeah,
should be a good amount of time still.
For the rotation through the murder hole, he knows they're likely not going to be coming from that position. High HP on Spinks.
Good timing.
He's made a sick walk. Got to be careful. Rops is close by.
You heard him?
I think he heard something.
Yeah, he definitely heard him.
The reaction. He just sits back in the corner. It's going to allow Spinks to walk right into him. Rops. No problem. He's got it. Takes a little bit of damage on board, but with that kill,
unfortunately, really needed that
Vitality
kill.
into the favor. 25 seconds to get the bomb back. Here's the reposition. You send
what do you do?
Back to Palace and let Brolin make his way through the murder hole.
Unlucky.
He's caught by Mezzi. And so Exertion now leaps out of Palace to try and grab the bomb. He's picked it up, but it's an impossible task that waits in front of him. And he realizes that. So he's going to back away. AK-47 trying to hold on to it.
Save the bomb.
He can replenish utility. Teammates will buy back up into things. And Mao's trying to initiate the round by walking through smoke. They tried it on pistol round as well. Flames handles it both times. Very, very well. Double kill in this round.
That was so winnable, right? But you need Spinks to get that kill out of kitchen. You need something more to happen there.
The same. Mao's even with those 2
Flames
kills
kind of held it. That was a good job on Flames.
Spinks, he had to have just made one extra footstep that Rops heard.
Yeah,
Rops was so convinced.
This right here was pretty big.
This is the timing. Flames looks back, sees him just appear into the smoke, and
what was that?
He handles it quite well. Doesn't get caught off guard. Yeah,
I heard somebody's voice like break,
that, thinking that perhaps he had the play to get his team back into the round, but it's not to be.
Sound like a Viking.
It's a solid buy in this round from Mouse, and it's still early going. Plenty of time to recover.
Interesting window peek.
But yet to find success they can lean on, they can rely on. Exertion is going to lead the way in underpass.
Okay.
Torji top mid and Brolin in support.
Using some util. I think they know that some are mid. Yeah, they see him mid, maybe. Maybe Zywoo saw somebody there. Maybe just pre-fired.
Pat. Next up, out
Pat,
of the ramp, you got
do
Spinks
something.
pushing
We got
Palace.
something here.
Just as
Nice.
that fight goes down, and so it is Flames this time to lose
stairs.
the fight out of Palace, but Zywoo stepping up, and instead he's got the double.
Zywoo just cracked.
No problem on the impact. He's got eyes.
Unlucky, bro.
What?
Oh,
yeah, that's what we've all come to see.
Zywoo's just cracked.
Zywoo on the swivel.
What do you do?
Torzy up, and the chance of an ace. And Zywoo, will he oblige the audience? Yes, he will. He's here to entertain. Zywoo on the stage in the grand final.
Wow.
Oh, style points. The clean one tap to close it out. The best player in the world.
It's coming.
And he's coming to
It's coming back.
2025 with an attitude.
Cash is coming, don't worry.
He just rips them apart everywhere they are on the map. Exertion had a chance, the best chance. But you best not miss, and Zywoo makes you pay.
Yeah. What is this? Dude, lock in, man.
To the mental.
Xertion, just sit up, brother.
Down to pistols.
Get that spine correct, man. What are we doing? Like, what are we pouting for, dude? What are we pouting for?
Vitality of the best team, but they've also got
How is the second best team in this tournament pouting?
Makes them so deadly.
You guys almost took the first map.
Flames taking Brolin out.
They aced you, all right.
Vitality.
Yeah, this is
the best player in the world fucking aced
all these
you.
rounds
Okay.
are falling really, really flat for Mouse. I
Wow.
feel like a lot of these opening kills
Get the
coming in
fuck
for
up.
Vitality. It
Go
feels like
again.
sometimes there's really not a great way to trade any
Let's
of
get
this
some
round,
calls
obviously, just
going,
with
you know what I'm
pistols,
saying?
Nothing's going to be easy. And Mouse back away from this B-ball
Yeah, this
site. The angle
game
from
isn't
Messi way
easy,
too
brother.
strong.
This team is in the fucking 29-0. You're in the finals of Dallas IEM. It's not like a fucking face-it match where you get some random fucking boomers that hopped on the mic. You know?
Everyone on the way here. 2-0s. They didn't drop a map before getting to the grand finals. Embarrassing.
Yeah, mental loss is a thing, bro. You lose mental, you lose game. Period. If I saw my teammate and he's like crashing out next to me, I'd be feeling some type of way. I'd be like, brother, like, the fuck are you doing? You know? There's a lot of passion in this game. I get it. But still, it's like, brother, if my teammate's crashing out, like, I'm feeling some type of way. My teammate's tilting out right next to me, I'd be like, bro, like, come on, man, like, chill out. You know? It's one round. Vitality 3-0. Forgive Apex.
If you're Cyclone as well, you're talking to the guys and you're
Please
like,
end the streak.
Mid-control has fallen
She wants a
flat.
ring, but I bought a ruby.
We have hasn't netted us anything. Maybe
DHL's a shot. What's going on there?
but coming through the smoke in Palace doesn't
What do you
work.
got? What do they got for you?
Alex
It might be time.
Xbox too.
Mouse has done a lot of default spread out, going down
huge.
the pass, coming to take middle.
You got a
It might be time
processor.
to just kind of fall back and do something easy. See if you can get something going with
Walk
just
out
an
with a
A exec.
CPU.
You know they've been running some
Watch it be like, I got a
mid-control on
Mac.
the CT side.
I got a
Maybe you can
MacBook.
take advantage of that
Shocky
fact.
with
Get
the
into the bomb
70
site,
months.
play a post plant.
Appreciate you. Thank you for the reset.
Toys to start getting impact as well.
Man, I could have used that fucking thing. I could use that.
To top mid.
What the hell?
They're going to boost him up over the top of the top mid smoke.
Yo, send it to me. That should have been me.
Nothing revealed to Torzy.
If only they're giving out ram sticks. True. Also true. 70 months is crazy. I would never.
Oh, tons of damage eaten by Brolin through
Tons
the
of
smoke
damage.
just when they make their move. Apex had the nade primed for the utility coming in from the
This has
mouse
kind of
side
been a
of things.
slaughter.
That's
I'm not gonna lie to you
really
guys.
good chip damage.
I'm not gonna lie to you. This has been a little bit of a slaughter. I think
Brolin
Mouse
on
is
the mouse side
crashing
of
out.
things. Him and
Mouse got a
Exertion
full
just
buy
back
though.
all the way off. Torji's going to chuck a mid-round window
They've been
smoke,
kind of
Vitality was just
struggling on
aggressive.
eco
They were just
before that.
aggressively controlling mid. They know everything, and the smoke is missed anyways.
Oh, they're going to
Spinks is trying though. Xertion I think is tilting. He's 0-4. Xertion's just tilting.
They go to the A site.
Xertion's tilting, but also unfortunately for Xertion, Rops and Zywoo are just disgusting right now.
Off the top of the stairs, it's going to be Brolin, the first victim.
Spinix.
ZywOo takes a couple of steps forward.
I know his name's Spinks. It's like Gimat.
Because they just use fire on it, and so they don't
I'm calling him. I'm using American words.
Spinix. And once again, another stellar hold for the A defense here of Vitality. It is impenetrable right now. They're separated.
Nice.
Spinks once again on the
I mean, dude, Spinks is trying, brother.
But where can you go with this with 30 seconds? There's
Why do we have the bomb out of
There's
A
no
ramp?
impact on the lurk when everyone else dies on the other side of the map, and I'll tell you what, that's a really cool setup from Vitality. It's obviously the positions are nothing special, but when you think about it, I make a joke about ZywOo being the anchor. It's usually Flames. So when Flames gets the first kill over towards stairs, the rest of MOUZ thinks that the bomb site is clear. They're like, okay, the anchor is playing con. There's obviously a mid setup because we just threw the window smoke they didn't realize missed, and everyone's walking into the bomb site not clearing anything.
We are throwing or something, man.
Lying in wait for an easy frag and an easy round win. Now a 5-round lead, and now Vitality so confident.
I mean, you got a teammate lurking in kitchen,
ready for the late round
and you got two people that have already died on ramp or coming out of A site. Peacebound with tier 1. I appreciate you, Peacebound. Why do we just drop the bomb? Why don't we try to make a play so our teammates have like a chance out of B site? You know what I mean? Like this, right? Like, why are we still peeking? I guess because we just give him bomb here.
Were in control of Dust 2 for most of the
like, Palace had no choice. Palace could have fallen back, but because bomb was already out on A site, Palace literally had no choice but to walk out. Because how else did he get bomb back? It's kind of disgusting play. I don't know. Like, am I wrong? Like, what was the motive there? Your teammate just died. You're the only one ramp. Do you run out on A site with bomb by yourself? Why? I guess to like be confident about the take, but like you could always go back for the bomb.
Something from somebody like we had from Jimmy on Dust 2. Now's the time for that individual step up, that individual
rough,
performance.
It's really rough. I like. I mean, even the plays we're seeing is just not.
1v5 victory for Jimmy, and they went on a 6-round streak.
It's just not. It doesn't make any sense.
They haven't had any heroics, any success. All 5 players for MOUZ grouped up. They're tired of getting picked off one by one, spread across the map.
Exertion that 0-5.
A death ball in middle. ZywOo and Khan, Mezzi over on catwalk for a defensive crossfire.
Impact also. I mean, he had a good last game, but it's just a stronger team, man. You're playing against the strongest team in the world right now. Very difficult.
That shot ring out.
But 1 or 2 kills in the right place can change the game, man.
Unstoppable. Unkillable. He's going to get away on 8 HP.
11-0 for ZywOo early on in Mirage.
What are we doing here? What are we watching?
And inside the smoke, when that fades,
Spinks
he
just
can
checking
pop
his
up
phone.
at any moment. He might be able to
see if you got any text messages.
Timing.
We got a Palace lurking
Flames
coming. Never mind, we got a ramp.
Seeing that it's open, that nobody's
what is going on here? This is a
MOUZ.
breakdown so crazy. Wait, they're going back to spawn.
Now ZywOo
we
has
put
all
one
the
guy.
Exertion still up in the ladder
Looks like
room,
in lower. No, he's ladder room.
Be the pivot point as MOUZ rotate
Exertion could do something crazier. Nice.
First death.
Okay, Exertion, I see you.
Exertion finishes him off. The bomb shifting back
Two
into
more.
the gameplay. Flames.
Nice, good headshots.
Oh,
wait, that was like a weird thing.
So, Flames is still worried about the A-pounds coming
wait,
through the
did he get dinked through wall?
Yeah. If Flames can set up the distraction, perhaps Apex can knock the rest of them down. Flames is up first. Spinks to hit the deck.
Where's our util boys?
Paranoid about Palace
Get the util out.
and the ramp. But he's done a great job so far, keeping the pressure up. Now Apex reveals his spot. It's another kill. Another strong A setup. And they've held on long enough. The rotation is in as well. And Mezzi's just going to push
our util was way too late, boys. Where's our util? We got Xerxon on 2 flashbangs. We're walking out, not nading. We naded too late.
Vitality just have this team beaten so many different ways. It's now 5. I mean, again, the 5 series that they've already won so far this year.
Yeah, but they get one pick and they get one pick in window room, and they completely like they play completely off of this pick. They have 0 intel on A site.
But ZywOo is an absolute monster here on Mirage.
Yeah, I just can't figure out this A setup. They've walked into so many different looks of it.
I know, dude. They're walking into it though, brother.
It's the second time they've been confused by Flames positioning as the anchor, right? Because they're just so convinced that he's going to be the guy there. But ZywOo lying in wait. Now Apex in the previous round.
Yeah, they change up the way they play A site. Like they're not like a
the initial contact to be taken
low
by
MMR
ZywOo,
team
and they
here.
run right into Apex. He's blinded, so he doesn't get the follow-up kill on this.
Okay, but see how when we play confidently and with a purpose, like we're getting frags. We took A site. Oh, a little too crazy there. Okay, nice shot. Where's the backup? Oh, unlucky. Dude, we have a better round. We had a better round there than we did the entire buys. Because we had a purpose, we used util, we walked out, and we cleared with confidence and with purpose.
And you could see
I think it's a mental boom for sure. The only reason they got all those frags there was because they knew it was a throwaway round. And when you treat it like a throwaway round, you can do some crazy shit because you just have full confidence, right? Which they did here.
And no indication it's gonna go.
They're like, it doesn't matter anyway, it's an eco round, let's just bum rush it. But then when they got guns, they're like, oh, let's use all of our util and then just wait. We'll put Xerxes in window room for 35 minutes, he'll get 1 kill, and then we'll just walk on A site. Okay.
It is same old.
Like, why can't we just execute? Maybe we just try. We should just try drive firing executes here at this point.
Early success. He's gonna walk into the ramp and get punished by Impact.
Game sense.
Okay, you've just been handed an advantage, and you have to take.
Yes.
You have to capitalize.
Now
on
we execute A site. Execute the fuck out of A site.
Looking real shaky. Apex gonna hold on to underneath balcony for the moment. Good kill on the Spinks, who's trying to.
They're just holding ramp. He walked to Palace and they're holding ramp. Boys! Boys, what are we doing?
Bit of his opponent.
Look at Mezzi. He's all the way at the end of B halls. He's about to.
We're not even playing CS.
Well, they seem to be aware of what they've lost.
Why is he running out of Palace and we're just hiding in ramp? These guys are walking on a house, we're sniping from T-spawn. This is such a mess, dude. I don't even feel like this is a real game. This doesn't even feel like a real game. He's like trying to style on him.
He's really disappointed in himself. That was way too much. And man, Vitality, this one just goes away from them. The first round, they've really tried to be
Vitality just Vitality threw this. I don't know what to say. What are we doing? Okay, they're going B. All right, I was so confused.
They've found the limit.
Why did we go underpass? Underpass to B.
And I think, you go into these last 2 rounds of the half, and Vitality's, nope, let's just sit back, and they still don't know how to find a kill.
Like, if we think he's... Who cares? So they got this round.
A little bit of extra breathing room for Miles.
It was just like this was like the most weird round.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Like this was like the most What even was going on here? Like, what is happening? He's running out of Palace. He just dies here for free. This only worked out because Vitality just like held W for some reason.
Safety in the hall, so we didn't have to worry about.
Then Zaiwu was like trying to jump shoot somebody in kitchen.
Than he expected. That player came up through the underpass. Zaiwu thought he had more time because Mezzi encountered players back in T-spawn.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I think they were just trolling. Yeah, Vitality was just straight up trolling that round. Vitality was trolling. I have no idea what Mouse was doing. That was the most like pub lobby round I think I've seen. There was no plan that whole round. They were mid. They're running out of Palace.
But you still want to feel like at the end of
this half, they're shooting people in their spawn. It was like a fucking death match, dude. And they won that round. That's what I mean, brother. Like, I don't think that they win this game like 1v1ing them. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they win this game through pure rat strategy. They got Mouse in the name. Start incorporating Mouse strats, brother. How do we get the cheese? All right? Pretend Vitality's the big old cat. Guarding Grandma's lazy Susan. How do we get in it? All right, throw a flashbang over here. All right, run around. Do something crazy. Cause a distraction. We might have to sacrifice a mouse or two, but goddamn it, we're gonna get that cheese. You know what I mean? Especially with Vitality playing so confident. Vitality does not respect this team at all at this point. They're 8 versus 2 against them. They don't respect them. All right, so play that as an advantage. They don't respect you right now. Get them to overpush. Get them to be aggro. Zaiwu's fucking like trying to like make a jumping phase montage instead of kitchen.
Zaiwu smoked out, held back. Oh. Still gonna peek with a grenade, and of course it'll still work out for Zaiwu. It's just a little bit different for him.
That is disgusting.
Man, he's really just a beast.
And people are gonna tell me like the new smokes are dope when you see shit like this. To be fair, again, I don't really mind that. It's a grenade for a smoke peek. But still disgusting that he took 0 damage from that because of where the grenade landed.
Pressure out from the connector. Brolin being caught.
But they're styling on it, brother. That's what I mean.
Vitality, they sense weakness in middle, but they are mistaken. As Spinks holds
on to the double push. They made their buy round look like they were on full eco.
Blow. We're back to a 2v2, and there's still a lot of time here for Mouse.
Yeah, but Vitality has been the superior team in these situations on both Dust 2 and now obviously on Mirage.
Good trades there, though. Good mid trades. I just realized. I thought it was 3v2. It's actually a 2v2. Good trades. But you got Robson Zywoo, brother. Like, this is the team that,
the positioning from Zywoo. So many different choke points to worry about. He knows window is available.
Robson Zywoo are disgusting.
So he's got to worry about window.
But this so far, Spinks has had a good game. And Diapan pulled off a crazy 1v5. I mean, it's possible, bro.
Left on the clock.
It's definitely possible.
There's a kit on Zywoo. There's utility for the CTs to use. Plenty for Malz.
I'd be more confident with Torzy, and Spinks, but you know, anything's doable.
A must-win clutch.
We got util. Guys, we got util. You know he's CT. You know he's CT. You know.
And it's a shot to the chest. Spinks.
And then he just does this. And then he just wins.
And Impact asks the clutch again for Malz. 8
No,
seconds on the
brother.
clock, going for bullets instead of Braun, but he's got to go for this. They plant down in the sight and denied by Zywoo.
The most obvious read, dude.
Hope in hell for Malz.
And nothing can go right for Malz. Even the Molotov doesn't spread to Zywoo's feet.
Why do we not use util, guys? You checked? You checked ramp, you checked like, you checked under.
An easy solution for Zywoo.
I guess they could have been anywhere though, huh?
Final round of the first half.
This was crazy. That was nuts.
And Zywoo makes it look
That was
easy.
nuts, dude.
The man to open, and the man to close.
Native. Taint Juice.
Too easy right now for Vitality.
And if you don't laugh, you cry is what Torzy's thinking as he lets out a
9-3. Let's make it 9-3 at least. Give them a curse.
And a rough half to have
Give
to
them the curse.
in the Malz jersey.
Curse them.
Exertion
for your
in
T
middle
side.
is lonesome. Towards the P-bomb site we go with numbers.
Might be a good B take.
Messi blinded, but they haven't checked him. They do not check Messi. And a double kill as he melts the attack, and Robs is up next.
No, Robs is on lock here.
Malz halted.
Oh, and they already rotated.
And brought to a stop at the B site. Vicious from Vitality.
Why do we not have smokes there or something? I'm so confused, bro. Why there was no smoke on like there was no smoke market? There was no smoke broken wall, half wall? I'm so confused by the util like usage. Like they're just sure of trying to PvP these guys. By the way, he spun that. Was it a 4x3 moment? Was that actually a 4x3 moment that I just witnessed? He checked where he just died from, but he didn't see him. What? Quick Mirage Mouse did. The losing team. I think that was a straight up 4x3 moment. This is crazy. That was disgusting. Disgusting. I might want to try that though. That was kind of sick though too. It has to be a very like, that's a very difficult thing to pull off. You line up the grenade and then you have to jump onto the workbench or whatever. Or the, what do you call it? I don't know what to call that thing. Grab a can of Monster Energy. And feel your heartbeat escape your ribcage. You watch yesterday's game? I watched highlights from yesterday's game. I've been rooting for Team Falcon. I think they're like an actually really good team. I think they might be up next for sure. If any team would take a game or break Vitality's streak, I feel like it would definitely be Team Falcons. Me personally thinks, you know, I would have liked to have seen that team in this finals versus Mouse. I feel like Mouse is just unfortunately not good enough. No matter how you slice it, right? I don't feel like they're confident enough. They seemingly have a good team synergy, people are saying, but the play just doesn't seem to be there, man. It just seems like they're undecisive sometimes. I see like questionable, like not necessarily foundations, but like stuff that you would see from normal play, pro play, such as like good util usage, good adaptation in the map. But it seems like they're trying to be overconfident with playing against the #1 team in the world. I just don't think that's going to work for them. I don't. You don't just hold W into Zywoo. You don't hold W into Rops, you know? You got to outplay them strategically. You use flashes, you use smokes, you try to catch them off guard. You know where they're going to play, right? Zywoo's been playing window the entire game. I think he played CT once, and that was for a rotate. So play against that, right? In fact, I feel like they should have taken B site more times than they went mid and A. And it purely because they almost got out on B site with this last round. But versus Mezzi, Mezzi's not doing too hot this game. Why did we keep holding W into Rops and Zywoo? Why did we not flash, grenade, and Molotov the most important round that we just had, which was a 2v2, which was totally winnable? We did nothing. We tried to like crouch peek an Opper that's like rated as the best player in the world currently. I don't get that. Why are we crouch peeking the #1 player in the world? What's the point? Is it because we want to lose and just to... Even if you kill him, right? I mean, it's just a risk. The gamble is just too high. I just don't get that. We also dropped bomb out on ramp.
This is the scoreline you get when
how many times?
The other in pretty much
we dropped bomb out of Palace. How many times?
Tactically, strategically, and individually, Vitality on another level today, especially Zywoo. 15-3 on this first half of Mirage. Incredible sequences.
I think for practice, what these guys should be doing...
There's no one from Mouse
what did we get? Oh, she got the CPU.
Right now, and this map might come to a
huge.
Very quick conclusion.
Yeah, so I think, like, I don't know, man. I think if Zywoo's such a huge shutdown, which, like, every time there's a goated Opper in this game, he becomes, like, the problem. I think these teams need to be practicing against, like, Oppers more. Like, I think you just hire, like, amazing Oppers, and you pay them hourly to just, like, op your team. I would do that. I would set up, like, a morning training regiment where I just hire, like, an insane Opper, just, like, 1v3 my guys all morning. Just, like, I only give you a rifle, by the way. So you have to out-rifle, like, sick Oppers, you know what I'm saying?
Can't wait to see which team you sign with King Alex.
Yeah, I would never be good enough for pro play, right? I just watched a lot of the game and really enjoy it. And recently I've been getting back into it. It's been fun. I'm never going to claim to be an insane player. I would never be this guy's skill level.
They're going to have a chance at getting things started. Or a chance at least playing.
All right, we won that pistol, boys? Okay, good. Sorry, I was yapping. We won the pistol round.
Oh,
sorry, they're like showing fucking who knows what.
That's a very valiant attempt.
People making like the drinking cup worm and fucking winning a CPU.
Nice job from Spinks. Double kill and Khan getting aggressive, not letting them actually execute, turning around and handling the B-bomb site. Great flick over onto Mezzi. So 10-3 the scoreboard.
Think you'd be a good CS coach? I don't think so. There's just there's too many levels to it. I would not have enough like knowledge on how to like run plays and do setups and stuff.
Is unwinnable for Vitality, especially when they've got Deagles and Tech 9s.
Maybe for encouragement. I don't even know if these guys need coaches. Like, what does the coach do, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think the in-game leader is like so different from the coach, generally speaking, right? Like, what's the point of the coach to be like, yeah, dudes, run that play that you're talking about?
Coming at them to right hit.
I guess just another perspective, I think, is good.
Execution.
Nice. Okay. We got one.
Apex able to respond. The pressure's up. The bomb plant denied. Apex
nice
not allowed to
searching.
get away with it.
Got to get that
good
bomb.
Stuff.
The smokes are still up though and getting
Mezzi's still walking on a cat. He's got that sick flank on Xertion.
He comes through the smoke. Oh, Mezzi appears, but Xertion ready handles him. Couldn't get Rops. The pressure's still on. But now Rops alone.
Oh, these guys are on eco, though. All right, good stuff. Azmishki, she's good. She's good.
They also don't concede a bomb.
You pat them on the shoulder sometimes. I think I would try to provide like just analysis on how they're playing. I think the thing that these guys miss generally is like they're too into the game. They don't have that third-person perspective of like watching the entirety of what happened, right? Like when you play, you're watching your own gameplay and like some map, right? Whereas like somebody can objectively watch everything that took place from all perspectives and be like, look, guys. You didn't sync up your like A rush. Your timings kind of out of B are a little cringe, right? Let's lock it in, right? Call things out, right? Like why are we running out of Palace with bomb? Our teammates are stuck on ramp. Don't give them bomb.
Rops unable to make much happen with that scout. It's going to be Brolin and Yimpat with the
see, that MP9 is just disgusting, dude.
Should be able to clean up the Deagles in mid as well without too much issue. And that M4 is going to hold down Miles Swan. It's going to be Torty to come out on top of the final kill. Fifth round for Mel's halfway there to the comeback. But here comes the buy for Vitality at the start of the second half. Everybody on AK-47.
Already told you.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, you can do whatever you want in this round for Vitality.
Would you use the words little cringe? Yes, I would.
Into a default.
You think gamers like don't understand what little cringe is? I think gamers say worse things.
How exactly do you want to kick things off?
All right, what do we got?
In this gun round, as you try and close
so we got a gun round
for
Vite. 10-5.
Map number 3 will be Inferno.
Big gun round for them. Let's see what they can do with it. gotta shut them down for the next 5 rounds. Good luck.
Vitality. Flame's gonna lead the way through, turning from flashbangs.
See how they methodically push and util mid? Oh, nice Sershin. Okay, good trade.
Mid is opened up.
Yeah, it keeps it 3v3.
So we know that they're mid.
Space in mid for Vitality. Impact worried about B for good reason. Rob supplying pressure.
Good game sense. Let's close this out. Close this kill out. Nice.
Goes into the peak, and
good shit. We fall back here.
Drifted over to help out B.
We fall back, give him mid. We still got a player on A site.
I mean, you have the
he has the info, right?
Middle, so he knows more likely
he could be Palace still too. He's checking it.
Can't get the kill, but the opportunity is still there.
Rolling with the MP9 though, unfortunate.
Not able to close it out.
Unfortunate MP9 versus 2 AKs, not the best.
At the base of Con, it's
Who are you rooting for? I'm rooting for the underdogs for sure right now. I'm rooting for Mouse. I think it's too easy to root for Vitality.
Getting started on a flank.
I like to see the underdogs perform
going to come
well.
on back and he'll be able to support Brolin, but ZywOo and Mezzi have the room to get a bomb planted.
Yeah, they've gotten position very quietly. Contact all the way to CT, and now they make contact with Brolin. The MP9 on top of the first fight. Damage done to Mezzi as well.
That was very good by them to clear all that.
Really should take him out of contention for this clutch.
But that was good for him too because he had an MP9.
Impact coming ramp. And Torchy through CT.
Nice.
Mezzi's just going to jump into the open with Molly in hand.
What is he saying? Brolin Prime.
Down, and another round for Mouse picked up.
Brolin's doing well.
Started very well in the second half to make a game out of it.
Inferno's going to be fucked. Yeah, I feel like Inferno's going to be disgusting.
4 in a row, 6-10.
I would like to see Train too, but Inferno's going to be a very messy map.
A decent amount of money for themselves as
well. I'm going to have to grab a coffee
for
Inferno, I think, too. Been yapping a lot.
Have got enough for
I want to be hyped for the next game, no matter whether it's 1-1 or 0-2.
Well, Torji's up is in the field of play now as well, so let's see what he's doing. We haven't really had to talk about it too much.
Okay, good job, boys.
But it has been on fire throughout this event. Quiet,
they're
obviously, in map 1 and so far in map 2, but CT
I mean, they're just normal buying, I guess. Well, no, they're half buying. They half bought. ZywOo bought an AK. They're going out ramp. They're methodical about ramp. They're methodical here.
Direct into the A bomb site. No lurks. It's all about getting out A. 4 through ramp, 1 through Palace, and here they
We're playing Valorant. We're giving them a bomb site.
And it's that
That's what I hate about that game. Torzy, you gotta hit those, brother. You gotta hit those.
He has to relinquish control of CT, and this opens up a gap as Vitality.
They don't have a CT smoke though, because they have 0 util. You get flashed out. Oh, you gave me a sight. This retake's gonna be rough for them. This is not a good retake for them. Yeah, this is a very awkward retake for them. Okay, Torzy's. Okay, good. Torzy got a kill.
This isn't even a full buy for Vitality.
Torzy gotta let his team do the work now.
But they're in the
Let your teammates do. Oh my God, what a peek!
Into these positions.
Peeked into monsters.
Finds the follow-up kill. It's
still a very weird retake for them.
But the 2 rifles still
alive. ZywOo with the ramp. He's going for the gun. Apex going for the gun. ZywOo. Okay, good trade. Good job, guys. Good retake. Good retake, guys. Good job. That was a little rough.
Nice attempt from Vitality.
Looked scary for a second with ZywOo.
When the Mouse players are in transition, ZywOo's able to grab a couple, but too much of an advantage for the Mouse defense.
Sub to my OnlyFans.
And a second timeout called now by Vitality.
Okay, guys.
Starting to feel a little bit of
as a Mouse fan, I would be drinking as well right now.
But Mouse have won 5 in a row. They've handled your executes into the A bomb
Good retake.
With no problem. And they're now within striking distance, just 3 rounds back. So for Vitality,
well, we do have a very scary round. We have buy versus buy.
Maybe instead of these A execs with the low buys, maybe we do see them go back to that mid control. Spread out across
buys
the
versus
map.
buys.
Give some individuals freedom.
What can we do here? Can we hold it? Let's keep the wins up. Mouse is feeling confident on T side. That's interesting.
Torzy
going into
smooth moves. He'll get himself to short.
Ladder room. Okay, we're looking at mid.
Vitality have the mid control. Zershin trying to make it a little more difficult for ZywOo. Sends 1 bullet through the smoke.
Okay.
Brolin's pushed up in ramp.
A nice little position for him that gives him flexibility. Exertion can be a little bit more free roaming towards top con. Spinks hiding in the window.
I like this. I like their setup. I do like their setup. I'm a little scared of B site. It looks like Vitality's swinging to A anyway. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Brolin's getting info? Brolin's about to get the intel of his life. Oh.
He's aware of this possibility.
He hears them, right?
He's aware that the A play might be
I think he heard them. I heard footsteps.
Can he stop it? Can he make it more difficult at least? First up, ZywOo sees the shoulder, and that's all he'll see.
Damn.
Mezzi follows up on the double peek.
What a peek.
ZywOo and Mezzi creating space into the A-bomb side. Torzy has to try and shut them down. It's a good quick kill here on Mezzi. Is there anything else on the AWP in the back of the bomb side? And there won't be because they're rotating because Robs is calling him to come back to B.
Robs is coming out of B side. This is dangerous for them.
His impact comes back, but is he going to get shut down by Robs?
Oh God!
So much attention pulled.
Oh, and they're running full to B.
So well, wasn't meant to be a fake. It was meant to be an exec. Which
is
why it felt so real to Mouse.
It definitely was an exec, but they full pull back because Robs just took B side by himself.
Back to see what he can recover, but I
very smart.
Well, they're already in. The bomb now coming, and he's going to do damage to the bomb carrier, but he can't stop them from getting in the sight. And Apex
read that play like a book.
As he gets to top
and they got bombed down.
And Mouse fought to just 3 plays, and they're a long way off winning this. They're a long way off winning this.
Do we play for this? You have time. It's doable. But you have to be aggressive. You have to be aggressive here, boys. Nice. Do more. You have kits. Do more.
He's not going to miss. Not going to miss his chance. And it's all on flames now as Spinks comes back
nice.
in and the wall bang to bring him down.
Good stuff. Let's see stuff like that, man. Let's see more stuff like that.
All the things going wrong for Mouse on Dust 2 are now
good job being aggressive, boys. Good job being aggressive. That's when you go confident.
Vitality even plays that very well. The bait from ZywOo.
That's when you're confident.
It's played perfectly.
Not like when you're like, oh, we're gonna.
Spam kills on this retake.
Good retake.
A couple miracles for Mouse.
Yeah, that was not your round to win, guys.
And now 6
Good job.
in a row in this second half.
Keep it up. Keep the momentum up.
Dallas, the comeback is on. Do you want Mouse to complete it?
2 rounds away.
All right, Vitality. Taking mid again. They're just so good at taking mid. Oh. Good shot, Spinks. Call back.
For Mouse. And Mezzi already out
good
on the
job,
ramp.
guys.
He's got ZywOo in front of him. Look
They're
at this.
already out on ramp, though.
Vitality has some space to play with.
Brolin. Brolin.
And they take them. Will they boost up?
Brolin,
yes,
no.
Brolin's timing. Looked away.
Brolin.
ZywOo's on the top of the stairs. So there's no way. Brolin's ready for this. ZywOo zaps away Brolin.
Oh my
God,
God,
exertion, though. Similar position who can wheel himself out of.
What is going on with Xerxon?
Off now, but
I guess Xerxon just gave that up. Okay, he's playing inside of connector.
Another retake opportunity.
That was a little crazy.
The last one looked so clean. The retakes in this half have looked
clean. We're just giving up so much, though, man. I mean, honestly, maybe that is the move. Like, another retake that was a little scary, but because we gave them the whole site, man, they walked out. They just walk out of sight, brother.
Success similar to that now.
And you have to play retakes.
Plenty of utility. Robs will burn, and he gets taken down. Quick first kill here for Mouse on the retake attempt. They launch themselves in. This time ZywOo Mezzi on the fight. It's just Mezzi left. The defuse being stuck. It's planted on default. Can he get there in time? Yeah! He gets there in time. It's Mezzi stealing it away. 11 rounds for Vitality. And he just blasts his way to the defuse.
And the desk mentioned it, how good the supporting cast for Vitality has been. We're always going to talk about ZywOo. We're always going to talk about Robs. But Mezzi has delivered in so many big moments.
Oh, so close.
So impactful, so clutch.
So close.
And now we see if the story is the same as it was on Dust 2. An incredible run from Mouse to get back into the map, but a single loss. Does that shake them off kilter? Does that ruin their rhythm?
Well, it was enough on Dust 2 to destroy them, to make them disappear.
So let's see some of that mentality they've been talking so much about. Time to dig deep.
Yeah. Agreed.
And well, it's just a rinse and repeat through the smoke for sure.
Agreed.
Only one player here, it's Torzy looking to make the difference this time. Torches flames. Spinks and Apex,
okay, Spinks.
blow for blow. Robs opening up, another fight towards Brolin, gets into the connector. Utility drops in.
Nice.
Robs goes down. Spinks again, another
good job, Spinks.
For Mouse. ZywOo diving down out of Palace, and once again it is ZywOo tasked with a clutch for Vitality.
Good nade.
This is the sharpest tool they have.
21 kills.
The weapon of mass destruction in ZywOo, and he's gonna bring it down to the 1v1.
What is going on with Torzy?
The game, or the Hungarian highlight.
So he gave up CT because it was smoked, only to come back to CT.
Defuse tapped.
If he was there, he could have made... dude, he could have picked up... Oh, nice! Torsi, that was just way too close, brother. Like that, you just made that way too close.
And he's had a great run of form here in Dallas.
I guess he wanted to reset, but if you're gonna reset to Rat's Nest, why is like Spinks pushing? Because he heard the bomb.
And he's the sharpest tool that MOUZ have, and he's the sharpest.
I mean, I guess unlucky. I don't know.
Such a good event for him, and an important clutch to keep this comeback going and reverse that stop MOUZ from falling into that pit of despair they encountered on Dust 2. And Spinks is learning a lesson. If you're going to take that kind of a stance against ZywOo, you better nail the shot. He's not going to forgive you and not let you get away.
Yeah, agreed.
Torsi saves him.
Torsi's feeling it. Torsi's like...
Pretty calm reaction as well from Torsi. Yeah. The 1v1 against ZywOo. Knows the job is not done. That is just merely a
not done. Vitality timeout? MOUZ timeout. Interesting.
They still have to swim back to shore.
Rolling on that MP9, dude. The MP9 is disgusting.
They can
Nerf
look
the
at this
MP9.
run and be like, we've been doing it this whole time. This CT side has been locked down. We know exactly what we're doing. We can handle Vitality here. They don't have those doubts.
The fake only works if he doesn't look at stairs and kills your teammate. If anything, you give him info of where you are. So he was looking at CT the entire time.
Pistols and the one hero AK-47 on ZywOo. But their T side really struggling.
That was really close. That was a crazy close round.
Defense has hit an incredible level.
Versus ZywOo.
The last 4 round wins for MOUZ have been defuses and retakes. They've looked clean.
Good nade dodge. I would have ate that. See how we take this stuff? No, but we're faking it.
It's all a fake and it's working. Look how hard MOUZ.
Oh my god, yeah, they're hard rotate. No. Who's Xerxin didn't. Xerxin, good mental.
Xerxin getting back into position.
Yes, good mental. Hold connector. You need to hold this connector.
Xerxin, he's gonna get one. I was hoping for a little bit more on that.
Yeah, me too.
He had the element of surprise with a distraction set up from his teammate in the sight, but not enough to feel comfortable here if you're MOUZ.
No, definitely not if you're Brolin, low HP, and you got everyone to worry about.
All right, Brolin's in a good spot, though.
But he knows he wants that low HP player. He wants to get it, and he's got it. Rob's in the hunt. Successful.
Unlucky.
He catches himself for Brolin. And now the plant is being secured. Apex looking to put it down.
Not much util. Spinks, good shit.
And so the fuse
I like the way Spinks plays, dude. He's been having a great game.
Off the back of it. As he waits, up on ticket. It's
nice.
Torsi, straight to the head.
Good shot, Torsi.
Way
to make it a 2v2.
And the flank around the back.
Oh, Rops is going in, dude. Rops might have the greatest flank of his life.
He's got to keep them pinned. Oh! He taps on a Torsi. And now it's Rops around the back. Flames is doing it all on his own. He doesn't even need Rops right now, but he'll be the final piece. And he can't do it, so it is Flames required. Time ticking, dancing with death. And Spink does not have a kit. He does not have the time. And Vitality, they've got map point.
It was Messi a couple rounds back. Now it's Flames. Incredibly precise shots. And it's the supporting cast. This is what makes Vitality so strong. This is what makes them so hard to beat. ZywOo's bringing you to the finish line, but Messi and Flames with impact to bring you over.
And look what it's done to the money here for MOUZ as well. They're broken. They're completely shattered at the end. Flames with some beautiful shooting here. And it might just be enough.
I don't know. I'm not sure about their smokes.
The best of 5.
And it's got to just be so gutting for MOUZ. Again, 2 maps in a row. Huge runs to come back into the maps. Contend down the
I mean, Xerxin's reaction there. Brother, if you held connector, you wouldn't have that reaction. I mean, we got one in connector on their like half buy, right? Like I get it. I get the reaction, but brother, like you need to hold that connector like your life depended on it.
Vitality close Mirage here. They are likely looking at their 6th title and a 30th win in a row. This is what MOUZ have. 5-7s, Deagles, MP9, and a FAMAS.
Yeah.
It's not pretty.
No, it ain't.
But you can always do something clever and creative. How prepared is Vitality going to be? And actually, it looks like they don't even want to let that clever and creative plan come into action. They just say, we'll stay grouped up. We don't need to spread out, thin out our attack, and let you pick us off. Over to the B bomb site we go. And Apex, he hasn't called a play like this all throughout the half. So MOUZ have no idea it's coming. It's Yimfat alone with the Deagle.
They're finally gonna be execute, not a fake. Huge take. I mean, they know they're low on money, right?
Gonna be cleared, no problem for Apex. Follow up for the Mac 10,
nice.
Not good enough.
Okay.
And the last ditch effort
some
for
trades, but not enough, man. They still got AKs.
To keep them going here. Spinks has to make us believe. With that MP9, he doesn't muster it, so it's Brolin to step up instead. The Swede looking for some sweetness, but it will not be the fact. It is Vitality last year
who came to Dallas and were defeated in the finals, but this time they are looking to destroy Mouse to take that
so
Dallas
close,
title.
guys. So close. But what can we do, you know? It's looking like a 3L though, for sure. It's looking like a big 3L. I want to see if the analyzing desk makes the same commentary as I do regarding just their, like... I mean, their T-side was abysmal. But the way they played T-side just honestly seemed to me like a public lobby. It didn't seem that there was like coercion to it or cohesiveness. It seemed like they were kind of running around all over the place. I think they were just mostly looking forward towards CT side, which they, to their credit, did a lot better in. But unfortunately, they still lost, and Vitality clearly had the upper hand towards those last few rounds. So, should be a CS commentator. Yeah, that's my next project. Oh, there's the Weston, Dallas. Can Mouse finally beat Vitality? 4 attempts, no success. Damn, hit him with a no success. Shoutcaster. Shoutcasting is a little more difficult because you have to be like very on the ball of what's going on in real time, and you gotta hit them with like the memorizable quotes. You know, you can't just be like, "There they are, pushing out of tunnels. They got a kill." You have to like hit them with like the, you know, things they think about as they're listening to the commentary. One small step for man and one small step, big step for this player. Like, you have to like practice your lines in the mirror. That's an awesome cat. Thank you. She doesn't do a whole lot. You say memorizable quotes all the time. You have a whole TikTok. I don't know about all that. She was looking at something. I didn't know if there was a bug. She doesn't hunt the bugs. She just looks at them. So sometimes, like, are you looking at a bug? Look at that. That face of disgust. Hey. Hey. So yeah. Okay, ignoring me, I guess.
Well, that was more like it from Vitality. By that, I mean it was Mouse Sports that could not find some footing here on the second map of the series, Mirage, in the way of the Bumblebees. I welcome you back to the grand finals here in Dallas,
let's hear some analyzation.
The Masters been here all week. We're kind of coming to a head right now, it seems. Vitality.
Yeah, she hates me, which is why she spends all her free time around me.
I've got Steel. I've even
and then
got
complains
Yanko.
when I don't pick her up.
And today up here on the desk.
Yeah, I think this crowd really dislikes Apex, but he's a good guy, man. He tried to extend this map to give them a little bit more content by calling.
I like this commentator. He's like just shitting on the other team.
With no plans.
I like
feel
it.
Like that was what sort of gave a little bit of momentum to Mouse in the second half, but in reality, it was all Vitality on Mirage.
And Zywoo.
Because if he's wrong, it's just funny, and if he's right, he seems like a good Chad.
First half of the game, but even at the end, I think he was like 10 kills ahead of his next teammate. It's just mind-blowing to me. I mean, I have to kind of follow on Yanko's point about the force buys. It wasn't just round 2, though. It's like 5 times in that half. Guys, you can take a save and then play a buy round out, but if you want to say something about the Zywoo ace, I mean, there's not much to say. It speaks for itself there.
This is where you knew it's over. This is where you were, like, even if you maybe thought there might be a chance, nah, this final's over. If Zywoo is having aces like that, you know, we can see how he's flying around the map, really just taking fights, booming with confidence and owning Mouse. Honestly, the player cams on Mouse, after the pistol round, you saw Exertion sort of just shaking his head. You know, there's no belief there. There's no real faith that they can take down Vitality, and honestly, even if they were playing better, it wouldn't matter when Zai was playing like this.
That's the thing, right? That is the first time in this tournament we see Zywoo play at this level, where he's dictating the game as much as he is right now. The ace, the impact he had in all the rounds, the feeling that whenever Zywoo is alive, he can make something happen. I think we saw it on the T side as well. 2 or 3 times he had a hero AK, so it's like Vitality also putting stock into Zywoo, feeling like this is his game, this is him who's making the difference right now. I gotta be honest, you know, the positive side for Mouse is that they did make the game competitive to some degree. The negative thing is that it doesn't matter. You know, there's nothing to show for it. We're now heading into a third map, Trace. It's Inferno. Yanko said it. The game is over. I think so too. It's just a bit of a shame that we're getting to this conclusion.
Woo!
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, it kind of does feel like that to a degree because, yes, I mean, for what we got
I
in
was
the
just
first
was
map of
having
the
a
series,
disgusting
it
game.
gave a little
I
bit
mean,
of lifeline in here. It made me believe that Maus were about to at least push Vitality around. Map 2, we didn't get it, Josh.
We didn't get it. I think when we look at the maps here, you would expect Maus to do better on Mirage or Dust 2 for sure. Inferno being that kind of the map that they need to win to be able to stay in it. Otherwise, Vitality starts their next ESL Grand Slam run. That's not the situation you want to be in, but I mean, there were some signs of life in that second half for Maus. I mean, they did bring it to a respectable amount. Part of that was Apex Tilt overcompensating, whether that be in his play by just
I don't know, dude. Exertion was like actually crashing the fuck out like several times during that game.
At the enemy still, or
swinging in front of
being
$80.
He's a hero AK on some of these situations.
Real fans will buy it.
There were some still good sequences that we saw from the side of
whatever
Maus,
the hell.
specifically in those retakes. I think they did a good job of being patient, grouping up, taking their time, using
Loosely
their utility. I mean, sure, there's some situations where they got beat out in some Vitality clutches, but overall, for the most part, there were some good glimpses of life there from the side of
overall. Yeah, I mean, yeah, overall. Baby.
Coach is like, stop tilting the fuck out. Stop being a bunch of crybabies. Okay? When we take a site, we use util. You don't run out of Palace and drop the bomb in the middle of fucking nowhere and lose the round.
Faking that you're putting mid presence and then you bail out.
ZywOo's kind of a bit of a Giga Beast. Okay? Stop holding W
this is not fooling anyone.
Into ZywOo.
Really, if you're on the side of Maus, right? They have all the control, all the information.
Coach is too chill.
Again,
I mean, what do you do as a coach? I don't know. Do you yell at your players? Like, they're playing against the best team in the world,
and
right?
just one more time, Flames is going to do a great job of sort of drawing attention to himself, fighting. He's the A anchor. Oh, we killed the A guy.
Maybe the team is sensitive.
Well, actually, there's one more guy in the side, and he's going to be doing most of the work.
And just to add on
here,
there's a couple things going on. There's 2 smokes left for the side of Maus as well after they did all this mid stuff. And they all retreated. One of the last 2 smokes they had missed window, so it's only 1 more smoke they have for the A execute. And they leave nobody in middle. They leave no one underpass just to wait, hide, let the reclear happen, then re-go late. Yeah, they have the Joker at B, but I mean, I feel like that's just such an overcook, needlessly.
Give me round 11.
I mean, more of the same stuff, more of the mid control trying to be taken by Maus. ZywOo does a nice play with the AWP, obviously, and I think this was the name of the game. The re-aggression coming in from Flamesy, the push from Catwalk. At this point, it's a 5v2, and he thinks to himself, this is over. Apex and the boys getting a little bit too overconfident, giving Maus another shot. It goes into a deep 2v2 where they play out the time, they sneak up towards the A bomb site, but ZywOo is in a prime position, and just like he did throughout the entire game, he's not going to miss this opportunity. Jimmy misses a Molotov on towards ZywOo as well.
He has a nade as well.
Never gives himself a chance to win the round, and that's kind of the point right here. Vitality dominated middle throughout that entire first half, and even the one time they messed up, even the one time they gave Maus a chance to get into the game, they didn't capitalize.
Dude, also when it was 2v2, when it became a 2v2, there was 1 minute, 12 seconds on the round, and they ran out of time. It's like, come on, man. Like,
yeah, they're overcooking, bro.
Also, you could tell Vitality understood in the second half with some of their calling, right? Even this round is a B fake, right, into rushing down mid into con. That's what you call when your opponents are playing with confidence. They're gonna over-rotate thinking, oh, you're desperate, you're gonna call it B pop. No, you're 1 step ahead. They get the bomb down in a 4v3. Spinks does a great job of sneaking out, finding a kill. Messi and Flamesy have the guns now, and it's going to be all down.
There's
to
2 very
Flamesy,
important
really
rounds they lost. Now I'm glad they're
showcasing
them.
In this tournament, in this situation, he finds both kills. Here plays it really, really well. Rops isn't able to finish off the frag, but doesn't matter because not enough time anymore. And Spix is now just playing for the kill. He even dies. Flame even gets out of there with his gun.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say anything positive about that. When you lose a round like this, Josh, when you lose a game like this, again, where you get close, but you never really get close, it must be hard mentally to keep believing in the Maus camp.
Yeah, quite taxing all the way around. But let me go ahead and remind you all that we will catch up with our DHL MVP at the very conclusion of the game.
I'm going to go make my coffee.
Without any further ado, check this out.
Go make my coffee, chat.
That is correct. It is the DHL MVP time. This is where I'm going to ask you to really get in there, get into the trenches. Let's get some voting going on, and let's figure out who that DHL MVP is going to be that we catch up with at the very conclusion of this grand final. So some of the front runners, this guy, ZywOo, seemingly all over the place, up-and-coming talent, right?
I mean, heading into the game, there was a case to be made that if FlameC or someone else had a monster grand final performance, it could have been another Vitality member, but with the way ZywOo is playing right now, with the impact he's showing here in Mirage, and I guess with the way that he's conducting himself, it's hard not to give him a vote.
Yeah, and if you're GymFat, you're real mad at the end of that, by the way, because of the Molotov and how it all plays out. Rops, okay, make a case.
Yeah, Rops, I mean, he's not been having the same type of tournament that you would expect from him, but the rest of the team hasn't been having the same effect. I mean, even ZywOo hasn't had the best rating, but Rops is there. He plays a certain role in the team, and that's the closer, and he's been doing a good job of that. So many situations, him and ZywOo are left alone, and somehow you always know it's a winnable round.
Flames?
Flames, yeah, as the third star so far of this grand final, especially on that CT side, was doing a lot of work, finding a lot of impact. Even when his job was just to sort of bait for his teammate, he was able to find kills, had that huge clutch in the second half where Vitality was struggling to find some rounds, and definitely delivered for his team.
I just want to give FlameC right here. I know his KD didn't look that impressive, but he was involved in every single key round on that T side of Mirage, and he was the deciding factor, so to speak.
Especially the round he was able to escape back to Apps after the, Palace after they had already gotten the bomb plant. It was wild.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. We talk about Vitality and their greatness and compare them to some of these other teams, like Astralis, and then talk about who are they the most dominant teams we've seen since them. And there's debate about that. I think we do have a team that we can definitely compare MOUZ to, and that's Team Liquid of 2018, right? 2018, where they were the second best team in the world, but they could not beat Astralis ever. The Astralis had their number every single time. Those games weren't close, and I think that's where MOUZ is at the moment. They don't think they can beat Vitality. They can't beat Vitality, and every time when they meet them, it's just, well, we know what's going to happen here.
Let me, because I feel the passion you're giving me off of that one right there. But let's just pause that idea for 1 second. Let's go hear from Xtas real quick.
Catching up with Xtas once again as they do take MOUZ's map pick of Mirage. I posed the question to him, what was the biggest thing you changed since last time around? He didn't give me a direct answer, but he did say he felt like the individuals and the team play were firing on all cylinders, obviously on that CT side. Things maybe got a little hasty when we moved on to that T side, but he said did a great job of closing the rounds out. Now, moving on into Inferno, I also said to him, surely the confidence level has to be even high moving into this one. He said, yeah, it's probably the same as the other maps in the pool. I don't know whether I'm buying it though, because he said he expected MOUZ, or he thought MOUZ would expect this to come in as the first map of this best of 5. And we all remember what went down in Lisbon on this very map.
Well, somebody in this arena just opened themselves a 2015 Cobblestone case. They didn't really pull anything from it, but I can assure you the real prize lies on the other side of this break. We're going to be jumping into that next and potentially final map of this grand final at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. So don't you move a muscle. We'll be right back, everybody.
Now, the Intel Extreme Masters isn't the only action going down here in Dallas. We have DreamHack right next door, where there's plenty of other activities, giveaways, esports going on, but most importantly, the Anthros booth. And I have managed to find myself Jordan to talk a little bit more about precision sitting, because it's a term that we always use, Jordan, but what exactly does it mean when it comes to these chairs?
A good question for it. Precision sitting is about making the chair adjust to you, right? All the chairs currently in the gaming space, you have to adjust to it. And that's where you see a lot of different kind of posture and tilting forward. So I'm gonna show you guys what exactly precision sitting is. And on the back, I'll turn here, there's 2 knobs here, which actually move the chair forward and back. So this one on the bottom moves this forward, which makes you go forward. And then on this side, the top moves forward. So I'll show you guys what that means. So when I sit in it and I move this lower back, it gets it forward, and then this top one goes forward. And now I am sitting in a healthy posture. As a gamer in Counter-Strike, this is where we want to be, right? Full range of motion. I can move my elbows back. I'm not getting blocked by the back of the chair. And I can actually pull up to the table where I want to be and have my space exactly where I want it. I am not moving to the chair, right? The chair's moving to me where I want to be. The other great thing is the arms. They go in and they go away. So you don't have to take them off what a lot of us do, right? So I can pull it up and actually unlock it. There's a locking mechanism, so I can lock in here, unlock it, and actually come back like this and have a stretch. I just pop my back. I can reset. I just lost a round or something like that. I need to refocus, come back forward, lock in, boom. I am back into that healthy sitting, ready for the next round.
I just had mine engineered by the CEO himself, and it feels incredibly comfortable. But that's not where the action ends for Anthos chairs, right? They're fully customizable. Do you want to show them a little bit of what they can do at home?
So we have these back panels on the back of the chairs that can actually be changed out. So as you buy our chair, you can fully customize the color, the caps on the knobs, the look of the chair from leather to fabric, and then the back panel. This is the cool part. This is like our skin, right? We all know what skins are in Counter-Strike, right? But this is your chair skin. It comes off the back very easily, and you can get your pros, your favorite teams, sign this, take it home, put it on your chair, and now your chair is a custom signed, like one of a kind. It's super cool. And if you get tired of this back and you want to change it out, cool, we have all kinds of different backs that you can choose from and swap out, and then boom, you're holding.
Want to give us a little swivel and show exactly where it is? Because I know that players have signed a lot of weird stuff in their time, but this is really cool because you're going to be sitting with your favorite player all the time.
Yeah, as you saw that one, it was wood. So you can, if you know, a lot of us have spouses or we work from home, so you can actually have it fit your room and the way it looks, and then you can change it into gaming. It's that easy. So yeah, very customizable. Really excited to be here, work with ESL, amazing partners, and I hope you gamers out there give us a chance to really feel what real sitting is, because this is a life-changing chair. I have never sat in a chair that has fixed my back, my body, to allow me to work 8 hours and then game another 8 hours.
Damn.
We love it. We're hardcore sitters.
New chair POV? What kind of coffee? I just get a medium roast. I've been drinking the McDonald's K-Cups. Just straight up. No additives, no sugar. Put ice in it though. I do put ice in it.
Throughout the series played in
Medium
2025 between these two teams,
sometimes I have dark roast. It just kind of depends.
On 2 maps, Dust 2
Alex,
and
get help.
Mirage. Both
With
of
what,
those
brother?
have been taken
What do you
away
mean
from
get
them.
help?
Incredible comebacks, ending in devastating
What do you think I should get help with?
as they go limp at the final hurdle. Vitality marches towards that 30th
Mid
straight
coffee for a mid
victory.
man.
And Mao's desperate to have anything in this grand final. One map is all they want. Inferno, we know it could be the best deciding map, but at this point, Mao's just wishes it won't be the deciding map in this series.
Another best of 5 final yet to defeat Vitality. Defeating Vitality, that's been Mao's mission, and right now it seems like it's mission impossible. Vitality looking for a 6th grand final and a 6th title, and it's time, Dallas. Perhaps the last map of Counter-Strike this weekend.
You have higher standards than McDonald's K-Cups, dog. Why do you guys give a shit? Why do you guys give a shit about what coffee I drink?
4 victories
High
for
standards?
Vitality on Inferno across 2025 against Mao's.
I want to watch this game.
Just another obstacle they'll have to overcome.
Vitality on T side, Mouse on CT side.
Never taking this map away from them, and now you've got your grand finals life on the line as
Mouse
well.
gonna show some life. Hopefully, dude. I mean, they've been showing life. The games were close.
The history of the first 2 maps fresh in your minds. Vitality getting out to
they just, I mean, they gotta just be purposeful with their plays, you know. They caught, I think they've caught Vitality off guard a couple times. Dust was really close. Mirage not so close.
There's nothing they can do to beat this team.
They gotta lock in. Like, this is gonna be the most locked in they've ever been in their life.
Yeah, so slow to start at the moment. Vitality just looking for Mouse to come out with a different kind of attitude, with a different aggressive philosophy, trying to catch them off guard and just don't want to deal with it. So sit way back
Smart.
at about the minute mark.
I would not have thought to read it like Apex. To say that they're going to be aggressive. I would not have thought they would be aggressive.
They've got enough,
which they aren't, but it's smart to think they would be coming out of like 2-game loss.
Over straight away. Spinks rotating through Speedway.
Not to make good coffee. I don't know why people are hating.
To help out.
Who cares?
Actually holding on to the U-tilt.
You buy those K-Cup packs, I load up my Keurig, I'm good to go.
They haven't actually moved.
Takes me like a minute to make coffee. I'm chilling, tastes fine to me.
He should be able to get here in time, and
I switch it up. Sometimes I have Pete's, not always McDonald's. Anyways. All right.
Now comes the flames.
Vitality comes out swinging. Brolin holding it.
Able to cool them off, and it's
Xertion. Yes, Xertion. Let's see it, Xertion. Good hold, Xertion. Good hold, man. Xertion, stay the fuck locked in, brother. Do not crash out.
Like that, a single-handed victory from Xertion has not been able to get going in this grand final.
Yes, he hasn't been, but
that's exactly what
we need him to lock it in.
Get started. And we see what they can do when
rooting for the reverse sweep. Reverse sweep would be insane. A reverse sweep here would be crazy.
Without a bomb plant due to Xertion's performance, Vitality will not buy. So a little bit of an easier time to start things out for Mouse. They'll wait for the third round for the AKs to come in. I talked to Apex after the last map. He said you guys got quiet.
Ooh.
He said you guys got no energy.
He said you guys are fucking losers. I talked to Apex. He said your mom's fat. Yo, I talked to Apex. I talked to Apex. He said he's gonna fuck your girlfriend. Pretty funny.
Mizinho.
I would start casting like fuck you to the announcers instead.
Just one kill for him, and the pressure is going to be up on him. Brolin to clean up.
See you back when watching Sister Picture. What's up?
Vitality players, and they will fall.
Ducky. Also, Zombie Fetcher with the 83 months. Welcome back, Zombie Fetcher. I haven't seen you here in a little bit.
Yeah, but now
thank
the
you
real
for that
test
reset.
Comes out.
Appreciate
the
it.
first test comes out in terms of the AK-47s.
Ooh.
All across the board for Vitality.
Many maps need to be won to decide the whole thing. If Vitality wins this map, it's over. And they'll be 30-0. Making further history.
Xertion going to be behind the flames this time. A lot of utility to back him up as well.
All right, Mouse is 2 rounds. Vitality does have a bye. USA. USA. Guys, what are we shouting USA for?
Counter-Strike in the USA.
Just
getting started.
Just Counter-Strike in the USA is a USA chant.
I
don't know, bro. USA goes kind of hard, not gonna lie.
Thanks to Mezzi on the follow-up, and now Brolin's caught out of position, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, the trade game is so efficient today for Vitality. They haven't slipped up in that regard at all, and you still have Rops over on the other side of the map lurking in holes. So
he's going for it. They already have sight. There's no reason to fake.
Of course, having played 4 times on this map, they'll be well.
They literally have the sight, boys. I mean, you got a lurker, you got freaking Rops lurking and killing.
What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do about that kind of a peak?
I don't know. That was disgusting, though. What the hell even was that?
Now Torzi. Ooh, goes into Boiler. And nothing at all. Vitality once again with no mercy to Mouse.
Rops has got to be the greatest solo player we've got in the game. On the anchor on the CT side, and
what is
over on the
is Rops even playing the same game?
That second option for your team, making sure and denying map control for your opponents. He's just so dang good. So is Zaiwu with this opening kill. Spinks gets the trade, but he knows there's no time to fall back, and that's a well-done attack from Vitality. Busting up the stack and breaking in, and now Mouse quickly down to just an MP957, 3 rifles, but missing utility.
Not a whole lot of hope here for Mouse, but we'll see how the triple stack outside of Banana goes. Oh, it's going to be a barrage to Brolin.
Brolin ate that shit.
His health ruined. The impact down straight away. Torzi offers himself up into the fight versus Rops. He's actually going to win that fight in the apartments. A key kill to keep his team in this round.
That was key. Good job, Torzi.
On the Rops as well, but so much damage done to Brolin. He's brought very low. He's got to shift away from the B-bomb site.
Anchoring B-site still.
So it's just Xertion. MP9. He's got a smoke to drop if he gets in trouble, but
why does he not drop it? Brother, drop the smoke, man.
Vitality's happy to force out the delay.
That was crazy to just stay there peeking that with an MP9. What insane behavior. Get a little too confident.
Mouse has to think.
Yo, Whiskey, appreciate you. Thank you so much, man, for the 5. Appreciate you.
No one even going to attempt to help Exertion at the B bomb site. When this hit comes in, he'll either fall back and save with the rest of his team, or he'll just end up dying.
Very kind of you. All right, they're going for the B take.
Let's see how much he can muster. MP9 in the coffin smoke. He's held behind it. Can't really get anything going.
Spinks and Brolin still haven't moved. This round's done. It's gonna be 2-2 tied up. And the simple thing is, Mouse just don't want their economy and the weapons to disappear. So they'll bring the 2 M4s into the next round. And for Moss, this is a good call from Mouse.
Why did we let Xertion solo hold that for so long?
The funds for it.
Why did we do that? Because we thought they were apps the entire time?
But this can't be a trend. We see it on Inferno frequently. We know how often and how if there's a convincing site take, the other site just kind of has to save. Rotations are long. You're rotating at really tough choke points to manage.
Yeah, that's the meta, huh?
And Mouse has to make sure that moving forward into the rest of this half, like they can't just lose the B bomb site without trades, without resistance, without slowing down.
That's what I mean.
Vitality.
Like Xertion was there playing it by himself. They went for the executes and he dipped. There's like nothing. There was no trade. There was no response. C Queen, how you doing? 38 months. Appreciate you.
Alex H.
Thank you, C Queen.
Gives him another chance, but will they take
Need a W from my B day.
Happy birthday.
Ooh, Simple, where are you? It was on phase, brother.
Just be V day again.
All right, well, round 5. What are we getting into this one?
Their coach seems chill though.
Mouse is trying to save a little bit of money while having enough to be dangerous.
Like coach seems very level-headed. I like that.
In terms of the nades that they pick up, in terms of kits, they haven't grabbed any of those. Yimpat going to stay away from armor as well. So just trying to shore up as much cash for the next round as the losing bonus.
Is it weird to drink milk by itself? To drink milk by itself? Not always. Like a nice cup of milk at night can do wonders, right?
Ugh. Not going to be happy about
that.
Yeah,
a little cup of milk.
So
Yuck.
Or rather, under half his health. Take it off with that grenade.
What's wrong with
milk?
Drop
back and play from short.
What's wrong with literally a base food product?
The sole tenant.
Literally, our ancestors survived off of fucking drinking milk.
On the half wall, laying down some fire, and it's Zywoo to
with
take
nothing
the
in it.
Damage.
Yeah, that's a really nice find from Brolin.
The fuck do you guys like? You guys are so cooked, man. You guys would not last one day in the fucking woods. Ooh.
Wonder if there'll be a shift back on a certain timing. Spinks and Exertion on Rap side. Torji and Yimpat doubling up towards Pit.
Milk with Sour Patch Kids in it. What are you talking about?
Banana control now taken for Vitality.
For real, chat's tweaking. This chat constantly has the most L takes with food known to man.
And Mouse have no idea which
they haven't let me live down the fact I ate rice one time.
Mezzy into the open and to his
like
death.
Out of a fucking
Brolin
bowl.
Grabbing the opening kill here for Mouse with 40 seconds left. Look where the bomb is. All the way at the back of the T-Stars. At least Apex getting some space here for a squad, but they need to pick that bomb up.
Ate some white rice one time with some salt pepper. They've been cooking me for it for like months.
To make the next move, and he stopped.
Can't believe I ate rice.
Vitality fall flat,
something people eat across the globe every single day. Billions of people, by the way, mind you. Billions of people eat rice every day.
And just kind of one by one they've leaked in. It felt like they never really had a team unified decision to attack and commit to things.
It's across.
Yeah, but he doesn't know there's one player in the back. So planting in the smoke, you might be able to get away with it.
Salt you don't get?
The ball plants, but needs something special now. Flames will give it the first step, and he just can't connect it onto Exertion. So Mouse do eventually take the lead. A small
pepper and salt on rice,
Flames,
the fuck?
but not taken.
No, that was always going to be
like it's so confusing that you guys like literally crash out over that.
The previous round
the Peg Ickle incident.
Hands that you used to win this one, so it's
I don't
giving
want to
you a
talk about
3-2 lead. As these two teams exchange.
It wasn't like I put the pickle in the fucking egg. It's just I ate an egg and I ate a pickle.
Exertion continuing that form from the pistol.
I don't know why these are like so crazy.
And yeah, it makes sense. I think a round like
guys, you're making me fucking distracted. I'm trying to watch the game.
That's nothing new to
Shut the fuck up. Stop talking to me about my food choices. I don't care
just
anymore.
The way it kind of
okay, you don't like that I eat basic foods. I drink milk. Ooh, I eat egg. What the fuck? I eat rice. Ooh, like sorry I don't combine it with every single fucking byproduct in my refrigerator. Sorry I don't buy 37 different condiments to put on my fucking side dish. My bad. Oh, do it. Hit him with it. Hit him with it. Oh! Bro, you disconnected, bro. Come on, man. What happened?
It would have been cool, though.
Would have been cool, yeah. That
Round
sucks.
6.
Good Steam Deck
off in Torji's
advertisement.
hands. And this is a map we know he can come on fire.
All right, here we go. So it's 2-3. All right.
Run up the CT side scoreboard. He's gonna be boosted up over the smoke in middle. Wants a chance at it, but scared away by the bullets.
Right, that was scary, guys. If the stream goes down, it's because it's thundering outside. Nice nade, Xertion.
ZywOo yet again coming on the losing side of that utility exchange in Banana. This time just eats one down to 53. Mezzi as well in the same position.
Poor guy. It wasn't very confident sounding. Fuck you, Apex. Wasn't very confident.
Not gonna be a whole lot of damage.
Still in Colorado, I am, brother.
Mezzi then jumps up. Xertion wins the fight. Apex and the central trade for Vitality. ZywOo to follow up. That's the B-bomb site. That's it. That's everybody that was there.
Yeah, this is what I talked about just a couple of rounds ago. That hit is way too convincing. Brolin falling that fast after the fact.
Switch up the sights.
Spinks and Torji with nothing to do.
Switch it up, boys. I know Xertion's got 6 and 2. It's because they've been going to fucking B side every round. Let's do some more there, no?
So they're still in danger. And a very convincing round from Vitality.
How far does Rops want to push this?
Ooh,
they don't really Vitality have
I might have to play some calming, relaxing noise on the TV for my dog.
Knows the likeliest place for them to save is over in pit. That's not a great fight for him whatsoever.
Giving
so just looking to see if anyone pushes out.
CS. Go Sports
Mouse should be fine keeping these weapons into the next round without any kind of a hunt, but we're tied yet again at 3.
This has been kind of cringe to watch, I'm not gonna lie. They just go B side and then they save. Because it takes too long to retake it. It's a little boring. Huge.
You should try it on your Steam Deck. I hear that goes well.
Ooh. Damn.
Xertion handling the heat quite well, and 2 grenades come towards him. He stands in an open angle and has to fight the initial player. A car. Apex just kept the pressure up, able to trade him out, and the B-bomb site falls down to the ZywOo follow-up. So 3-3 scoreline, all tied up again, and Mezzi makes his march into Banana. He's got ZywOo beside him, and ZywOo, I don't know how he's not taking any damage.
Difference between Cali and Colorado.
Spread to his feet, so he just sits back
Less
behind
expensive,
the
but more snow.
And ZywOo will be happy about that.
A god cannot be touched by fire.
Oh,
Rob's going to be at the end of halls and angle deep. Okay, Torji, you're in danger and you don't know it yet. If you back up, if you just lose focus for a moment. Thankfully for Torji, he steps forward. It's Brolin who might be at risk.
Good nade.
And just by sheer luck alone, they avoid running into Rob's
Xertion cooking them with nades, dude.
Vitality lining up.
Bro just door dashed him a smoke.
Left side going to be smoked off. Torji going to be blocked off. How fast, how aggressive do they want to take this attack up short?
Winded. Forced back into the archway. Rob's going to miss his utility. In fact, it's a little bit of blowback.
Unlucky. What just happened there?
He's got 45 seconds to try and recover this. The utility's going to come up long. Spinks into the fight, but nothing. Nothing from Spinks, and an opening now as pressure mounts for the 2 remaining defenders of the A-bomb site. Torji in the site, overwhelmed, overrun.
Okay.
Yimpad
almost cooking them.
2 from the Finn. It looks still good for Vitality.
Maybe
as Xertion and Brolin held out.
You're still not having any success on the initial fights when these attacks begin if you're Mouse, which means even though Jimmy gets you a great double kill from Pit, it has no impact in the round. It can't actually turn the fortunes of what's occurring. Vitality are just beating you 4-3. They're keeping it close, but they cannot find a consistent way to win against Vitality.
No, they can't, man. It's been real rough for them. It's been really difficult for them.
Vitality increased their score on the T side to 4. That chicken is going bye-bye.
No, get out of there. Get out of there. Chicken, no. No.
Devastating.
1v1 our chicken.
1 round lead for Vitality, 2 map lead in these grand finals.
This is the second time this person's been trying to like call out Oni.
If you're the Mouse team doing this, you're just thinking, we had that conversation coming into this map after losing Dust 2, after losing Mirage. It hasn't gotten started the way we would have liked. It's yet another situation we're going to have to dig ourselves out of. We weren't able to capitalize on the early success. Cyclone trying to tell his boys, Stay focused. Make some information plays. Start having courageous ideas. Keep talking to each other. We have to workshop these problems live. And probably thinking as well and hoping that the next Mal's run, as we got it on Dust 2, as we got it on Mirage, the Mal's run on Inferno cannot come too late. It has to be much earlier.
Oh no, not the spinning wheel of destiny. Come on, Mouse. Let's get it going here, boys. ZywOo with his like one trick.
His own gap in the smoke.
With his nades.
Opportunity is Exertion takes a tighter angle, just boosts it behind the half wall.
With his magician tricks, I should say. They've been really slow about holding mid.
Flash now.
I guess Xertion's been doing a good job holding them back.
His march.
But they're waiting for util to be used before they decide to push up banana.
The space is slowly but surely being taken. First fight again will be Exertion. Can he handle them this time?
Oh,
first is Mezzi.
Okay, Xertion.
Xertion catches a good timing, peeking out from the back of the sandbags just as Mezzi was looking the other way. Flames rolling. Exertion still around, and there's the shot from ZywOo. Not enough to bring him down, and so Exertion gets one more.
And once again, they beat him at the B bomb site. There's a third player here, it's Spinks, but he's gonna come on through, spamming in, found, of course, by ZywOo.
ZywOo's had very few kills to kick off Inferno, but all of them have been towards banana. And all of them
just been like so rough to watch, dude.
For the B bomb site defense.
Yeah, they've always been the player who's like the last line of defense at the bomb site, so a lot of impact for ZywOo, despite the fact only 3 kills so far.
Yeah, ZywOo's been bodying them for sure.
Forced to save so many times, round and round again, and
yeah, they're having a look, but again, it's just so frustrating. But it's the tough pill they have to swallow. It's one where they have to back away, retreat to save their weapons, and give them another shot at the next round. We're watching Vitality just build on this T side.
I don't think Mouse has gotten a stop at the B bomb side really all that well yet.
No, they haven't. Except for the pistol round, right?
A number of times, a massive weakness on the map.
We've seen Vitality. They've shown comfort even in the group stages against some of the lesser teams. They opened up against Legacy, and they won that map just by going B on Inferno over and over again for the entire T side. So they've shown a willingness. If B is weak, if it feels like they can get in, they're just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, 5 of the last 6 rounds won by
Vitality.
They
got to change it up on B site, man. They can't be doing this every B round.
Bomb sites at will with no issues. Right down through the smoke as Spinks is in a moment of desperation. So Cyclone trying to give some emotional support out to the boys. They're down by 2, but weapons in this round are labored. Off, saved by Torji, so that's still around.
He's trying to make it sing down, but
yeah, okay. If they put Torji on B site and they stacked A site on this like weird half buy,
they know it's positioned towards B early on, and so Rops feels like there's more space, there's more comfort taking peeks at brackets, knowing he's not going to be picked off by that AWP.
And he's so good at picking and choosing rounds in which he wants to make that kind of aggressive peek, right? Most of the time he's just quiet, he's lurking, he adds in just an aggressive peek every once in a while to catch the defender off guard. Player who really loves the mind games with his equivalent on the other side of the server. So Torji's holding this off, but he's got no smoke, no Molotov, so as soon as he fires, he's got to back away. Exertion is coming in support.
Will it be enough? There's been no stopping power at the B bomb site, but perhaps the difference is this AWP in the hands of Torzi. But the utility is canceling him out, it's keeping him at bay. And so Mezzi's going to charge in off the back of the utility. The execution is successful. Exertion with 1, but not enough to hold on to B. And look at Apex, he's pushed through that CT smoke, looking to be a thorn in their side.
Denies the ability for Torji to fall back as well. They know they have him locked in towards Ruins.
Torzi's committed to it, but he runs away, and Apex is ready to rip it out of his hands. Rops on the double and banana. And once again, it's Vitality just upping the gear, driving towards victory.
Man,
can show no
they cannot stop him on B side, bro.
Superiority every single map today. Mao's looking like they'll leave this grand final with 6 straight series losses to Vitality.
Somebody was losing their shit over the Eiffel Tower joke. I've never heard somebody laugh harder. Somebody saw that Eiffel Tower joke and they started screaming.
Rivals. The 2 teams that are able to play them pretty close in the games, right? We've got Falcons earlier on in the competition. Vitality cast them aside in the semis. Now Mao's in the grand finals. They could be winning this one 3-0.
We thought perhaps this is the event where Vitality lose the streak. But if anything, they're going into the major with full strength as Apex rounds the corner and takes Exertion's head off, and he's not slowing down. Apex on the hunt. The Predator eats them all.
Wow.
Oh, he forced that. It felt like every fight was a bad decision, but he wanted them all. He was so aggressive. Didn't care about the reload either. And Apex wanted to get a highlight in these grand finals, been watching his teammates do it all 3 maps. Now it's his turn.
I love that he did it with his little amount of bullets as he had, right? The last couple of bullets in that AK, and he still gets the final kill.
Good map for Apex, I guess.
He's 40, you're right. This is incredible. What a performance for Apex, turning around his career, right? This has been a fantastic year for him, in-game leading, but also seeing an elevation in his own individual performance. Right? This is the most impressive part about Apex. The switch in his career from entry fragger to now in-game leader. It's been a long journey to get into a position where he's considered one of the best. But also, he was criticized for his own individual performances during the previous years under the Vitality jersey. But this year, he stepped up, and we're seeing a massive difference.
Well, I think it's all been a journey for Apex, right? If you think his switch into in-game lead.
It's raining a lot outside. Raining quite a bit.
Major, but Apex himself had to establish his kind of dominance as an IGL, saying we're playing it the way that I want to. And now since then, in these years, he's paired up, he's brought his friend Xtaz in, who's got a lot of confidence in his coach, and he's finally got a system to where he can focus more on the fragging, where he's got everyone on the same page. With the work they've put in over the last 2 to 3 years, he gets more time, he gets more freedom to focus on his individual prowess. And it's
they're mental, dude. They're mental booming, man.
Missed out on the title in Dallas last year.
Rolling mental booming now.
This year, no one can keep it away from him.
And Xertion's got that 9 kill because they keep walking into him every round. They're going B site.
2 rounds left in the half.
Alex looks so small in that chair. I've already seen that joke, Heavens. Was a bad joke the first time.
Challenging in banana. And it's perfect. 4 kills in the blink of an eye for Mouse.
Okay.
And off the back of those 4 kills, soon to be 5, and it's a 4th round. As Flames trying to ignite something in banana, but he's caught on the flank from behind. Spinks will hunt him down.
Nice.
And Mouse realized they need to bring a little bit of fight into these rounds. Can they secure the 5th?
It's amazing that round looks so perfect where they've struggled with that exact same fighting situation throughout this half. Vitality up until that round.
Watch the majors? I think so. I think we'll try to watch the majors. One of the majors, Aaron.
There's Rops with his aggressive decision again, this time caught off guard and through the smoke, doesn't work. Final round of the first half on Inferno. Utility being stockpiled towards the B bomb site for Mouse's defense. And
June 3rd.
Vitality get a little bit
of
pace
we'll probably watch it.
Flames is fast. Getting into Boiler and losing his head.
Getting into Boiler.
Is there another Hungarian headshot? Apex is silent.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, this is perfect.
He just heard the footsteps too, I would imagine, unless it got obscured by Nate blowing up. But he's going to tell his teams, I'm wrapping around A right now. I've got space, I've got freedom.
You can see how vocal he is.
Yeah, start coming this direction.
Oh, he's got a lot of space. Apex with a move. Apex with the play. There's the frag on Torsi. Can he find the second? He gives the information over. Rob's trying to close it down, but Spinks has arrived just in time.
Nice, Spinks. I thought it was over.
Player first, no trigger discipline.
Okay.
North America, Mouse pleading for the 5th, but it's Mezzi to try and take away the rights. He's into the site with a plank going down on default. Is there a clutch available for Merriman?
He's gonna go into apps. Would be smart.
Into the boiler he goes. He slips away. And now he could be anywhere. Mezzi.
He's not gonna walk at a balcony though. Wow, the timing on this is insane. The timing is insane.
Again, he's got a bit of space. Fortunately, Mouse have a lot of utility, a lot of pressure, and they will get that 5th round to round out the first half of Inferno.
Okay.
If Mouse are to do it, it's going to take a special comeback in this series, but at least they're still in the
fight. I mean, they've been showing that they've been decent on T side, you know. Like if anybody could do a T side, I think it could be them. Well, at least for this this best of. Yeah, they've been walking at Xertion like every round. Let's see what they can pull off here. Mouse needs to win this pistol round. And then they obviously have to perform adequately for the remainder of their T side to have a chance to possibly have a shot at not getting 0-3'd by Vitality. Pray for Mouse. I mean, they're gonna need prayers for sure. There's no overuse of fist bumping. It's just to keep morale up. You know? Like high-fiving your teammates after free throws, that kind of shit. Basketball. You could need her TV. Yeah, actually, good call. Let me go do that now. Players need to give each other a little kiss before between the rounds. I agree, man. A little kiss in the cheek. Something special, yeah. What is that? It's like a headphones thing or something. Can you speak any Russian? Очень маленькая. Not a lot. Alex with the riveting CS2 commentary. Evans, your rage baits are cringe. Chat, would you drink a can of Sloppy Joe sauce?
From the Intel Extreme Masters Trophy here in Dallas. Another one they're gonna lift in a year where they just seem unbeatable. Mouse has had their comebacks on Dust 2. They've had their comebacks on Mirage, but never have they been able to complete them and bring them all the way into a victory. And it doesn't feel
Sloppy
like that's
Joe
gonna happen
sauce.
now. But Mouse have one last chance to change the way we look at this team.
Here we go, boys. Let's go, Mouse.
Second half underway, and Spence is going to be sprinting up through Banana. He's got all of his teammates filtering in. Just one player here.
All right, we're aggressive on B. I like it.
Had a great first half.
Nice smoke.
Looking to kick off the second with a bang.
You need this. Get this win.
First, the first headshot. Heads
Nice.
turn. It's only one.
Look at the flank. They're already here very quickly at Banana, though, and nobody's there to protect the bomb player. They're pushing forward.
The bomb spilled into the site. The bomb spilled into the site because of that one kill from Apex, so they actually have to go and waste time picking it up, and that leaves Torsi pinned in the corner.
What the hell just happened?
Vitality have all arrived. Vitality in the better position all of a sudden.
Is it a disaster?
And Torsi with a last-ditch effort. Looking for plan
No
C
bomb
at
down?
this point to get back into the round for Malice. Rob's not letting them have any room to move. Spinks will have to fight his way out of it, and he'll certainly do so. Flames looking to shut them down. He moves back towards CT. It's going to be Zywoo taking him down, and Yimpat left alone. That one kill from Apex ends up being enough because the bomb hits the ground, and Vitality sprint back in time.
They're so good at the moment of playing within themselves and not overextending And these extended battles, this extended piss around that goes on forever.
That was weak, man.
No one from Vitality oversteps the mark. They're always in a position
so much
to help a
backwash
teammate nearby.
It was like quarter of a cup, and
that fast banana flank was the ruin to Mau's idea of pushing towards CT spawn, of pushing towards ruins and controlling it.
He spilled it on his jersey and stopped. That was very interesting. That was a terrible round, by the way. That was fucking awful. I can't believe that.
Things are going to start getting desperate for Maus.
They've been desperate, brother. That was a really good B take, and then they dropped bomb, and then they could not recover because they pushed out a banana. They had 0 banana coverage. They spent so long clearing sight. I think Apex mind-fucked them by only putting one person B. They overthought it. They've overcooked, I think, most of their rounds, is kind of the idea. Like, if they just planted bomb, I think they would have been chilling. But, like, they literally ran through B, kept checking, and then by the time they finished clearing B, like, the entire CT side was already up banana. It's just been rough, dude. This has been a very rough series for Maus.
Very chill from Maus. Testing the waters. They have no utility, so going to be hard to find a finishing move that's effective. Apex has smoked nade over towards the B bomb site.
Well, Apex is by himself, solo holding B.
4 members here. 1 lurker towards A. It's Exertion with the Glock.
Okay, he smoked it and they fell back.
Guys,
you have 40 seconds.
Just rotate away.
What?
Not wanting to go through it, not feeling comfortable that.
40 seconds.
Timing. I mean, Vitality actually might get sold down the river. They just cleared brackets. Mezzi's sticking around, thankfully, so we can still have eyes on it, but they kind of think for the moment this is going to be a banana finish.
Yeah, still got Rops in the balcony as well.
Okay, they did get a player to rotate, though.
Player to have in that position.
Ziwu did rotate.
Do anything from it. It's only an
MP9, my God, they're walking out.
He's gone up against the Glock, so he could be overrun. As he makes his way into the site, Rops to dive down. It's a quick kill from Rops, but he's being pressured from so many different sides, but Rops is going to handle it. Spinks in the bomb site, plant locked in at least, but can he go all the way? Can he win this round for Maus? It's a must-win to kick off this second half, and they move in together. Spinks against his former organization, against his former teammates, and Apex.
There's like a firing line, bro.
He's gonna take it. Maus are able to get the miracle.
Yeah, an easy fight once they have him pinned down behind the
case openings today, Alex?
Bullets just tapping away, making sure he never gets a clean peek, never a safe peek.
No case openings.
A little bit of danger in that for Maus, considering
maybe we'll set some stuff up next month. We'll see.
So not too shabby to get a bomb plant there and 3 kills, but man, how good is Rops? Pressured from 3
Rops is crazy.
And manages them all and still lands spectacular shots.
Absolutely crazy.
9-5. Vitality just 4 rounds away from the trophy.
There's your case. Damn.
Great boost. But a team play to open up. Apex going down in banana. And an opening kill for Maus to work with. Can they hold on to it? That's the difficult part, as they have to walk into a double stack. Rops and Zywu. The Tower of Terror. And Mezzi's going to be on the other side. The impact falling and the numbers going to an even 3v3.
Yeah, and disappearing inside the smoke. And even though you get the kill over towards the B bomb site onto Apex, since you're so spread out towards middle, you got no way to take advantage of it. And now Zywu, all the confidence in the world. Although Exertion might just catch him around the corner. That's Torgia. Now he falls back.
Wow.
Or kills another.
Gets another. Yeah, he's eventually going to be taken out by Exertion. There's 53 seconds to win this for Exertion. We also
Exertion's
talked about
doable,
his
brother.
Prowess, but now he needs to become a closer. He'll go back down to bottom banana.
It's a good fake.
Pathway to be at the moment open.
No, he's not doing anything. No, he's not going
banana. Might be a hard
banana.
clutch to put together if you're Vitality. As soon as you make your move, if you move after this smoke fades, Exertion is thinking that's the likeliest scenario.
No.
Oh my God.
What?
Okay. Oh.
No
way.
What? No.
Shooting, and it doesn't work out for Exertion.
Oh my God, that could have been so insane.
If they passed to like that and he was able to get into the A bomb site for, I mean, there could have been something there.
That could have been something crazy.
Would have just been blind luck. 10-5.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it would have been.
For Maus, there's no money. You know, no bomb
maybe he went
secured,
B
so
site.
sitting around $3,000 average.
Not today, Mousetrap.
I mean, this is the last half buy you do. Everything after this is going to be everything you've got. You're throwing it all in. You have no more time to waste. You simply need to put rounds on the board. 3 in a row to start this second half for Vitality.
Crowd probably gave that away. Maybe. Didn't help.
And there's nothing you can do to win any of these. Smoke broken open, Vitality just making all the right plays, never letting you stay comfortable. So try to recover 3 players up in halls.
Nice to meet you.
And for Maus,
what's happening, brother?
They have one more chance this
Are you
next
looking
round with
forward
guns
to
to turn their
Night
fortunes on Inferno.
Not especially. I'll probably keep up with it, see what's going on, but it looks like a good game.
Yeah, real slow one for
But,
Maus as they set up for
but
the
we'll
A
see.
point. 3
Holding
players
out.
defending.
Holding out.
On this A-bomb site. Rob's in the pit.
Nobody with the prime, appreciate it.
They're going to be perfect.
Messi with the stop and Robs.
Damage done onto Spinks, low HP, diving down into the pit itself with 40 seconds on the clock. The last-ditch effort, stopped by Zaiwu and Messi.
Yeah, it's over, isn't it,
We're
boys?
looking at 11-5. The force buy gets nowhere, or rather the half buy
Boys,
gets
I think
nowhere.
it's over.
And now it's the full buy, and the last timeout as well. This is it for Maus.
I think it's over.
It looks like their stage demons will
Saw some people playing an early copy from an event today. Does it look good?
Past Vitality.
You have to call this one from scratch as well if you're Cyclone.
From what I saw, it's just like you're fighting a boss,
you can build upon.
then you get items or something, and then you fight the next boss. Is that kind of the gist?
Play the same exact game. No need to change anything. We've already shown that they can't beat us. They can't break through this defense. So nothing unusual for Vitality.
Coach is trying to keep their morale up, you know?
47s for Maus, all the utility you
They
can
look
ask
nervous.
for. They've got every bell and every whistle.
Yeah,
to
they
fight
look
around
nervous.
17.
I mean, Spinks is literally biting his
But
nails.
they have to be pretty close to perfect for the rest
You know what
of
I
this
mean?
map. Vitality just 2
Spinks
round
is
wins away.
quite literally biting his nails. Like I think they're mental boomed, guys. Unfortunately, and Vitality looks way too
Is
confident.
their life in Maus yet?
Zaiwu didn't have to do shit this game. Zaiwu literally just had to
Rops
exist.
running down mid. Zaiwu to send the grenade into the stairs. And Rops to move with it. Torzy getting tagged. Information given over to Rops. There's one close by. Torzy still going to win that fight. Maus have the advantage. Exertion burned back.
Flame sidesteps all the nade damage. Over towards halls we go. Spinks and Yimfat.
Spinks had to make watch his old team make history.
Apex is the next
Yeah, I feel like
defender
Spinks
over
is a good player,
Library. A
man.
is relatively weakened.
Spinks seems like a decent player.
Zaiwu
Unlucky.
into the fight, and just the one. Taken out
Good
by
trade.
Spinks in response. 4v3, minute left. And Maus further on it. It is Spinks to come out of the balcony.
Exactly what they needed. Vitality was trying to cheat over towards the B bomb site to get a jump on any kind of attack into the site. They thought that would be the finish. Apex drops his gun to recover an AK-47. He's going to pick it back up regardless. Got blown away by a grenade, and they'll save the weapon. So Maus, they put their first round on the board. Now, we've had this in the first 2 maps. We've had this moment where Maus gained a little bit of control. They hit that stretch. On Dust 2, it was 6 rounds straight. On Mirage, it was 6 rounds straight. And then nothing after that. It was just an isolated run. It cannot be the case here. If they're to make it into a run. That question still needs to be answered if they can win 2 in a row.
True, Vitality hanging on to 2 save weapons at the moment. 2 AK-47s to go into the CT round. In the next, they've got plenty of money to buy around it as well. They're going to have all the supporting cast. AWP for Zaiwu if he wants it. And everybody else on the rifle. Still a shot to respond immediately for Vitality.
Okay.
Go to 12. To go to championship point yet
We got
again.
something, dude.
Zaiwu trying to hardcore pre-aim, gets a little bit surprised, so can't double up on the second. A great round from Spinks. Nice impact with the trade onto Zaiwu and coming out balcony for another. A timeout is called by Vitality. Xtaz involved in the conversation, gives chance for Maus to talk over because they're out of timeouts.
It's going to be full rifles here for Vitality, maintaining that. Same for Maus.
They have the option to get an AWP on the field if they want it. Apex has $5,000. He could drop one over, but Zaiwu, I guess, hand-waving him off. Look at the team effort out of Team Vitality on this third map. 11 kills on Mezzi, Rops, and Apex. 10 on Zaiwu, 8 on Flames. Everyone delivering, no one lagging behind.
Apex's collection of deadly forces.
Nice. Huge 36 cents.
Rops Grenade ready to go down into the bottom banana again. Torzy not going to be receiving it on the head.
Where's it hailing outside? The fuck is going on?
Pressure on Exertion. Dismounts off the half wall. But then comes through and dismantles too. It's like Apex put on notice in the B-bomb side. The solo player left. If they execute upon him and he gets nothing, it's over.
Looks really clunky from Exertion and Torzy. Not really coordinated perfectly on what they want to do, but smoke's up. They want to make it feel like Mouse is going to attack the B-bomb site finish here, but Apex has pretty much called everyone away. ZywOo's starting to shift a little bit.
Just as the bomb starts to leave banana and think about an A finish, so Robs will be the only player on A. He's not really in a position to change the outcome of the round just yet. He's in front of the library. In fact, all the way back in the library now.
They're saving. Robs is sliding over in this position, just back away to the B bomb site. When that hit didn't come in towards B, when the hit didn't come in towards A, that's the call that Vitality's going to make, because they got no money in the bank. Flames will be able to buy himself a rifle in the next round. Apex can drop a rifle over to Mezzi. Outside of that, everyone's pretty much busted. So Mouse will get up to 7. Vitality making an economic decision so they can have another crack at it and another full buy in the next round. But man, it's just a weird feeling for Mouse. It's every time it seems like this match has just completely slipped away, they have that one last gasp, that one dying breath.
Yeah, catch the last wind.
Remember the Fnatic Golden Age with JW? I do. Flush.
Still win in regulation. Just need to be perfect from this point onwards on the T side.
This hunt's actually huge. This could hurt Mouse a lot if they go for this and lose these rifles. But if they get everything from Vitality, they set themselves up to close the gap even more.
It is the risk you run.
Interesting.
For the big reward. ZywOo gonna be naded. He's got the health to survive that grenade blast, and he's not gonna peek into the open.
Wow. The discipline, man.
A couple of fights do go down. Rops is the one to win it, so Vitality will save all 3 weapons.
Wow.
They get an extra kill on the way out the door.
I like the decision to go for the hunt, though, because if you're going to make a comeback like this in the grand finals, you're going to have to take some risks somewhere.
You have to have some attitude.
Yeah, just showing that you're willing to take that one. They don't all have to be the craziest risk in the world, but playing against the odds, at least in that situation. 11-7, round 19.
All right, full buys versus full buys.
Mouse now with 2 rounds strung together, trying to bring this right back.
Flames get away in behind the sandbags, forced into the open.
Ooh,
and
nice.
Roland gets a double kill.
Good job, Roland.
That's more like it from the Swedish in-game leader. And we've got Mouse with a 5v3 and plenty of time left on the clock.
Man, ZywOo's such a good teammate.
Spinks with the A take.
Should have just let Flames die in that kind of a
situation.
situation.
We run that back
really
out,
tried
boys.
to force the issue. Vitality having a tough time getting up to 12. A bomb site wide open and overrun. And the hunt this time will be with as many Mouse players as possible. They will not hold back. They will try and take these rifles out of the hands of Apex and
All right,
Mezzi.
another round on the board.
Well, the way Mouse are winning these rounds, Jason, makes you feel a lot better about them on the T side. You know, and it's not coming down to 1v1 clutches and retakes. They're winning the rounds from the get-go.
Yeah.
Forcing Vitality into the safe calls.
Yeah, they seem to be better T side.
And they're keeping the hunt up.
Who do you want to see win it all? I'm rooting for Mouse, man, but Vitality's looking very good.
They don't have that same luxury.
Vitality's just looking way too good.
And they're close. They've got time on the fuse. Apex exposed in the open. Look at it, back Mezzi up. They will stand and
They want their weapons, man.
Players from Mouse are going to appear.
They want to remove their weapons.
The next few seconds. Apex, first headshot. Mezzi taking down a response, and everything's gone from Vitality.
Good.
Not enough for a full buy in the next round.
I love Apex.
And Mouse start to really close the gap.
Yeah, this is a great chance to do it even further, although Vitality have a 3-round losing bonus built up, so they're going to buy some weapons and some utility to make this a difficult affair for Mouse. And maybe a chance at actually stealing it away. It's just so hard right now. Mouse playing very, very well in these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, they've been doing good.
Sold the stream twice before.
When they don't give a fuck, they do a lot better.
Not ready to buy into it yet this time.
Let's see if they can close it out, man. How many more wins do they need? 5? 5 more wins.
Next.
5 more rounds.
Nice 7.
Can they do it?
Wall. Exertion looking to clear
Can they do it, mate?
Let's see if he can nail him to the wall. The nail gun ready to go. Straight to the head. The jumping play from Apex. And is this how they find 12? Is this how they find championship point?
Maus need to get some space over towards the A bomb site right now. They need to do something. You can see Impat and Spink starting to move. Torgy's still at the bottom of Banana with an AWP, but a 3 versus 5. Vitality can just sit back in the bomb sites and not do anything. They no longer have to push into you.
Mezzi not getting involved in the fight. Dropping back, playing towards Archway. Apex has come over to help him. Mezzi and Apex looking to combine on there. Spinks, good night. Weaker weapons. Big impact.
And it's done. You can't win this round into this 2v5. Impact's gonna back away. I know he won a great one on Dust 2. The only weakness available is this Mag 7 at the B bomb site in the hands of Flames. But Torgy's got to move now. He can't wait for his teammate, and the AWP is an awkward weapon with which to clear.
No, he should be able to clear top now. No, they fucked him.
And they're going to get stalled out.
Yeah, they fucked him really hard with that.
Championship point around the corner. Torgy takes more damage from that Mag 7.
14 seconds.
Flames retreats into the site.
10 seconds.
Burning.
Nah, it's over.
Flanks. It's another kill from the Mag 7. It is championship point. One off the back of it. And that is it for Mal. Surely that breaks them. They were on the comeback. You force Vitality down to a weaker buy, and they still come out on top of it.
That Mag 7 from Apex adds in the jumping damage. It just haunts them throughout the entire round. Vitality 1 round away from 30 straight wins. A historic record.
Exertion through Banana. Flames has found the opener.
Damn, their buy is trash,
4 kills away from another championship this year.
Well, guys, tilted. Exertion's been tilted this whole series. Brolin started getting tilted this game as well. Oh, man. Damn, the double. The double spray down from Mezzi.
Nothing to do.
ZywOo. There it is.
Vitality dominant in Dallas.
The celebration.
And it is 30 wins
there it is.
In a row.
Good job, man. Good job, Vitality. 30-0.
This is just the first step towards an unprecedented run at a second ESL Grand Slam in the same year. And right around the corner, they're battling for another major trophy. This is what Vitality fights for every time they step into a server, and they never leave any doubt.
Yeah, I mean, Maus put up a fight, man, but it just wasn't good enough.
Apex has collected his deathly hollows. Their streak has mastered death, and their march to the major has arrived in Texas. This is the first of the 2 Texan titles they are looking for.
GG's, guys. GG's. Yo, good games.
Together, they are conquering Counter-Strike.
Oh, GG's. Good game.
A new continent. Another championship. They're coming for the major, Austin.
Yeah, man.
This team
what can you do?
This team are building an empire.
Yeah, those. I feel like the Falcons games was closer, right?
Team Vitality.
Good job, boys. Good job. Vitality's insanely dominant as of recent. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Is instantly dominate as of recent. W commentating BTW. Keep doing your game.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, sorry, I got a little distracted towards the end here with commentary just because it's like fucking hail is like hitting my house. There's a fucking thunder. I'm trying to listen to see if my dog's freaking out. She just started to just be upset at thunder and lightning now for some reason, but it seemed like it was kind of one-sided towards that last half, outside of Maus sort of catching up a bit. But it did seem kind of Jover, unfortunately for them. I feel like Mirage was their worst performance, Dust was their best, and Inferno was kind of mixed. They put up a fight towards those last few rounds, but Vitality's just so much better, so much stronger, so much more coordinated. The player skill gap is definitely like noticeable.
Apex a year ago,
yeah, and they got second place. Yeah, they definitely did well.
Another team lift that trophy, but now 1 year later with this Vitality, 30 consecutive series, 6 trophies in a row. How sweet does that sound?
You know, deep in my belief, I will never believe it will happen. It's crazy what's happening. Like 30 wins in a row, 6 trophies in a row. at some point we said with Robin, what the fuck is going on? We have no idea, but thank you, Dallas. Even though you say a lot of fuck you, Apex, it's pretty funny, so thank you, guys.
One way or another, they're still chanting your name. A lot's been made of the teams that are trying to chase your jerseys, that are trying to run behind how tight the gap is closing. Well, here in this grand final, only 3 maps, domination through. Have we yet to see the peak of this Vitality?
I don't know, future will tell us. The sure thing is we came to this tournament without any believing, because we had a really small preparation, because we wanted to get some rest for the major. And we still win it. That's pretty crazy. I mean, once again, the amount of work this guy did since we in the tournament is crazy. No, no one takes a break and gives his best. So, yeah, that's a dream come true. We 5 months in 2025. I won 6 trophies. It's my record ever. So that's in a year. So I don't know. Once again, I'm speechless.
Oh yeah, man.
I'll ask one more question of you, even though you may be speechless. You said it before. You want to win for your teammates that weren't with you in the last, for your coach that wasn't there. Is Vitality winning the major?
I hope so. I hope so. It's the main goal. We don't know what's gonna happen. But
Major's gonna be spicy, bro.
If we keep our A level, I think it's gonna be really tough for any team. But we never know what can happen. But yeah, I hope America will be not too much for Apex at the major, please. Okay.
They will. They will.
And
it's gonna be USA chance across the board.
But we're ready for that.
It's going to be a lot of USA.
Since we won 2 or 3
a lot of USA
in
the majors.
We knew in a way that we will be the favorite for the major.
Well, now it's time for you to write your names on that camera like you've written them in the history books. Dallas, let's hear it for Vitality!
Good job, guys. GG's. Good games, man.
Hope so. The word hope comes out there from Apex, but the real question is, who gonna stop them?
That's a very good question. With the way Vitality is playing right now, with the way they've been playing ever since they lost that series against, back then, Eternal Fire, Aurora nowadays, it's very hard to imagine anyone stopping them. Now, we have seen a couple of teams get close, Yanko. We saw Falcons do it a couple of times in some grand finals. Mouse had a shot at it as well, but as we've been speaking about throughout this tournament, Vitality came in with lack of preparation, came in after having a holiday, yet they still win it, they still dominate, still go 3-0. It's almost too easy.
I don't know who's gonna stop him, if anyone. I know who won't be stopping them. It won't be Mouse.
Yeah, fair.
We were talking about before the final started, every game that Vitality plays now, we're witnessing history, right? 30 series in a row. No one has done that before on LAN. 6 tournament wins in a row. I mean, this is just crazy numbers that we're talking about, and we're saying how it has never been more competitive in modern Counter-Strike, and Vitality just keeps winning everything.
I'll say it like this, for my money, my personal opinion. I think this is the first time in history since we had that Astralis winning lineup where we can actually compare a team and say they may be better. I think there's been other teams, obviously, FaZe, Na'Vi, you name it. Liquid had a time and a short period of time where they played good Counter-Strike, but in reality, I think this Vitality, as you said, they're writing history all the time right now. 30 best of 3, best of 5 series in a row. I think
we're taking them down, coach.
Team that could potentially be better than the best
next
team
wheel
ever
of fun.
You know what the funny part is? None of that will matter if they don't win the major. Like, you can win every single tournament, but if you don't win the major, no one will care. The one reason why you can't still put them in the same conversation like Astralis is Astralis won 3 majors back-to-back. Right?
Yeah, Astralis was crazy.
That's over a span of a year and a half.
Yeah, Astralis was insane too.
That makes it so that you have to be consistent over a longer period of time.
I feel like Astralis was like disgustingly good compared to other teams, but
to try and compete with Vitality. Imagine the crazy things they will try and do over the course of a year and a half.
This team right now is doing very well.
Continues, and I'm just excited to see what happens in Austin, because if they actually go on and win the major on top of everything else, it's the craziest season anyone has ever had.
All of that within a year's time frame, Jacob. Unheard of scenes.
Unheard of, you know, it's
that's really the gap between first and second. I just feel like Team Falcons is truly the second place right now. And then Spirit is up there too, right? Mouse, I think, just won their bracket, which to their credit, they performed well this tournament. But I think they just got seeded into the finals due to how like Falcons ended up, right? Like, I'm not saying Mouse is a bad team, but I do feel like Team Falcons
Vitality have done a tremendous job signing the players that they have. Yanko said it earlier today as well. You're getting Rocks on a freebie, you're getting Flamesy on a freebie. They had the balls to sign Flamesy and replace it with
also, I think Falcons is doing like phenomenally well, and they just went through like a restructure, right? They just like reassembled. They brought in that
teams like G2, unlike teams like FaZe,
the Monzi kid, right? And he's like,
the truth be told, it's not even that
he's doing very well. He's like a really good player, and they're close to actually winning some of these tournaments. Very, very close.
Down under in Australia.
So in terms of Vitality, sort of being in structure and being very well put together, like I feel like the fact that Falcons is just kind of coming out of nowhere and are giving them a run for their money, they're definitely like a team to watch. I'm also curious about FaZe. I haven't seen any of the FaZe games. I'm interested in it. Although I feel like it feels like Simple is doing well, being part of FaZe, but it doesn't. I mean, it's not the FaZe that we remember, right? The FaZe back in the day was actually pretty sick too.
Just before Yanko, when you say, imagine what
FaZe
teams
is such a
are willing to do.
No, I mean like the FaZe CS team. Unless you're saying FaZe CS is also lolcow.
They're trying everything they can in order to get all the talent in the world where you can combine them and go up against a team like Vitality. And it was the same thing with Astralis as well, where everyone was trying their absolute best to beat him. It's a catch-up game, and right now nobody's catching Vitality.
Try as you will, try as you might. If your mouths are going to have to try another day, let's go ahead and head on down to the stage.
NA Cloud9, Team Liquid, Bance were also good. I miss those days for sure.
Zywoo, you know the drill here. You've been here before.
I actually like TSM. I thought TSM had a pretty decent roster, right? Back in the day.
The DHL
Ye old
MVP.
TSM was
How does that feel?
Was kind of goated.
Feeling great. Feeling really great because I don't think I played a good tournament, to be honest. Yeah, I was really shaky. The tournament, but the final I will show up. My team really need me
are a bit further
this
removed from those teams, you know, the old
so finally I show myself,
days and such.
In the final, I play a really good game.
But this is a new era of CS, you know?
really happy.
And I feel like the gameplay now and the teams now are a lot more difficult, believe it or not. Like, I do miss those days, and I feel like CS was good back then, but I feel like there's a reason why NA is just not in the scene anymore, you know, whether it be because of the price of franchising or just because of the skill gap between EU. I feel like it's a lot more difficult now than it was back in the day, especially when, like, you know, we had that legendary Cloud9 run.
Zywoo definitely one of the
legendary Cloud9 run and the Team Liquid runs. I mean, those were.
He's definitely him today.
That definitely was like prime NA. Like, I wish we could go back to those days. Obviously, we're not. And there's a younger generation now playing. And they're fun to watch too. I like watching the younger guys sort of see how they play. Right. Like that Donk kid seems to have a very unique play style. Because of the Monzi dude seems to be popping off a bit as well. Reminds me of the old op heads.
And then all of a sudden, when everyone's thinking,
they're
vulnerable, they're
Liquid
not
would be
so
good,
great.
but they are old.
At the moment, he just shows up and
yeah, it's kind of what it is. I mean, Stewie 2K, right?
The best
had like a decent run last year, I guess.
Yeah, speak of the devil himself.
But he was younger when he joined up, so I guess he's still, to me, it's considered still younger, just because he was like an infant when I first started seeing him play.
Do you ever get tired of being the DHL MVP?
Prime G2 was Shocks, Apex,
maybe too heavy. That's only me.
You know what I always wish? I wish like Scream.
That's how we like to play, or I like to play.
Scream had like a shuffle too. Did Scream ever join an NA team?
I mean, we've been speaking to Apex and being
Am I dreaming that? I remember they imported some pro. I don't know if it was like NES or Scream. They imported somebody from EU over to NA, but I can't remember exactly what the
Is that because of that vacation that you're
not
on
Simple went on
the top of
Liquid.
your phone?
Like that was the thing, right?
Actually, I couldn't even know, like, before starting the final, like, what happened. Yesterday night, we have a really good discussion with Apex, like, outside, like, for almost 1 hour. So after that, it's kind of reset for me. Like, I knew what my job is gonna be, what I need to bring for the team. So
Envy? I thought Envy was French.
The discussion I had with Apex, like,
2 is a fill for IGL and got basically no practice on G2. Did 0 expectations in 1. Yeah, it's pretty sick. You love to see stories like that.
Yesterday was really.
What's been holding NA back all these years? I think it's just like.
But how big of an impact does
I think Valorant helped kill some of NA CS. I just think it's also just tougher.
He's doing everything. I mean, he can hype all the
team. NA does not
find solution for everyone. He can
like the player pool to contend with EU. Unfortunately, a big enough player pool.
Feel really bad, you will try to help him.
And when they migrated over to Valorant, because Valorant was up and coming, and Valorant seemingly had big prize pools, it just made more sense for NA pros to switch to Valve, right? And sort of like get easy pub stomps versus compete in like the very difficult bracket that's like EU CS.
Was it you trying to maybe be a little bit more aggressive,
understanding you might have he also orgs, right? I don't know how many NA orgs there are.
Than usual. what
like
was the
there's
process?
Cloud9, there's Liquid, but like how many true orcs are there left that even do CS anymore in NA?
Just waiting for the
so like the pool is the pool is small, and the opportunities are even smaller. I think it would be nice to see that though, man. It would be nice to see like a Los Ratones, right? Like league situation. You know what I mean? Like Los Ratones is this like team for League of Legends that's put together by an ex-pro streamer, and he like cooked up a roster. I think they're like a tier 2 team, right? Or a tier 3, tier 2 team that he put together. But they've had a pretty legendary run up as well in terms of just like being put together by players for the players, right? Not like a org, not like a crazy sponsorship like situation, not a big name, just like a team that somebody put together of their own volition. I'd like to see something like that with NA. I think that would be necessary, but it would take ex-pros to do that. I don't think like it would just come out of the blue. It would take like ex-NA pros to know where to, one, find the player pool, but two, to actually be able to put together as well.
Do you feel that anyone is getting close to you, or
like I said, right now I think most of the concentration is on Valorant from what I've seen, which makes sense again, just given opportunities and such.
It's getting harder and harder, but we just need to find solution. We need to even hard work even more than before. So for us, is
it a mole or a Snapchat tattoo on his face?
When you're getting on the top, it's harder to stay on it. So for us, it's
not sure.
Obviously the hardest spot to have, but we
like me in Ohio, not a lot of things are going on around here without.
Let me run this one by you because I'm just kind of looking at some of the numbers here. Yeah,
did
great. And
yeah, I mean you could say that with any sports, though, right? Well, to be fair though, in Ohio, you probably have better sports opportunities than you would CS opportunities. Team Liquid lost their Honda sponsor because of that. A Rainbow Six player was being a racist.
The motivation. Also from last year, we lost in final. We didn't want to make the same mistake almost. So we are really focused about that. And
listen, Cyber, you have the major coming up now, obviously in Austin. You're winning everything right now, and some of the critiques out there when we speak of you as a player is that you only have one major, which for many would be nice, and the one that you have was against maybe not the best opposition. Is it important for you to win a second major?
Yeah, when shit like that happens, it makes the whole scene suffer.
It's not my fault that the other teams didn't show up, and if so, is that going to be that one in Austin?
Maybe it's gonna be the one on it, but I'm not really focused about I want only one major.
All right.
For me,
well,
we
that
need
was
to
good.
win the major if you want to.
That was good, man. That was good. That was a good little stream. Is there somebody say there's pick'ems already in CS? I want to do the pick'ems real quick, and then we're gonna probably check out we might check out that Sean Garris video. Because he did come out with the Valorant expose document. It's that he was talking about during that like big Reddit thread that we saw last week, where Sean Garris said he was going to expose the tier 2 team match fixing, the cheating, the scandal. He finally put that video out. So we'll watch to see what that's all about. But first, let's do our pick'ems. I'm actually not sure if they're available or not. Where the hell do I even look for it? Stickers now available. New popular. Is it just I click play, or where the hell do I look for this? Sorry, I'm Boomer. Store. Mission Possible. Is it this? Your activated Austin Power Pass coin. Did I get the coin? Is it in my inventory? No. Main screen. Am I crazy? Oh, it's this. Okay. All right. Okay, so 7 days remain to make your picks. Drag teams to make your picks. Okay. All right, so I see this. So this is stage 1, stage 3 playoffs. See, I'm not familiar with all these teams. So what the hell am I supposed to do? Like, how the hell am I supposed to predict who's playing against each other? What the fuck? Like, how do I know who FaZe is going against? Oh, just to say who advanced. Okay, maybe that's a little easier. 3-0 advanced. I mean, we're just going to assume that Vitality is going to advance to playoffs. That seems straightforward. Who's getting eliminated from this player pool? Ooh. I want to assume that Liquid's probably going to get eliminated. You only predict stage 1 right now. Wait, why is it saying stage 3 then? Why is stage 2 and 3 all available? G2's cooked? You think G2's not advancing? Oh, you can guess. When does stage 1 start? I guess we won't know. Mouse? I feel like Mouse will advance. Oh, I can just... Okay, I can put, like, everybody in this if I want. Mouse top 4. Team Spirit's probably top 4. Out of this group stage, I almost want to, like... I almost feel like Spirit would advance in general. Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the teams from, like... How late do I have to make these selections? I guess before the playoffs, whenever this gets activated. Oh, this right here. 7 days, 12 days, 17 days. Okay, so I could just do stage 1 right now. I don't have to worry about it too much. Dude, I don't even know how I would do this. I don't, like, know any of these... I don't know any of these tier 1 teams, bro. Or stage 1 teams. Complexity, Wildcard. FlyQuest? What the fuck is all this? Lin Vision? What? Holy shit. Can I see their records or something? Like... Stage 1 Pick'em CS. This guy broke down his stage 1 picks. Okay. I wanted to read something. I'll fucking watch a video. Okay, this guy's got... For stage 1, this could be pretty hard pick'em stage as most teams are on equal level, and whichever team shows up on a particular day could win their matchup. Here's my prediction. So he put 3-0 for Heroic, Complexity, OG, and Wildcard. A few people are saying Heroic 3-0 easy. Alright, let's throw Heroic in 3-0. And 3-1 teams. So eliminated will be Fluxo, Lin Vision Gaming, and Chinggis Warriors. Do you keep in mind that some teams may be repeated in a 3-0 in another bracket, as they could either win or lose games depending on matchup, or they're not in team or form of any particular day on stage? Also, these are my predictions. Make sure to do your own research as well before making the picks. What are we thinking, dude? Yeah? Sounds about right? YOLO it? I mean, if I YOLO it, I could do randomly fill all slots. So Fluxo, Lin Vision, and then this right here. We got Wildcard. What do you think? So Heroic you think is 3-0, and Energy is definitely 0-3? You think so? You think Energy is 0-3 and not 3-2 advanced? So I still have a few other teams I could put in here if I want. Is there anyone here? So Energy's probably not it, huh? What about like Metsi? Metsi Sport for 3-1 advanced. Who's going 3-0? Wildcard definitely not going 3-0. Who's going 3-0, dude? Complexity, OG, Complexity, and Sprout. Heroic, Complexity, maybe? You don't think OG? I think OG... Does OG go 3-1 over, like... Yeah, okay. Maybe we don't put the Warriors in here. Maybe we put OG in 3-1. OG is good. It's a crapshoot between OG and Complexity, you think? All right, we'll just throw Complexity in. We'll put Complexity into 3-0 and OG into 3-1. I mean, it seems like a toss-up, right? And then Lin Vision, Fluxo, definitely for 0-3. Who do you think is likely to get 0-3? The Warriors or Fluxo? Like, for sure, like, not making it out of stage 1. Fluxo 0-3 is harsh, you think so? Warriors? Alright, we'll put the Warriors in here. Then FlyQuest, BetBoom, Tyloo. Did I put Energy in here already? No, I didn't. Would Energy go... Maybe you put Energy in here. Energy over Tyloo, maybe? Energy, OG, BetBoom. What else we got? Legacy, B8. B8 maybe over, like, FlyQuest or something? Maybe Tyloo. Would Tyloo over, like... Nemiga? I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. Let me see what somebody else have something more interesting? This website's, I think, taking me to a virus, so we'll click that. Oh, so they already have the games listed. Okay, okay. So they have the first games listed. Heroic versus CW. That's interesting. Then Complexity versus OG. Damn. Okay. BB versus NMG. B8 versus IMP. Maybe we put FlyQuest versus Fluxo. Then Wildcard versus MZP. Okay. I don't think many people watch these teams unless they're watching very niche qualifiers. Yeah, I could see that. Energy's playing against Tyloo. And Complexity's playing against OG. Okay, I might do Energy for 3-0. Only because if Complexity's versus OG, this might be kind of like... I think this is too coin flipped. You know what I mean? Like it might be too much of a coin flip. I also want to put B8 in here. I don't know who to put B8 versus. I think FlyQuest wins versus Fluxo. They seemingly are favored to win. It's Tyloo versus NRG. Ooh. Ooh. I think Tyloo loses versus NRG, but they probably stick to like 3-1, 3-2 advanced, right? I want to put B8 like somewhere here. But I don't know where. Metsi? Their versus Wildcard. Wait. Who's B8 playing? B8 is playing... Oh, man. Maybe I put B8 in here. These teams advance. Complexity mostly US teams, so they win, of course. Just watch Liquid Talent. Do not trust them. Do we put our money on Complexity then? NRG versus OG? Or Complexity versus OG? That's my issues though. Complexities versus OG. I feel like NRG might have an easier bracket to 3-0. I think 3-0 is kind of like rough, right? Like, what's the move, you know? Complexity, NRG. Maybe we go back to this. Maybe we'll go back to our initial call here. And the rest of this, I'm actually comfortable with the rest of this. I think B8 beats Imperial. I don't know if FlyQuest advances though. FlyQuest might have an easy game versus Fluxo. Wildcard sweeps are NRG. Tyler will probably beat NRG in opening game. They had a great Shanghai. Okay, so you're rooting for Tai Lu. Wildcard's not bad. Okay. I mean, Wildcards versus Metsi Port. Energy's washed. I mean, we could throw Wildcard in here. I just don't know for. Wait, who did they play? Who does Wildcard play? I already said it, right? Oh, they play. Okay, they play Metsi. So Wildcard might pop off. Jesus, pipe off. Maybe we go Wildcard over Bet Boom to advance. Maybe we do that. This seems okay. All right. We'll save picks for now. Good stuff. Okay. Good picks. Good stuff. All right. Let's check out this Sean Garris expose.
Least 40.
Okay, so where did all of this come from? So if you can recall, see if I can find it now. I'm not sure if I can or not. So for context, about 10 days ago, I was like, somebody playing music. I forgot I put the TV on for my dog. So about 10 days ago, Mr. Sean Garris came out with a video on Twitter where he was very disappointed. Pretty much the context of this is this. I think this is a video he recorded at like 2 a.m. or something, where he must have discovered or uncovered some information pertaining to the cheating or match fixing in the Valorant Tier 2 pro scene, meaning to say that I guess there's teams that are purposefully throwing matches in either games that are allowing online bets to take place or for other nefarious reasons. But there's some evidence that pointing in a direction of, hey, this is happening and this has been happening for quite some time. Some words in the upwards of hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars, blah, 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 blah. The reason that he, I think, is so passionate about this topic is because Sean was actually involved, he was on the, I guess, other end of the drama that took place many, many years ago with iBuyPower throwing money or a match or matches against his former team for skins. So there are several players who were favored to win. They lost on purpose, and I think each one of them received anywhere between $300 to $700 worth of CSGO skins, which at the time was a lot, but this was when the scene was first coming up, and it was sort of a big deal. As an end result, the people that got caught match fixing ended up getting lifetime bans from the Counter-Strike League, meaning that they couldn't play in like big majors or anything like that. And funny enough, though, Steele was just he just appeared as an announcer, or I guess a analyst or shoutcaster for the IEM Dallas. So some of these guys continued to play CS, but they could not play it at a formal professional level as a result of something that happened almost over a decade ago. So anyways, Sean was on the other team at the time, and IBA Power threw against him. So this is a topic that I guess hits close to home for him. Since then, I believe he's either given up at Counter-Strike or doesn't play it anymore, and he has taken up the mantle of playing professional Valorant, which is the new Riot shooter. Takes a lot of homage to Counter-Strike and other, I guess, games, but obviously shares a lot of similar elements to Counter-Strike, and I guess that's where a lot of NA pros went to as well. So about 10 days ago, he recorded this video, said he uncovered some stuff. He looked... I don't know what that was. He looked very sad in it.
So I was not planning on being here tonight.
I think this is because somebody sort of led on that there was an investigation going on in the stream, and so I think he felt pressured to make more of a formal statement of like, hey, I've been investigating this too.
These days there was money, and it was so recent.
And he talks about how, again, the IBA Power situation took place. He remembers when he was on Complexity. I think he was on Complexity, and that happened.
But whatever you do, they got you by the balls. Of the players that are actually doing it fair,
I think he also insinuated that if there's information that you have on these cheating allegations, to make sure you save it, to bookmark it. People are going to find out that there's an investigation going on, whether it's formal or informal, by Riot or by Sean himself. Then most likely people are going to start deleting evidence. So if you want to cover your ass, take some screenshots. Otherwise, they're coming for you. All right, Sean is gonna come for you, or come after you. Anyways,
it is love of the game. Absolutely unacceptable. You're innocent. What documented? And I thought people knew that from the Counter-Strike days, but I guess people forgot.
Anyways, that was the video he put on his Twitter about 10 days ago. Since then, he has come out with a full-length video on this subject, and it is called The Dark Side of Competitive Valorant. And we're going to watch it. We're going to watch this for the drama of it. This is the biggest drama to hit the Valorant scene in over 1 week since their previous drama. So this is kind of huge, guys. This is big news for Valorant. More drama. All right.
The Tier 2 Valorant scene has been corrupted, rotten to the core.
The music.
Underground gambling rings are targeting vulnerable, inexperienced, desperate players to throw matches and to cheat. They're offering sometimes literal children, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, life-changing money, tens of thousands of dollars for a single game, just to throw a single game, while these people are also profiting hundreds of thousands of dollars. Depending on how long this has gone on for, or how far it truly extends, it's likely to be millions by this point. This is literally the kind of scandal that could kill competitive gaming in Valorant. It started when I investigated 2 people.
The match-fixing scandal.
Let's zoom out for a quick second. For those of you who don't follow professional competitive Valorant, you might be wondering, what even is Tier 2 Valorant? We'll start with Tier 1, right? This is VCT, the professional leagues, and we've got a few of those, right? We have VCT China, Pacific, EMEA for Europe. We have VCT Americas, which encompasses, all of NA, LATAM, and Brazil. Now, Tier 2 is challengers, and it is possible to make it into VCT from Tier 2. I mean, it's possible to even do it from Premier within the game. You and your friends could, grind through Premier, end up in a qualification game for challengers. I mean, this has literally happened multiple times in the last year. It's an amazing system for bringing up players. Once you're in Tier 2, the goal is to make the Ascension tournament. And just like the name suggests, the whole purpose is to ascend up into VCT. However, it's only 1 team per year in the entire region of Americas, not even just North America. So we're talking challenger leagues that are running simultaneously in North America, LATAM, and Brazil. From that, 2 teams from each of those will meet into the Ascension tournament. So zooming in, you can see tier 1, tier 2, the teams and the players in tier 2 and their DMs. Let's get back to the investigation on those 2 people. This is my good old friend Bray.
Okay, so the idea is that you play matchmaking, and if you're good enough to play, like, do well in matchmaking, then you'll eventually get the Challenger tier. And through Challenger tier, you can ascend to the tier 2 circuit of professional Valorant play. I guess by and large, that system does sound good, but I think that is where the match fixing or the real turn up in competition happens in terms of what people decide to do at that point, whether they stay competing in the tier 2 circuit to eventually make it to a tier 1 team, or whether they take like an easy paycheck by throwing their, I guess, Ascension games. Is that sort of the idea behind it? I'm not entirely sure, but the process for getting into a better team as a result of just playing through matchmaking, I think is interesting. I kind of wish more games incorporated that feature. I know that Fortnite, for instance, has qualifiers. It's pretty much open for everybody to play. Anybody could hop on and get into a Fortnite tournament, essentially, just because of their like in-game brackets and in-game matchmaking, which I think is like a good thing for esports, just because it stops like the barrier of entry from being too difficult for people to play professionally, but also it'll create situations like this where you have websites like shuffle.com or betting sites where essentially people are betting either against you or for you, depending on how well you do in the matches and depending on, I guess, how well you perform in these Ascension games. Well, at least in this case.
AKA One of One Bray, AKA Bray on Chain. He is the guy that's reaching out to everyone, and this right here, this is what his Twitter looked like. Well, at least for last week, before he deleted a lot of the incriminating evidence. He follows pretty much everyone in the tier 2 scene. You can only see about 50 people deep. You can even see, several that I found that were following back before people started realizing that I was onto this whole thing. These days, you're not going to see any of that, right? It's pretty much all wiped clean. Thanks to some very amazing people that reached out to me, though. Behind the scenes, we actually have evidence of Bray reaching out to at least 4 different players to fix matches.
Okay, so this person on Twitter is, I guess, somebody that bets on these games, and he's been DMing these players by following them and I guess again messaging them, but also the fact that they're following back is already like a warning sign, right? Like imagine somebody is known to be a online bettor when it comes to professional matches, and they just decide to follow professional players, and they're not like in the scene as like a commentator or as like a content creator. They're purely known for betting. And you just go on their followers list and you see a bunch of professionals that are following him back. I mean, that's already like a glaring warning sign. So yeah, that's extremely sus.
Teague, who currently plays for Landor, and Practo, who's on Burger Boys, have actually helped me quite a bit in this investigation. And they deserve all the praise in the world for doing that. I'm really hoping the community takes care of these two. I'm working with them actively to craft conversations in their DMs. And these are how our conversations with Bray went. So here you can see, this is how Bray opened up the conversation with Practo, right? Showing and flaunting these Burger Boys bets against Blue Otter. Drops all 3 of the 10 grand bets for a 2-0 for Burger Boys to beat Blue Otter. And says, thank you, Practo. Love you. And then Practo says, jokingly back, I got you, bro. This time only, though. This is Bracto joking completely, by the way, up top. And then that's when Bray takes over and says, yo, Bracto, you got Discord? Add me, twin. I'm always here. Just saying, you can make a mil at 19. Yo, Teague, let's make 100K each in your next game. What's your Discord? I got 20K for you.
Okay, so I guess the beginning opener is that he's DMing this player. He's saying, thank you for, winning me money through your previous performance. But I guess at that moment, he's not match fixing. But then he opens up the floor to say, hey, let's make a lot of money together. What's your Discord? I got 20,000 for you.
Imagine you're one of these young kids, you don't have a salary, and this gem enters. From there, he'll actually take it over to Discord, where you can see Bray starts off, sup G, Landor have any games coming up? Maybe Challenge is kind of dead at the moment with playoffs starting soon, so we don't have any VCL matches till July. Split 3, July 4, right? What I do is pay Challenger players. For example, I'll send a bet slip real quick. Hold on. So when you have a close game, for example, you're playing a good team, I'll pay you 20K to underperform. 10 before the game and 10 after the game. If the odds are good, I can get you 30 for a game. I don't want to get cut for playing poorly since I did shit last split. But is there any way to do it and win? And Bray says, we have streamer accounts on multiple sports books. So that's how we can bet 6 figures plus on Challenger games. And that's the secret sauce right there. And that's a big takeaway is these streamer accounts on the betting sites are how these guys are capable of even dropping bets this big on Challenger games. And Bray says, nah, LOL, to Teague's message. But if it's like a close game 50-50 and you're playing a good team, it wouldn't look crazy if you had an unlucky game. You feel me? Or just to get Teague one-tapped on their eco round. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like subtle shit. That makes a difference in the round, but not to most watching it. Yeah, you know what I mean. Can bet maps too. So if you play bad for one map, or I just said throw an eco round accidentally on map 1, so you could just shit the bed one map and still win and make money? And Bray says, yes, we should lock in for real. We will speak more about numbers and shit, about maps when odds come out for your games. Everything makes sense now. There was some crazy upsets this split. Motherfuckers were getting their bags. And Bray goes, yeah, bro. Fucking like Prosperity Esports in Burger Boys and shit. Bam. And just like that, 2 of them found. Thank you so much, Bray. Bray on May 14th to Teague. It's ready for you when you want it. This guy literally put Teague's wallet and 20 grand ready to send to Teague. And this is what he's constantly enticing you, right? He's not leaving these leads dead. And you can see, yeah, I understand. I work with a few Valorant players at the moment, and this is on May 1st. I hid the team for privacy reasons, but let me know if you want to run up a fucking bag together. And he flaunts this right here bet. Holy shit. The payout for this, $230,188.10.
Wow. For throwing a game in that bracket with that big of a payout, I mean, that's insane, right? So their take home is like $100K from a game with favored odds. I mean, this is like not just in terms of a scandal when it comes to drama, but I feel like Shuffle.com might, I don't know, go after these players, right? Isn't there like some legality with this? It's not just a matter of like unethical conduct between these professional players, but also I feel like there's a pending lawsuit here just from these DMs alone. I feel like if I was running these betting sites and I saw this is what's going on, first of all, also makes the betting site kind of look bad too, right? Like, hey, there's match fixed games. I mean, you're ruining the credibility of a website when people are like, I don't know, so blatantly fixing these matches for these like skewed favors and buyouts. I mean, yeah, there's a lot going on here with this, and not just like younger players getting a bag as a result of pressure from this guy that's like reaching out to everybody being like, yo, I got your wallet. You want 20K? Just underperform, man. 20K? Maybe just don't play that well.
This guy placed a bet not on the series, but on map 2. When a team was winning 5-3. That's how you read this. So he's going to get 1.72 times what this number is, which is what he staked up. And he's betting at a time of the series where it was 1-0, the second map, and the score was 5-3. And you can see, do you know anyone else that would be interested? I'll cut you in profit, obviously. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that the specific person's doing it. You just have to refer a friend. You get a signing bonus.
Nice.
Everything is anonymous, and you will make minimum 5 figures per game. Please delete messages. Whenever you want to be driving a Lambo, you know the guy to go to. And then he hits him up again on the 19th. I am recording this on the 21st. This guy is still messaging people. And this is regarding the playoffs of North American Challengers, even though he knows I know. He knows I know. He literally has a clip talking about me to my players. He's playing ranked to this day. on Riot Game servers.
Yo, Paint, how do you feel about the current stage of Tier 2 Valorant?
I think, honestly, it's in a really bad state.
Sean Garris thinks the same thing.
But I think I can understand people's reasonings behind what they do. Because it was already in a bad state beforehand.
I'm really helping the community.
He's offering $50,000 for this game. $40,000 guaranteed.
Wait, did he say he's helping the community? I'm helping the community by match fixing? I mean, okay.
$1,000 to lose map 1. And I'm going to bet Burger Boys money line for 20K. Just for fun. Just for fun, though. Just for funsies. When down 1-0. And he does this to change the odds, right? Those live odds. You can bet live in the game. That's how sinister this really is. Let me know ASAP. And Practo responds shortly after. I'm good. Thanks for the offer, though. And you can see as the conversation progresses here, if the players get a little finicky, they get worried. Bray literally tells them, delete all these messages. You don't need to keep this here. Let's move our messages to Telegram. No one's gonna catch us there. This is the message that you'll see a lot. Everything's going on is crazy right now. Let's move combos to Telegram. So he's moving everything to Telegram. And this is May 16th, just days after Riot started their investigation.
Right.
And this is what I was fearful of. The second these guys know that you're onto them, whoop, everything is gone. Nothing is left. No proof of anything. And if you didn't record it, you're too late. And these people are a little bit scared, right? If I get caught doing this, I'm going to lose my livelihood. You know, I could lose all of this time I sunk in.
Well, yeah.
So you're worried about getting leaked? Just DM me on Telegram, this encrypted peer-to-peer chat messaging program where, you know, we can talk there about throwing this game and cryptocurrency and how untraceable it could be. You know, it is very difficult to catch this. So just because the Discord messages are empty doesn't mean anything to me, truthfully. I mean, I've seen it back in the iBuyPower days where, you know, the players denied it for months and months and months and, you know, dragged the community through the mud. And it wasn't until a leaked text message from an ex-girlfriend where it all came crumbling down. It's hard to believe that a lot of these people just had conversations die out when I see how this guy's treated convos with both Practo and Teague. Just constantly keep going, keep asking, prodding. That's going to bring us into our next part. That's how the conversation goes. But truthfully, people like Bray are also connected to crypto groups. And those groups are connected and run by people like this guy.
I'm pretty sure if they FOIA Discord, they can see those messages even after deletion. Yeah, but they'd have to FOIA. I mean, what would they FOIA? It would have to be some agency that's suing either the players or this Bray guy on the behalf of whomever, right? To then FOIA the Discord message. But obviously, Sean's not going to have that information because he's just doing like journalist work, meaning that like, you know, you can't FOIA Discord to like do an investigation for a video game story, right? It would have to be like a lawsuit that's cooked up, and money would have to go into that in the first place to like send those requests to Discord. Unfortunately. And yeah, on top of it, the second thing that they bring up is like the cryptocurrency transactions. They're also very difficult to trace for many reasons, just due to the nature of like wallets and how the addresses and just shifting currency with like Bitcoin and whatever the hell else they're using works. But I'm very surprised that like they initially made contact through Twitter and Discord. That's how they started the conversations. But also having, you know, brought up the iBuyPower conversation, yes, the investigation really kicked off or made more sense with the circumstantial evidence of the text messages between the girlfriend. I forget whose girlfriend it was. But then also the big thing that mattered for the iBuyPower stuff was we had the replays and we had the actual games recorded. And I think that's going to be the real folly of Valorant. Because from my understanding, Valorant doesn't have like a replay system that you can go back and watch these matches in, right? I think we see the scores and maybe stat breakdowns, but that's not enough. For example, there's like a famous clip of, I think, of one of the players, I'm not sure if it was Steel, where he had like an angle on two players like coming out of like connector or something, and he didn't shoot them. He just kind of scoped on them, and I don't know if he ended up dying or he like missed, and it was such an obvious throw. But when there's enough like circumstantial buildup to say, look, Like, yes, we have the text messages. Yes, we have the replays. Yes, we have them, the Steam messages or them following these people on like Twitter in this case. And then it's enough to like build an investigation up and definitively say, look, like there's enough circumstantial evidence to say that they're guilty. But when these messages start being removed from Discord, so you can't FOIA it, when they're going to Telegram, when they're trading in Bitcoin, it's way more difficult to now like prove your case, where it was a lot more straightforward like 10 years ago.
Cooker Flips, and he is the founder of Pastel Alpha, which is a crypto trading group where they give people suggestions on like what cryptocurrencies to buy. In my experience, I've been in crypto for quite a while, these types of groups lose you money because the people running the groups are the first to buy crypto, and if you buy first and you dump on the guy that buys second, well, that guy's stuck holding your bag and then needs to get someone to buy at a higher price than he bought in. So the people that often start these groups have a lot of purchasing power. They'll buy heavy into the crypto ahead of time at very low cost, and then
FOIA is only for government stuff, subpoenas for litigation. Yeah, the verbiage is correct. Yeah, FOIA is like when you go to a police station and you're trying to pull like records from like the clerk, right, for like an ongoing investigation or something that may have happened to you, right, to use for like court proceedings. But yeah, subpoena would make more sense where you're doing like a civil suit, or in this case, like a company v company or something, and not necessarily the government.
When you come into the group and get the suggestion, they're looking for the chart to bump up. They can then kind of slightly sell off onto you, and then you're left holding the bag. I don't really have insight into their crypto group, but I do know that this guy has made some serious bets on these challenger games. Some serious bets on Burger Boys, of all teams. Wow, that is surprising. And what do you know? They're actually playing Blue Otter. That's the team that Fair plays for. So wow, this is so coincidental. And what do you know? He put 30 grand on this game. Holy moly. And also a 2-0, 30 grand. He must have felt really confident about that one. So looking through what's left of some of the stuff on Cooker's profile, you can see a little bit of how this guy operates, right? What's going to happen here, and what you're going to notice, is he actually has some legitimate bets. And what that's all about is, truthfully, he's just washing the money. Think Breaking Bad Walter White in the car wash, right? This guy's trying to take this illegitimate money that is only coming in from challenger games and make it look like he's also making money on other things. Because if you only made millions of dollars on challenger games and you didn't also, lose some on coin flippy VCT games that you're just kind of guessing on, well, then it would look really weird. I speculate that he's kind of washing some of this money, but you can see his profit margins have just got insane in some of it. He's just giving money away all of a sudden on Twitter. Everyone's getting giveaways, and this is an expense for him because he's building his brand, actually. So with free money that he's getting from challenger games.
Yeah, so it sounds like they have like a group that's like not only is it like one person that's fixing the matches and paying players, but it seems like other people are in on it, and they're also betting from their independent accounts. But I also didn't even think about I guess when you're cleaning like the bets too, so you don't look sus for the betting sites that have like records of your bets and how often you bet, how much you win, stuff like that. I mean, those are all things that they track. So they also are trying to lose on purpose. I mean, there's a lot of thought that went into this, and this is just with challenger Valorant games we're talking about, right? Who knows what kind of other shit that they're doing? This is the only thing that was like discovered as a result of all this evidence that they compiled.
He did bet here on Prosperity, and we do know a thing or two about Prosperity, according to my boy Bray, so that's interesting. They beat our team. You might notice that he has some notable followers, such as Josh RT. And when I saw this, I couldn't believe it, right? I was like, why is Josh following this guy? And so I did indeed get Josh in a call, and I am pretty happy to say I'm fairly confident Josh RT is actually very unlucky in this whole thing, right? They basically reached out and they tried to give him free access to the crypto group. They say it's a very expensive service, and they use him as almost kind of like an advertising method. So right here, you can see him, basically flaunting his open DMs on the stream live for everyone to see.
What rank am I in Val? I'm ass.
I think I'm like silver or bronze. I don't play Val, like seriously. I don't have time to play, I don't have time to put any effort into these games anymore. Like, no point.
No point. I mean, silver, bronze, doesn't really fucking matter. This guy is just a savant when it comes to picking NA Challenger games. Point flippy ones too, on the underdogs. He loves the underdogs. It's like that IQ bell curve. This guy's so far on the left, he's like on the right side with the geniuses. I'm stuck in the middle. I'm getting cooked out here. Why are they betting tens of thousands of dollars on tier 2 Valorant matches when you're bronze and silver? Why? You don't understand the game and you don't even have time to play. Well, I think we know why.
Yikes. What's up, Magic?
Valorant used to have a lot of money in its peak. At its peak, around like 2020, early quarantine days to 2022, there were so many orgs. And to show that, you can actually go to the subreddit. These are some of the orgs that we've lost since franchising. That is a lot of logos. I am literally getting nerd chills looking at this. These are teams that I co-streamed, I casted when I was a caster, orgs that paid serious salaries and have great backing. As you go on, there's just less and less paying opportunities in this space. And what that does is it creates an absolute vacuum of what these guys just sunk in thousands of hours to get paid for. You learned how to be a pro gamer in Valorant, and now there's no money in the scene. And you might miss out on a lot of opportunities in those years that you were doing that. You might have put a relationship on hold. You might have put school on hold. You might have put an important job on hold. You took huge risks thinking that the scene would be what it was, because why wouldn't it at least look somewhat like that? Especially with VCT coming around the corner, right? I mean, VCT's only been around for like 2 years, but the presence of VCT and how all those challenger orgs were trying to get to VCT, once they realized the difficulty and challengers of making it, the actual likelihood of that one team that ascends per region, and just the likelihood of your challenger team doing that, holy, it's rough. Obvious.
So Valorant just has a lot of competition in general. It seems like there was a lot of teams that were trying to franchise, but then it seems like the only teams that ascend are the actual good teams and not just like the franchise groups, which in a way is good for fair play. But the downside of that is like a lot of these teams that you could get on, would be able to like sponsor you and like pay for you, right? If you're like a younger person, if you get signed with an org, you have an easier time like traveling and competing versus if you were trying to do it by yourself with a group of friends, right? That's the reality at the end of the day. Not everybody can do this. And so I guess that would be the incentive with the organization. But because of this format where just because you're with an org doesn't mean that you can quote unquote ascend, that does make it a lot more difficult. You should start a franchise. It's not that easy, buddy. I don't have millions of dollars, all right? Maybe back in the day we could have done something. Maybe should have done something, who knows? But anyways, yeah, it's very difficult to make it in the professional Valorant scene, and that's by design too. That's done on purpose. Not everybody should be, top 10 NA, playing on the best team. It should be very competitive. You could have had a Smite team. Yeah. Clutch King teamwork. I wouldn't be called like Clutch King. It would be called like Dog Food Gaming. I don't know what it'd be called, but yeah. Anyways, that's the point here.
Obviously, at this tier 2 level, a feeder league, it's a pillar that's required in any kind of sport, right? Think of like collegiate basketball, collegiate football, anything like that. In traditional sports, they all have these type of circuits to feed up into the pro league where people are taken care of in the lower leagues. That is no longer the case in Valorant, and it's created this vacuum. The veterans that got used to that money are now desperate, right? You've created a lifestyle around expecting that kind of income. You might be locked into some kind of apartment lease. You might be living a lifestyle with a partner that you can no longer live at all because you can't even get paid, period. And
Yeah, a lot of pro players took a big risk jump into Valorant as well. I mean that maybe should be talked about more just by itself. Like the risk to stop playing CS, for example, which a lot of these CS pros did, and just exclusively play Valorant. That's gonna be rough. And like I said, just because you're part of an org, it doesn't mean anything when it comes to literally anybody could match make their way into a challenger league.
And the young, inexperienced talent, the pros who haven't really learned their lesson, they're the ones being targeted the most. People like Braid now have you by the balls, though. If you throw that one game, if you listen to him, you are then on the hook. I don't know what he's going to ask you to do in the future, but to think that blackmail isn't an option for these guys is very naive. If they're going to run a criminal ring in cryptocurrency on Telegram and make hundreds of thousands of dollars, which they could go to prison for, why would they not ask you to cheat in a game? They don't care about the game. Cooker doesn't even play the game. He doesn't have time, he says. It doesn't make sense. Bray, I mean, at least he plays the game a good bit, right? If you're lucky enough to find him in real ranked matches, look at his tracker. We can go back to, let's see, performance right here. And you can see about when, I don't know, maybe Bray got some aim training or something. Look at this win percentage jump up from mid-30s down here. Episode 7, Act 1. This guy came back, got a 75% win rate. Bro almost tripled his headshot percentage. I mean, if this was my win percentage on Neon, I think I might main Neon, but you do you, Bray. You're doing great out there. But what happens when the odds and the payouts on betting sites are on the other end? And now you have to win. One of you might just cheat. And that's how we come to our boy fair. And here we have May 13th. Just 2 days before, if you remember, when Bray said things are getting weird and we got to move to Telegram. You might be wondering, how did the guy that reported Fair for cheating end up with the statement for Fair cheating? And that's a good question. Maybe for another day, but it obviously got back to Bray. And you could see right here, I mean, it's just a request to send in information. And Riot earmarked several of the rounds that we will now look at. Buckle up. This is where things get a little bit fun.
So there was an investigation done by, it looks like Riot themselves. Recently been aware of suspicious gameplay in a recent competition during the 2014 LA Challengers League. More specifically during a match between Blue Otter versus Shopify. Evidence enclosed. We intend to do due diligence to ensure we understand the full details and extent of your personal account of the incidents. We invite you to provide us with a written statement and any relevant evidence to Compliance America Esports at riotgames.com. If you fail to provide your statement by the above mentioned deadline, Riot Games will continue to review the matter based on the information in its possession. Riot Games Esports Compliance. Okay, they got involved. Riot did get involved.
Another day, but it obviously got back to Bray. And you can see right here, I mean, it's just a request to send in information, and Riot earmarked several of the rounds that we will now look at. Buckle up. This is where things get a little bit fun. I'm sure a common question is going to be, how did I stumble into this? Truthfully, it all started with that loss against Blue Otter. I don't know, it didn't sit well with me when I signed off the co-stream, so I went back that night and I rewatched the VODs. I have rarely in my career, I can't even remember times where I've got out of a game and I thought the other team was cheating in some kind of way. I believe it to be a loser mentality, and it will hinder growth in any kind of competitive sport. So I try not to cope and use these things as excuses. And honestly, I don't think I ever have in my whole career. But this match was different. I was very confident. The coaches were very confident coming into this match. And I'm looking at this and I just couldn't believe it all. Like, this team caught so many timings and they beat our team, who came into this match very, very prepared. Honestly, super prepared for a lot of the stuff Fair ended up doing even. But he just caught immaculate timings across the map, took space in ways that I've never seen anyone take space while using zero utility.
Is the guy speaking a competitive player, like for a team? I think he did play competitively, and he also did like shoutcasting. Sean used to play Counter-Strike, but he switched over to Valorant. I'm not sure the extent of his history with playing professional Valorant, other than it sounds like he's done some work in terms of like production, which I assume like Riot maybe hired him on. But he had like a sports jersey too in the back, so that's my extent. I don't really know, but he does seem to be talking from authority in terms of like both playing and both doing production work.
But he just caught.
Sean is the GM of Shopify Rebellion Black right now. Okay. He coached for 100T too. Okay, there you go.
Immaculate timings across the map. Took space in ways that I've never seen anyone take space while using zero utility. So that's when I decided, okay, I have to dive into this, Blue Otter game against Burger Boys. What I'm about to show you is bizarre. Now, what you're going to notice here is Bob over here at Dish, send it. Absolutely send it. I don't know if I've seen anyone do this. She runs it down and drones from this aggressive spot, the stealth drone on Teo. Now, this drone is seen by everyone. It sees the Cypher, it sees people in the deep lines. And so you would think that Bob solo Dish and no one around to push would just respect that and let it go. No, not at all. Bob sends it. The gun isn't even out when you look at Bob through the wall. And on your screen, that's fair. I just watched this one round and I couldn't even believe it. I mean, this looks absurd. Absurd. And so again, at this point, I'm pretty interested. It keeps getting crazier. Round 6. Again, they're just sending it. They're just sending it. But knife out. Like, what? You're playing against a Breach Teo Neon. I mean, this is insane. Why are they not counter-utiling, is what I'm thinking. So, they're just sitting here. I mean, Bob hits some miraculous shots, I'm not going to lie, to get those 2 kills. But then you keep watching, and you can see, even though there's a neural theft, even though 3 people were spotted, or I'm sorry, 2 extra people were spotted Dish, they end up getting that kill on Zeke, who into them. But if you watch Brimstone, watch Zoe Stoll, running with knife out right now.
Smiley
face. They
face.
Get the spike. Running knife out. The gun isn't even out.
Molly, thank you for the 63 months.
That is crazy. That's crazy. I'm just baffled at this point. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. And this is when I started to realize I don't even think this is a one-person thing anymore. Bob in A main, I'm not even sure what Bob's doing here. Truthfully, like maybe changing the angle of her jiggle, but there's no support. And they're playing a Neon that could run her down. And I mean, watch how this plays out. I mean, so she jiggles out wide, immediately gets stunned, peeks out, dies. This guy peeks out, dies. And, the round's literally just over. This ult is just crazy to me.
Oh, no.
There's no way that this feels like a good idea. And then the next part of the play is even more wild. So he goes for the Neon, which obviously is just going to run away and live. Even though the Neon had 1 HP, he boombots through the smoke to give away his spot. Now look at where these other 2 players are here. Do you think those players can trade? Do you think those players can do anything? Of course not. Now this is the guy that was insta-killing everyone on my team. It doesn't even look like the same person right now. This looks like the same person took horse tranquilizers. Then we get to round 18. I mean, things are getting a little close, so it would be kind of crazy if they won this round and got to 9-9 because they do have to win 2-0. So we are in crunch time right now. We must lose, but we have some good util in this comp. So what are we going to do? Well, we can't make it too obvious. We're going to satchel in. We're going to plant immediately. We're going to fake. We're going to kill this Cypher. Spike goes down. Now, this is where things get absolutely insane.
Okay.
Now, they have 3 power ults here. Zeke, the Breach, decided it would be an incredible idea to run out of main right here and just shoot his classic and die. Fair plants, and honestly has a decent idea for what would be called like a zoning ult in pro play. I actually don't feel like Fair's play in this particular scenario is horrible at the pro level. You know, pulling the ult out to stop the insta flood, giving some time on the post for your teammates to reposition. Also, not a bad ult to shoot. If Practo wasn't full HP, this is a kill. So hits Practo very low. Now you might be wondering, how do they lose this post plant with all of this utility? How do they do it? It's almost like you can't even defuse the spike.
Okay, Brimstone has an ult.
Just layer their utility.
I'm not sure what the other guy does.
Let's see. Here we go. We have the Brim Molly landing. Oh, that'll shave off quite a bit of time. The Boombot comes out. That makes him, you know, aware that no one's coming from this side, so he can watch the other side. It's pretty normal. It's pretty normal. You have Bob playing deep with Teo ult. Okay, we have double ult still.
Oh, I see. His ult's like Brim ult. So they pretty much have two ways to stop the defuse.
Comes in, the Teo ult happens.
Okay, so he just ulted.
Let's see if Fair now ignoring Arcade. Okay, gets killed in the side of the head. Now they immediately Brim ult without waiting for the next tap. I mean, you can even see where the Teo ult is right there. Yeah, if this happened in a vacuum, I would be inclined to believe that it was an accident. And if also it happened to a team that, you know, hasn't had players playing challengers for multiple seasons now, I would think, okay, maybe that's an accident. But again, we have to just keep seeing it, you know? Fair dies tower. These three are taking the site. Both of the ults have been wasted. So what are we going to do? Well, we still have missiles. So holy shit. It's actually great. Let's see what's happening over here. Bob just sitting there, stun out, somehow misses the stun here, gets run down, dies. The Brim is literally just sprinting over here, completely out of the play. And that person dies too. 10-8. It felt like an unlosable round, actually.
Move the camera? Yeah. I have to keep moving it just because of all the stuff, I guess. Yeah, I'm not okay. I kind of picked up what was going on. They had a lot of utility, but it was a 3v3. They took site and then they sort of like wasted their utility. I don't know. Is that definitive enough that something transpired, right? That it was like malicious and like a throw because they needed to lose that round? I wouldn't say that's definitely true. It seemed kind of close. I mean, they only won that because the other team half defused it. If they didn't half it, then they probably would have lost. But since they halved it, they only had to defuse the other half after all the util was already used. They could have won if, like, the team never held it for half. So that's why I'm a little skeptical. I guess this wouldn't be enough for me to definitively say, oh yeah, they threw for sure. But I guess in the context of the other games, or sorry, the other rounds, I guess you could draw that conclusion very easily that, hey, this was a throw on their behalf, especially with like the doubling up of ults, because they did have like the Brim ult. He could have just waited for the Teo ult and then Brim ult afterwards is the argument that Sean is making. In professional play, I think maybe it's a lot easier to draw that conclusion of why would a challenger player waste their ult and stuff it so hard. So I kind of get that. Been watching you since Creature Updates. Glad to see you making videos again. Lots of Leo. Appreciate that. Doomer. Appreciate you.
Let's see what happens on the very following round. We did see that Neon had an op. I think we all saw that, right? And an Impro player typically watching people as they run around at the end of the round. You know, so you definitely want to use some util, especially when you have all this util in this comp. So let's see what they do. It's a good time for your IGL to take a nice jump spot. Oh, well, there goes our smokes. We're going to cook up now. You can see they missile out main. It's actually so fun to watch. They Vice ult because, yeah, like, why not? Let's waste all of our ults on rounds that we can't win. So you can see Bonnie running out of the site. They take the site. Zeke taps the spike. Not plants. There's no util blocking him by it right now. I just want people to realize that. One more look. He's going to tap the spike. Not plant safe. Watch Bob's aim. Tap, tap, tap. I'm just going to sit in the open. Tap, tap, tap. I'll miss a little bit. Tap, tap, tap. Seek goes back to plant. Gets spammed. Now let's watch Fair in this 1-on-2. Getting spammed a little. Let me just jiggle a little bit more. Run around. Oh, spam that? Oh, okay. Let's just hit him with the unreal A rush.
Okay.
Well, let's just hit him with it. This is a work of art, quite frankly. So they Teo drone main. They see this op. The Neon dodges the stun, gets a shot. Fair misses. They run up. Now, look at all of this util. Does this look like a good idea to go through this? They have no dish control. They literally have nothing. They're Teo missiles in front of them. Bob is between them. They've stimmed. This Brim is about to molly the other side of this smoke. They don't care. Let's watch. You might be wondering, do they actually get out of this? So they stun the cross smokes, and Bob decides, hit a timing. Let's go. Huh. Unfucking real. Let's watch Haven just to see, because we could do a side-by-side with Haven, right? Fair played Haven against both teams. So let's just see some what he did against Burger Boys here first, real quick. What are they cooking? So you have that stall smoke that everyone always throws on A. So this stall smoke actually allows people to flood in and play the wall. And it really opens things up for the defense.
Okay, so it seems that, so the argument that they made is that Blue Otter threw really hard just from misplays, just from walking out on site, not using utility correctly, not planting the bomb default or safe, I should say, when it was appropriate, just taking random fights, and so they lost that map. I mean, there's definitely a few sus plays, I guess in the context of, hey, Riot did an investigation, they think there was cheating going on. I mean, if you look at the letter that sort of outlines some of their suggestions by what happened. Let's see if I can find it. Am I cooked? Literally saw the letter. It was right here. Okay. They had the timestamps. That's why I'm a little confused. Didn't I just see it?
Teeth. Just 2 days before, if you remember, when Bray said
right here.
Send in information, and Riot,
So round 5 near start, walking in the middle with a knife out and no teammates covering. Not clearing any angles. Crosshairs training in a far box where enemy is about to peek out of. KO's about to peek out of. L40 remaining in the round, walking through mid without clearing any angles. Walking toward tree without clearing any corners. Walks blindly through smoke without using Jet's tailwind. Without checking common angles, the enemy could be holding. Tracks enemy players toward A-side catwalk and kills Teo. So the suspicious behavior on Ascent Map 3. Did we see any of this?
You marked several of the rounds that we will now look at.
Does not check defender spawn and pushing into B site. Holds angle towards tree, but does not cross the line until enemy waylay leaves, but also does not cross into enemy KO. Yeah, I mean, running out with the knives out is definitely suspicious for any professional play. But just from observing the gameplay, I don't inherently say oh yeah, that was for sure really bad, right? It just seems like they're doing just like pickup lobby shit, I guess would be the argument. Layman's terms, as best as I can put it, because I'm not familiar with professional Valorant play, nor have I watched enough Valorant to say, oh yeah, this was definitely suspicious. Because to be fair, everything when you're spectating Valorant looks insane. I mean, half of these clips, like this one here, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
Now this is where things get absolutely
what is going on?
intense.
There's there's 10 different smokes.
A decent idea
This situation, like Brim Molly, Brim ult, Teo, whatever that agent does, his ult.
I mean, you can even
somebody satchel charging. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck's ever going on. So somebody would have to that has more understanding of how the game works would have to explain it. I guess that's what Sean's ultimately trying to do. But even just from basic concepts like plant the bomb when you have sight, or don't swing in don't swing into a spam box when you're already 33 HP. This stuff makes more sense to me. Why is he not planting at 34 seconds, and why is he wide swinging this when he's just so low? Wouldn't you want to just plant the bomb first to give yourself a chance? I suppose use your util. That stuff I can sort of understand. I'd like to see something a bit more definitive, like somebody looking at an enemy player and just not shooting them. I haven't seen that specifically. But is it suspicious? From my understanding and my gathering, yes, it's pretty freaking suspicious. But I wouldn't be able to send judgment just based off of these clips alone, I suppose. Also, Robotic Recycler, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thought it was impossible to cheat in this game. It's not cheating, just to be clear. It's not that they're accusing each other of cheating, in-game hacks. They're being accused of match fixing, meaning that you're purposefully losing games and or rounds while placing bets or being involved in place bets in order to, skew favor and or receive a big payout as a result of odds, being in the favor of the underdog, which is generally what happens, right? Losing a game that you were already going to lose is one thing, but when you're throwing a game and somebody bets a large amount on for you to lose that game, especially when you're the team that has better odds to win, it is a form of cheating, just not in the sense of using in-game hacks, right? It's outside cheating, however you want to call it. And I think there is legal ramifications towards this stuff. I mean, I think Riot could have that case. Some of these betting sites could have a case. There's definitely an argument to be made with that. But, of course, these are younger players who are just trying to make it in the Valorant professional scene. I think the argument that Sean is trying to make is that some of them feel like they have no choice, and that's why they're doing it. And also because of the state of the Valorant professional scene and where it's at. So more just unsportsman. Yeah, it's unsportsmanlike for sure. I mean, you're losing on purpose to your opponent. I would say it's definitely unsportsmanlike, but there's a lot of money being involved. I mean, we're talking thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars being made from these games. And so it's definitely a big deal. And like Sean said at the beginning of the video, career ruining for any of these players who were involved.
Real quick, what are they cooking? So you have that stall smoke that everyone always throws on A. So this stall smoke actually allows people to flood in and play the wall. And it really opens things up for the defense. That's why you see people throw this smoke instead of, a flat smoke anywhere in this rectangle I just drew. Sova, aka Practo, peeks short and gets that kill on Fireball. All right, let's see how Fair enters this. So Fair knows Practo went down short, okay? Fair's cooking. Let's see what he's cooking. Fair gets the kill backside. Not a bad play. Not a bad play. Keep in mind, we remember that guy did kill our teammate short and grab a gun. So surely we're going to 3-2-1 the smoke, or maybe wait for it to fade. Let's see. 1, 2. Huh. That's an idea, but maybe it's just a fluke. Let's see what Bob's cooking. Let's see what she's cooking.
Yeah, I just feel like Sean is outlining this stuff that why would a pro player play this not in the most min-maxy or the most logic concluding way or something that makes the most sense from I guess professional play. I just don't understand it as just an amateur that has maybe played the game a little bit and has seen some professional games, right? And even he himself says that could be a coincidence. I don't feel like showing coincidences makes for a good case, because all that's doing is yes, you're leaning towards the bias that they're likely, falling on purpose, but at the same time, it's not enough to draw a definitive conclusion, right? I haven't seen anything that's, wow, that guy definitely didn't kill him on purpose, or he definitely just walked out with a knife into 3 people on purpose or something like that. I think more clips like that where you 100% see that, and anybody can look and be like, this is crazy. Like, this is just stupidest thing I've ever seen in a challenger level competition. And for sure, I think I would be, more on the side of something fishy took place. But of course, we have the screenshots, we have the direct messages, which paints a better picture of what happened in these games. But watching these replays back, I don't, it could be timing. Like, there's timing is a thing in Counter-Strike. Everyone's aware of it. When you're looking at one direction, then you look away from it, somebody comes out and shoots you in the head. That's very consistent. Some of these clips looks like they lost to timing, or just, maybe getting unlucky or having a bad read. Nerves get to people all the time. There's a lot of like factors, I think, that go into these games as to why somebody would lose a round, and not just necessarily that they did it on purpose and match fixing had to be involved, right?
FlyQuest Red Superstar played so well against us, Secondary duelist, rotating all over, always at the hits. Let's see the same. Oh, maybe if we slow it down a little bit, it'll be better. Let's check it out. You got this, Bob. Oh. I would say maybe she ran out of mouse pad, but it looks like she doesn't even have a mouse pad. On to the next round. Check out this insane B rush. Now this is, of course, off of barrier. We're gonna run B. Now, what do you think the top priority would be? Jett has the spike. Maybe you want to smoke the links. Use some of that breach util. Maybe you could do the updraft dash onto top site. I actually saw Fair do that in his collegiate game. Maybe he could ask for a smoke top site and updraft dash on it. Any kind of info util, like the Teo drone backside, stun. Let's see. Pop stash. We got to break that cam. For sure, you got to break that cam. So, but you got to miss it first. You got to get tagged. You got to go tap, look around, and try to dash out. But, oh, you missed another dash. Dang, dude, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm not really sure what I'm looking at here because we don't have like a good angle of it. I think we're looking at Jett, who gets tagged and then doesn't shoot the tag. But look about how much shit is going on the screen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even saying like, oh, they're a bad professional player or whatever. I just see like so much garbage on your screen. I think unfortunately, this is the downside of playing Valorant, is when you're trying to paint a clear picture of what took place between two professionals fighting each other. To the normal viewer, you have no idea what's going on. Like, I'm looking at this. I think that's a breach utility or something. I see like, what's his name? Cypher's cable that's going across. I'm not sure, or I guess he tagged somebody. There's his trap went off, and I don't know what that blue thing is. So I think what Sean is saying is that the Jett got tagged in the trap while 100 other things were going on, and they didn't break the trap immediately, which looks highly suspicious. Okay, I can understand that or surmise that from whatever the hell I'm looking at here, from this POV, which isn't even the Jett. You just see the Jett's outline. They're over here.
Crazy. So he misses the dash, dies with the spike. Everyone literally just dies in the
Sunday stream gang.
Man, that was a pretty good hit. Let's just see how he enters B one more time.
Like, we just watched the IEM Dallas game where Mouse came out of A ramp, dropped the bomb. Well, first there was a teammate on A ramp who died. The bomb carrier ran out onto A site with bomb, 0 backup. He died on ramp with bomb. Then their teammate ran out of Palace through smoke and died running out of Palace because they were forced to run out because the bomb was dropped. And I said, like, why would he just give up the bomb, right? I'm not going to sit and accuse Mouse of like throwing the game on purpose. I mean, they ended up losing the series as a whole. But like, you could draw that conclusion of like, that could have been a throw because he just ran on a ramp and gave him the bomb easily, and his teammate was in apartments. Why didn't they just go apartments instead of giving them the bomb? Well, there's a lot of things that, go into that. Obviously, people, again, choke, nerves, miscommunication, misreading a situation. Maybe they think there's only one guy on site, he's dead. Turns out there's 3 on site because, again, you don't have ego vision to be able to spot that. So with a situation like this where Jett could have updrafted and got to the middle of the site like they've done before, I mean, yeah, but maybe in their head, they think that they're going to, be red on that. So instead of updrafting this round, maybe we just walk in through smoke and try to make a play that way. I think it's a little weird for Jett to be the bomb carrier and to do this. Like, I think you could make that argument. Why is Jett walking into site by themselves with the bomb? Right? That's weird, but maybe there was a play there, right? Like, maybe Jett was going to get information and updraft or do something. Maybe they knew where the Omen was. I mean, there's so many like factors that could go into this call where dying on the hill of like they didn't break the trap. Sure, maybe, like I said, I'm not going to claim to be a professional player. Sean knows way more than me about this game. I don't have a horse in this race, and just as an outside observer, I'm just giving my take of like what I think is, yeah, that's definitely suspicious from an outsider looking in versus what I think could have been coincidental from my own perspective. And I feel like that's how other people will view this video too. I mean, I'm sure there's like people that are, very familiar with Valorant that can sit there and be like, no, that was the most suspicious thing I've ever seen. But me as somebody that is not familiar with the game and all of the metas and how people play, I'm not as easily convinced, right? Like I don't see this footage and say, yeah, this is definitively somebody threw this game definitively, right? I'm just looking for more verifiable proof, or just more or less coincidental, less circumstantial stuff. But at the end of the day, all of this is going to be circumstantial anyway, just by the nature of you're accusing somebody of throwing the game. All of this stuff is circumstantial unless you have somebody admitting, like through like a message or through like a recording, that yes, I threw that game on purpose for money.
Stun. Let's see. Pop stash. We got to break that cam. For sure, you got to break that cam.
All right, what's the next one?
High default. All right, now let's see. We do know that guy's on short, chat. Remember? The Jet did break that shield. Let's do a good job clearing that, okay? Let's see what happens here. Here we go. Oh, close left, close left. Didn't expect that. It's only on the pistol round of the second half, so it's not really that important of a round, pistols, bonuses, alt rounds. Oh, break that, break. Let's check and see if they're there. Oh, that's unlucky. That's a bit of a wide jiggle, though. Jesus Christ, man. It's insane that this is from one series that had $30,000 bet on it to be a 2-0. Let's go to the next.
Yeah, I mean, some of that just, again, looks like terrible misplay, I guess, right? Like, looks like they had the information that they needed to make a decision on how to execute the site, and despite that information, they made the wrong decision. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, if they were cheating, and again, there's more proof that they purposefully threw matches, and there is proof that they didn't, just based on those direct messages and some of the screenshots we saw. But if they did throw on purpose, I think, again, as an outside viewer, they've done a pretty decent job of covering it up, right? Like, just watching the gameplay, I wouldn't think anything of this stuff. I mean, I'm glad that Sean is breaking it down, because I wouldn't notice most of these things that he's pointing out. But if to an outside observer, it looks kind of, maybe sus, but mostly just misplays, then I guess that was their intention from the get-go, right? Just to look like they're playing bad enough where it's like, oh yeah, I guess I could see, several mistakes they made, but not enough to say like, wow, this guy definitely threw, right? So maybe good on them for fooling people like me, but obviously Sean himself said that he felt very suspicious after watching this series. That's why we're watching most of this stuff back. Also, even like Riot's own letter that I keep like having a hard time freezing in, that they wrote, I mean, their breakdowns of them calling it suspicious gameplay behavior is just saying things like not checking angles and not clearing sites, right? And it's pretty common to do that with most shooters, especially games like, again, coming from Counter-Strike, that you would clear certain angles and but that's not definitive proof. Just walking onto a site and not clearing every single possible angle is not enough to put you into jail, I guess, for throwing a game because you didn't check an angle. You know what I mean? But their point is that if there's enough evidence where you're doing it consistently and you end up doing things that don't make any sense from the context of having information, such as where they are on the radar, or to Sean's point here where he talks about how you saw them short and you're still pushing it weirdly, then yes, I could definitely see why they would draw the conclusion that something likely happened in these games between these players. I mean, hell, what if one of them woke up high and just played like a total barbarian? It might look like that to some people, but of course, again, the investigation is about receiving money for playing poorly, and that's why there's more cards stacked against these players than in their favor with this investigation. Hey, Alex, happy to hop by and chill in the stream. Been a long time viewer of your content. Loving the new content too. Binged that Subnautica supercut yesterday. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you so much for doing that. Really appreciate it. That's a long video. I got to put more videos out like that for you guys. But I appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by too. That's very nice. Haven Cheats. What does Haven Cheats mean?
I'm sure you could literally just watch all the rounds. I just kind of cherry-picked. I mean, honestly, we're fucking full on cherries at this point. So I'm comparing their match histories, and you can see what I've done here is I've highlighted the odds, the map pick. This is Bob, the FlyQuest Red player on Blue Otter. This is her match history leading up to the match against us on the 6th. You can actually see she lost in Game Changers to the Shopify Gold team the day before. And the day before that, she played a different match and lost. And the day before that, she played 3 matches and won all 3. Four matches. Then you have this game, the game that had the $30,000 bet on it. And here you have Fair's profile. And you can also see, he played the match against us, and then he played a collegiate LAN that he lost to a team called Cumberland Phoenix. And that was days before our game. And then he played another game the day before. And I'm just thinking in my head, how is this possible? Our team is playing so well in scrims. We're in amazing form. Now let's look at what their Haven looked like against us. 1 week later.
So which team was Sean part of? Because I'm getting confused by I'm getting confused by some him saying us. Like, was he part of? Okay, so he was part of Shopify Rebellion. Okay, so is his argument then that this team, this Blue Water team, beat them, meaning that they're very good, and Sean's team, I assume, is okay as well, but then they lost to like a team called Burger Boys when they had no business losing against them? Is that sort of the argument that I guess he's making? Like, how could this team that beat us also lose to Burger Boys in like the same breath? It doesn't make any sense. Shopify Rebellion Black is a tier 2 team that Sean manages. Shopify Rebellion Gold is a Game Changers team. Okay. I sort of understand. These are tier 2 teams that are looking to qualify to like being a tier 1 team. I think I'm starting to understand it. I think the us is confusing me because I didn't know that Sean was part of this Shopify Rebellion team. He might have said that at the start, but again, the confusing aspect is like the us versus them, and Blue Otters being them, and then also Burger Boys is the team that they allegedly threw against for like a big paycheck or a big payout. That's what the allegations are.
With 0 practice. Let's just switch our comp though, because we don't have much time to practice, so let's just switch it up. Fair's going B. Maybe he has PTSD about that cam. So Spaz TPs could be a fake TP, could be a real TP, but also there's only one player that he can account for right now, and it's this Cypher. Technically, the breach could have fault lined from a link right there, or in a site. Now, this is a very important round, by the way. I just want to point that out. They are running a double duelist comp. They're in a 5-on-4. Bob, as the secondary duelist, is opping C long. So there's 3 players left in the center of the map right now. None of them are getting info, and they really don't know where we are right now. So let's take a look at this pathing. So Spaz TP's in, and you can see Fair was already walking into this side. Fair dips his feet in. He's worried about C-Leak for a second. Doesn't look left, doesn't look right, doesn't worry about the deep C-Link off angle that every pro seems like they play, where it's literally in this spot that he's standing in. He's walking in. Oh, he cracked open the round. Time to pop the shield. Time to actually use util now. I mean, these guys are just going to walk around the entire map all series. Spoiler alert. Let's go into round 5. This is only something you would do if, like, you really knew. These guys don't even time well coming out of the smoke. These angles don't even support each other as they come through the smoke. There could be...
So what is this section? This is called Evidence Haven Cheats. So we went from they allegedly threw against this team that had no business winning to they played really well against our team, and I think they might have cheated. I'm a little lost, I think, because originally I thought this was about match fixing. And like I think you can talk about cheating allegations. I think that could be a discussion, but the merging of topics here is slightly throwing me off a little bit because I don't understand. Because I thought the point was that I thought we were going to be like, oh, look how well they're playing against us and they're not making the same mistakes, which you could draw a conclusion of like, okay, but that could just mean that they had a really bad game against the burger guys. And again, I'm not trying to, like I said, I don't have like biases here because I don't know what all these teams are. I only know Sean. Respect the dude, you know, used to watch him play back in the day, but I don't even watch Valorant. So I have no idea what exactly the drama is outside of these blue players, or some of them, or maybe all of them, maybe just one, are being accused of match fixing by throwing those games against the burger guys. But now we're in this territory of like, how did they know we were there? Because they're playing like as if they have information that they shouldn't have. So I'm trying to keep up, but maybe I'm boomer, maybe I'm old. Maybe Unk's a little slow. Shouldn't be watching these types of videos. Should stick to World War II footage instead or something.
Be someone top site. There could be someone logs. There could be someone back plat, on plat, in this corner, in garage, maybe even just in the open. Honestly, close smoke. Could be top box next to. There could be like a million spots this guy could die. Watch this in the overview. But it's okay because no one's here this time. Keep an eye on Zeke's recon dart.
Yeah, I mean, I was following for a second there, but walking through smoke, I mean, that's a pretty common thing to do, no? Like, I don't know. I feel like walking through Omen smoke, I think that's a pretty normal thing. I mean, you see it all the time in all levels of play. I guess maybe they shouldn't have done that because why would you do that in like a professional match? But sometimes you take risks in these games and sometimes the payout is worth it, right? Or if you like disrespect the team, there's lots of reasons to do that. But I guess it's this point that there could have been anyone on C, and this team just walked out on C. This Yuri, is his name Yuri? The guy, this purple guy, he just walked out and didn't like. He started checking right away too, though. Like from this, so he draws the map here, and they could be anywhere. This X right here, he did check that right away.
In garage, maybe even just in the open. Honestly, close smoke. Could be top box next to.
ISO. Okay, my bad. My apologies.
Could be like a million spots this guy could die. Watch this in the overview.
Yeah, right here.
But it's okay.
He checks this right here. That's one of the X's he drew was this, I don't know what they call it, double, triple, corner, cubby. He does check one of the X's that he specifically points out, and as a result, Omen wide swings and is checking back sight for him. So I don't know. I mean, could you draw like a conclusion that they shouldn't have done this play? Like, why would they do this play? It's not like they're walking out on site. I mean, if they were walking out on site and not clearing anything, like if this player wasn't doing anything but just walking and holding W, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, this section, the Haven cheat sections confuses me slightly, for sure.
Okay, because no one's here this time. Keep an eye on Zeke's recon dart. Keep an eye on Fairy's utility.
Okay.
And also, let's take a look at him through this wall over here on the left right now. We'll see him. He's a fast dude. Here he is. Wait, is that his knife? Wait a second. What? This guy is ISO, running it down, no shield. This Sova didn't dart. This Sova's not even peeking. Just peeked, and the Sova's grabbing the orb. So meanwhile, we're camming from B.
Isn't like running like out with your knife just a faster way to get to a spot? I mean, it's just a rush play, right? Like you see it all the time in Counter-Strike when people, for example, come out of Dust 2 long A, they'll like throw smokes and flashes and they'll jump into pit. But if you get like a good spawn, you have your knife out. That's the play, is just to get to a spot before your opponents and then hold the peak angle like this because they don't expect you to be there already, right? He's moving in an area where anyone could be. You'd never rush out tunnel with your knife out. But in this situation, he does it and it works out, no? Like, it's not like the neon is already running out. It's like running out the B doors out in Dust 2 with your knife out. Well, he's not doing that, though. Your argument is that he's doing this for this specific long angle, but the reality is that the neon and the breach just didn't push. And so he's able to do this play. I mean, I don't know what happened in the previous round. For example, if you notice the team isn't playing where they should be, like you would take advantage of that, right? Like if you notice that every round they're going C long, you know, eventually you're just going to run out with your knife on A long to try to counter them or to stop them. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think it's just like a matter of first round run out with your knife and then you get shot. Then yeah, I could see that argument. But the only other conclusion here then, and I think he's trying to draw it and insinuate it, is that they're using wall cheats, right? That they're using some type of advantage where they can see the enemy team through the wall. The only bad part about this section is like I'm willing to maybe believe that there is cheats involved, but this is also Sean's team that they played against. And so this is like an in-depth analysis of how he feels that they likely cheated playing against them. And I think it's like harder to be less biased when you're making those conclusions, right? Like it's not like another team that he's spectating, but it's his own team that he coaches that they played against, and you know, they did bad against this team, right? So I think that's the unfortunate side, that even if he's right, it does look poor in that, well, it's your team and you're paying the other team to have wall hacks and you're already accusing them of match fixing. Like, I think the conversation should have strictly revolved around match fixing, because now we're watching evidence where, why would they do this when the information wasn't correct? Weren't these games highlighted by Riot first, though? Maybe. Is that the reality? But the thing is, just because they're highlighted doesn't mean that that's doesn't mean that that's definitive. And also, like, that's the first point I made with Riot's letter, is that when they said this stuff,
and Riot,
they just have walking through mid without clearing angles, despite increased likelihood of enemies being in the area. There were not any at the time. Like, what does that even, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, that happened, but that's just them drawing a conclusion of, hey, why would you do this? Why would you walk out with your knife? So something like this, I guess this is kind of suspicious, right? Like, this is your argument of walking through B doors with your knife out. Yeah, that makes sense. Increased likelihood because other players hadn't seen anyone yet. Yeah, I think this portion here should have just been its own section, and Riot should have just investigated it by itself. But because it's, you know, against your team, I think it just looks poor for the investigation. And I'm not saying like Sean is right or wrong. It just looks like there's clear biases here, and I think that takes away from what may or may not be true, right? Like you're saying, look, here's a letter. Riot is investigating the team that we lost to, right? Here's how I think they cheated. It's like sort of reminds me of Formula One. If anyone watches Formula One, when like Mercedes or something calls the sports director and complains about like a modification that Red Bull's using, right? And then you would go out and instead be like, see, they were definitively cheating because F1 investigated it, right? But it's like, you're the one that asked them to. You asked them to do that, right? I know it's like a kind of a weird analogy, especially for people that aren't familiar with what the hell I'm talking about. But the point is, like, I think the investigation by Riot should have been on its own, and you as like the manager or the coach of this team should have just left it at that, and only stuck to the match fixing allegations, which we had a lot more. Again, I'm going to call it circumstantial evidence through the usage of direct messages and players following each other, and obviously like even the results of bets that were pulled up with receipts and such, where you saw like big amounts of winnings, and you know, clearly something weird took place if this team that normally performs very well all of a sudden did horribly against the underdog. I mean, that always is going to look bad, right? Especially like once those DMs and such come out. But we'll continue to watch this. I'm just, again, I don't have like, I'm not rooting for really anybody here because I don't know anybody. That's the reality. I don't know any of these teams. I don't know any of the players. I don't watch Valorant. I'm just coming in this as a third party, looking at the evidence, and I guess drawing my own conclusion. I know, hard to do, especially in nowadays, drawing your own conclusions, but that's what I'm doing. Hopefully it helps other people too. So, you know, we could sift through the footage ourselves and, you know, find stuff that does seem suspicious versus stuff that maybe seems circumstantial versus things that may not be enough to verify somebody of what they're being accused of doing.
And holding the garage push. Ooh. off of Bear, you can see their setup actually makes sense. Like from spawn, you know, the Cypher and ISO branch off to like Garage and C. There's like no one A. But as our team moves towards A, their whole team also moves towards A. There's massive holes across their entire map. Slide, kill by Amari, paint. And watch for, again, think about the util and how many people just, what I would call, showed presence at this A site. Like 4 people. So you would think, all right, maybe we should make like a little bit of an aggro play as a team. Let's see. Let's watch Zeke and, wait, I'll back off. You got this.
Yeah, but the ISO pushes.
But you're the ISO, so you got shield and stuff. So he's literally just going to dry peek long as this one-on-one is happening. You know, he doesn't account for 3 players right now.
Sure.
He's jiggling. He crosses. And we're out of A lobby. This guy literally just saw a 4-man take, and he's trying to grab this orb.
Yeah, but then he gets punished for it, right? The Omen kills him. These zooms are kind of... I don't know what's going on with the map zooms. Like, because we have the perspective here, but I guess we're missing, like, Omen's perspective initially or something. Like, I'm just looking at the map, which... What the fuck is going on with that? But, like, yeah, so... The ISO went to grab an orb after this team tried to run into A and then ran out. I mean, sure, but that's just, like, a fake, no? Yeah, somebody also pointed out there on Eco, they don't have that much money. I guess going for an orb, what's really the downside of that? And also, they didn't take A, so you could make the logical conclusion that it's likely a fake because they ran out into A, got a trade or something, and then didn't take A. So then, yeah, why not check to see if they're still there or get info for your team? He walked out, saw none of them are there, but then went for the orb and got shot in the head. Like, he got punished, to Sean's point, right?
I don't get it. Look at the...
But he just says, I don't get it. Well, yeah, I mean, it just seems like he went for an aggressive play, I guess. I don't know. On Eco round. That's pretty common, no? Is it just like a bunch of plays, or why does it make sense for somebody to peek when they did? I mean, that's just the game. I think that normally, yeah, sometimes you catch people in timings. You get lucky, you know? As like lurk players too, like that's the whole drive of being a lurk player, is to try to catch people in bad timings, right? When people are rotating, when they're not expecting you to be there. Sometimes you push out. Sometimes you stay back, right? Sometimes you hide in weird angles where people don't expect you to be there. I mean, that's all par for the course. That's how you win games, is by shifting momentum and, you know, gaining information like the ISO did. Whether the team is rotating or not, which he did, to his credit. He did die for the information. He tried to get out with an orb, but yeah, it's just not, I don't know. Unfortunately, I just don't feel like there's enough here to say that this team is cheating, because that's now, this section here is specifically for this team is cheating. The same team that was accused of being, you know, part of this match fixing thing.
Crosshair placement. Now, he knows we're in Garage. These guys do not have info.
Okay.
We just broke this cam. Peeking aggressively. So keep that in mind when he's about to peek this. This is the sloppiest peek I have ever... So he could have died from like 3 angles right there. He ignores all of it, is wide swinging with his crosshair into the wall, gets this kill, gets that second, and just sends knife out, sends it through. Unreal. And this one, he actually doesn't clear this one.
Again, it's good play, like, right? I don't know. Is the accusation that he knew where they were exactly, all of them, and so he, like, is the accusation walls? I guess just in general walls. I mean, we could look at the breakdown footage for that, but if this is just standalone footage, this seems like a very good player playing confidently. They're up 3 rounds. He has a rifle. He wide swung that, got 2 kills. He's confident. Why not take advantage of that?
Info. We just broke this cam. Peeking aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, I all the time I play these shooter games, and I do something, and I get punished for it, and I go, why the fuck would that guy do that? You've seen me play like Counter-Strike, and granted, I'm not in professional challenger, whatever the fuck the equivalent of Valorant rank is, but all the time I'm like, why would that player do that? right? Because in my head, I'm like, it wouldn't make sense for me to do that. But having said that, people play the game very differently. That's the beautiful thing about these games is that everyone plays the game sort of in their own way, and not everyone plays the same. And so you have to play for that or against that, no matter the situation. And in this situation, this player seemingly played the game or this round very aggressively. They went for a wide swing. They killed 2 players. Their aim seems to be really good. I mean, they like did 3 fucking, a point and clicks, I guess, in a very short amount of time. Why not take advantage of that? What's the downside of it? You're already, by the way, these guys are already up on kills. I guess you can't see it with my camera in the way. I'm not going to move it again. But they already killed one of their players. So I think this is a 4v5. So in my head, if you get 1-2 kills, why not go for more? Because you've already, got your 1, you got your 2. Keep it going. The most that can happen is either you make the enemy weak, maybe you can get 1 more kill, and all of a sudden it turns a 5 versus 2 into a 5v1 or a 4v1, and that's like a huge advantage for your team. And again, they're up on rounds, right?
In Garage, these guys do not have info. We just broke this cam, peeking aggressively. So keep that in mind when he's about to peek this. This is the sloppiest peek I have ever... So he could have died from like 3 angles right there. He ignores all of it, is wide swinging with his crosshair into the wall, gets this kill.
On an advantage, you don't want to give away a free kill that cannot be traded. Sure, you could make that argument, but like in the moment, that's not really exact. That's not what these players are thinking about. They're not like, I got my 1 kill, I better run away because I don't have a backup coming here from sight, right? Like sometimes you're just feeling it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes these players are on it and they'll play aggressive, right? Like we watched again, IEM Dallas that just took place, and we watched Zayu, amazing player. Like he got very aggressive with some of his plays, right? Like sometimes these players are feeling their aim, they're feeling themselves, they think they can do more. And in this situation, yes, would the smart play be here to not go out of mid doors after you kill 2 players? Yes, I agree. That the smart play here would be to back off, make it a 5 versus 2, go for advantage with trades. But I don't see like Fair's kill count. I don't know how many kills this person has. But if you're just like completely stomping the enemy, right? Like if you're outperforming yourself, you're going to keep the momentum going. That's not like a far-fetched thing to say. Would the smart play be to back off? Yes. But if you're feeling aggressive, you're feeling like he just took on 1v2 and took 0 damage here, right? Or he's 76 health and 1 armor. You could either back off, or you could try to give your team more of an advantage by making another guy weak. Which, by the way, like, yes, if you can't trade it up and you didn't get a kill, that's a fair point, but he already got 2 kills. A trade-up isn't necessarily necessary for the situation. They're already up by 3 bodies, right? What is the trade-up going to do? Like, yes, it'll make more sense, but again, they're up by 3. He just popped off. Why not go for another kill? And so he did.
Gets that second and just sends. Knife out. Sends it through.
And yeah, I mean, if you know he's there, I mean, it's fair for the Omen to check. And the Omen was looking exactly where he came out of. He just outshot him. Like that's his 4th kill right here. He got a triple, I guess. Yeah, he just out 1v1'd this Omen player, even though the Omen player looked at him first. To be fair, though, the Omen player had what? I actually didn't see what the Omen player even had. I don't know. Is it worth... Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing because there's like another YouTube player below it. The Omen player had like a Vandal, so it should have been even, right? But he took this fight and he still won it.
Unreal.
Are you essentially playing devil's advocate here? I've been here for a level 50, so I'm not falling. I'm not really necessarily playing devil's advocate. I guess now it's looked like I'm more playing devil's advocate, but specifically for this section. Specifically for this section and this section. This previous section with Haven throws, I don't really understand it because the evidence I'm seeing is that these players that are being accused of match fixing didn't do the correct plays. And now this cheating section is sort of similar of these players that were earlier accused of match fixing are now being accused of using some type of cheating program to give them information to make decisions that they otherwise shouldn't. I feel like both cases are similar, and why are these players playing this way? just one has different repercussions from the other. And I think the cheating accusation, and I guess the segue from that is due to this letter by Riot in which they're investigating suspicious activity, suspicious plays. Maybe they are cheating, right? Maybe they are. Maybe Sean does have a better game sense than me, for sure. Like, he plays the game more. He's a coach. I want to reiterate that. I don't know shit when it comes to Valorant. Just as an outside perspective, the stuff that he's pointing out as proof, to me, doesn't resonate as direct proof. And I mean, even to Sean's own quotes, he says stuff like, I don't know, that's weird. Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense. When you use that type of verbiage, like, I don't know if he's being ironic about it, because some of it does seem like a little bit ironic. When you use that type of verbiage, though, it just means like you're insinuating or you're implying somebody is doing something they shouldn't, but you don't have enough verifiable proof. And I think in a video that's like an expose of the Valorant competitive scene, I think that type of rhetoric can be very like damaging, and that's the point of the video, right? But I think it would be better to stick to just what's concrete facts and what isn't. And it's especially unfortunate that it's Sean's own team that these guys played against that he's now accusing of cheating, and I feel like people are going to take it the wrong way, right? They're going to take it as he's being salty they lost. And again, that's just the reality of the situation, is that people aren't going to take it as objective truth. They're going to take it with biases. And even if Sean doesn't want to admit it, he is biased in this case because this is his team that this team played against, right? Which is, again, why it should have just been Valorant's own investigation or Riot's own investigation done under this section, whether or not they cheated. And again, they could have cheated. Maybe they did, right? Maybe there is enough circumstantial evidence here that points to them using some type of wall hacks. But it should have just been another party that did this section here and not Sean directly himself. That's all.
4-man take, and he's trying to grab this orb. So we throw this clouded out smoke onto A. That is our smoke. And the Waylay will be making her way up tree. Let's see how Fair reacts to this. So Fair ignores that smoke. They ping the smoke saying, hey, they smoked this. Honestly, the Waylay could have dove into that even. And, you know, we lost vision of this for a long time. Fair is also clearing A main. All right. There's a long time that just passed. You can see these guys could have gone into that smoke. So surely you're going to do the thing where you turn your head and you look parallel into the smoke. Every pro does that, right? Let's see. Nope, not into the smoke, but surely on the way out. Surely on the way out. No. He just walks straight through the smoke. Not worried about a cat lurk, not worried about anything. Kills our spike in the back. Doesn't pop dash. Doesn't pop dash. Doesn't cloud burst the cat wall in a one-way. Like, not worried about the lurk. This guy's no-name main. He now knows Tour by Heaven, but he doesn't know where Pancakes is yet. So you can see Zoe gets the kill. It's a good kill by Zoe. And there you go. Muncie gets this kill. Fair holding the corner. Again, no util used.
I mean, okay, well.
There's that dash. All right. All right. So this whole time, he could have died in the side of the head to a cat lurk. But he popped dash now. So let's see. Maybe an info dash? Oh, he missed it, though. He missed the info dash. That's crazy. So he dies. He dies there. We end up losing this round. Very next round.
Okay, so the Jet just made a series of questionable plays, misusing util, walking through smoke. I feel like you could make that argument for a lot of professionals, right? Like the finals that we just watched. I kept streaming about like Mouse util, right? Is it a pro Val player? He, I think, played professionally. I don't want to like mischaracterize like Sean and what he's done for the Valorant scene. From my understanding, he's like a coach or like a manager of like a tier 2 team, which is what we're currently spectating that this team is playing against in like one of their games. And this team is being accused of match fixing, but also, actually, now that I think about it, were they actually, they were accused of match, okay, I'm not going crazy. Okay, they were accused of match fixing against the Burger guys or whatever, and they lost 0-2 to them, but they like won against Sean's team. So this video is like multiple parts combining, but Yeah. And again, Jett made a lot of questionable plays, but ended up getting an advantage despite that. He played Pro CS. I'm aware of that. I'm saying specifically with Valorant what Sean's position is within Valorant. A lot of plausible deniability here, and that's, I guess, the argument, is that there is a lot of plausible deniability here, and somebody not using util and walking through smokes, I mean, I don't feel like that's enough, unless pro players just never do that. Unless the argument is like, never in Valorant do pro players walk through smokes and mismanage their util, then maybe you could make that argument. But even in Tier 2 Valorant, which is what we're currently watching, I feel like people, will botch their dash, will maybe not smoke, and to the point of the Jett, like, yes, they could have used their cloud burst, which I think works like a smoke, but doesn't that also give away your position, right? Maybe the Jett here, if I was playing as a Jett, you got 2 picks and you fell back onto site. Like, why would you then tell the enemy where you are on the site? Because the Omen's still lurking, it looks like. They got somebody heaven, but their team is smoked out here. As you can see where the Sova and the Cypher are pushing, they're smoked out of their spawn. The Omen smoked them out. So there could still be another person up in heaven that the Jett isn't aware of. And I guess, like, if the Jett is using walls to gain this information, why would the Jett fall back onto site and then put their head where the enemy KO is walking out of, right? Like, why would they do that? To, like, hide their ESP? So sometimes they use walls to gain the advantage, and then other times they just, I don't know, turn their head to the enemy and not use walls. People do hide their hacks pretty well, but that's why there's, like, discovery and you know, clips like this don't really help that, right? Where, like, this Jett, yes, they made a really good play, but then they also got punished for it right afterwards. I don't feel like that's enough to then be like, well, he's cheating. He's cheated when he got the good kills, and then he wasn't cheating when he got shot in the head.
3v3. They're still inserted on the site, though, and
there's that dash. All right. All right. So this whole time, he could have died in the side of the head to a cat lurk. But he popped dash now, so let's see. Maybe an info dash?
The drop down, he gets the free turn back in the spike.
Oh, he missed it, though. He missed the info dash. That's crazy. So he dies. He dies there. We end up losing this round.
Okay. Very
next round.
But who's being accused of? Is it the Jett that's being accused of walling? I guess I'm not, like, sure who all the players are. Is it the whole team? You know, because we watched, like, different perspectives. I saw the ISO got pointed out a few times.
Here comes Fair coming up, cat.
We got knives out for Fair.
Omen Blind cuts through dart. It's a pretty common take, honestly. We should have been a bit more prepared than this. I'm actually surprised he doesn't react immediately, given how quick he was in all these other rounds. Kind of ignores that guy for a split second. Immediately kills him. Crosshair placement perfect for second, third, fourth, fifth, though.
Feel is there. Now you've got a reset and a second.
Why clear anything?
Follow-up looking for more. If Fair is going to take the round into their own hands, what are we looking at if you're Spaz? And how about all 5?
Huh.
That is the most casual.
Let's go to next half.
Okay, so he just popped off. So he's being accused of, I assume, walling, because he's walking through smokes and not using util and just popping people in the back of their head. But now also, is it aimbotting, aim hacks? There's just a lot here, and I'm not saying that Sean's directly saying this, but what he's doing is sort of insinuating, like, that was weird, huh? I just wish we could have gone back to the match fixing portion of this, because that at least had a lot more, again, evidence surrounding direct messages, evidence surrounding replay footage, evidence surrounding between players deleting their messages too. There's just more stuff there than, like, a game where Riot is investigating, but all their letter said is there's some suspicious stuff that happened, right? But that's the point of the investigation on Riot's behalf, is to look into it themselves and not have you say, well, you're being investigated, so you did it. Because if it's like Riot's investigating it, you know, it's like one thing, but this is also your team that they're investigating the footage of. And that's why I'm a little, like, hesitant to, like, directly say, like, oh yeah, this is for sure it, because I don't know what all they're being accused of, you know, like wall hacking, aiming, who is doing it? Is it just Fair, the Jett? Is it maybe the Zoestol, the Omen? And also, again, it's his own team that you know, had this game happen to. So now it's like there is a form of biases here. I just wish Sean didn't do this whole section, I'll be honest. I'll keep watching. Just maybe I'll see something and I'll be like, oh my God. And then the thumbnail will be like, they cheated? But so far it's been a lot of, yeah, I mean, anybody could have done that play and at that time, and that's what the game is all about, right? Is like making those plays in the right moments and winning. Close game though, either way.
Important. Let's see. Wait a second.
My only thing is like with cheating too, I don't want to like keep pausing the video because I paused a lot. But like with the Jets play here, right? The game so far in the series, and this again maybe is me being devil's advocate, but maybe I'm giving more credit to cheaters than I should too. The game is 6-6, right? If I was to cheat, would I just randomly have an insane round like this Jet where I'm like, oh, it's 5-5, let me just get an ace, right? Like if I'm a cheater and I'm using wall hacks and I'm using aim hacks, would I just be so blatant about it where it's like, oh, we're losing or we're tied up, let me turn it on and get 5 kills really quick?
I'm surprised he doesn't react immediately.
You know what I mean? Well, I just right now I'd be like, you know what? We're tied. Let me just cheat, right? Like I'm trying to hide it too because if I don't, my career will be ruined. But let me just turn it on real quick. All right, let me just wall hack, bam, 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 bam. You know, even though I missed the first 1 or 2 whatever shots, and then bam, bam, and miss my first shot into a headshot. Yeah, let me just turn it on, and then like go back to, all right. Now that we got that round, let me turn off my hacks. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of stupid from the perspective of a cheater. I mean, your teammates would probably know right away. Like, you don't normally have pop-offs like that. Like, whoa, dude, that was a crazy ace you just did randomly when we were tied up. You never normally play like that. Like, isn't that kind of fucking weird? Like, do you got something on your machine? Like, what's going on? You just popped off randomly. But again, I don't know this fair person enough to make that judgment call. Other than, like, if they were losing by, like, 7-5, maybe 7-4, and you're just like, I got to do something here to like, I got to make a comeback here. But they're tied, right? They probably don't even need to cheat in this moment. They're tied up. The game could go anywhere. I feel like there'd be pressure to cheat if like you're behind or like it's the game is on the line. But a 6-6 tie, is that really when you bust out? Again, that's maybe me thinking too much and giving too much credit to hackers and cheaters, but that's where hacks are nowadays, where they have to be smarter with how they play. Right. And even with that, we can see the top ranked CS players on the leaderboards play like absolute dog shit with cheats. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, again, maybe I'm giving too much credit to like, if I was to cheat, here's how I would do it. You know, if I was to murder, here's how I would do it. The glove didn't fit. Maybe I'm doing that too much. But like maybe cheaters do just go fully blatant in some of these challenger games. But again, this fair player could have just popped off.
Let's go to next half, because pistol round's super important. Let's see.
A lot of questions about what this Shopify
defense is going to
give up here voluntarily.
What? Okay, let's clear mid one. No.
Not going to get away with
okay.
Taking away space for
let's go right up to the shit.
But this is the point of entry that I
okay, you cleared that.
Wait.
Curious to see how much Blue Otter can work through.
Ping? What? Guys, hold that. I'm holding this. I'm holding this, guys. I'll hold this. So they fake cat to pull this guy off. Honestly, pretty good play. We killed him. Holy shit. Now, the thing to look at here is the timing of everything.
Okay.
So watch Paint. He's going to walk away.
Okay.
They ping the wall. I don't know why. No one's made a noise right there. So you can see Paint is walking away.
Okay.
All right. Let's cross this now with this classic. Ahead of any bait, by the way. Ahead of any bait. There's not even a reason to really cross this, actually. but
kind of. I mean, again, not to say I fucking am a professional, but his team is pushing into B, right? When would you push into cat otherwise? Your team is slow pushing into this spot. Wouldn't you want to walk in now to like 1, cause a rotate, 2, if you get a pick, you know, you can take people off of B site. 3, if it's the other way and they're rotating to B site to cover, now that your team is there, you can catch somebody rotating out. Like this is the most lurkiest lurk, you know, you could do. I mean, this is a good lurk, I would say. Like if I was a good lurker, this is the type of play that I would make, right? Is to catch people out. That's the whole point of why you would split yourself up.
huge risk. You see we have A main.
Like, yes, to his point, yes, it's a risk. But that's why you do it, right? We can go back and watch like CS pros. Like, I talk about Get Right all the time. Very famous lurker. I used to watch Get Right's footage, and it was always about game sense and timing. You know when to rotate, and you know when to catch people out. And he would constantly find himself in these positions where it's like, how did Get Right pull that off? Because he has insane game knowledge. He's a lurker generally most of the time, and he's able to make some of these. I mean, if you ever watch me play CS, again, I'm not like great at CS. I don't claim to be amazing. I used to be okay. But if you watch me play, I play a lot of lurk, and that's literally all I do. And my timings are pretty shit, especially nowadays. Like, I'm usually late to my rotates, and you'll hear somebody be like, you know, Alex, what the fuck are you doing? Because you're lurking, right? You're trying to catch people off guard and trying to catch them off timing. That's the whole point. The humble clutch king. Yeah, but even though there's clutch situations where I've like clutched up, it's because I initially started off as a lurk, and I was able to get into a position where the enemy team didn't expect me. So from this Jets POV, if the accusation is like, man, the timing on that's really coincidental, yeah, but this Jet player seems to be playing really well and is reading your team, which they're playing against, this Sean's team, really well. Would Walls help with that? Yeah, absolutely. Could somebody be really good and have good game sense? Yeah, that could be true as well, right? I don't think this is just definitive enough to say, like, he definitely cheated on this one because this person rotated out. I mean, you could watch just professional play in general. It happens all the time. Like, we watched games today in the IEM where people were rotating, and you're like, why would they rotate there? You know, like, they're about to make a crazy play. But it's just like, that's the way that timing works, man. You don't always, like, hold the spot when you should. You don't always leave the spot when you shouldn't. It's just, that's the way the game is played, right? And again, they're selling this B, which is why that person's rotating. And they're
Muncie picks up the cat.
Walking up at the same time as the Jet is pushing.
From deep in sight. Surely doesn't catch another timing.
So is he arguing that he catches another timing? I mean, he fell back into Cubby. He cleared tree. I think this is called tree. I don't know. Kill me if I'm wrong. But then he fell back.
So, let's see.
And he's peeking. I think he's watching mid. He's watching his team, I think, through the wall.
Timing. They're trying to make some room.
So he cleared tree really quickly, and then he fell back into corner, Cubby, whatever you want to call it. And now he's waiting for his team to push. Right? That's the play.
You got us, right? Make some room. So, I mean, this is literally absolutely perfect utility given where BCJ is.
Yeah.
And you can see it causes Muncie to move a little bit. Spazgos plays the door. He's playing safe. He's going to smoke B main. And now he hits his timing to lurk right onto the wall.
Okay.
Oh. Let's just stop right here. So he stops here in between our players and ends up timing Muncie because Muncie ends up spraying the smoke thinking they're deep cat. He goes into this smoke while getting paranoid, grabs the gun, knife out, of course. Runs.
So even better, he had a pistol during that round, and like he went for a play because he's already down on his eco. Like, he needs a gun. So he made an aggressive play, right, that depended fully on timing and luck and catching the opponents out, and it just happened to work out. Like, yeah, it makes even more sense for him to do that play given the context of he doesn't have much, he doesn't have a weapon. He just has a pistol. He has to kind of make a cheesy, cringe play like that to get a gun in the first place.
Back, dashes into the middle of the open, even though the paranoid came from switch side.
He knew Omen through smoke. Yeah, I mean, he also watched Omen right here somewhere.
Deep cat in between our players and ends up, and now he hits his timing to fair. You got us, right? Make some room.
Yeah, like right here. I mean, I assume you can hear, because I remember in the game when Omen throws a smoke, you hear like a it sounds like a fucking somebody threw a goddamn frisbee by your head.
Absolutely perfect utility given where BCJ is. And you can see it causes Muncie to move a little bit. Spazgos plays the door.
Yeah, so the Omen throws like a smoke towards B, right?
He's playing safe. He's going to smoke B main.
I wish I saw Jet's POV here to like see what he saw in his angle. But I assume he maybe saw the smoke or something. I don't know. So he knows where Omen is. It's roughly somewhere on A site.
Now he hits his timing.
And so he clears it, and he like looks directly onto A.
Lurk right onto the wall. Oh. Let's just stop right here. So he stops here in between our players and ends up timing Muncie because Muncie ends up
So he saw the KO throw the grenade. It like flew by his head, so he knows he's in the smoke generally, right?
Spraying the smoke, thinking they're deep.
And then he sees the bullets coming out.
He goes into this smoke.
And then the reload. Do you hear the reload in this game? Can you hear the reload in the smoke? Whenever I play like mid doors on dust, for example, what I do in this situation is I hear the gunshot. So if it's an op, I hear the right. If it's a M4, I hear the right. And I wait for either the op to shoot and then I peek, or I wait for the M4 for the reload. The reload's very loud, right? It goes and when you hear that, that's your swing time. That's when you go for the peek, because it gives you the advantage. One, the enemy team doesn't know you're there. Two, they're already like reloading their gun. So in this situation, the KO just sprayed his fucking bullpup or whatever the hell it's called. I don't know what bulldog. And then he sprayed it twice, and then he went for the reload, and so the jet peaked. It makes a lot of sense, does it not? I mean, it's not like he's shooting him through the smoke and hitting him in the head, and you're like, how the fuck does he see him? Like, he was only made aware of him because the KO just was an elephant, was throwing his fucking grenade, was spraying, you know. I feel like the KO maybe misplayed it a little bit, just because, like, why is he out in the open? I know he's in the smoke, but he's in the middle of the doorway reloading his gun. He could have backed out, and then that way he has a better advantage towards the reload. But reloading in the smoke when you don't know where the enemy team is seems a bit of a misplay, no? I feel like the jet played that well. And even if the jet had like walls, I mean, again, I guess he's hiding the walls really well because he's only peeking them when he's reloading and making a bunch of noise as opposed to not. I don't know. Again, I'm not claiming to sit here and be like, I'm a professional, this is my take. This is just my take as like someone who's played a bit of CS, played a bit of Valorant. Like, this is how players play. You know, even like the lower ranks, this is like what I would do. Would I accuse this jet of wall hacking? I mean, if you showed me him tracing him through the wall and then he peeks the corner and shoots him in the head, it's like, what the fuck was that? That's one. But the jet played this like really well. He lurked. He saw the Omen smoke. He saw the KO grenade. He saw the bullets flying out of Omen smoke, and then he heard the reload. I assume, again, I don't have his POV. It seemed everything was pretty kosher from what I saw, but maybe Sean knows stuff that I don't know. And I would like to be enlightened on it, because if it's like stuff I don't know, it's like, Alex, you don't understand this because no one would ever do this. It's like, okay, maybe now I get it, but the stuff I'm seeing here, I just feel like that's pretty common, no? This is like Gold Elo understanding. It's very basic by the book. Yeah, and like I said, I'm probably Gold Elo in Valorant, right? I would say I'm pretty dog shit. I don't claim to know how these professional players make, but the stuff I'm seeing is stuff that I think I would see in normal play even, right? And granted, the jet's probably amazing, you know, very good aim so far, very good game sense, but that's like the type of caliber of players that you would find in these elos, right? Like you expect in tier 2, right below tier 1 Valorant, that you're going to have players that are about to be tier 1. So you can almost compare them to tier 1 players. I'm not claiming that they're as good as tier 1 players because they're in tier 2, but some of these tier 2 players, they're climbing and they're trying to become tier 1. So you probably find really, really good players in these brackets that are on their way. They just haven't had the opportunity, right? And this should have been a whole other video. I agree. I think this should have been a whole other video in general of like, I think this team cheated and here's why, right? I'm suspicious of them. But lumping them into already allegations of match fixing and then being like, also, I think they're cheating, here's why. I think it's sort of, unfortunately, but takes away from the original allegations, because now you're like stacking and also making it seem like they definitely cheated because of the Valorant letter, because they all obviously match fixed too because of those DMs. But like, I think these are two separate issues going on. And like, while some of the plays might be suspicious, I don't think there's enough damning evidence to say that they also cheated, right? Like the clips I've seen so far have been like, I don't know, pretty weird guys, right? Which unfortunately just is not the barrier of proof for cheating. Usually with like wall hacking, aimbotting, you see like clips coming out that are like, that's crazy. I mean, we saw from like the, I don't know, there's several between like the years that people used to cheat in CS. You know, I mean, the most recent one that I think of is like the optic stuff, right? But that was a long time ago too, where like people went by play and saw like crosshair snapping and just crazy shit. But I don't know if Valorant aim is like just so bad that somebody doing something crazy is in and of itself kind of proof, as opposed to just like, you know, normal play. And that's like an example of cheating. But even like the jet ace, I've seen TikToks of that, right? I've even seen like in tournaments or Valorant where like a jet pops off and you're like, oh, that was a crazy jet play. And I don't think that's enough like verifiable proof that they definitely cheated in this game because the jet popped off and he had good timings with his lurks. Well, by the way, you know, they kind of had to lurk because they were on eco. Maybe somebody can explain that to me better, but that's my take, I guess.
While getting paranoid, grabs the gun, knife out, of course. Runs back, dashes into the middle of the open, even though the paranoid came from, you know, switch side. Could be A main, because that's where Spaz was early round. They have no A main control. He dashes into the middle of the open. Not worried about anything. Okay. Now we get a little interesting. 8-7.
Okay.
Ooh, let's check the econ real quick. Is this a big round? Their econ would be low. They would be broke if they lost this one. Our ults would be there if we won this one. There's actually a very big round. Let's go.
So this is like, okay, the jet, by the way, is like 18 and something, right? Oh my god, I keep going on the wrong thing because I keep clicking the wrong fucking whatever. The jet is like popped off. They're 18 and 12. So the jet's having a really good game. Typically when you see like people that are like doing well, they play into it, right? Like you ever see like a good player, I don't know, in these shooters and they're popping off, they try to continue the momentum by being aggressive, by swinging things, by taking on 1v2, 1v3, whatever, because they feel good about their play. And typically the players that are playing bad, they play a bit more far back, a bit more reserved. Sometimes they overcompensate. Like if I'm playing bad, the best thing to do is to try to be aggressive because whatever I'm doing isn't working, so try to overcompensate, you know? But there's like different mentals that go into some people's heads. And the really good players are usually the ones that can continue a hot streak. So once they feel their crosshair and once they feel like, man, I'm shitting on these guys, like they want to play into that. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's what the jet is doing, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, he's definitely cheating because he's doing so well. Because again, we don't have definitive proof of that. But if the accusation is like the jet is walling and aim hacking, I guess, I mean, I'd like to just see something that's like, just here, look, he snapped his crosshair and got 5 kills. That's crazy. But maybe you won't see that at this level of play because they're hiding it so well. But so far, everything has just looked like just, I guess, circumstance. I don't know what else to say about it. So this is 8-7. Blue Otter's winning. The jet is popping off. This is a big round for Shopify Rebellion. They really need this round.
Our ults would be there if we won this one. There's actually a very big round. Let's go back and look at how he clears some of these B main angles that, you know, are just so common in pro play. I'm drawing attention here to the fact that the Sova isn't there and the Cypher does not cam. He doesn't wait for the cage. He just sloppy peeks this angle. There could be a dozen different angles that kill him. Watch his crosshair. He is not worried about this entire right side off angle. He doesn't even look. They're droning through mid. They cammed the wall. Our knife is about to land. 3, 2. All right. Wow, that's going to double scan them. So that cam's not going to work. With 2 here. They know.
2 inches of joy. Thank you for that sub.
What
I
a
appreciate
milestone.
It. 69 months. Nice. All right. I think the commentator said, looks like Shopify is really respecting that double duelist setup, right? That's sort of what the announcer said. That's the announcer's general read from this game so far. Barely heard in the background. But what's going on here? It looks like the jet is walking on the B site.
No, a KO just knife double scanned. They're making a lot of noise mid, so let's see how this plays out. So he walks out of B main, looking sidewalk, all by himself. There's no one helping him.
What's the Cypher doing? Does he just mean like that he shouldn't have done this? Because, I mean, he doesn't know. I assume he would think the Cypher is helping him clear. And also, there's like a smoke here or something. I don't know what this is. Is this Cypher trap? I have no idea what this thing is. This black thing. Is it a smoke? Is it something else? There's a Cypher trap here. The tripwire? Is that all it is? Omen smoke. Which Omen? Is it? It's a cage. Oh, okay. Okay, so Cypher's cage is here. He's walking out, and he didn't clear like logs are over here. I think it's called. This is Market. I think. I'm somewhat familiar with this map. But sure, so he's walking out, and he shouldn't be walking out because there's too many angles to clear by himself, or he should be clearing more angles.
He crosses. He's immediately focused on stairs.
Okay.
That's the only thing he's looking at. He's not worried about any of these close angles right now. He's only looking stairs. He quickly clears over by logs.
Yeah.
He's back to looking stairs. Not worried about the spawn peak. Insane. Insane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there was only two possibilities there, right? Was that because his team is currently pushing into market, so he knows his market is safe. He clears logs really quickly.
He's not working.
Which, by the way, if you're cheating, I guess good job. Like, good job clearing logs when you're cheating and having that like discipline to quickly like peek it.
By logs.
But the argument here is that he could be CT. My question though is, what is the Cypher watching? Do you see the Cypher? Notice the angle the Cypher is holding? So he knows that his teammate's about to clear market. He cleared logs. He just cleared a cross or cat. His teammate is watching CT. The only possibility would be either the Cypher swings and he trades with his Cypher, or he holds this angle and hope that somebody doesn't walk on him on cat, which his teammate could also trade, right?
He's back to looking stairs. Not worried about the spawn peak.
Again, the Cypher's still watching his CT for him.
Insane. Insane. Here we go. The exec to
And I mean, if he knew that there was another player there, why would he just dash into it? He's already cheating. Like, you would have to be so disciplined with how you cheat that you would have to mentally turn your cheat. So in 6 versus 6, you turn on walls and aim hack, you kill everybody. In 8 versus 7, you turn on walls, kill Cypher, and then just fucking die. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Because even dying here, like, okay, they don't think I'm cheating now, but it's not like you gave your team a big advantage, right? Whereas, like, the ace definitely did. The consistency of, like, when this person could have cheated versus when he didn't, just doesn't line up enough to, like, accuse somebody of definitively cheating. I don't know. He killed the Cypher, and the Cypher, like, literally had a trap, so he knew he had a trap there, and his teammate was watching CT. I feel like his teammate even probably communicated to him, yo, I'm going to watch CT, right? Like, what was the comm here? Watch CT. Because the Cypher was only watching CT, and he knew his Omen was in market clearing it. They had a smoke down for mid. There's only one place he could have been with a trap. He could have either been cat, and, like, on this box, he already cleared cat when he walked out. He cleared cat. He cleared logs. His teammate's pushing market. His Cypher's watching CT. There's only one angle he could have checked, and he already saw the trap there. It's not like it's, like, random where could the Cypher have been. Because when he walks out, he sees the trap right here, right? This is the Cypher trap. So he knows there's a Cypher on site. Just where? Where could the Cypher be? Right? And his teammate's already clearing market. So he probably said market's clear, and the Cypher's, like, watching CT for you. You know? Maybe they knew KO was playing mid. I don't know. There's, like, so many possibilities here. I just don't feel like this clip is, like, damning enough. Right?
He's back to looking stairs. Not worried about the spawn peak.
The thing is with walls, too, that people don't talk about enough is, like, if you see this guy here, the amount of trigger discipline you have to not move your crosshair to him as he's running up is extreme. And I feel like that's what catches a lot of wallers, because they pre-shoot, they call it, right? When somebody's, like, jiggle peeking, they'll pre-shoot where they think they're about to run out, and then sometimes they don't catch him, and it's like, whoa, why did he pre-shoot there? Like, we watched the #1 Premier guy video where he, like, did the same shit, right? He thought somebody was about to peek out, so they shot, and the person didn't peek, and it's like, oh, that's the moment right there. You just did that thing that gave you away, which was to shoot somebody that you didn't see other than their hitbox. And, like, I'm sorry, but it takes so much effort and discipline to not just shoot somebody when you think they're running out. Like this here, right? Like that. Did you see that movement that the Cypher just did? Watch this right here. Like, we could go, like, frame by frame, right? The Cypher looks like he's about to run up. And right before he runs up, he backs off. Like, in this frame, you could start pre-shooting as like a waller. Like, it would be very difficult to have discipline to not start pre-shooting, right? But he doesn't, because he doesn't see him. You know what I mean? The argument that like he's walling here and he's just holding himself back and showing a lot of restraint, I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And he's only doing it like to kill the Cypher and then he dies afterwards. I don't know, man. I just, to me, it's just like, it's not, like, maybe he is cheating and he's just really good at hiding it, but like, it's not obvious enough where I would be like, this guy's definitely cheating. Look at what he just did. Because everything he's doing here is just very normal. Like, this is how you would clear an angle as like a player that's, you know, walking on the site. And he doesn't even like, here's the thing. He doesn't even like put his crosshair at like where the guy would be, which is like his head would stick out here. He puts his crosshair at like an angle where he assumes that maybe he could be like walking up, hugging left side, right? Straight up, Alex straight up just telling us how he used to cheat back in the day when he was global. No, I used to do this Overwatch series, and I would look for like cheaters like regularly, right? Like, I'd watch dozens and dozens, if not like hundreds, of like Overwatch footage. They used to call it Overwatch. They used to call it Overwatch. Basically, people would report somebody for cheating, and if you were opted into Overwatch, you could then review those clips and be like, yes, he is cheating according to me. And then like Valve would make decisions based off of like how many Overwatch reports they got. So it was like a 2-filter player system where like you would review the footage. And sometimes it was very obvious, where it's like somebody just spin hacking and you're like, yeah, he's definitely cheating. And it was very obvious. But then other times it was like, huh, you know, and it would take like one round where you're like, oh, there it is. There's the giveaway. You know, I would watch the footage over and over and over again and be like, huh. Sometimes people wouldn't cheat. They just had a good game. And you're like, okay, move on. But sometimes people were very good at hiding it, you know? And you would see the common mistakes, which is the pre-fires. Like, why did he shoot the guy he didn't see, right? Sometimes it was crosshair placements. Like, they'd put a crosshair on someone's head through a wall and then track it. It's like, okay, there it is, you know? There was a bunch of different tells for somebody cheating. And it was mostly bad players, let's face it. So sometimes it's really hard to catch the really good cheaters. But you would see common mistakes that cheaters would make, and those were the giveaways. After a while, it's like a pattern, right? But from watching this, it would be like, if this guy's cheating, he's like hiding it very well, because he's doing all the things that you would do as a normal player, and then like just randomly hit ace 6v6 and then dies here 8 versus 7. You know, you could argue that this is a really important round, which I think Sean already did, right? He said this is a big round for them. So if this is a big round for them and the Jet just decides to int, what's the point? Because he highlighted this. He's like, if they win this round, you know, they don't lose all their money. And it's like, so why would the Jet just walk out and die after one trade? You know what I mean? It's that much of an important round. Wouldn't you cheat during this round and not like 6 versus 6 where you just run out, just toggle, kill 5 people for no reason? You know, that would be the argument. That would have to be the proof that you'd look for, is like, when are they cheating and why, right? And so I think the context is important too, as well. When you would turn on the cheat, you would probably turn it on here, I guess, but then only get 1 kill. You know, why won't you go for 2 just to like, okay, let's make sure we really don't lose this round. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you could say that this is a good kill, but like that guy's still back there, and then he just like dashes into him.
Insane. Here we go. The exec.
And then just dies immediately. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's like a good pick, I guess. Yeah, that was a really good, important round for them, but that's all he got was 1 pick.
To close us out, let's see how good of an exec this is. It's a team effort. Holy shit, this paranoia is going to go crazy. This paranoia is going to go crazy. This paranoia actually is going to catch both of our B players. And guess what? We actually get to see Fair use the cloud burst. Hell yeah. Thought I wouldn't give you one before we end. No, he's going to close us out with one. Check this shit out. So perfect paranoia cuts through sight, gets both of our players. BCJ is sitting ult out. Man, what would really suck is to be paranoid so you can't hear, you can't see, you have utility out, and the Jet, who has no support shit, because Zeke reconning and droning from this spot, no, that shit's obvious. We gotta pop. So he's actually just gonna shock our trips, our deep trips. So he's gonna shock those real quick.
Okay, but like, okay, so we accuse the Jet of like walling and aiming, But now the Omen and the Sova are you playing perfect utility? So is it so the whole team has walls, I guess? I don't know. I'd be okay with just like one player played really out of their mind and is suspicious, but now it's the whole team is perfect playing. So the whole team is in on it too. That's likely the chance of that happening is likely very slim. I'll tell you that right now. Likely usually it's one person and not the whole team is in on it, you know. Granted, this is a tier 2 organization, so yes, sometimes, but like even in situations where people have full incentive to cheat, like in the Optic situation with India, it was still only one person, right? And his teammates seemingly didn't know about it. You know what I mean? It's usually only one person because nobody else wants their career ruined too, right? Like, why would you risk your entire career to like cover up a cheater? You know what I mean? Because that's usually what happens. And not everybody is just on the same page of like, I'm in tier 2, I'm broke, I need money, let's all cheat. That doesn't usually, even in the situation, which a lot of this, it's not spiraled from, but a lot of this is sort of like caveating off of, is in the situation with iBuyPower. Not everyone on iBuyPower threw the game, right? That's the reality of it. Yes, some of them did, but like Skadoodle didn't. He ended up continuing to play later in the majors because he was vindicated, right? Even though I'm pretty sure the whole team ended up taking money. He didn't, right? So to say that like, well, this guy is kind of playing sus too, I just don't think that that's a solid argument, unfortunately. I don't think that you could just blanket say, well, they're all playing weird. That takes away from like maybe, you know, what's more likely is that one person played out of their mind and maybe one person's cheating, but the whole team is now like perfect paranoia, perfect shock darts. I don't know. I think that's a far stretch, no?
And then you can see Fair, Cloudburst up top. This is actually kind of nice play. You know, when you know where everyone is, I guess. Fireball cages the ground.
Yeah, but like I said, Sean, you should not make an allegation like that. You should not say when you know where everyone is, you know? And like I said, I think this whole entire section should have been its own video of like, here's why I think these guys like were suspicious, and then break it down. But when you just say like, yeah, you know everyone is, I mean, that's the allegation you're making. I just don't think you should come out and say it like that. Especially, again, the optics of this just don't look good because this is your team that lost to these guys. So if they didn't cheat, for example, all this makes you look is like an upset guy that lost to a better team. And that's not a good look either. Like, people aren't going to take that seriously. And I feel like you're going to lose a lot of credibility, especially in the Valorant scene, if you're like, oh, those guys cheated, and then it comes out they didn't, and then you're like, oh, well, I thought they did. It's like, who's going to take that seriously, you know? Going forward, allegations like that aren't going to hold as much weight, unfortunately. That's the reality of it, you know? Unless these guys get banned for cheating in the next 3 months or so, all this video will do is to serve as some type of, like, I don't know, not necessarily like salt, I don't want to call it that, but it's just going to make it seem like you were mad that this team outplayed your team, right? Unfortunately. And I'm not saying that this is what I think. I'm just saying the optics of like you accusing a team you played against to cheat without verifiable proof. I think if you waited for the Riot investigation and then the Riot's like, yeah, they cheated, he got banned, then you could come out and be like, then you could make this video and be like, yeah, I mean, you could see how he cheated. Like, here, he saw us here. This makes sense now. You know, he walked out of this site. He didn't clear this. Like, all this makes sense now because he was banned for cheating. And that's what a lot of people did during, like, the pro getting VAC banned days of Counter-Strike, where people would make those, like, videos where, like, look, he cheated in this game. Like the Optic video where they, like, went down and they went and broke down all of the clips that they thought he was very suspicious. And it's like, well, yeah, now with the context of he got banned for cheating, this looks worse. But this guy hasn't been banned of cheating yet, you know? He's being investigated. But if anything, I mean, this letter that you showcased, who was this written by, and why do you also have it? I'm also confused about this. Like, what was the context of this letter? I gotta rewind this part.
Or on the other end. And now you have to win. One of you might just cheat. And that's how we come to our boy Fair. And here we have May 13th. Just 2 days before, if you remember, when Bray said things are getting weird and we got to move to Telegram. You might be wondering, how did the guy that reported Fair for cheating end up with a statement for fair cheating? And that's a good question.
Wait, what does that mean? How did the guy that reported fair for cheating ended up with a statement from fair cheating?
Maybe for another day, but you know, it obviously got back to Bray, and you could see right here. I mean, it's just a.
I'm confused. How did so somebody reported fair for cheating, and then he got this letter that got back to Bray, who was paying people to match fix. I guess I'm confused on. So someone reported this and Riot responded to them? Yeah, but like who reported this? I guess would be my question. Dear Adam, we've recently been made aware of suspicious gameplay. Okay, so Adam isn't even probably him. So Adam is fair. Okay, so Adam received this, and so what? He took a screenshot of it and sent it out. And then, like, Sean got a hold of it. Okay. So, okay. Okay, I understand it now. All right. That makes more sense. So Fair was like, what the fuck, I got it reported. And then just sent it to people, I guess. Right? Could have been anybody. Or he sent it to Bray, maybe? Like, did Bray get a hold of the letter? And it was like, dude, I just got reported for cheating, LOL. Like, was that, you know what I mean? He said it's a conversation for another day. But I assume he's like just hiding his information on like who sent him this, I guess. I don't know. That doesn't... Okay. Anyways.
He's immediately focused on stairs. That's the only thing he's looking at. He's not worried about any of these close angles right now. He's only looking stairs. He quickly clears over by logs.
Right, we already saw this, and then we were here.
No sound. They don't know what's happening. So he's in between them. And his first play right now isn't to turn around and get that kill. You know what his first play is? Time to use his second cloud burst. Let's one-way cloud burst this shit.
That's easily dodged. On site,
holy shit, man.
And that might be how...
That's how I realized that I think Blue Otter might have thrown the first game and maybe had some assistance in the second game.
Again, dude, we should just not have come out with all this. You can't lump in like, also, I think they cheated against us when they beat us. You know what I mean? Because like, what's more likely? Is that they match fixed through and cheated? Or they just match fixed, which we have more evidence of because of the DMs. Because this part here just like, I think like unfortunately like ruins your own personal credibility. You know what I mean? By being like, also I think they cheated against us. You know what I mean? It's like when somebody get like it's like you see on television when it's like somebody gets accused of something, like this guy's accused of kidnap and murder. And then people come out and be like, also, I think that he was part of a hit and run that took place in the 80s. It's like, what's your evidence? It just seems that way. It's like, brother, okay, well, you can't just start adding on like charges, right? Like you got to bring evidence that's more than just, I think he also did X, Y, Z. Like, could he have? Yes. If you bring allegations against somebody, people will, believe it because like he's already being accused of one thing. Why couldn't he be accused of other things? But you just shouldn't do it unless you have evidence of that, right? Because now it comes out as dogpile, especially when like you're involved. You know what I mean? Like I think if Sean wasn't involved in this, I could see that being as like, oh wow, they also cheated in this game. Maybe they did. But because it's like your own personal team, now it seems like you have a bias against this guy or this team. And like this is more like a hit piece versus like a presentation of facts and evidence, which like this beginning section was, because those DMs are very suspicious. Like, why are they DMing a match fixer directly and sharing screenshots? And now they're losing games against teams that had no business losing. Like, all that stuff is totally believable. Like, I'm sitting here watching it being like, holy smokes. Like, yeah, there's actually a lot of evidence that demonstrates that these guys likely threw the game for money, especially if there's like big payouts involved between the DMs, between like their performance generally, and now they lost to this underdog by a large margin or whatever. And there's like these DMs of this guy messaging these people, telling them he'll pay him a lot of money. Like, yes, this looks really bad. And I would like to hear, you know, their statements as to like, why were you DMing this guy? You know, what was going on with that? You know, like exonerate themselves. But when you're also adding like, also, I think they cheated against us, and here's some like suspicious clips, it's just not a good look, unfortunately.
And again, it is important to note the betting. I don't even know how to get access to this info because I don't bet on games, but it was 4.8 to 1 before the series, and we won the first map, which was their pick. They had 0 practice all week, and this guy just caught all of those timings. So that's how we didn't make playoffs.
Yeah. We should have just skipped. We should have just cut this whole part out. You didn't make playoffs because allegedly they cheated. I mean, what if it comes out the guy didn't cheat, is a really good player and threw his entire career away? I mean, Brax was the version of that in like earlier CS, right? Up and coming, very talented player that threw away his career for some CS skins, right? It's literally the situation that took place. I mean, this guy is like a tier 2 player. He could be really good, and he just threw away his career. And like just throwing a cheating allegation against him on top of everything else, I think is not like, I don't want to use the word disingenuous. I'm not really sure what to say, but I think it undermines your argument or your original allegations of them match fixing.
So we don't know how Fair is cheating, but these are insane coincidences, right?
Okay. Yes. My thoughts exactly. We don't know if he's cheating at all, and there's coincidences. Yes. Sure.
Right after he threw a game, to say it's not happening with all this evidence would literally be insane. And
so am I insane? Like, okay. I mean, I guess I'm insane. I mean, to say it's not happening would be insane because, yeah, I do agree with that. If I said this didn't happen, that would be insane because I have no way of knowing, right? Just like me saying we don't live in a simulated universe, it's not a thing. I'd be insane because like I don't know for sure. Sure, I don't know for sure if he's not hacking. I'm not in his fucking room with a monitor set up to his fucking computer, like looking at his hacks. I don't know for sure. Sure, it would be insane for me to say it's not happening. Maybe he is, man. I don't know. Maybe he is. It's just not enough proof for the cheating stuff. But the match fixing stuff is, I think, the most important takeaway from the video.
I'm not gonna lie, I do have theories, but I'll leave that for another day. There are multiple teams that I have a reason to believe are also match fixing within Tier 2. Bray himself has confirmed in DMs that Prosperity and Burger Boys are among the teams that are involved. There are other teams that I believe are working with him too. I think SAD Esports is one of them. I mean, some of the matches that I went over that aren't in this video are crazy. And then you have TSM and Ambrosia on a bet for 134 grand. Everything about that match says something weird is going on, including the fact that there are people in that server that mutually follow back Bray and Cooker. And
yeah, that part I'll definitely give that. That definitely looks bad. Is there a Reddit thread on this, by the way? I can like read some of the takeaways from this. I see like one, but it got like locked. It got locked, and like a moderator put like a response. I'm not like a. Yeah, Valcomp Reddit. Valorant competitive. I was looking at the main Reddit, but then there's like no comments on it. Okay, I'll read some of the comments after I watch the rest of this.
And quite frankly, I think it's unlikely that they're going to be betting, 134 grand on a match that they don't know the outcome of, while betting 30 grand on one they do know the outcome of. Now, I don't know if all of these players are guilty or on the in, but what I do know is that as a team, something weird happened, right? And that is proven by my conversation with someone like Practo or Teak, right? these players are singled out. So it doesn't even need to be a whole team that's involved here. And that's something to keep in mind. These players could be getting paid to intentionally underperform, if the odds are right. I don't know. They could be getting paid to do otherwise based on fair, right? I don't know. It sucks.
Yeah, that's why we just stick to like what we do know. Like when you're covering like career-ending subject matter, we just need to stick to what we do know, which is that like DMs were shared, and honestly, like the first 20 minutes of the video is damning enough in and of itself, because it raises a lot of questions as to like why these players followed this guy, why were they DMing him, why were the DMs deleted, why do you have a Telegram account, what's your Bitcoin wallet address, stuff like that. I feel like we could dive further into and let the community help. But the next half of it, which is just like, also I think they're cheating and they're probably all guilty of it, I don't know. It just seems like, well, what's the point of painting the blanket? Because now you're getting other people roped in that had no involvement. You're also undermining your own points by like saying, well, it's against us. I think they cheated against us. They didn't even practice. How'd they do all this? It devalues your earlier allegations of the match fixing stuff, because that had more concrete evidence than the last half of the video. Again, but who am I? I'm not involved in any of this drama. So what is my opinion worth at the end of the day, right?
Sucks to even think this. I have these examples where Bray literally, I say this, and I've been keeping an eye on this.
What was this? I see this. What was this? Have you experienced it, like having a Lambo and shit? Live. Yo, Chuz, check my DM. Okay. Sure. Again, suspicious stuff, right?
I see this, and
but now you're like, there was a guy earlier. 53 minutes. There was a guy earlier that followed these guys, and it was somewhere. Yeah, it was just this was. It was this G. Sorry, you can't see it. It was this G2 Josh RT guy. And he follows this Cooker guy. And this Cooker guy apparently is in on this whole thing. I guess they share like a group chat. I don't know, that's what Sean said. I have no idea. Anyways. But apparently he just follows them. So like you kind of look guilty by association with just the follow, because like, again, you're putting the ball in their court to explain why they're following alleged match fixers, right? I think it just needs to end there, because the unfortunate downside of like now roping everybody else in is that you're making them look guilty by association, and I think it's on them to show their direct messages or to explain why they're not guilty, versus on you to cast a wide net and just be like, well, they're probably all involved, because like you can take away from the video just the guy following him is already like looks bad enough. I don't think you also need to say, I just think they're all in on it. I don't know who's in on it, because it's you've already insinuated that with, again, the earlier messages and the people associated with this scandal, right? So like, yeah, we don't know who's all involved. We just seen the messages of the guys that apparently like took pictures or engaging with this guy, and even this guy, did he point to anyone directly? I don't know. Has that been like, is there verifiable proof of him pointing at somebody directly and accusing them of it? All I saw was that people were like, I don't know, man, I don't think I should do this or whatever. But like, we saw the winnings and we saw the burger thing, and the burger thing is definitely suspicious. I'll give him that. The burger game is definitely suspicious in terms of, there was a big bet placed on that and people definitely got paid. But to like what capacity? Like who's all in on it? Like what was the involvement of the teams, right? Those are all questions that were raised, and I think the video did a good job of that. But then also just straight up pointing at people and being like, I also think they're wall hiking. It, again, takes away from the earlier points that were made.
Though, from this match fixing and cheating. And I mean, that's ultimately why I'm here. Shopify Rebellion Black were the Split 1 champions. That's the team that I general manage for. We were set to continue that success in Split 2. The points slot is very important. There's 2 slots that move up to this Ascension tournament.
Yeah, but like because you're involved with this whole process, it's not a good look to be like, oh, I think we got knocked out because this team is cheating. It's never going to be a good look, regardless of whether they're cheating or not. Now, if it comes out that like you're vindicated, sure, but like I would not like risk accusing the enemy. It's like going to the Olympics and you're a wrestler and then you lose against the #1 guy and you come out and be like, I don't know, it seems pretty suspicious that he has a whole bunch of muscle mass now though, huh? And he cheated on his wife. People are like, what? Well, I'm just saying, he got accused of cheating on his wife last summer and all of a sudden he looks a lot bigger. Are you saying that you think he's using steroids? Hey, I'm just, it's like, you just look like you're upset that you lost against this guy. Like, why are you now accusing him? I'm just saying if he's cheating in other aspects of his life, what's stopping him from taking steroids? I'm not saying anything. It's like, you're already, yes, we get it. You're implying he's cheating and you're implying you lost because he's cheating. But like, you have no proof of it. Just let the organization that's in charge of everything do their due diligence, and then you can come out with a statement afterwards, right? Otherwise, you just look bad. Like if they're vindicated, because now it just looks like you're upset that you lost. There's no point in making those allegations. That's why generally sports teams just don't do that, right? Even if they heavily think that the enemy team is I call them, sorry. Even if they think that there was cheating, or sometimes you watch sports games, right? And the refs make a bad call. When you interview the players that lost to the bad call, do they go, yeah, we lost the game, but what a coincidence that the refs made the call that they made. Usually it's the managers that say shit like that, right, on behalf of their players, and maybe that's like where Sean is coming from. But like the players don't outright go like, pretty weird that like we lost after the ref said the thing he said, right? No, they go like, yeah, it was a close game, and hey, this thing's happened. Sometimes people get it right, sometimes they get it wrong, and they move on, right? Because you just look better by saying a statement like that and by looking humble versus just accusatory of somebody being involved in like, paying the refs off or taking like drug supplements to get an advantage. There's just no point in saying that when you don't have proof. Because if it turns out that you're wrong, again, nobody will just discredit you for the future. That's all. That's all it does, is just discredits you. So why ruin that portion of your career by making those types of allegations, right? Again, we don't know whether they're cheating or not. That's all. They might sue your ass too. That's true. There is a thing called defamation or whatever you want to call it. But nevertheless, yeah, I mean, making these allegations are pretty heavy allegations for sure. Like insinuating that a team is cheating is pretty heavy. Why we lost, they have to be cheating. Bookies said we'd win.
And that's the only goal of your challengers, to ascend to VCT. One of the slots is the point total. So by getting cheated out of playoffs, our point total now is completely messed up.
We went from I think they're cheating to we got cheated out of playoffs. And I feel like that's a very giant leap in logic as to like all the footage that we saw. I think you're alleging extremely, if not just outright saying they cheated you out. But yes, you got kicked out of playoffs. You didn't get the seed that you wanted. And this other team bumped you out, I assume. But until the investigation is done, there's no point in saying that you got cheated out of these placements. Right?
We go from point leaders by winning Split 1 to now maybe, I don't even know how it's going to end up after Split 2 playoffs. And it just sucks to be in a situation where you're in a do or die scenario for Split 3. You must win Split 3 with all of this shit also going on. That's the world I'm living in, I guess.
Which the shit is that they were accused of match fixing against a lower tier team or an underdog. But now you're also alleging that they used like some type of aim assist or wall assist versus your team, and that's why you got knocked out. Again, very heavy allegations. But at the end of the day, until there's verifiable proof, either by Riot coming out or by more concrete evidence, they're just allegations at that. So I think it's a little dangerous to say that they're cheating until there's like further proof. That's all. That's my takeaway, is like, I don't have a horse in the race. I'm just trying to be an objective third party. I barely play Valorant. I play CS. I recently restarted playing CS, so I don't have like a bulletproof take on it. Otherwise, outside of just the general perspective of this whole video that we watched and like the footage that we saw, that to me wasn't entirely damning. Was it suspicious? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. But I don't feel like it's enough to outright say they were cheating based off the footage that we saw.
The team's future is now jeopardized. Innocent players all across Tier 2 are potentially losing their jobs and livelihood and facing career setbacks. There's not that many jobs to go around. And another thing in addition to this is players that probably aren't deserving look incredible because an entire game might be staged. So how can you know if a 30 frag performance is even real? None of the reputable organizations, salary-paying organizations, want to be associated with a competitive scene riddled with match fixing and cheating. I mean, I personally received tons of messages, Chinese VCT orgs asking me if certain players are match fixing. And truthfully, I can't even tell them because...
Yeah, I mean, because if you're going to come out and say there's a bunch of match fixing going on in the tier 2 scene, I'm going to make an expose. Of course, people are going to message you and be like, hey, is this guy cheating? Hey, is this guy cheating? I mean, especially if these people are betting on stuff. Because if they're betting, they're losing money. And of course, the first thing you're going to do when you lose money is if you find out, hey, you know, there's a bunch of teams cheating in the thing you're betting towards, your first thing that's going to go in your head is like, well, did I get cheated out of my bet? You know, of course, people are going to ask questions. I mean, that just comes with the accusation, I guess, right?
I know how many people Bray reached out to. I know that there's no money here. I watch these games and it looks pretty damning, but I'm not going to call out people that I'm not certain of yet. And again, this is why I need...
Yeah, but this fair guy got called out. Are we certain the fair guy cheated? I mean, we went from like, that looks pretty weird to they cheated us out to I'm not going to call anybody out without proof. I'm very confused. But so the only person we called out was one guy in his team in a game that you lost. That's the only accusation we got from I should say the cheating allegations. But also at the same time, the match fixing was both of the match fixing and the cheating was against the team that you guys lost to and bumped you out of the playoffs. I mean, okay.
Community to help me out here. I know there's so many smart people out there in the community, coaches, analysts, IGLs, that can look through these games and draw awareness to some of the weird stuff that's happening. They can flag some shady behavior in the scene. And I don't know, maybe we can get tips on more ways that this is happening, because it's not just these two. Well, there's other people also sending messages to these players. And unfortunately, I didn't even find out about those guys until it was too late. Since the news broke, Shuffle.com suspended Tier 2 Valorant betting. But, as you can see, it's back. And even when it was suspended, Bray continued contacting players, but deleted everything off of his Twitter in the meantime. So it's very hard for like people to come into this and track what has been going on. Riot knows about these issues.
Sure.
And I've been communicating with them directly, going all the way back to the morning of May 7th. But as a multi-billion-dollar corporation, they probably are going to look in their best interest for their bottom line, and they're going to move a lot slower in their investigation than I would like. Now, crypto and Telegram make this incredibly hard to trace.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason why I think you need to move fast in things like this, because once people know you're onto them, it becomes exponentially harder to catch this. So more than ever, I honestly think we need a replay system so we can catch individual players that are cheating or doing weird things. You have overview shots of scenarios.
Yeah, the fact that we still don't have a replay system in Valorant is probably the most cooked thing about this. Like, Valorant still doesn't have a replay system. Wasn't that one of the first things that was introduced? Oh my god. When was the replay system announced? $2025. When did the game come out? I swear when the game was coming out, they were like, yo, it's gonna have a replay system. And it's been years. Like, I swear. I can't find it now, though. – 5 years, no replay system. 5 years. Most recent post literally said the same thing almost from 2 years ago. This is insane. It takes a bit to add replay. It takes 5 years to add replay, I guess, to a competitive game.
And thankfully, Anna Donlan announced that's coming out in September. But man, if we had it now, it would be incredible for something like this. We need better anti-cheat software. Vanguard needs to be updated, and punishments absolutely need to be given to the players that undermine the integrity of this game. There's a lot of suspicious stuff that I haven't been able to include in this video. A lot of stuff has come to me after I sent out that Twitter video, and I'm very thankful for the people in the community that took that risk to send it to me. Even the people that, you know, don't want this shared, I have respected those wishes, and there's a lot that's happening behind the scenes regarding that stuff. Thank you so much to everyone that's worked with me, Teague, Procto. And like I said, what you see in this video isn't everything. This is the top of the rabbit hole.
Okay. Well, there definitely is a lot of finger pointing going around. This video was a lot of accusations. Some I feel like more concrete than others, is my general takeaway. I'll be honest, I was hoping for a bit more substance in terms of like facts and evidence with not only the match fixing, but if like also we're going to call people out for cheating. I just wish there was a bit more sauce, right? Like I do feel like there's match fixing involved. I mean, we saw this guy that's going around toting like, yeah, I'll pay you $20,000 to throw a game. Let's be rich together. I think that's pretty concrete that it is happening. But to what extent, right? Like, which games is this guy betting on? Can we track that down? Which players have accepted those bets, right? So far, what we got is that players are being DM'd, and they're going like, I don't know if I want to do this. That's what we have. So the allegation that there's players that are receiving DMs, and maybe they're taking the DMs, right? And like this throw game against this burger team is, I guess, evidence of like a big throw that took place. I mean, a game with like $100,000 on the line, I could definitely see somebody throwing, right? Like $100,000 is the payout for the underdog to win. That would be a good example of it, right? And then you showcase maybe that game. And I think that's what was going on with like this Burger Shots game. But even like the Burger Shots game with like the fracture throws and the Haven throws, I had a hard time like following everything that was going on. It seemed like sometimes it was just a coincidence, and other times, yeah, it looked like they were holding W. I don't know enough about pro play to like make the accusation that like, oh, they definitely threw, right? Because some of the rounds were close, and I guess it would be up to like better players to look at these games maybe more distinctly and give more context as to like why certain plays were made. But like, hey, this guy pushed an orb during eco round isn't enough for me, or he ran out with his knife and took an angle that was dangerous. I just don't feel like that's enough concrete evidence. Because also at that point, you're like accusing somebody of like walling too at the same time, which is maybe where I got a little lost. Because after the Haven throws game, we started using like these Haven cheats clips and stuff like that. So it was a little confusing to me. But we'll look at like what Reddit says. Again, this is competitive Valorant subreddit. I try to look at the regular Valorant Reddit, but they like lock this thread out. I guess they don't want discussions around this. I'm not sure if it's because of a rule they have or whatever, but people are mad at their VOD review stuff. It could be bots, I don't know, but I think it gives a bunch of important context to everything else. Sure, some of the rounds look normal, but I get Sean's point when you add up all of that on top of the previous game where they threw didn't look perfect, plus the crazy high bets, it's very hard to say it's not all connected. Yeah, but that's what did they say about that? Or what do they say? Correlation is not causation, or causation is not correlation, right? Just because something seems connected doesn't mean that you can immediately say that it is in fact connected based on other circumstance. Like, yes, it might be, right? Is there a high chance? Maybe, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it is. The unfortunate problem is unless actual government agencies get involved, I don't know how you get concrete proof from messages or something else. Same for Riot anyway. Using critical thinking, it's clear there's some fishy stuff going on, but how do you get 100% proof? And that's the issue, is that we haven't had 100% proof based on this video alone. I think that is the issue. I think the allegations were made, but it's not proof. The problem is how the video is structured. Putting the VOD review at the end of the video makes it the payoff climax, and it's horrible payoff. It made it so the community discussion perception of it turned to which rounds are the throw rounds to in these games, instead of why are random people who know fuck all about Valorant wagering 30K on a random tier 2 game. It's all hindsight. I do think Sean wasn't in the right mental state to construct this video a little bit more cohesively, and also It's his new editor's first video having to edit this monster. If one could rewind time, I would structure the video like this. Sus clips first, show big money being wagered on the games, and then the screenshots. Yeah, I also would just keep it strictly to the big wager games. That's it. I would just keep it to big wager games. The cheating allegations should have all been taken out. And also having like an editor, I guess, put on, yo, I'm doing this 1 hour long expose about the entirety of the tier 2 Valorant scene. A lot of people are going to watch it. Make sure it's a real banger. That's a lot of pressure on like the new guy. I could see where there would be some pushback on him. Be like, what the fuck? What do you want me to do here? You want me to do this entire documentary about the Valorant tier 2 scene with like your own, just like, you know, like run on like OBS recording or whatever was used. Famous example is Dota 2's $222. They can't prove a team is match fixing, even though that team is playing really shitty gameplay. They proved it by discovering it was quickly revealed that solo match fixer allegedly uses then girlfriend's account on a gambling site to place a bet against his own team. Yeah, I feel like that should have been like the, what do they call it? The smoking gun, right? You sort of need the smoking gun in this. And the smoking gun would have been like to connect somebody's crypto account, to connect somebody's gameplay to a tweet, to a message, right? There was no smoking gun other than like a shot was definitely fired, but by who, by what, and who shot the gun. And then the rest of it was like, well, if the gun was shot, you know, somebody also could have shot a different gun, and here's why I think they also are the same people that shot that gun. You just can't. Now it's like, okay, so there's 2 gunshots. One, we know that these guys were involved. One, we think they may or may not be involved. There's just too much. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I think it was a little bit of an overcook. You can only prove match fixing by tracking the money. Yes, not by analyzing the games. Although analyzing the games does help. Like if there's like a guy and he's like scoping and he like looks at the ceiling instead of shooting the player, that could be used as evidence for sure. I could see that. And I think there was an attempt to do that in the video by being like, well, look at this match. They had good utility. They didn't use it. I feel like there's so many games where pros like don't use their utility well because it's just so much pressure, right? Like, for example, you take out a smoke grenade and somebody shoots you in the head because of timing. That happens all the time. Like we saw it in the IEM where they're just not using util because they're rotating. They're trying to like catch their team off guard. It doesn't mean that they're going to use util just because they bought it all, right? So like misuse of util is not enough concrete evidence to say that they threw the game, right? Even if someone's playing really bad or suspiciously, that alone still can't be classified. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. The video starts out incredibly strong, but tapers out because of the VOD review stuff. Generally, I thought there would be some even bigger payoff at the end, but it was just restating the big facts mentioned in the beginning. Which the restating at the end was like, man, there's probably weird stuff going on. I don't know. There could be more weird stuff behind the scenes. I agree. I would like to see the weird stuff. I saw the beginning of weird stuff, which was the direct messages. That was pretty fucking weird, but then it just kind of ended there, right? A second GC superstar has been hit by career-ending allegations. Those people who don't understand the VOD review aspect of the video. Sean is reviewing that rounds that Riot deemed suspicious in our investigation. And I feel like this should have been more important. Because I got confused by this because this was placed at like, after the screenshots, this was placed in the video and it was like, here's Riot investigating these timestamps. But then right after this, it was like, okay, here's where they threw the game. And it was like, wait, are we watching the investigation throw? Or are we watching the... It was like the accusations was different from what Riot is investigating. Like this all was at the end of the video, but this was put in before the burger game. And so then I was like, wait, where were they walking it down mid in the burger game? Turns out that was a different instance altogether. And turns out this letter was them investigating Sean's game, right? And it's also just weird because like in one instance, they're like accusing, they're being accused of throwing a game for money. But in the other instance, they're like being accused of cheating to win a game against his team. So that's where like it just, none of it makes any sense. Like, yes, like the team that is like apparently match fixing could also be using wall cheats and aimbot, but like it's not enough evidence like in either one of those situations. One actually has more than the other to like make like definitive concrete statements. And I think just running away with it and saying like, yeah, they definitely match fixed and yeah, they definitely cheated. I think that's a bit too much given the evidence that we've seen between like, I don't know, this investigation, I suppose. For any non-watchers, Sean shows DMs from a guy named Bray. All right, this is a breakdown. He's now reviewing Blue Water's fair, suspicious gameplay, which is apparently now the target of an inquiry from Riot. Sean is also scrutinizing Bob's gameplay. He doesn't know more than some of the Blue Water games and VODs, but the highlights that TSM and Ambrosia had a $130,000 bet in their match, where both teams saw folks who follow the crypto bettors on X. That should have been more. There should have been more scrutiny on this, because $100,000 game, and both players from both teams follow this crypto better. right? I would then watch all of their gameplay and be like, who threw, right? Who was the money bet for to win? Because them just following the guy isn't enough. That just means the guy reached out to them and said, hey, man, what's up, bro? You want money? And they could have all said, no, fuck you. But if it's like, okay, somebody on Ambrosia had some very weird plays, or somebody on TSM definitely did not play correctly, then I'd be like, okay, $100,000 is on the line. Maybe somebody threw, right? If these Valorant pros want to be paid $20K to underperform, they should get an office job like the rest of us. True. Demon One crashing on his stream, watching this right now. Somebody are forgetting that Sean watches Valorant as a job and has been doing this for years beforehand for CS. He wouldn't be blatantly calling out a team for cheating or match fixing unless he felt full-on confidence to do so. Yeah, I mean, that's true. He is kind of putting his own career on the line by making these allegations, but he's also calling it like definitively, which I feel like is a bit dangerous to do on his part, right? Like just saying, well, this is suspicious, and then also saying these guys cheated and they knocked us out of the playoff bracket, I feel like is a little dangerous to do, even if you definitely think they're doing it. You know what I mean? He should then maybe said at the end of the video, I am putting my career on the line that these guys cheated, right? And then maybe you could understand, but it kind of seemed wish-washy with like, this is pretty weird. This is kind of suspicious. I don't know. The timing on that's kind of strange. And then, yeah, I mean, you could see why these guys would cheat. It just felt very like you're either pointing the finger, but now you're like hands off. But then at the end, you're saying it's definitively they cheated. I didn't personally see enough. I mean, if these people want to like, I guess this would be like a appeal to authority argument, right? When you say like, we have to trust this person because he is in this position, right? Unfortunately, appealing to authority can be dangerous to do, right? For example, if a doctor comes in and says, we should kill everybody here, they're sick, right? And you say, well, yeah, we should do it. He's a doctor, right? It could be a dangerous, it could be a dangerous thought process to just listen to anybody that's in a position of power just because they're making a bold claim. In this situation, Sean is in a position of power, given that he has a lot of history and a lot of experience in the Valorant scene, but that doesn't mean we should just end people's career because he's pointing the finger, right? Should dig deeper, look for more evidence, and look for more verifiable proof from like non-biased parties. Because unfortunately, no matter how you wrap this cake, it smells a little bit because Sean is accusing the team that they lost to of using aim assist and wall cheats. So I think there needs to be a third-party intervention in this that can also say, look, I wasn't involved, but I also have experience in the scene, in the competitive scene or whatever it may be, and I think they're also cheating. And then maybe give a better breakdown with more context, because some of the footage we watched was like him watching the minimap and saying the rotates are weird. I barely saw their perspective, right? I think I saw one perspective of Fair as the Jet player who like tracked the Cypher when they were going down ramp or like, I forget which site it was. But like, again, we saw that his own Cypher was like watching the CT and somebody covered market. So there wasn't enough for me to like be like, oh, well, he definitely didn't clear this correctly because he cleared log. He had teammates backing him up. There's just not enough there to make the distinction of whether they're cheating or not. I get that it's his job. I'm not saying that like I know more than him. I don't. But just me as an amateur player, if you want to even call me that, I didn't feel like there was enough proof. Like I should be the one getting convinced. Like I as a noob or just like non-biased party should be like convinced that this happened, right? Like someone should do a good job of convincing me. I mean, if you're in a court case and there's a defense attorney and a prosecutor, it's the prosecutor's job to outline all of this evidence as to why the defendant is guilty, right? And in this case, I mean, I would see Sean as a bit of a prosecutor with laying out evidence, and I just don't feel like there was enough. If I was sitting in the jury, I'd either be part of a hung jury or I would just say not guilty. I just don't feel like there's enough, unfortunately, you know? And even circumstantial evidence, there's not enough. Direct evidence aside, there's just not enough circumstantial evidence for me. Maybe a pro would look at this and be like, oh yeah, that's cheating for sure. Look at the way the Jet is clearing that. No pro Jet would ever do that. If a team is intentionally max fixing their players, are you not going to investigate their games on how they threw or how they cheated? Yes. In a vacuum, every play made is just that, a play made by a player. But if a team is accused of match fixing or cheating, then how they played the game gets put into question. If they did throw this round, they had the perfect read. How did they lose that? How did they have their read? Why did they make that play? Every instance. I think what the video could have been, I've run out of my coffee. I think the video could have been like, look how terribly they threw. Or I'm accusing them of throwing. Look how terribly they played this Haven game. To then, look how they played against us. And then what you could demonstrate is like, which even then that's not enough. But then you could make the argument that they're playing this very well against us. They have the perfect reads. They're doing all of this. But then in this game, they're just not doing anything that they demonstrated against us. Even then, I mean, I would say that that's still a far stretch because people have bad games. But at least it would make the argument that, like, here's why you think they threw, because they played really well against you in the same map, versus, well, here they threw, but here they used wall hacks. I feel like that's kind of all over the place, right? Like, how can they both, like, these people are just, like, double dipping, you know what I mean? In one game, they're, like, the best ever, they're throwing on purpose, and the second game, they turned it up because they're playing against the better team, I guess, and they needed to win, so they turned on wall hacks. I mean, it's just crazy. No matter how you frame it, it looks crazy, right? And I feel like we need to stick to more, like, believable scenarios, which is, like, maybe one guy match fixed, and he threw on purpose, and let's point the finger at him, and, like, have him explain why he didn't match fix or why he threw certain rounds, versus on the other hand, well, now he has to prove why he didn't match fix, and also why he's not using wall hacks. And I feel like it's just so much, it becomes almost comical in a way, right? It almost dismisses the entirety of the argument. It's like what you say against people when you're just mad at them in, like, normal games is like, you lose to somebody in League. Oh, he's a dog shit player. He participates in match fix, and also he scripts. It's like, bro, yeah, we get it. You're mad you lost, right? That's how people will take it. Right? Read the Richard Lewis article going over the IBP scandal. Initially put him on the map. He was nearly ruined as a journalist in the space because the accused players kept denying and the community believed them. It wasn't until Richard got access to a text message from one of the players' ex-girlfriends where the player detailed the match that was going to be fixed and how that Richard could nail the players to the charges definitively, and the community finally had to stop coping. And with Valve could hand out lifetime bans. This was always going to happen, and these players will never face any serious charges unless someone inside their ring leaks something damning. This is so funny. This is the most blatant cheating ever, and still people are trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's crazy. People are saying this is the most blatant cheating ever. I don't understand how people think this all coincidence. Fair walking out on B on Haven full exposed and staring at the wall for a full second for a cam when he's meant to entry is insane. I've been using the same cam the round previously and was constantly tapping it while Fair was walking at mid. So people are downvoting this? I mean, some things that Sean brings up are really nonsensical in that VOD review, especially at the start. Like Brim running out with a knife out crossing dish. Like, yeah, I would do that too. No way those players are holding a dish when they have A. Yes, you would do that because you're brain dead. These pro players, not bronze 2 ranked, buddy. Yeah, I mean, that's what people are going to do, right? They're going to say like, well, it doesn't make sense to you because you're not a pro player, right? But I feel like that's also dangerous, right? Like imagine, again, imagine in court, somebody's being accused of murder, and the evidence is like, oh well, they like hid the murder weapon or something in like the kitchen drawer, and had blood on it, and you go like, wait, like why would they do that? Like that doesn't make any sense. And then the prosecution goes, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to you because you're not a murderer. Duh. And you would go, oh yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I'm not a murderer, so it doesn't make any sense to me why I would do that. So he must be guilty. Because it doesn't make any sense to me, right? I get that there's an argument that could be made where like an amateur could watch a pro player and be like, I would never do that. But then there's some stuff that's like, if an amateur player could do this, why couldn't a pro, right? To some degree. Like, just because he's a pro doesn't mean that he will never make amateur plays, ever. We see it all the time in, like, any sports. Baseball players drop the ball. Football players miss a catch. Hockey players miss a goal, right? It happens all the time. To say that, like, they would never do that because they're professional players, that's a disingenuous argument to make. It happens all over the place, right? Just because they're a pro player doesn't mean they'll never do an amateur move ever. Like running out with your knife past dish. It happens all the time. We see pro players get caught with their pants down in pro play all the time, right? Somebody's running out with their knife and then they get shot in the head, coming out of the kitchen or something, right? In a Mirage or like any part of the map, right? We just watched IEM. It happened in IEM. We had a pro player running out with their knife through long when one of the CTs was holding double doors and they get shot in the back of the head. You could call that an amateur move. It just happens. Like pro players are not perfect. They're not going to be perfect. But if you analyze it from the perspective of, well, I think every move they make has some type of malice to it, then you could make the correlation that like, oh, they must be cheating because why would they run out with their knife? I would guarantee that if you went and spectated pro Valorant play, you would find so many clips of them running out with their knife. Like, unironically. There's so many pro players that run out with their knife. You could probably find dozens from just one tournament alone. I'm like, maybe I'm wrong about it. And if somebody shows like it never happens, Alex, never, then I could say, okay, I'll eat my words. If that's just not a thing that happens, I will eat my words. Absolutely. Like, I don't have enough information. That's just nothing that pro players would ever do is run out with their knife. But I almost guarantee you that it happens more times than not, right? Bruh, fair. Those timings were too good against SRB. We were right, we just didn't realize it. Like, I was just in Sean's chat joking about how fair must be cheating, and I was shocked when he took a first-time chatter comment so seriously. Looks like he already had his suspicions. Yeah, but that's not a good look. That means he had suspicions that somebody was cheating, and then you said it, like, jokingly, and he's like, no, he is. That's not a validation, too. It's just like, you're validating his own suspicions. But they can't make the argument that, okay, so wait, hold on. In this thread, they're making the argument that, like, you're a noob, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, he's a pro. But then this guy's a noob, and he's making cheating allegations, and the pro player, like, was validated by the noob comment. I don't understand. How can on one hand, no one in here knows what they're talking about, but on the other hand, the people that have their suspicions were right? Like, wouldn't in the same vein that this person's accusing them of cheating be also told, you're a noob, you don't know what cheating looks like? Shouldn't that be the takeaway? But instead they're like upvoting the people that are saying they're cheating and downvoting the people that are saying, I don't know, it just looks suspicious, but there's not enough evidence to say concretely whether it's true or not. You can't have the cake and also eat it, guys. The TSM versus Burger odds shifted heavily right before the match. TSM was the favorite the entire time. And then someone or a group of people bet so much on Burger Boys that they became their favorite right before the match started. Yeah, I agree that there's something there for sure. I really think TSM has evolved. I just don't think Sean had enough evidence to make it airtight. But he should have pointed out to he pointed to clips of, like, the Burger game to, like, be like, hey, this is suspicious. I think the same thing could have been done with the TSM game. I think the TSM game should have been the highlight if $130,000 was involved, right? TSM seems like a pretty obvious culprit. I agree. They initially looked great this stage and have gotten weirdly worse. And have even gone full troll rank comp these past couple games, and now with the odds thing you mentioned too. Yeah, I feel like there should have been something there. Isn't it because Burger Boys are the ones cheating? People have been saying this about Alvin. So now the team that, like, had the money placed on them to win are cheating. I mean, maybe the Burger Boys are wall hacking the other teams that are throwing, and that's how they guarantee the wins. We don't know. Like, there's not enough to say that, right? Blue Water versus Burger Boys game has to be the worst display of professional Valorant I have ever seen. There's mud games, and there's these Blue Water players turning Fracture into Moisty Mire. Anyways, I think Sean kind of messed up hyping this up to be some sort of massive tier 2 gambling ring and then focusing on a couple of players and teams. And then one of those teams is the one that knocked his team out, right? The cheating is hard to investigate from Sean's perspective because he has to analyze the map since there's no replay system. True. So I'm not certain about the cheating, but there's pretty clearly competitive integrity issue. Yes, that's true. There's just weird stuff going on. But that was his, like, Twitter video though too. His Twitter video was like, there's weird stuff happening. And then this video was like, this is pretty suspicious. Yeah, CoffeeZilla would be involved, would be interesting. Because CoffeeZilla could help tie in the cryptocurrency transactions, right? It makes sense because this video very well might be the turning point of NA Val, but it's kind of funny how much Sean is promoting it. Between this having a whole premiere on YouTube and then a teaser he did the other day, like, he's got the whole professionally made thumbnail ready for this video to go viral and everything. Yeah, but, like, I don't know, dude. I was totally down for being, like, super convinced that, like, all of these tier 2 teams are cheating and all these players need to be, like, you know, contracts canceled. But the only thing that I saw was that there's a guy that's betting on tier 2 teams to lose, and he's contacted players offering them money to do it. That's the gist of it. That's the whole end of the truth about what happened, and not like these players definitively did it, and these players are definitively match fixing, and these players are definitively using wall hacks and aimbot. None of that to me was definitive. It's all very much plausible, and circumstantial, like, at best, right? And there's definitely a lot of accusations going on. But, like, yeah, say this video takes off. What happens, right? Say it goes viral. does that fair guy now get like, you know, a target painted on him? I mean, he already got the target painted on him as a result of this video. I'm sure people are going to ask him what happened in these games, and I'm sure he's going to have to sit here and outline how he did and didn't cheat, right? Especially the match fixing stuff. But like the rest of these players now get roped into it, and there's just not enough concrete evidence for them, but they're on his team, right? I feel like this is like a heavy video to make based on the evidence alone, unfortunately. I feel like there should have been more evidence if you're going to like straight up point fingers. But I think if you made a video like, hey, look, I'm suspicious. Here's what I know. And I'm still looking into it. But it's just, it's very strange that this guy that is part of these bets and is messaging players, asking them to lose games, is also being followed by all of these pro players, right? That could have been the video. And then it's like now the omen is on these pro players to be like, why are you following him? Like, you know, prove that you're not taking money from him. You know what I mean? Flusha witch hunt vibes. Yeah, I mean, there was the Flusha witch hunt vibes where Flusha was accused of cheating based on like his aim because they turned on X-ray for his like pro play and he was like tracking people. Which, like, if you turn on X-ray for any pro play, you'll see them just pre-aiming at common spots. And if you turn on X-ray, it looks like they're cheating. But Flusha got it the worst because Flusha was doing very well at the time. And so there was this giant witch hunt for, like, he's cheating. And Valve, I'm not sure if Valve got involved or not, but he was never banned for cheating, right? Has any of the teammates responded to this? I'm not sure. If I see a single huge day for the unemployed, I'm going to cry. And I'm not seeing that the stars are being brigaded. A lot of weird comments fixating on the cheating allegations. I'm starting to think this shit is completely compromised, even the subreddit. The radio document outlining suspicious gameplay behavior point by is certainly telling. Here's where I think it's dangerous, though. Because the Riot document that's outlining the suspicion should just be that. The outline of suspicion is not verifiable proof. And also, who's to say that their suspicion is not just things that were sent to them? For example, if I sent Riot a letter as like a pro player or a coach and I said, hey, at timestamp 725, I think they're using wall hacks. And then Riot looks at it and says, okay, we're going to investigate that. And then they send the pro player the letter that says, at 724, we're suspicious of wall hacks. And then that letter went around. Then it would look like you wall hacked. But all it could have been is just a tip-off by a coach or somebody accusing you of the thing, right? And them just investigating it to do their due diligence. I think the letter is just very dangerous because people are going to take it as like verifiable proof when it's just a letter saying there's an investigation happening against you. What is your suspicion? Even at the end of the letter, they literally say, we're looking into it. If you don't respond, we're just going to continue the investigation. That's it. That just means an investigation is going on. What if a letter comes out and they says, hey, look, hey, we looked at every timestamp, you're good. Then what? The Riot didn't, like, the Riot letter didn't do shit at that point. Like, none of the letter mattered. We just don't know. The Riot letter just has a bunch of timestamps and said, we're going to look into this stuff. What's your take? You know, we want both sides. That's how I see the letter. I don't see the letter as, hey, we Riot, we looked at all of your VOD and we're accusing you of cheating. What do you say? They just said, we're suspicious of these particular timestamps. We're looking into it. Can you give us your takeaway? I feel that's pretty fair, you know? Like, if I'm being accused, I want to know when, right? I don't want somebody to send me a letter that says, hey, we're accusing you of cheating game 2 in the finals. What's your take? I'm going to be like, when? When are you accusing me of that? When do you think I cheated in the finals? Can you give me timestamps? Can you give me play-by-play? Like what happened? Like, which section of the game was I accused of? And I think it was nice of them to give timestamps. We're accusing you of here, 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 here. Like, can you tell us what happened? And also, they literally say we're suspicious. Just weird and unlikely. Like, that doesn't... Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're unlikely to get hit by a comet, but yet freaking NASA predicts one every, 2 years that we're going to die to it. You know what I'm saying? I know it's a far reach, but I'm just saying, a suspicion is just that. We're compromised so much people here are trying to downplay the video. That's insane that Brother Sean is literally talking about how this guy has disposable money throw away. Why would he not find people to go to Reddit to downplay the severity of the situation? Yeah, but guys, just because the guy has a lot of money and he's throwing it at people doesn't mean that now it's all true just because money is involved, right? Is it likely? Yeah, probably. But did you guys see anybody say, yes, I will accept the money and I will throw this game And all of a sudden, we now have verifiable proof between the screenshot and the game thrown? No. In fact, we saw the opposite. We saw players get a DM from this guy, and they were like, hey, man, I'm good. I'm not going to cheat. So the argument now is like, well, there's probably players that took the money. Okay, who the fuck are they? Can we see the players? Like, we saw the fair guy get accused of fucking wall hacking and aiming in a different game altogether. But like, he was also accused of match fixing in like the game versus the burger guys. So is the fair guy being accused of it? I guess. I mean, he's being accused of a lot of things based on the video. Him and like, I think it was mostly him. It was mostly just a fair guy. Has he made a statement about it? I feel like the people in the comments didn't watch the same video I did. The evidence is pretty damn clear. And if he didn't go to mention other, am I crazy? Like, I feel like I'm being gaslit. I feel like we didn't watch the same video. That's my take based on the comments. The evidence is pretty damn clear. Is it? Where was it clear? The screenshots of the people saying, I won't take the money. The follow list of people where one of them just followed and then he got like blamed for it, but then he was clear. The screenshots of like, let's take this to Telegram. The footage of them losing to an underdog, which like, okay, is that clear evidence? They lost to an underdog, 0-2, and money was bet on it, $30,000. Is that clear evidence? I don't think that's clear evidence. I think that's just, again, circumstantial evidence. There was a big bet and the underdog won. Now, were the people messaging this guy? We don't have proof of it. They could have had a bad game for all we know, and the guy got very lucky, right? It's not clear. It's because he didn't want to do collateral damage to innocent people's career. Right, but in making allegations and then saying they probably cheated, that is doing irreparable damage to people's career. Because not only did he accuse Fair, which Fair might be cheating, I don't know. But he also insinuated that his teammates were cheating because like the Omen threw a perfect paranoia. And then somebody else did like another perfect smoke or something. He did accuse his teammates of also being involved. And this could be collateral damage to his team. I don't know. There's 29 upvotes on this. I feel like I'm the fucking crazy one. Like straight up. I feel like I'm stupid for not, like, seeing this as clear, definitive proof. Dad of the Blue Otters Fireball Ops replying in this comment some other stuff. My boy has poured his life into the career. He loves Valorant and the community. The slander to this team, and specifically my son, will not go unanswered. More than anything, this appeared to be a projection or cope. Huge mistake, kid. Okay, I don't know if this is real or not, but it is kind of funny. Like, but yeah, I mean, like people are gonna. Okay, I don't know if it's his dad, but there is people probably gonna be rightfully upset if they're being accused of cheating and they're not, right? That was underwhelming. Gonna make a video with my reaction. Okay. Jerwin from SAD Esports, a team that Sean also accused of match fixing in the tail end of the video. The people who did match fix cheat are watching this video cheesing ear to ear right now. Why? Because they weren't accused? We just guessing nowadays. So these are all the pro players that were like, okay, so he's giving context. Who is this? Throwing out allegations with no proof is crazy. Clearly some match fixing is going on, but witch hunting is not the way to go about it. And it's until proven guilty. Queen Bops had turned down crazy opportunities to play on FA teams or low salary. They're not match fixing. I mean, people are going to have these type of visceral reactions too. Like, people are going to go a full length. I mean, this is the problem with this video, man. Like, if there was definitive proof of like, okay, yeah, this guy cheated. Look at this screenshot. And everyone can point to it and be like, look at the smoking gun. He literally says, yes, I'll take the money. And then you could see the game he threw. If we had that, you could call it a day. And everyone here would look like an idiot for saying otherwise because you have concrete proof. But unfortunately, all this did was now everyone's like going to start pointing fingers towards each other, be like, he's cheating, he's not, my son's not match fixing, you are, that guy's definitely cheating, but he was in the video, that team cheated because there was a big payout. Like, is that not like the worst way to go about it? Like, Is this not going to do more harm than good by having just these like allegations floating around with none of them being definitive proof? Because all people are going to do now is they're going to go on these betting sites, shuffle.com, and they're going to go through the list of games in tier 2 where there was like a big blowout, right? Like an underdog won. And imagine if you're an underdog team that like won against like a really good team, right? And now instead of people being like, good job, you beat the odds, everyone was rooting against you. Nice job, nice performance. You did really well. Now people can go and say, well, that team was match fixing. You only won because somebody on the enemy team took a big pay cut. They took a big payout for losing against you guys and just like completely discredit like your achievement. And on the other end of it, the team that lost, maybe they had a really bad game, are now going to look like they threw for money and they're going to have these allegations floating against them. Well, why you normally go 20-1 and in this game you went freaking 3-15? You clearly took money from the betting sites. You took money from some guy, incentivizing you. How much was it? Like, they're going to have to deal with those fucking comments. And unfortunately, there's like not enough proof to like, definitively prosecute these people or unfortunately to vindicate them, other than them being like, look, I don't know who this person is. I don't follow them. I never followed them. I have to now share my Discord and show you who I've been DMing. Like, that's the issue with witch hunts in its totality, is that they generally do more harm than good. Actual cheating in VCL. Who cares about the structure of the video or the pre-hype? At the end of the day, just assess the content of it. Sean ain't Mr. Beast. To me, a Diamond Ascension player, many of these players are far beyond branded. They'd have me thinking my ranked teammates were thrown to piss me off. Some clips like Haven C spray whiff are not that sus, sure. But come on, most of them are egregious, especially when contrasted with the match against SRB when players seem to have the hardest reads again and again. Again, dude, like, people have good games, people have bad games. Like, pro players aren't like fucking robots when they play. They sometimes have really good reads and it looks like they're playing another level. We see it all the time in pro play. And other times it's like they're having a bad game. They're having a bad day. It happens in sports too. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you see LeBron like going, like getting 40 points every single game, right? In fact, there's plenty of clips out there with some of these like NBA professionals where they look like they're flopping, they're missing the ball, they're like missing assists. They're like, if you clip them together, then it's like, oh, these guys are amateurs. Like, you could make the argument that based on somebody's bad game, that they're like match fixing, right? Like, if I told you that guy's match fixing after a bad game, you'd believe me. You'd be like, oh, that makes sense. He had a really bad game. He normally plays really well. But like, people just have bad games, and you can't point to like brain dead sprays and like good reads, because on one hand, again, you're saying somebody is throwing and it looks brain dead, and on the other hand, you're like, he's also cheating and wall hacking. Like, those are two very serious accusations that normally don't go hand in hand, first of all, because it's like, on one hand, you're throwing on purpose, on the other hand, you're turning on like aim cheats and wall hacks. But either way, they're very serious to just like make against somebody, right? This guy's getting on both sides. What is this? This is Flybob. I'm a competitor because I love competing. To me, Valorant is the form of art which I choose to express myself through currently. I don't engage in self-expression to build career, brand, or make money. I will compete regardless of what can be gained from it. If there was no money, fame, or even audience and competition, I would still compete. My goal as a competitor is not to increase my value to business, nor is it to increase my value to fans. It isn't even to win. My goal is to become the best player I can be, and anything that comes along with it is a byproduct. I have no problem dedicating my life entirely to doing things I love, even if I gain nothing from them besides fulfillment. Like, these guys have to make these statements now, and the most evidence they have is, we think you took money and threw a game. All right? That's currently the proof, is that somebody bet a lot against you losing, and we think that you got a pay cut from it. Which sucks, by the way, because like, if this person genuinely means that like they play this game to win and compete and be the best, and now it's like they lost the game, it's like, fuck, you're beating yourself up over it, and then people are like, what'd you take money for losing? Yeah, we think you took money for this. There was a big video made against you, and it looks really bad. It looks like you lost on purpose. Like, that fucking sucks, doesn't it? Like, does not make you, like, if it's untrue, that's fucked up, you know? These poor players that, like, maybe are not cheating now have to, like, justify them losing a game and putting out these, like, tweets, like, talking about how they try their best, but it's like people are going to go after them anyway and be like, well, it looks really obvious because at 7 minutes and 32 seconds, you took out your knife and you ran it down mid. You clearly threw, show us the crypto wallet. Like, that's what they're going to get for the next fucking week and a half, probably. The tweet is from 2023? Oh, okay, I understand. All right, that makes sense. So it is, oh, okay, so they're not, okay, so the point of posting this tweet, which, by the way, it still stands, because if this was their belief in 2023, they're probably going to have to come out with another statement. But the point here is that, like, people are now roasting them. They're like, the art of sending it down dish on Fracture. So now people are like, haha, yeah, a competitor, huh? They're like, see, this person added in quotes, and a bag from Bray. I mean, if they did cheat, I mean, it does look pretty bad. Yeah, you do look like kind of a bozo if you did take money for the game. But if you didn't, now people are posting this about you. And I guess, and again, that's the dangers of this stuff, is that even if you didn't take any money, people are still going to say it, but there wasn't enough proof to say whether you took money or not. The video just insinuates that you did because of this Bray guy. Which, by the way, did Flybob follow Bray? Did they follow Bray? Do we know if they, like... Let me watch, because he had a follower list of, like, all the people that were, like, sus, right? See if I can find it. Okay, so, like... Okay, so these are the people that were following this guy.
Loving all the streams and videos.
Right?
Keep up with the amazing work, my dude Alex H.
So these people could technically be, like... what's the word? They could technically have a magnifying glass against them, because it's like, why are you following this match fixer, right? I feel like that's evidence in and of itself. But, like, I don't see this Bob person in here. Like, am I wrong? Logan, Welly Duck. Like, could I find like a thing that's like, here's when this person followed this other person? Like, is there something like that exists? Yeah, I'd have to like find a website that's like, check to see who follow, like, because see if they followed them and then like unfollowed them maybe. Yeah, and I mean, again, them following. Okay, so just to be clear, them following that account does not mean that they're immediately guilty of anything, because people follow each other all the time. Like, if somebody messages like, "Yo, can you follow me real quick?" Like, that's not proof that, oh, you took money from him, right? But I'm just wondering, like, this Bob person that is like being accused of throwing the game, were they ever following the Bray guy to begin with? Because I feel like if they were following him and then you include the clip of them like throwing, then you could be like, okay, I think there's like something weird here, right? But if they never followed him, like, what's the accusation? Just that they had a bad game and there was like 30 grand that was made from it? You know what I'm saying? Like, again, if I'm being crazy, like, call me out, but like just pointing the finger at somebody being like, oh, well, this Bray guy made 30 grand off this game, so this person must have threw because they walked out with their knife. Like, that's not... And then people are saying, well, yeah, pros would never walk out with their knife. Like, that's not enough fucking proof, dude. I don't know how else to say it. But now I'm reading these comments and I'm like, there's tons of proof. There's so much evidence. Brett's wondering if you could start a food review channel. Yeah, let's do it. I'm pretty hungry, actually. Okay. What is it? Hold on. So this right here. Blue Otters confirmed cheating / throwing. Satellite was following the guy who was fixing the matches on Twitter. Lander's not throwing. They were helping Sean Garris. Confirmed cheating throwing. Satellite was following the guy who was... Okay, so just to be clear. Following the guy who was fixing matches on Twitter is still not enough concrete evidence of somebody throwing and cheating. I just want to be clear. Saying this is confirmed because they followed the guy is not enough, no matter how you slice it. Where was Lander confirmed throwing and lots of people were following the guy fixing matches? He even said it's not indicative of everything when even Josh RT was following. Exactly. This Josh RT guy was also following him, right? And Josh RT was just following him just to follow him. The only person he said he knows was innocent and cleared was Josh RT. Yeah, so like everybody that followed the guy is not innocent and not cleared. But like apparently the people like that were in the games where this guy won money, I'm just confused. If there are no names, everything's kind of pointless. Sean should have gone full nuclear or hyped it up less. Yeah, I mean, like the hyping isn't really super relevant. I mean, the hyping is like everyone come watch this expose. I think a bunch of people are cheating and taking money. That's the video, right? And then like names were pointed to and alleged. I mean, even he at some point said these guys definitely cheated, which I think was a bit too much personally. My glorious Queen Bobsta, I need you to beat the allegations. The shit's pretty damning, especially for Bob, who is known to be a really smart player, to be making some frankly mind-boggling decisions. Yeah, but like, did they respond? Did this Bob person respond? I gotta find their fucking... I gotta find their like tweet now. Do you have any tweets? I don't see anything. I see reply posts. Okay, these were from like last year. Okay, so they don't post very often or something, I guess. I walked into Bob's room and asked if she was match fixing, and she said no, I'm rich, and then walked out. True experience, but this is a leak. So if Bob gets investigated for match fixing for playing the same way they've been playing for the last 4 years, I'm only asked, though, because I've been sick. Your ass, bro. Your ass, bro. So they're poking fun at it. Throwing out hell allegations with no proof is crazy. Clearly some match fixing is going on, but with witch hunting is not the way to go about it. Innocent until proven guilty. Queen Bobsta turned down crazy opportunities. They said thank you. So running knife out solo down dish in competitive match is normal. Guys, like, I don't know if these people think this is the W that they think it is or something. That running out with your knife down a portion of the map. By the way, they also got kills. Hold on a second. Dude, I'm going to fucking lose it. I'm going to fucking lose it, brother. I'm going to actually lose it. Like, I feel like I watched a totally different video. Like, I feel like these people watched the video where they have, like, all this, like, proof and evidence. Where's the fracture throws? Where's the dish play? This play right here is what they're talking about. Let's watch this play.
I'm pretty interested. It keeps getting crazier. Round 6. Again, they're just sending it. They're just sending it. Let knife out. Like, what? You're playing against a breach Teo Neon. I mean, this is insane. Why are they not counter-utiling is what I'm thinking. So they're just sitting here.
Okay, mind you, they send it to throw, and then they get a kill. So what is the point of that? Like, I'm throwing. Just kidding. Headshot. So this is the clip. This is the damning evidence, by the way. They ran out with their knife and then got a kill.
I mean, Bob is some...
By the way, they got 2 kills. Just to be clear, this is the evidence, by the way, we're using. Is that they ran out with their knife to dish and got both headshots. This is the... Oh my god! No pro would do this. How about the fact that they're 5-1, and this is something called a disrespect play? Okay? A disrespect play is when you think the other team is so bad, you don't give a fuck, and you hold W at them. You'll see pros do it from time to time.
Miraculous shots, I'm not going to lie, to get those 2 kills. But then you keep watching, and you can see, even though there's a neural theft, even though 3 people were spotted, or I'm sorry, 2 extra people were spotted dish, they end up getting that kill on Ziku into them. But if you watch Brimstone, watch Zoe Stoll, running with knife out right now.
Well, because they think they're dead. So running out with your knife is like, if you run it, I think the meme is going to be that if you run out with your knife, you're match fixing. That's I genuinely feel like the meme from this is going to be knife out, match fix. That's it. Like, there's no, because all of this has been knife out, and then also like, yeah, like this Bob person got 2 kills. It was really impressive.
They get the spike, running knife out. The gun isn't even out. Now that is crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, what are the comms? Like, if the comms are like, they're taking site, they're on site. Yeah, why would you not run out with your knife to like get there faster, to play for a better retake? Like, is that pretty normal?
Crazy. I'm just baffled at this point. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. And this is when I started to realize I don't even think this is...
I want to see more of that, because he ran into him with a knife out. Like, what happened there?
A one-person thing anymore. Bob in A main. I'm not...
Okay, so why is the Brim not... Is the Brim also throwing? Like, I'm confused. Like, we're focusing on Bob, knife out, but then the Brim had a knife out. So who's... Like, is everyone on the team throwing? And that's what... That clip, by the way, is what people are saying. So running knife out solo in competitive match is normal? Nobody ever runs out with their knife on dish. You are match fixing. If you have the audacity to post this and defend, at least show proof. What? How do you show proof to that? Like, show proof. I would, if I was Bob, I would say, yeah, my proof would be I got 2 fucking kills. How are you throwing when you're killing the team you're supposed to throw against? Hello? The fuck? Yeah, I threw so hard, I killed the enemy team. The fuck? I want my money back. If I paid you money to throw and I saw you fucking killing people, I would want my money back. I would say, fuck you, you're not getting money. You fucking killed the team you were supposed to lose to, idiot. Like, what? I'm so confused, dude. Like, I generally don't understand, like, what I'm reading, like, where these people are coming from. Not gonna say I have a conclusion one way or another. It's a big vid. I was not as big as I thought it was gonna be, but turning down big org money does not equal wasn't match fixing. Okay, so his point is, okay, sure, whatever. Investigate them now, Riot. There's no need to try to hide the truth. There's plenty of evidence that you're just throwing the game away. Dude, okay. Okay. You cannot be the World Championship MVP and then push like with knife on hand. So the argument now is that the world champion doesn't know how to hide match fixing. This is, guys, this is a problem, man. This is a problem with a witch hunt, bro. All these people think the evidence is like this fucking clip, bro. They think this is I mean, granted, they show like other shit, which I don't quite understand. Like, they have util, but they don't use it. But like, these people think that like this play right here is definitive evidence that you threw the game. And in the fucking play, they accuse you of throwing the game. You get 2 kills. One while you're stunned, by the way.
Insane. Why are they not counter-utiling is what I'm thinking. So
look at this.
So they're just...
They hit this shot.
Sitting here.
They're stunned. They could easily be like, oh, fuck, I shouldn't have got that kill. And then look up at the air or do something.
I mean, Bob...
But instead, they try to go for a triple, bro. The person match fixing, they're using this clip where they try to swing for a triple as evidence that they were throwing. It's like I'm looking at 2 + 2 = 4 and someone is pointing and saying that's 5. And like I'm sitting here being like, where do you see the fucking 5? It's because the shooting is random. They didn't mean to get the kills.
Miraculous.
Look at the dude. Look at this. Look at this, bro. They go for the headshot while they're stunned. Do you know how difficult this is, by the way, to do? Like when you're stunned? They go for the headshot, and after they get the headshot, they swing. Granted, they're still shooting at the person because they don't realize it's dead because of like, you know, I'm going frame by frame. They go to shoot for the third person. This is throwing right here? This is match fixing? Their crosshair is on the third person to go for a triple kill. Match fixing is when you try to get 3 kills in a round. And they're using this as evidence of match fixing. This is the evidence. They almost got a triple. Oh, you were throwing. What? And I'm reading the comments and they're like, yep, that's proof. Yep. This is proof. Like the comments in the Reddit are like, this is proof. The tweets are like, this is proof. And then someone defended them being like, yo, you guys realize they took a lower salary? Like if it was about money, why the fuck would they take a lower salary? And people are like, lower salary doesn't mean they're not match fixing. And then of course people are like, you know, calling them fucking retarded. Like just being hella disrespectful because I guess they got the green light to just go and shit on them because of this video, right? Or it's the person defending. I guess the person defending is the retired person. They put what the frog? Mike Queen, can I please have 5? Can I get $20? 100,000 for you to run at them with a knife out. I don't think they even made 100,000 from the. There was like a $30,000 bet. About how Alex is attacking him over his proof. I'm not trying to attack anybody. I feel personally I'm probably gonna get backlash for this too. Like now that I'm reading the comments and I realize how many people are like adamantly attacking this and saying it's definitive proof. I'm probably likely gonna get like some like I might make it. I still might make this into a video because I think it's important. But I'm probably gonna get like people coming in here and talking shit to me. Sure. Like people will for sure will call me fucking. They'll probably call me retarded. Let's be honest, right? Like if they're all agreeing on this and like bandwagging it, I'm pretty sure they're gonna like say that I'm, I don't know, defending like obvious proof. And all I'm asking for is like something more concrete than like, you know, circumstance where a bet was made and like the underdogs won. Like I don't get it. Like they're saying that's proof. They're saying they're like saying they almost got a triple kill. That's proof. And that somebody made a lot of money from that win. This is like what they do in football when like, I don't know, Patrick Mahomes gets like a fucking touchdown. They're like, the game's fixed. Good luck with his fans. I don't think it's a Sean versus me thing. The issue isn't like this is like a Sean thing. I don't think this is like. I think this is a Valorant community thing, and there's obviously people that are on the side of, yeah, all these players are guilty, kill them, and I'm on the side of like, hey, before we just start killing people, why don't we just get some more verifiable proof, right? Before we just start sending the witches to the fire and stoning them, why don't we see what they have to say? Why don't we see if they actually made any money from these bets? Why don't we see if they were following the guy? Because I'm pretty sure this person wasn't even following them, right? Like, I'm still not sure if Queen Bobster was following the match fixer. We don't know that. So how are they communicating? Like through Telegram? Like the insinuation is that like, oh, they're doing all this like they're being shady. they're giving crypto and they're doing it on Telegram. Okay. How do we know that they're contacting each other through Telegram? Well, because they lost this game and they ran it down Dish. Okay, I don't think that's enough. Me personally. Street saying you through. I mean, these got like no likes on them. This one has some likes. No, never mind. All these like 2 likes. I mean, they're gonna be the same bullshit, right? And people are just sending them like, fuck you, like, I hope you never play competitive. How you broke and shit. Never seen more nitpick shit in my life. Okay, one person's like, okay. Hope you get permabanned from every form of competitive sport for the rest of your life. This is the clip that did it to them. Ready? You should get banned for the rest of your life for this play. You should never play competitive Valorant for this one play right here. You had your knife out. You should never play competitive sports or competitive esports ever again in your life for this. Your knife was out. By the way, we're not going to talk about the fact that you almost got a triple kill. That's irrelevant. You almost got 3 kills, but that's irrelevant. Your knife was out. Fuck you, go die. And I'm sitting here like, bro, is this real? Like, guys, I don't think that's enough to prove whether they're match fixing. And everybody, it's like, no. Nope, they did it. It's obvious. And if you don't think it's obvious, it's because you're not a pro player. But if you agree and you take the side of a pro player, then you're correct. What? Okay, I guess. Like, don't get me wrong. I definitely think people are taking money for some of these games. I mean, you see this guy contacting people, 20K, I'll give you 20K to throw. I definitely think people are doing it. But just in the same vein that people are doing it, there's also a chance where nobody's doing it, right? Like, an underdog winning is not indicative that somebody threw the game. Do you know why? Because that's literally what the fuck sports betting is. Sports betting is literally people betting on the underdog for odds of a bigger payout. And every time an underdog wins does not mean that the match was fixed. In fact, most of the time, that's what people complain about with general betting. Oh, this team won. Match is fixed. The refs were paid off. That happens every day. And just saying it's fixed is not proof that it's fixed because the underdog won. The underdog wins all the fucking time in all layers of sports and competitive play. It happens all the time, right? And you cheer for them. Yeah, some people bet on them, I guess. But them winning is not indicative that they got paid off. A good player having a bad game is not indicative that they threw on purpose. And somebody following somebody on Twitter is not enough proof to now say that they're taking money from some oiler giving them cryptocurrency for playing poorly. Now, does that mean that it might be going on? Sure. Which is why it's important to provide proof. Instead of just saying they're doing it.
Love y'all. But looks like Alex is in on it, Kappa JKT.
I mean, sorry, but the more I'm like reading this stuff, the more pissed off I'm getting. Calling for the community to spot cheaters is not it, man. It's going to cause for an even bigger shit show. I feel like this video is like generally like going to cause like more disaster for the Valorant community than just if you named people specifically and told them to bring evidence. Just casting a wide net and saying, guys, I need help catching all the fish is going to do more harm than good, man. Like, unironically. I feel like people that didn't have anything to do with any of this are going to get people in their fucking DMs, in their chats, in their tweets, accusing them of being bad actors. They're going to go through that guy's follower list, and that guy probably could have followed a bunch of pro players. They're all going to be accused. They could have told the guy to fuck off. They're still going to get accused, and people are going to tell them to provide evidence that they didn't take money. I feel like this is really harmful. You know? That fair guy's probably cheating. I don't know if Bob's match fixing, but she's definitely throwing. Okay. Great. 20 upvotes. A little disappointing for some of the events to just be bad rounds. I mean, Blue Otter... I mean, if you're going to be like, this guy is cheating, and you show the most suspicious round from the game, which is they have a really good read on you, people are going to be inclined to think that they cheated the entire game given the context, right? I mean, it happens when like I watch my own game reviews where I'm like, I think that guy cheated, and I watch the games back, and they had like 1 or 2 really good rounds, and I go, well, maybe they cheated, but likely they had a good game, right? I don't have enough. And I might watch multiple rounds, and I'll still be like, they could have cheated, or they could have just had a good game. It's the same shit here. They could have match fixed, or they had a bad game, right? Especially if you show like one clip where they played poorly, which is what they did with the Fly Bob clip, and they go down dish. Throwing out hell allegations. All right, this person that we already saw that. I think people just wanted blood. I think like, I think the hype thing, I'm not going to say like the video was overhyped or anything like that. Like, I'm not here to say that. But I think the hype sort of threw the chum in the water. Does that make sense? And I think people were just hungry for blood for the past 10 days. Like, they saw the Sean tweet, and they're like, oh, good. We got some real stuff. 10 days later, he drops the video, and people just immediately went in the offensive, you know? Finding, like, clips and, like, just anything they could throw at whoever was the target. The problem is the fucking net is giant. It's like anyone that, like, lost, like, games they shouldn't have lost is now under the microscope and had anything to do with this guy winning money. Wrap it up, Sean, about the rounds. What are we doing? Yeah, I think going over the DMs over what we know is to be true, which is DMs happened and there's people following each other. I think also more investigational work, like contacting the players who that were DM'd and being like, look, I have some crazy info on you. You know, you can either come out and tell me now, or I can make this video and just put all the stuff I have and then see what happens. If they're like, there's nothing to show, then just go with that. And if they're like, well, actually, man, okay, fine, I'll tell you, bro. Yeah, I was paid, but it was only like a that. Then you could do stuff with that, but just being like, yo, I got some DMs from a guy who wouldn't take money, and also he's following all these people. Was there any more on this stuff, dude? I'm getting a fucking headache from this. I'm seeing an alarming amount of sentiment in the main video thread with some of the most voted comments and follower replies in the thread saying stuff along the lines of, it's just members of Burger Boys. If Sean Gears made it sound a lot worse than it is. Explain multiple teams fixing matches, throwing reality. One Gamba guy convinced. Okay, so I did not see that from the Reddit thread. I saw the opposite. I saw people being like, this is definitive proof. I can't believe this. Like, what? So this thread is about like going against like the minority of people that were pushing back. I didn't even see these comments. Like, I literally didn't see these comments. I saw this. This I kind of saw. Like, he overhyped it. Okay, whatever. That's so irrelevant. I think an important consideration to make is are they only people who were dumb enough to get caught? I'm so confused, though. Who got caught? I saw people get accused. Who the fuck got caught, bro? Flybob because they walked out a dish? Fair because he had like a bad performance or something and then they had a good performance? What? TLDR, no, calling it the dark side of competitive Valorant is not over-exaggerating it. What we see now is just who got caught. He said, so they're saying people got caught, but he said, I wish it could have been more concrete. What? And they're blaming Riot. So this Funhaver guy is like, basically, he leaked that there was an investigation going on. And so I think Sean's point is that he feels like his investigation was concluded too early because Funhaver leaked that there was an investigation, and then Riot reached out to Fair, which sent the signal. But even the signal was more like, we think you're cheating. Would have been the signal, not we think you're match fixing, which is what the video was about. Bro, dude. Like, I feel so fucking stupid. I don't know how to explain it, man. I generally, like, I'm reading the stuff, and I don't know if I have, like, a learning disability. I generally feel like I have a learning disability reading some of these replies. At the end of the video, Sean Garrett says that TSM versus Ambrosia had a $130,000 bet on them, and it shows it in the screenshot. Okay, so we did see this. This is what I was like, this should have been more on this, because, yeah, clearly a lot of money was involved. However, this bet was posted by Cooker Flips on his Twitter on April 26th. It won't let me add the second screenshot in the message, so I'm attaching it in the reply. Twitter links are banned, but you can add the URL as site. Okay. So what is this? So this was a different bet? What? So wait. Wait, so Sean's video, he said this was Ambrosia versus TSM. Look how much money was on the line. And thus, people immediately are like, oh my God, somebody threw for so much money on one of these teams. They immediately started attacking these players, by the way, because we saw the tweet of one of the Ambrosia players being like, why are we just making shit up? Right? One of the Ambrosia players literally came out and said, we're making shit up. Why? LOL. That was one of the things. I forget who said it. But it was a bait tweet. Because the actual tweet was for this. T1 Esports versus DRX. This was the actual bet, which has nothing to do with TSM versus Ambrosia. Bro, I'm so fucking... This is so overcooked, bro. This is actually so overcooked. Like, what the fuck, man? So the people being accused in the fucking screenshot aren't even the right people. This, like, the people that got accused in this TSM versus Ambrosia aren't even the right fucking people that this has anything to do with. They just got falsely accused of participating in a giant bet. Which, by the way, that's all they were doing in this context, was that they would have been part of a big bet where somebody won a lot of money. But as it turns out, it had nothing to even do with them. Yes, by not addressing it, you're making it seem like TSM or Ambrosia are tied into showing something they may not actually be tied into. Not to mention it cast doubt on one of your whistleblowers, as they clearly and intentionally were trying to mislead you. Bro, this is fucking bad. I don't know how people are defending this. Like, I'm not saying that this is like, oh, the whole video is ruined. But brother, if you're going to just put, this is like making false allegations. Like straight up, this is false allegations. This has nothing to do with the teams accused. This has nothing to do with TSM or Ambrosia. This has nothing to even do with Valorant, I think. I don't know who DRX and T1 is. I think they're League or something. I have no fucking idea what this is. This has nothing to do with them. And now you just cast a net on them being like, well, somebody here was also involved. Turns out, no, they fucking weren't. And you got baited. Which also, I'm sorry, but does slightly discredit like how much evidence was real and how much, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're going to get this wrong, brother, dude. It's Valorant? Okay. It was just a different team bet. Logo in the top left? Okay. Okay. So it is Valorant. I guess. I don't know. So this was a Valorant bet, but nothing to do with those teams. That's a pretty bad error to make. I know. I agree. That's if you're going to make a video that's like, this is all my evidence, and your literal evidence is wrong, it does unfortunately undermine the credibility of the rest of your video. Now, we do have like proof, by the way, the proof of somebody almost getting a triple kill and people are saying they threw, which that's still fucking crazy to me, by the way. Like you almost get a triple kill and now people are saying you threw the game for match fixing is insane. But now we have this, which is like the image is incorrect. Not even the right teams are being accused of match fixing, which that looks bad. This definitely needs a big citation or just needs to be removed from the video altogether. This entire segment needs to be removed like immediately. You can do that in post editing, by the way, with YouTube. You can go into YouTube editor and remove sections of the video. This one needs to be removed ASAP. Like not even a joke. Like you're insinuating that TSM and Ambrosia, like somebody here fell like on purpose for money. That's bad. Like get these players like this Teague person also says, I think this screenshot is from this match. What? So this Teague guy who was his like giving him also okay, so in this clip, this Teague guy says, I think this screenshot's from this match. Somebody crossed the names out. And then Sean goes, holy fuck, it is. What? It's not. It's not. It's holy fuck, it's not. Holy fuck, now these poor players are having fucking idiots like tweet at them on Twitter calling them fucking bozos for match fixing. Great. We made a false allegation in the video. Awesome. That's gonna go over like really well in this giant witch hunt. Players were throwing games and being paid for absolutely have massive legal repercussions. Players are better. Yeah, okay. I brought that up earlier. People kept saying, oh, they just played bad or had bad reads. But there's a cold hard fact that you have to focus on thousands of dollars or a bet on that game. Thousands on a game of Valorant. Yeah, brother. Like, holy fuck. In the same vein that you have to focus on that, people have bad games. I hate to break it to you. But even the best players in the world have bad games. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The only logical conclusion is the person was influencing the outcome. Or the only logical conclusion is not that they're getting paid money to play poorly. Maybe the logical conclusion is that they played poorly. What? This is a similar thing in WWE when the smart money starts to bet? So Valorant and competitive play is like WWE. It screams match fixing in any sport. Brother. What? He exposed at least 3 teams. Burger Boys, the one with Pia's logo, and Blue Otter. And people are saying it's not a big deal. Because literally, first of all, like the teams exposed, one of them is already confirmed fake. So there's that. One of them is confirmed, got 3 kills when they were running out dish with a knife out. So that's, I guess, evidence. And again, the Burger Boys already came out and said LOL. Like, I don't understand what's going on. He's been teasing this video for a long time. He said he was ready to burn the scene to the ground, and he released the teaser and stuff. After all that, we have a little bit of unconfirmed info from some bottom feeder teams. That's pretty crazy. Calling them bottom feeders is pretty crazy. Anticlimactic. Yeah, so people are just disappointed that there's not more, but like, I mean, the video should have been made. It's just like, it should have, first of all, it should have been like, these are all allegations. This is what I know. This is not a witch hunt. Guys, do not witch hunt these people. I just think some of this stuff is suspicious. Why are they following a match fixer? Here's the DMs. Match fixing is definitely happening. I'm still looking into it. Bam. That's it. That should have been the video. Instead, we got like, unfortunately, false allegations. We have like VOD review of a team that looks like they're match fixing because they lost to an underdog, and then followed by a map review of a team that looks like they're cheating and wall hacking and aimbotting because they knocked his team out of playoffs. It just fucking looks bad, dude. I don't know how else to say it, man. I've been talking for a bit now about this too. Rest of the video overhyped it with teasers. I don't really care about the overhyping. The overhyping is irrelevant. Like, people are just like, I wish there was more blood. Like, brother, you're already fucking chewing at the bones here on Twitter to all these people that were some involved and some not involved at all. But like, everyone's catching fucking social media posts at them, calling them all kinds of horrible things. I mean, that's social media in a nutshell. And that's why you don't make things like this unless you have like definitive proof, right? You don't just make accusations and just like, oh, they're probably hacking. Like, what? They're probably taking money on the side. I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, why wouldn't they take money? They're all broke in tier 2. And now all these players like that may not be cheating or match fixing are just catching fucking strays, right? They all have to come out with their own statements being like, bro. Jesus, brother. You think you'll play CS tonight? No. Not after this. They benched that person? No shot. Really? But they're not even the one that the riot letter was... Oh my god, dude. They actually benched this Bob person. They benched them. Oh, they got benched by FlyQuest Red, but not by Blue Otters? Question mark. They got benched by one of their teams? What? Guys, like, probably means there's a lot of internal proof and discussion. Like guys, bro, what are we doing? Guys, oh my fucking god. Why are we just, like, making shit up? Why does this have almost 200 upvotes? This probably means there's a ton of proof because they got benched. Or you got fucking idiots that are spamming them all day, accusing them of having a match fixer on their team, and they, as a team, felt it's probably better to just bench them until this blows over versus just getting fucking tweets at our org and potentially losing sponsors as a result of this witch hunt. What do you mean? Yeah, they probably benched it because there's definitely proof. Where? Can we see the proof? It's not only Sean's video. Also, the team that benched him isn't even the team that, like, lost money, allegedly, right? Like, the team that benched him is their second team. Their main team did not bench them yet, and they're the ones that they were playing for when they were accused of match fixing. So, I guess fucking riddle me that. I don't know. And they're talking about this, like, Marvel Rivals player that's, like, problematic or something. I don't know. They're running full knife. That's not trying. 200 upvotes for this. Like, I shit you not. 200 upvotes from this. How? How is there 200 upvotes? They're match fixing. Look. Well, not right now, but they're match. Okay, not right. Okay, they're match fixing. Look. Oh, dude. Shut up, you're broke. What is this? What the fuck is this? The match fixer tweeted at Sean after he put the video out and said, "Shut up, you're broke." This is so fucking dumb. I'm just laughing at the absurdity of it. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. He makes like a whole hour-long video calling this guy out for placing these illegal bets, and then he just calls him broke. Why are their comments filled with people who like him? I mean, I don't like the guy. I don't really give a fuck about the guy. He seems kind of douchey, but it's not really either here or there. Just based on like him asking people to throw games and he'll give them money. Okay, well, I mean, I do feel like, you know, Blue Otter response. Strong Gazer put a video about the Tier 2 Valorant scene. In this video, he accused a couple of the Blue Otter players for match fixing and or cheating. So it was more than one player. We take these accusations very seriously and will condemn the actions of these players if these allegations turn out to be true. As of right now, we will continue to support these players until more concrete evidence comes of light. Oh, but if they suspended them, people would have said they must have proof. They would have had 200 people upvoting. They must have real proof because they suspend. So let me get this right. The team that is supporting them, that they allegedly threw the match for, okay, while playing on them, did not suspend them. And they said that there's not enough proof. The team that suspended them, that had nothing to do with the situation, must have a bunch of proof. Like, we're serious? Like, this is the logic loop that we're taking. The team that nothing to do with this must have tons of proof. The team directly involved that didn't suspend them because of no proof is wrong. I'm lost of words, honestly. And what are these comments? What are these amazing comments? We are going down, all souls are perished. Okay. If Riot determines this is true, it'll be heartbreaking for a small org like this to get fucked overnight. Yeah, I feel fucking bad for them, bro. I feel fucking bad. Like, genuinely. Like, they're kind of cornered here, right? Like, generally they're cornered. Because if they suspend him, they look bad if it's not true. If they don't suspend him, now it's like, you know, they're praying for the best, right? Until more evidence comes to light, bro. Okay, so them play. Okay, this is like a response to they played bad during a match. I know it's a small org, but this is so poorly written. What do you want them to fucking say, bro? What do you mean it's poorly written? We applaud Sean for trying to make the scene a better place by trying to bring problematic players into the light, but we believe he missed the mark on this one. Their only proof was the video where Sean's like, they played bad during this specific match. Why'd they have their knife out? He also blamed like the brimstone too. I mean, yes, could they have match fixed? Yes. Is there proof? Dude, I keep having to reiterate this. I'm like gonna fucking lose my mind. Imagine if these accused players are generally bad at the game and not match fixing at all. Then our tier 2 scene is actually doomed. Yes, imagine if the allegations are just that. Allegations. Then we're actually fucked. No, I agree. Based on the response alone, I do agree, guys. I think if we're like witch hunting people and sending them fucking messages and calling them out for match fixing, which, by the way, when some of our evidence is just wrong and false, But we're still going on this rampant witch hunt to take everyone down, go after small tier 2 organizations, call them out, force them to bench players, and to make a statement. Then yes, I do agree. I do agree. Then your scene might actually be low-key kind of doomed. When all it takes is for somebody to point a finger and say, that's a little sus. And then now there's a giant, like movement to cancel all these players, even the ones that are not directly involved, by the way. Again, Ambrosia and TSM, not involved. This screenshot was doctored, meaning to say that, this is a false screenshot, meaning that, like, this bet did happen, but it wasn't the teams being accused. So that's where we're at. It would definitely be messed up if none of this was true and these guys got their careers tarnished so early on. Yeah, no, I fucking agree. No, I definitely agree. It would be pretty messed up if people were falsely accused and their careers may be tarnished. How long is this video going to be? I don't know. It's already too long. I thought it would just be like a funny react and be like, damn, that sucks for Valorant. But now I'm just like scratching my head. Hey, everyone here on behalf of the VCT team, Valorant Commission something team. What's VCT? What is VCT? Valorant Champions Tour? Is that where their pro play is? Refers to top level or tier 1 of Valorant esports. Okay, sure. So on behalf of the entire Valorant Championship Tour organization, I guess we'll call it. As we shared last week, earlier this month, we began an investigation into the allegations of match fixing, cheating, and other competitive integrity concerns and challenges in A. We take all allegations extremely seriously and have been collecting information since they were first shared with us early May. Like first week of May. We've also taken proactive steps by engaging our integrity partners at IBIA, Sport Radar, Grid, and others to ensure a comprehensive and robust investigation. We're committed to a thorough, fair, we're committed to it, value, encourage community, and only evidence-based investigation. It's worth remembering that match fixing isn't just against our rules. We provide updates when the time is right. If you approach with information, send it to us. You can read more about it. Okay. That's just, it's basically like we're aware of the issues. Probably because they kept also getting fucking spam messaged. I wish I could send my Plat teammates to jail for not clearing ankles. Okay. Okay. Holy shit, dude. What is this? The Dark Side of PRX Valorant featuring Jing, Alex, and Mini. Most of these plays Sean highlighted just look like when I watch you guys scrim. Yeah, I was just thinking it. Today, JJ tried to raise ult a Neon 3 times. So by the way, these are pro players, right? So just to be clear, when pro players are talking about this and they're like, "Hey, some of these plays just look normal," that's okay because since we're appealing to authority here. When a pro player says it's okay, it's okay. When others point it out, they're idiots because they don't understand pro play. Just to be clear. So these are pro players. They're sort of having same sentiments as others when it comes to, hey, this just looks normal to me. I don't know. It's like I'm watching a scrim play and this Alex person agreed. Most PRX plays look like match fixing. They always manage to throw advantageous positions. They don't throw for money. They throw for the love of the game. I do like the idea that Sean is like this is a dog shit play. Like, why would you fucking raise ult a Neon? You're either fucking stupid or you're throwing the game and winning a bunch of money from doing it. I do like the idea behind that. I would also die on that hill, actually. You're either inting by trying to raise ult a Neon, or you're just dumb. This is the play they're talking about, by the way. The two pros. They're talking about this portion here when the Raze, by the way, gets a headshot and plants the bomb, right? But then also, when they go for the Neon ult, like they actually almost hit it, by the way. This wasn't even a bad Raze ult. Raze is like the character here with the rocket launcher. And Neon is like in the back of screens, or I don't know what the fuck it's called. Who cares? But this ult here isn't actually too bad. The Neon player is right here. This is match fixing, by the way. The Neon player is right here. They almost kill him. Look at this ult. Proof this is match fixing, by the way. The Raze definitely was inting because they got a kill, planted the bomb, and almost killed the Neon with an ult. But look at the Neon's health. Which Sean does point out, like, hey, they almost died. But, like, I just don't understand. Like, some of it's good play, some of it's bad play, but, like, the bad play means they're match fixing. The good play we just ignore, I guess. You know what I mean? You can kind of see the... Oh, that was really fast. Okay, I guess you couldn't see it. The Neon had, like, no health afterwards. I don't know where it was. I swear they had like I was looking at it when they did it. They almost landed. The ult hit Teo? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So I see. I'm incorrect. So that's Neon, and this is the ult that hit. Okay. So not even... Okay. So I understand. So his point was that he was trying to hit the Neon, but he almost actually killed the Teo. Okay. Doesn't really change a whole lot, I guess, but that's what the pros were talking about in the tweet. You throw game because of money. We throw the game because of W Gaming. We are not the same. Nice. I like that. Okay. So this is a real tweet because they're saying this is the father of Fireball Ops. Huge mistake. Father defending his son. What have I not seen this before? Imagine if he actually did cheat. Why are you insinuating that he didn't? This is a self-report. He specifically didn't talk about Fireball Ops, but now I think Sean and Riot look into him. I wrote Sean twice, didn't proofread. Okay. It also insinuated that FBI and other law enforcement might be involved later in the process. The tweet by his parent is either unserious or it is, and then he is failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. The FBI is getting involved. We know that true. Is the FBI and CIA getting involved in this too? Was there a clip of that? Did the FBI tweet out yet? We are aware of the Valorant situation. We are looking into it. Usually the FBI announces its involvement. You know, like when the FBI was involved in us getting swatted, we get a tweet for that. The FBI showed up and said, "Yo, did you check your Twitter? We're getting involved now." Right? Yeah, so the FBI gets involved with gaming in general, especially when there's match fixing going on. FBI doesn't have enough shit going on. They got to get involved with Valorant now too. There's no evidence that Fireball is self-restoring. Sure, there's some weird stuff, but that's not even close to what Fair and Bob did. This is just a father defending their son. Most parents would defend their kids even if they're guilty. Maybe it's because newer Valorant pros' parents' age are like late 30s to early 50s. Late 30s? Yikes, dude, I'm coming up. Having an online presence as pros dead mom, but the pros and cons never matched up to me. Like, at best, you get some awes. This is so key, but if parent is out of the loop and says some dumb shit, it could really affect their child's career. Yeah, bro, his dad shouldn't fucking defend him after he's being accused of match fixing on one of the biggest fucking platforms for the Valorant community. Yeah, screw the dad for saying anything. What's this dad doing defending his son? Cringe. His dad shouldn't say anything because he's in his late 30s, and people in their late 30s should die. Good take. I don't know why I'm still looking into this. I mean, I've already said everything I need to say. The video doesn't need to be fucking 3 hours long. I'm very surprised by like some of the reactions because I thought I had a pretty level-headed reaction, and I thought my takeaway was like, look, some of the stuff seems suspicious for sure, but I would like to see more evidence of those suspicious things and less about like stuff that's like maybe circumstantial and accusatory at best, right? I just don't think we should be alleging such heavy stuff without something more definitive. I thought that was a pretty good take. But then I'm reading the stuff where people are like, it's so obvious. This is true. How could you not believe it? Just look at how they play. And I watch the clips and I'm like, brother, this just... What? Somebody dying after almost getting a triple kill is like enough proof to like say they're match fixing is just crazy to me. Well, they ran it down. They almost got 3 kills, but they shouldn't have ran it down. Trick responded that when trading match fixing allegations. Oh, God. How is there more? What is this? After hearing about the win trading, I went about looking into the accused games. Okay. Cooker Flips is the big player behind the bets. He's definitely been connected to Bray. Okay, yeah. We know that they have like a group chat or something. Cooker is someone with so much money and influence that these bets on VSC don't even touch some of the P&Ls he posts. He is also a partner with Shuffle. Okay, so he bets a lot. Yeah, the website using splits for many sponsored influencers of deals. So I would believe that this Bray guy probably goes to this guy and he's like, yo, dude, I got a sick bet for you. And the guy keeps him around because maybe he does pay off players. Maybe he works on his behalf where he offers these players to throw and then they bet big and they get paid for it. I totally believe that. That's been indicated by all the screenshots and stuff. Totally possible. He's either a trillionaire crypto guy or using sponsor money. In both cases, not really any motive to do something illegal like this when he can deploy on pump fund and make millions. Okay, that's an interesting take. So the takeaway here is that he doesn't need to do this shit. Possible, right? He may not be directly involved with like giving players money, but he may be giving this like Bray guy money to bet on his behalf. I do see that as being like possible. Bob running, I think it's supposed to say it down, on Fracture Pistol was because the drone did not see anyone, but Cypher and Breach target stunned. Everyone thought it was solo Cypher and tried to run them down, dying in the process. Okay. Fair on R2 attack eco ascent. Okay, so which one was this? Running it down on Fracture Pistol was because the drone did not see anyone but Cypher. This was the earlier round, I guess. Or something. I think it's this round here, right? They said the drone did not see anyone but the Cypher. Okay, so this is the drone right here. I don't know how the drone works. Okay? So take that as you will. I don't know the limitations. So Sean's argument here is that this drone sees this entire team here. But what this person is alleging is that the drone did not see anyone but the Cypher and Breach target stunned. Everyone thought it was solo Cypher and tried to run them down, dying in the process. This isn't the clip. This is the literal clip, isn't it? This is the raise. This is right? Or is this a different clip? No, this is I'm pretty sure it's the same clip. And this is where he said he's running it down. They're running it down. Right?
In the deep lines. And so you would think that Bob's solo dish and no one around to push would just respect that and let it go. No, not at all. Bob sends it. The gun isn't even out when you look at Bob through the wall. And on your screen, that's fair. I just watched this one round and I couldn't even believe it. I mean, this looks absurd. Absurd. And so again,
Wait, we don't even get their POV. Wait, we don't even get their POV.
You look at Bob through the wall, and on your screen, that's fair. I just watched this one round, and
Bro, I just, like, so Bob is over here, which is this side of the map. You know what I'm saying? Like, the POV we're getting is from this player peeking the neon and dying. It could be bad intel, bro. Like, I'm telling you, man. Like, it's not... So they both had their knife out, and they were both throwing this round. They were both throwing pistol round. But then they tried really hard during, like, the fucking bomb plant round. I'm just... It was because the drone did not see anyone but Cypher and breached target stunned. Everyone thought it was solo Cypher and tried to run them down, dying in the process. That's possible, right? Fair on R2 attack eco ascent. You can see he did catch a decent timing crossing cap, but when he walked down a tree, KO made a noise in the VOD and he stopped walking and when he heard that, which explains the crazy timing everyone thinks he got. I literally said this, by the way. I literally, like word for word, said this. Mind you. Where the hell was it? Ascent? Yeah, this right here.
You can see it causes Muncie to move a little bit right here. 90% of the shell. And now
so this is the clip that he's talking about. He's talking about the jet goes in a tree.
It's this timing to lurk right onto the wall. Oh, let's just stop right here.
Is it because the... Hold on, go back a second, actually. I didn't even see this because we're getting a little bit of KO's POV here. Right?
And now he hits this timing to lurk right onto the wall. Oh.
What happened?
Let's just stop right here.
So did KO jump out a window? Like, is that... Because if KO jumped out a window, it would make noise, right? And the jet player could hear that, which would explain why he stopped and started waiting for him to swing out. And that's why he fell back into, like, a better position, like, expecting him to swing out. So that's... Okay, so I was talking about, like, later in the clip where he swings and, like, peeks him and kills him through the smoke. But Sean is saying that, like, how could he do this timing? Why would he know?
So he stops here, in between our players, and ends up timing Muncie, because Muncie ends up spraying.
He didn't even time him here. He's just spraying, he's spraying. And this is where I said, yeah, he just listens for the reload, right? Listen.
He goes into this smoke while getting paranoid, grabs...
Like, it's just, I don't... Dude, I'm so confused. Like, that's why people are like, you're just not a pro, you don't get it. But I'm like, I'm watching this, I'm like, am I seeing the same shit? So this guy, Trick, who's Trick Aim? He's a Valorant pro? Right? This is them? Okay, so this is a Valorant pro. and this is what he's writing up. This is his summation. So this is from a pro. This is not from me using my analysis. This is a pro player. Or coach or whatever, right? Made the noise in the VOD and he stopped walking when he heard that, which explains the crazy timing everyone thinks he got. Fair and Bob are just not insane players. They both make dumb mistakes, especially Fair. In the game against SR, Fair dry dashed into sights 3 times. In 2 or 3 times, the SR players had a free kill and full whiffed. You can also see other instances like Fair killing BCJ when he was holding with AWP, which should just be a free kill. My opinion, I think Sean and the others saw potential max fixing with the messages and bet slips and correlated that to coincidences that happened in the game versus Fair. Although there could be win trading with Brain involved, I generally don't think any of these games brought up were win traded. And the cheating accusations would just be an extension of the assumed match fixing with Fair involved. Either way, it sucks to see the backlash on Sean for the video because he truly does believe these players are win trading, cheating, and he's a super good guy at heart. But this video will also likely paint him as something other than that. Yes, and that, I think, is the correct takeaway. I do think that he generally tried to help the scene by pointing out the win trading that could be going on. But at the same time, I think he's inadvertently causing a lot of harm to people by proxy of these allegations. By also tying them into the win trades that could or could not be going on, he's also painting people that could or could not be cheating in the same stroke. And unfortunately, I think all it's done is cause this giant stir up of people going to others through social media and accusing them of cheating and or win trading. And like I said, if the video was about one or two people and you could say that they were directly involved, I think that would be totally fine. But this video has become larger than that. And at the end, it's just a call out for, hey, send me information. Maybe these guys are also win trading. Who knows? I don't think that's the right approach, especially with this type of situation. Bro, I have nothing to do with the match fixing, Lord. Please, Lamau. I must be throwing shit at games. I mainly bet on LCS and then lose my profits on dumb shit. My partnership with Shuffle is not that big. Majority of the dumb shit I lose money on is subsidized by my trades. Oh, okay, this was at the start when they said Cooker's probably not involved. This is too small for him. Yeah, I mean, even the Cooker stuff is an allegation, right? The Cooker stuff is that they could have a group chat where they discuss throws and then Cooker places big. But even this bet here, which could have been a bet from a big player, I think turned out to be not even relevant to the Ambrosia versus TSM games, which I think was from Cooker, but it was for a different game altogether. Again, it's just so circumstantial. Brother, act broke to stay rich. Trick defending everyone like his bank account is on the line. I love it. Okay, of course. Now, I guess I'm also being paid by Shuffle.com. Trick onto nothing with this. The evidence is damning. So these are the types of players that will say, you don't know what you're talking about? Pro players that have thousands of hours in this game see this type of stuff and they have a better perspective. And then when a pro player comes out and says, yeah, this seems like nothing, now they're like, well, don't listen to that guy. The evidence is damning. But I'm not a pro player, so you should listen to pro players, but not that guy, because I think the evidence is damning. But you shouldn't listen to me. You should listen to pro players, but don't listen to that pro player. Listen to me. This is so fucking ass-backwards circular logic, it's actually making me nauseous. These people generally just want to see blood, and they don't care who is involved. They don't even care if the information's incorrect, by the way. They generally don't care if the information is just wrong altogether. They just want to see somebody fall for it. They don't care who. It's actually sick. Just self-reporting in masses of their below 70 IQ. First, the whole scene starts taking sides. When no-name accounts drops the worst expose piece ever. Now the community is taking sides of the throwers cheaters, playing devil's advocate. Does this community have brain matter, or am I just too old for this underdeveloped community? What? Oh, so now it's a rich thing, rich people cheat. Okay, so the argument that this guy is definitely match fixing, this guy's definitely match fixing because he's rich. So that's the argument that we're making. And rich people do bad stuff. Honestly, that's the most Reddit opinion I've seen so far. Rich people equals bad. So this guy this guy bad because rich. Do you have any evidence of him match fixing? He's rich. And he's bad because money he has. I generally don't care about this guy. He could be involved. He may not be involved, but I just think he just saying outright he's definitely involved without evidence is just fucking bogus. What's the point? The account ended up deleting the doc in their account. Crazy how universally it was believed. And I'm still laughing at how they admitted to faking a pregnancy. I don't know what the fuck this is about. I don't know. Some of the Haven plays are just odd. Walking out to seaside blind. Knife out to lurk smoke. It looked more like sniping or extra information rather than cheating. Is sniping having extra information not cheating? What? Sniping or extra information, that's exactly what the kind of cheating Sean's leading to. Fair's not trigger botting or doing any stupid Forsaken shit. All of his evidence is trying to accuse Fair of having radar hacks or similar to know exactly what to clear and what to not. So this post right here has 13 upvotes. So he's only being accused of radar hacks. That's it. Just to keep that in mind, only being accused of radar hacks.
Immediately kills him. Crosshair placement perfect for second, third, fourth, fifth, though.
Fuel is there. Now you've got a reset and a second.
Why clear anything?
Follow-up looking for more. If Fair is going to take the round into their own hands, what are we looking at if there's Spaz? And how about all 5?
Huh.
That is the most casual.
Let's go to next half.
Okay. So only accused of radar hacks, by the way. Well, what was that music? I don't know. I don't think it should have had any music, I'll be honest. The editor kind of overcooked a little bit. Yo, shout out new editor. Good stuff, man. Keep up the grind, but like don't fucking use clown music for like an expose piece about the entirety of the Valorant tier 2 scene. If you're going to make a serious documentary, probably shouldn't use like clown car music. Like Benny Hill. Yeah, so I think this is it, dude. I think I looked through everything I need to see. Yeah, I feel like these people just like literally wanted to see like this giant takedown of players in the tier 2 scene. They don't care who it was. It feels like context wasn't really relevant to them. I think they just generally wanted to see like, what do you think they'll do about the challengers now? We have evidence that certain teams have players from Burger Boys and FlyQuest. But what will Riot actually do? Probably fucking investigate. What will Riot do? They will look into it. They said they'll look into it. The problem now is like they'll be like, if they don't get banned, people will be like, how could they not be banned? The evidence is so clear. The evidence that they were cheating is so clear.
What a dish. They end up
Who the hell do you
The most clear evidence I've ever seen.
Coughs like an ill Victorian child.
Why would Riot not ban him for this? How could they not be banned for this? Why would they not ban him for almost getting a highlight? They should be banned. By the way, that was a really important round to throw. If I was going to throw a round, it would be that one, specifically because my team was already up 5-1. My team is up 5-1. This would be a round where I don't try to go for a triple kill, right? Maybe I try to go for orb and then I get caught out or something. I don't know. That would be me, though. But again, I'm not a Valorant pro, so what the fuck? What do I know? Shut down the servers to Valorant and focus on League. I like that. Yeah, dude. I'm just left so confused, brother. Also, again, thank you, Coffee. I'm left so like confused by everything that happened. Like genuinely. I'm confused because all the like I feel like a bomb went off here and it like just got everybody and nobody knew who said it, you know? I feel like just everyone's now being interrogated by the police. We have no idea who the culprits are. We have people pointing fingers. Is there any more new is there anyone that's like watched the video that's like, well, actually, This person's also talking about the spawning of the Cypher where they ran it out with knife. Oh, this comes back to the replay system. Yeah, agreed. Also, yeah, why were the names not concealed? I mean, that's kind of like a nitpick at this point. But like, why were names not concealed? I guess. Was there a reason for that? Like, not concealing these people's names? Like, if the worry is like some crypto king is running a crime ring and he has like tons of disposable income and they're targeting young people with no money, you know? I mean, I guess this guy would find out who it is either way, but also I don't know why. Like, thank you for exposing everybody. You know what I mean? Like, if there is an illegal crime ring going on, I don't think they would like for it to be exposed. You know what I'm saying? IBP moment on Valorant? Alleged IBP moment. Find out more. With a very emphasis on alleged. There's no girlfriend text yet. All right, this is the part I think that's also kind of like important. And at the very beginning of the VOD review, now this drone, it sees the Cypher, it sees people in deep lines. This is approximately where the Teo drone was shot. Maybe just a bit forward. Does it even have the range to see anyone but the Cypher? The scan of the Teo drone has near infinite range of it pops. It won't see them immediately in minimap upon breaking unless he popped the drone first. Yeah, but it shows on the minimap if it pops, right? It didn't pop on the minimap unless it's a different for observer POE. And that's just the situation, though. Like, we don't know. If the drone popped, him running 1v1 at Cypher is fine, right? So again, this is number one why a replay system would be extremely useful for here. But just saying, yo, why did he run knife out at everybody? We don't know what kind of info they had because we don't have their POV, because we don't have a replay system. So if these people are saying, hey, I think the drone popped before they saw him, maybe there is a chance that happened, which would explain why the knife was out. But just saying, no, they definitely had info. It definitely saw people in the deep lines. They ran out with their knife to throw is just, again, an allegation, right? Like a not clear one to make at that because we don't have the POV. We're just alleging or insinuating, heavily insinuating, that the drone definitely saw everybody, but we don't know. Pros generally know timings and generally where people could be, yeah, but generally doesn't cover all cases. And keep in mind, this is a tier 2 circuit too, right? Getting caught out in pro play in a game like this is kind of unlikely, no? Unless it's late round, maybe. Okay, but like, they do it here too. They literally run out with their knife out, and then they catch people anyway. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they run out with their knife, and you're like, this is such a bad pro play. They're match fixing. And then they fucking get, like, almost a triple kill. So maybe running out with your knife works sometimes. It's probably bad fundamentals to do that. But then when you get 2, almost 3 kills, what's stopping you from doing it again, right? So just like running out with your knife as being the only allegation, I think is a little ludicrous. To say that you're match fixing because you ran out with your knife in pro play. I feel like that's a bit much, no? But people are like, no, it's definitive. They ran out with their knife. But in this situation, Bob runs out with their knife because they think that they only saw the Cypher, right? And Tower. But it turns out that there's a whole team here. So Sean is saying, well, why would they run out with their knife when the entire team was there looking at him? Well, the argument here is like, well, if the Cypher or they killed the drone before they saw the team, then this player would just think it's a 1v1 in Tower. and that this entire section was clear, right? That's the argument being made. So it's like we don't have the POV to say whether it definitively happened or not, and that's why I think just saying, oh yeah, they had their knife out. Well, what's the context of that, right? I think more citation is needed. Anyway. Okay. All right, I've seen it all. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens with that. I mean, I'm hoping that best case scenario, Sean was correct and he was on the money, and that the entire investigation concludes, and that people that were genuinely, I should say, match fixing and cheating do get banned. Worst case scenario is that there's a bunch of allegations, and then unfortunately the wrong people end up getting witch hunted. And that would be quite sad to see, because it sucks that any of these young players that are trying to compete in the tier 2 scene are directly or indirectly involved, and now have to like sort of come out with their own statements and have to prove to the mob why they had no involvement to begin with. That's that. Anyways, guys, what's up, Momo? I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go get some dinner. Thanks for hanging out. IEM was cool. I'll try to get this video out. I don't know. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to edit, dude. I just looked at the timing when I started this. Was a lot. So we'll see. But yeah, appreciate you guys. I'll try to be back tomorrow. We'll see if I can make it tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Monday? Yeah. Probably a later stream Monday. Hope you enjoy your food. I will, Momo. I will. And thank you for stopping by. Thank you for saying hello. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, good stuff overall. I'll publish the videos. You can watch the IEM if you haven't already. Good stuff. Was fun to watch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure the Valorant community is going to be really happy about my take. I'm sure they'll definitely be on my side. Anyways, guys, peace out.